What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage gets stronger by drinking Cola 1 DC Chapter 1 Drinking drinks makes me stronger, are you kidding me? Hokage World Konoha Shinobi School is the first class of the second year. I will test everyone's transformation technique today. I don't know if I still remember yesterday's teaching. Guru. Listen to the kid in the middle of the seat holding the coke all the time. Teacher Chunin Niu-shan couldn't help it anymore and pointed at the other person and scolded. Fengmi Yiming, this is a class, what are you doing? Facing the teacher's anger, many students looked at Fengmi Yiming with a gleeful expression. However, the other party did not show much fear, instead he belched twice comfortably. Ah, cool, ha. The students laughed, and Niu-shan trembled with anger. At the same time, I was even more puzzled. Although Fengmi Yiming is an orphan, his talent is very ordinary, and he belongs to the crane tail category. But the character is very quiet and hardworking, so I have always had a good impression of him. But since the past 2 weeks, I don't know why, no matter how Fengma goes to school, he always keeps his drink in his hand, and can't wait to drink it 24 hours a day. At the same time, I no longer listen to lectures in class. As a responsible teacher, he certainly hates iron and steel. Even transformation technique and clone technique can't be mastered. You are still in the mood to drink a drink. Do you think you can catch up with a genius by working hard? Niu-shan's accusation made many ordinary students with no background in the class secretly regard Fengmi Yiming as the villain's teaching material. At the same time, he hinted that he must not be as depraved as him. But Fengma doesn't care about this. At this time, his focus is entirely on himself. Dip. Congratulations to host for hitting 2 full hiccups and achieving a hearty drink, and the internal force goes online +4. Drip. Congratulations to host for ingesting 20 kilograms of coke to achieve the power of perception +3 points. Drop. Congratulations to host. Host drank the giant bottle of cola in one breath, and got a physique +2. Listening to the sounds that are constantly in my mind, and at the same time feeling the constant changes in my body. Fengma Yiming is very happy. As an earthling who has traveled to the world of Hokage for 2 weeks, Fengma awakened and bound to drink a drink to become a Valkyrie system. As the name suggests, you can get stronger by drinking continuously. Advertisement. What made him wonder is that he traveled to the Hokage world, but the system improvement is indeed the internal force of the martial arts world. And let him choose a peerless exercise in martial arts. After many considerations, he finally chose 18 palms of Zhonglong and 9 Sun magical art. In the future, every time I improve a realm, I can choose one more martial arts. With the continuous improvement of various abilities, Fengma has become more and more profound in his understanding of these 2 faculties. I also discovered that in the aura of Hokage, the power of the 2 faculties that belong to the world of martial arts has also grown geometrically. This made him happy for a while. In order to improve his strength as soon as possible, he can only drink continuously and desperately. After a while, he drank the whole bucket of coke, and while he burped again, Fengma tried to shake it twice. That idea was still unfinished, and the other students swallowed desperately. Seeing that Fengma didn't know good and bad at all, Niu-shan was disappointed, but at the same time he was even more angry. I'm talking to you, do you still see me as a teacher? Oh, you mean transformation and clones? I just learned it last week, it's pretty simple. Puff. As soon as this remark came out, the class chuckled again. After all, everyone knows Fengma's qualifications. After the first grade, he was one of the 10 cranetails in the class who hadn't turned on a date. As for the clone technique, he didn't even think about it. This kind of technique, in the second grade class, is the master of a big family. Except for the genius of Minato, other civilians at this age are basically unable to master. At the same time, Niu-shan shook his head and sighed disappointedly. Have you heard the laughter of the students? Student Fengma, what's wrong with you? If the qualifications are not good, you can work hard, so self-defeating. Are you worthy of your parents who died in battle? Fengma shook his head and stood up helplessly and came to the podium. Since the teacher doesn't believe it, I will show it to you. As soon as this remark came out, the students talked a lot. Transformation technique and clone technique, is it really possible for him to be both? Just rely on him, haha, he hasn't made a fool of himself this year, how could it be possible? Cut. This is a trivial matter to my Inuzuka clan, but it is difficult for the tail of this crane. Fengma doesn't care how others talk about it, he settles quickly and only hears, bang. He is divided into 10, and everyone has become the 3rd generation. Advertisement that way and momentum are basically the same as the deity. This scene completely stunned everyone. Niu-shan knows very well that Fengma's aptitude is extremely poor. How could it be possible to suddenly clone and transform to play so much? It's okay to change, after all, hard work is still quite fast. But this clone is different. Good guy, one is divided into 10. Although the clones are illusory, this is not the amount of chakra that a 7-year-old kid in the 2nd grade can have. That is, Master Senju Nwoki, who has the best physique in the class and the most abundant chakra, currently has 16 at most. The rest, even Fucha, the younger brother of Uchiha's young overlord Fugaku, has no more than 5 limits. Seeing the audience shocked, Fengma shrugged. I said I would, you don't believe me, hey. With that said, he walked down casually. At the same time, feeling the fiery pain on his face, Niu-shan coughed twice, and asked unwillingly, well, can you tell everyone how you learned it? And this chakra measure, after all, you clearly. It's very simple, because I found that I can become stronger just by drinking a drink, Fengma said leisurely. This answer made Niu Shan's face full of black lines, and he always felt that this was mocking him. At the same time, the class laughed. Haha, amusing me to death, drink a drink, haha. I thought he was pretty good just now, but I didn't expect it to be a lunatic. Nwoki, who carried the handle, couldn't help but point at Fengma and laughed. This fool, haha, if you can get stronger if you drink a drink, then what kind of school do I go to, and what kind of hard work I can do? Just pour a drink every day. Faced with the laughter from the crowd, Fengma sighed helplessly. What I said is the truth, but no one believes it. There's also a silly critic called So Happy, Tusk, it's really the best. When he said that, he pouted and sat down with disdain. When Nwoki heard it, he felt something was wrong. What do you mean by Hanban? You mean stupid. Do you dare to scold me? Nwoki immediately rushed to his forehead. As the founder of Konoha, the god of ninjas, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, and the younger brother of Princess Tsunade. Who in the village saw him and was impolite for 3 points? But this civilian's crane tail is just a basic ninjutsu, so dare you be so arrogant? Just when he couldn't help but want to do it, Niu Shan on the stage stopped immediately. He didn't want to mess up his class anymore. As for how they fight in private, it has nothing to do with him. Chapter 2 Nwoki scared silly in this way, Nwoki held his breath for a day. Fengma Yiming, on the other hand, slept comfortably, woke up, and teased the girl next to her. He was originally introverted and mediocre, but suddenly his personality changed drastically. He was able to speak, and naturally attracted a lot of girls to have a good impression. Even the cutie Makoto from Uchiha's family kept looking at him. However, even Fengma Yiming, who was trying to catch her, did not rush to catch her, but chose to ignore it deliberately. But even so, he was hated by Uchiha Fucha. After all, in his opinion, Makoto is his brother's fancy. In the future, it will be his sister-in-law. How can he be allowed to get involved? What's more, it's still an outsider, the Uchiha clan doesn't make friends with outsiders. He settled to pay attention, and once Fengma had something wrong, he would immediately teach him a lesson. Time went by, and soon it was the afternoon, and finally school was over. Fengma Yiming jumped out of the window after hearing the bell. Many students cited are ready to follow suit, but in the end, it was not put into practice under Niu Shan's obstruction. Senju Nwoki, who had just left Fengma's front foot and held back for a day, got up and followed quietly. There were a few younger brothers who wanted to fawn and follow Zhuang's momentum, but he refused. In Nwoki's opinion, he has a profound family education, has been following his sister, and has the blood of Senju passed down from grandfather to father. Beating a civilian is not a matter of getting caught. So he followed all the way, looking for a suitable place to start. However, Fengma Yiming, who had obtained the system and was a master of martial arts, naturally felt the abnormality in the rear for the first time. He didn't break it down either, but deliberately walked towards a remote place. Nwoki Xiaohanan was overjoyed, thinking that this guy is really looking for death. It's not God who helped me. Finally, when Fengma came to an uninhabited alley, Nwoki immediately jumped out. Boy, where do you want to go? Seeing the person in front of him, Fengma did not show the slightest fear, but lazily said with his nose and eyes closed. I have been with you for so long, is it really difficult for you? What? You? Nwoki looked at the person in front of him in surprise. I'm obviously already very careful, how come? Please. Who are you fooling as far as you were a kid? Fengma shook his head speechlessly. Advertisement. He didn't understand why Nwoki was so naive, and he was so blinded by such a good pedigree. Are you also a kid? Nwoki's face flushed with anger. Tell you, if you don't kowtow to admit your mistakes today, then I must have a violent beating. As he rolled up his sleeves, he was full of threats. Haha. It's no doubt that I'm so naive. Fengma continued to clasp her nose, shaking her head and sighing. Do you dare to scold? Since this morning, these 2 words have been deeply in his heart. He swore that he would never be scolded like this in the future. Right now, when he heard it again, he couldn't help but yelled up. He was going to give this disgusting brat a lesson. You are the nasty critic, I will kill you. I have to say that although Nwoki is nasty, his physical talent is indeed not. After all, he has inherited 25% of Hashirama's sage body quality. Speed and strength are nothing to say. If it is an average child, it will really be frightened to kneel. But how could Fengma be an ordinary person? His temperament suddenly changed. The lazy eyes sharpened instantly, and at the same time, an incoherent aura emerged from him. When he thought about it, he saw a golden light flashing all over his body, and a huge golden dragon head faintly appeared behind him. Accompanied by the waves of dragons, a fierce and daunting battle intent that seemed to penetrate everything bounced out of his body. This momentum completely stunned Nwoki, who was rushing. He had an illusion, as if as long as he dared to move forward, the golden dragon would rush out and tear himself apart. In an instant, he felt the threat of death. This experience is too scary for a 7.5-year-old child. He stopped in fright, then collapsed on the ground. She was sweating all over, and even wanted to cry. Had it not been for thinking of his identity, he might have really burst into tears. Fengma Yiming is very satisfied with the current situation. As the system's ability to comprehend oneself continued to increase, he slowly understood the skill of Zhonglong 18 palms, except for many usages. Just now, he just released the slight aura of the first palm of Zhonglong's 18 palms. The so-called orientation is to release Nwoki alone, and outsiders can't see any golden dragon heads or dragons. Advertisement of course, to be able to do this step, in addition to the increase in comprehension, there are also the results of the blessing of the god-level mortal exercises such as the Jiuyang divine art. Seeing Nwoki who was so scared that he couldn't move, Fengma shrugged and left. He wouldn't care about this kind of naivety. But after he left, it took 15 minutes for the latter to slowly stand up. Senju family land. Tsunade, who was resting today, was ready to welcome his younger brother after school and was ready to train him. After all, as the future patriarch of the family, the younger brother must be strong. Soon, Nwoki's figure appeared, but at this time, he still had an undecided look on his face, and his footsteps were also shaking. No matter how careless Tsunade was, she couldn't see the error, so she immediately patted the other person on the shoulder. What's the matter, you were broken in love? Seeing Nwoki's silence, Tsunade thought the other party had acquiesced, and immediately laughed and said, haha, unexpectedly, my brother's heart sprouts so early, tell me whose girl is so short-sighted. Old sister, talk about it for you. As soon as he said this, the originally silent Nwoki frowned unhappy, and then broke free of Tsunade, ran back into the house, and closed the door. No matter how Tsunade called, he didn't answer. In the last resort, Nwoki embarrassedly explained the cause and effect of the incident. At first I heard that Tsunade didn't believe it at all. Although his brother said that his brain was not very bright, he had excellent abilities in all aspects of ninjutsu. Coupled with the cultivation of family resources, it's very interesting. It stands to reason that there should not be many people who can defeat his peers with civilian backgrounds. What's more, this Fengma Yiming is still like a crane. It is even more impossible, especially when I heard Nwoki say that the horror erupted by the other party contained the aura of the golden dragon phantom. Tsunade is even more disbelief. In her opinion, the awe-inspiring one can do is at least Jonin level. As for the golden dragon phantom, it belongs to illusion. How can this be possible with a second-year doll on the tail of a crane? From this, she came to the conclusion that Nwoki, the kid who was not good at learning skills, plus carelessness, would have been defeated. As for other things, it must be an excuse. For a while, Nwoki was unable to argue, and was forced to practice against Tsunade again. As a result, a black nose and swollen face are inevitable Chapter 3 class test. In Hokage's office, everything that happened between Fengma Yiming and Nwoki was seen by third generation through a crystal ball. Originally, in this battle, if nothing else, Nwoki was basically crushed. Not even the Anbu he carries with him, he didn't intend to blame Nwoki for anything. After all, the world was unfair, and it was inevitable that the strong would bully the weak. He is the third generation who is kind and sunny on weekdays, and he doesn't care about everything. To blame, I can only blame this child of civilian background for being so unlucky. But to Sarutobi's surprise, Nwoki stopped suddenly while rushing forward, and even slumped on the ground in shock. Huh? What's going on? Sarutobi couldn't see what Fengma Yiming did. For a long time, he frowned and thought for a while. Come here. As soon as the voice fell, a heavily armed Anbu appeared in the office immediately and knelt on one knee. My lord, please give orders. Send me all the materials of Nwoki and his class. Yes, after 20 minutes. Fengma Yiming? Haha, mysterious kid. No matter what the outside world is, Fengma Yiming doesn't care at all. After all, there is nothing more important than drinking a drink. When he returned home, he kept pouring the super large bucket of Konoha Sprite. Ding! It is detected that the host has been drinking to sublimate and the physique increases by 8. Ding! Host chakra plus 1-8. Congratulations to host's physique breaking through the critical point and reaching the peak of the midterm acquired. Ding! Congratulations on speed. After hearing the familiar system prompt, Fengma smiled happily, then opened the property panel at a thought. Host. Fengma Yiming physique. Mid-acquired peak level, elite Chunin level. Chakra. Mid-acquired peak, elite Chunin class, martial arts field, true dragon soul palm. Gongfa. 9 Yang divine power at full level martial skills, 18 palms of Zhonglong. Points. 1. For each level up, 1 point can be exchanged for martial arts or exercises. Every time I see this panel, Fengma feels a little regretful. After all, he was reborn in the Hokage world. Why does the system arrange a martial arts system for himself? Although learning ninjutsu with internal strength is almost a second time, it still feels a little weird. As for the division of realm, he also asked about the system, and the latter gave him this answer. Advertisement early acquired equals Genin peak in the early days of acquired equals elite Genin. Midterm acquired equals Chunin midterm acquired peak equals elite Chunin. Later period of acquired day equals Jonin the post-acquired peak equals elite Jonin. Early congenital equals normal cage level the peak of the early congenital period equals super cage level. Mid-congenital period equals super cage level, compared to Hashirama, Madara. Innate midterm peak equals half-step 6 paths late congenital equals 6 paths realm. Innate late peak equals Kaguya level Jindanjing equals hanging and hitting the entire history of the Hokage world. Yuan Ying realm equals too powerful to compare. Seeing this, Fengma realized that this TM is cultivating immortals? And he is even more of an existence that can live forever by drinking only beverages. Thinking of this, he was not only happy but also happy in his heart. After all, people in the Hokage world, no matter how powerful they are, even if they destroy the world, they will die of old age. Even with the so-called sage body, it is also a mortal body. But he himself has a future free from the shackles of reincarnation, which makes him full of hope every day. As for the palm of the true dragon soul, it was given by the system after drinking 100 bottles of large Sprite. With it, the 18 palms of the dragon descending as if it were blessed by the true dragon soul, the power is even more powerful. At the same time, every time you level up, you can choose a skill. So he called out the system Maul, and after watching it for a while, he chose to throw a hidden weapon at the Tang sect at full level. As the hidden weapon king family in the martial arts world, Tang sect's throwing skills are also top of the top in the Hokage world. Feeling the extra memory and consciousness in his mind, Fengma felt that it was time for him to get up and get familiar with it. You can see a bunch of Konoha sprites, coke, and orange fruits that have not been drunk. He returned to his original state again, tons. Ding. Chakra cap 10 inches, ding. Looking at the drink in her hand, Fengma hiccuped and thought. Practice? It is impossible to practice in this life. Only by drinking a drink can you continue to improve. Class on the second day. Advertisement Fengma is still at ease, tons. Nwoki was still looking upset, staring at him. After all, after the old sister's training yesterday, he felt that the Dragon Shadow's momentum the day should be his own illusion. When I felt embarrassed, I also thought about how to find face. As for Uchiha Mikoto, he still looks curiously at Fengma from time to time. In order to continue hanging her, the other party deliberately ignored her, which further strengthened Mikoto's curiosity. Such a scene was viewed by Uchiha Fu, and Fengma Yiming was even more upset with him. Although the teacher Niu Shan felt too much, but he also understood that even if he said it, this guy would not listen. After all, Fengma didn't make any serious mistakes, and he couldn't threaten him with expulsion from school. But this does not mean that he gave up. Fengma, as the most diligent student among ordinary people, naturally Niu Shan didn't want to see him fall. Just the master clone and transformation, this does not mean anything. It just happened that today was the class test day again, and he felt that something should be done. The situation in the ninja world has been turbulent recently, and frictions between countries have continued. Therefore, the ninja school test has changed from once every 3 months to once a month. Playground. Today is the day of the test. As Konoha in the future, you must strengthen all aspects of yourself in order to protect the village in the future. Do you understand? Understand. There was a sparse voice in the audience, and the students were tired of hearing these words. Niu Shan was very embarrassed, and naturally there was a fire in his heart. Seeing Fengma still drinking a drink, he suddenly angered. Fengma, don't think that master will start to be proud of basic ninjutsu. If you fail this test again, you will never want to drink a drink in class. Puff. Seeing Fengma being reprimanded in public, Nwoki and Fucha felt refreshed. At this time, Minato touched Fengma next to him. Hey, don't drink it, the teacher is angry. But the latter didn't pay attention at all. He put down the drink, looked at the teacher, and hiccuped. This kind of test. Puff. Haha. The classmates couldn't help it anymore, roaring with laughter. After all, in Fengma's previous tests, whether it was shooting with a shuriken or in a battle, it was all for being beaten. Nowadays, the tail of a crane, just because he has learned the clone and transformed into these 2 basic ninjutsu, he dares to speak loudly, which makes people want to laugh. At this time, Mikoto and other girls who had a good impression of him completely lost interest in him. Uchiha Fucha and Senju Nwoki also stopped paying attention to him. At the same time, seeing Fengma get the bait, the teacher Niu Shan smiled, pointing to the many round targets displayed in front of him, and said, Okay, men should be responsible for what they said. The first is the shuriken test. 10 of them are given to each person. The one who wins the bid with the most rings is the first. If you regret it, you still have time. Fengma naturally understood the opponent's aggressive generals, but he just continued to drink and ignored the opponent at all. Niu Shan didn't mind. The more stinky he got at this moment, the more embarrassed he would be, which would help the child get back on track even more. In Hokage's office, third generation also looked at the scene in the glass ball with interest. Interesting. Fengma Yiming, can you give me more surprises? Chapter 4 All 10 Rings. At the beginning of the test, everyone was eager to try. As soon as the shuriken and kunai continued to break through the air, everyone also received different results. Among the civilians, except for 7 out of the 10 times Minato was able to concentrate on the central 10 rings, the other children were all in a mess. Many children couldn't make it to the target at all, and kunai and shuriken basically fell to the ground. On the other hand, the grades of the family children are much better. Both the Ino Shikacho trio, Inuzuka, Aburame and other family children have achieved good results. Among them, Uchiha Fucha and Senju Patriarch Nwoki performed best. The 2 were 5 times and 6 times with the 10 central 10 rings. Although they were not as good as the little genius who emerged from the civilian population, Minato, they were too much. In addition, Minato is very humble and low-key, and even cowardly temperament, so Nwoki and Fucha don't take him to heart at all. Seeing Fengma was still drinking alcohol, Fucha couldn't help but smiled. Fengma classmate, we are all over. Why are you not going? Are you afraid? Haha, don't doubt, this guy is scared, Nwoki followed. In dealing with Fengma, Nwoki and Fucha, the 2 opposing families of generations are surprisingly consistent. The 2 tyrants made their voices heard, and the other students ridiculed and laughed. Niu Shan immediately urged. If you really don't have much confidence, then give up, and don't drink drinks when you come to school in the future. Studying and training hard is the way you should go in the future. Hiccup, Fengma didn't respond immediately, but after drinking a sip of Sprite, he hiccuped and then looked around lazily. What are you worried about? Isn't it just projection? I can all 10 rings with my eyes closed. Hiccups. Puff. Haha. I can blow. Fengma's words made the students laugh together. Naraluju. Close your eyes to all 10 rings? You can win 1 ring, and Sage of 6 Paths bless you. Haha. How can we have such a weird person in our class? It seems that in addition to Minato and mediocre people, there are also weird things among the common people. Haha. The rich and the poor ridiculed even more. Fengma at this time in everyone's mind, completely became a happy clown for everyone to make fun of. At the same time, the civilians and children also hate Fengma because of being ridiculed by Fucha. Student Fengma, don't speak big words too early. To avoid being ashamed for a while, I advise you to stop drinking drinks at school and study hard. Teacher Niu-shan persuaded in order to save Fengma's face. Advertisement Fengma was simply lazy talking nonsense with these people. He just glanced at the 10 kunai that he had just thrown on the ground at will. Then slapped the ground. The high-density internal force of the 9 Suns divine art shook all Kuwu in an instant. Then, he waved his small arm casually, and a fierce internal force integrated with Tang Sek's full-level throwing technique pushed Shime's shocked kunai out like a cannonball. This scene completely calmed everyone, and such a peculiar throwing method was simply unheard of. The 3rd generation in Hokage's office is even more eye-catching. With this peculiar throwing method, only Orochimaru Jiraiya and others at his level can try to succeed. This kid's chakra is definitely not ordinary, just don't know how accurate it is. This idea just started. Just listen to a series of small explosions. It turned out that Shime Kuwu respectively passed through the center of 10 circular targets, and since then was nailed to the concrete wall behind. Such danger and accuracy made the audience speechless. Teacher Niu-shan, some of his brain crashed for a while. Fengma Yiming's actions have completely exceeded his estimates. The launch method that he had never seen before had already made him unable to understand, and it made him unexpected. The wind seemed to wave his hand so casually and release Kuwu with such a high degree of accuracy and such a terrifying power. Is it? He is proficient in the master's use of the wind attribute chakra? Thinking of this, Niu-shan looked at the 8-year-old student in front of him in surprise. Although I don't want to believe it, at present, there is only one explanation. The students were even more shocked and speechless, especially those Nwoki and Uchiha Fucha who mocked the most fierce just now, and their faces were even hotter. Their best result is a 6 ring. As a result, Fengma has 10 rings. This is pure crushing. They just laughed at the front foot, but they were hit and crushed on the back foot. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Seeing this, Nwoki seemed to think of the scene last night again, so his legs immediately weakened. Difficult, isn't this an illusion? But compared to him, Fucha is more unhappy and dissatisfied. After all, at this time, Makoto and many beautiful girls all looked at him with admiration, showing the spring scenery from time to time, and for a while, Fengma robbed him of the limelight. All boys in the class, except Minato, I am afraid that Fengma Yiming is already a thorn in the eye. Advertisement in Hokage's office, 3rd generation's face was full of surprises at this time. He didn't expect that Fengma, the boy's throwing technique, would be so powerful, and he even added the wind attribute to make it so sharp. He didn't even figure it out in some places. In today's increasingly turbulent times, Konoha village can continue to produce genius, which is naturally what 3rd generation hopes to see most. So he became more curious about 3rd generation. On the other side, Fengma didn't want to play with the bear kids anymore. He shook his head, picked up the remaining half bucket of Sprite, and walked to the classroom. He felt that if he was tired from drinking, he would be most comfortable lying on the desk in the classroom. Niu-shan hurried out after seeing it, so soldiers stopped it. Hey, Fengma, what are you going to do? It's a test class now, but I will have to play against the test in a while. Hey, just finish playing by yourself, I won't bully others. With that, he took another gulp and continued to move forward. Dip. Detected that the host is unruly and rebellious, plus 6 points in the martial arts field. As soon as this remark came out, Niu-shan didn't want to wait any longer, and the students started to fry the pot first. Especially the disciples of the big family are unhappy. It's just that Kuwa has no strong projection ability, and the overall strength of a ninja is not just about projection. That's right, the villain is determined, don't leave if you have the ability. As family disciples, they have a backing behind them and sufficient resources, but they are being ridiculed by an old civilian crane at the moment, which tells them how to bear it. Seeing the classmates clamoring fiercely, Fengma immediately stopped, turned around and smiled. If this is the case, then continue to test. Whoever wants to die, come. As he spoke, an incoherent self-confidence and calm temperament radiated from him. The hand that Fengma showed just now is indeed still a bit shocking, and no one dared to come up with it when he couldn't figure out the situation for a while. At the same time, seeing Makoto next to him and the other girls have been blushed by Fengma's fascinated little boy, Uchiha Fucha could no longer hold it back, and immediately stood up. I'll fight with you. Uchiha Fucha wants you to know that the tail of the crane is always the tail of the crane. Chapter 5 Fucha was second. Uchiha Fucha's roar caught everyone's attention. Seeing someone out there, all the male voices in the class began to cheer for them. But the girls are different. Makoto frowned and said, Fucha-kun, what are you doing? Fengma doesn't want to take the test. Why do you have to force him? Inuzuka Rei. Yes, isn't it good to let Fengma classmate drink quietly? Nara Shunzi. You guys, isn't it just jealous? You have the same ability as Fengma-kun. You can shoot through 10 rings at will? Puff. The boys of the family were almost vomiting blood by the girls of their own clan. This is simply the live version of the elbow turned outward. In desperation, Fucha shouted again, "Boy, don't think that you can escape by hiding behind the girl. You always have to pay for what you say." "Hey, I said I just want to drink a drink quietly, why are you trying to provoke me?" Fengma shook his head silently and walked back slowly. Judging from the posture, it should be the battle test. Niu Yamamoto wanted to stop it, but thinking about it, today was meant to be a test, so he could only appease both parties, and if you click it, you must not hurt each other. This is actually mainly to Uchiha Fucha. Even if Fengma's performance in the past 2 days is abnormal, it does not mean his actual combat ability. After all, Fucha is the youngest son of the Uchiha patriarch who is rich in genius. But Fucha only agreed on the surface. For the happiness of his brother Fugaku, he must abolish this arrogant civilian. In Hokage's office, a majestic man with a tall silver hair and a tall figure opens the door. He is the Konoha Super Cage level strong, Ambu Captain Hitaki Tsukumo. Seeing that third generation didn't raise his head, he still stared at the crystal ball with high quality. Shuamao was a little embarrassed. He thought this old man was obsessed with peeping at the female bathhouse again. Ahem. Master Hokage, don't you look at this in broad daylight? Oh, it's Shumao, let's take a look. Very little guy. Third generation waved in excitement. Little guy. Sir, your hobby is a bit overdone. Shuamao became even more embarrassed. He didn't expect that the old guy would even let him follow, joking, his young wife and beautiful didn't have much interest in this. At the same time, after hearing this, third generation reacted. Then he didn't have a good air. Oh, what do you think? I'm watching the ninja school, the second grade and third class battle test. Recently there has been a good little genius. Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. Shuamao complained, and then looked at it curiously. At the same time, test the playground. The two are opposed to each other. The difference is that Fu Cha has a serious face, while Fengma still drinks Sprite again, belching from time to time. You dare to drink when you fight against me, I think you are tired of living. Tons. 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 Every time. It's a hurry, that is, 10 seconds, there is no need to put down the drink bottle, Fengma said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, Makoto's face turned red, and she suddenly felt that Fengma like this was really handsome and special. Advertisement other girls basically reacted similarly. Good men always attract the opposite S**X, and this applies even in their childhood. But the other male classmates didn't feel like it, especially Fucha, who was shaking with anger. He snorted coldly, his eyes flashed red, and he saw a bunch of blood-red pupils appearing in his eyes. Atomo is slowly spitting in it. Sharingan. Good guy, he opened his eyes when he was less than 8 years old. Although this talent is not as good as Fugaku, it is not much worse. Nishiyama thought shocked and jealous. Konoha has 2 major pupil techniques, Sharingan and Byakugan. Whether it is fame or the bonus to his own strength, Sharingan far surpasses the latter. 1 or 2 can be seen from the high level of fear that the Uchiha clan has always been. The character problem is just one of the reasons for the unpopularity of this race. Secondly, the Sharingan of this race and the genes that are rich in geniuses are too terrifying. It seems that Fengma is defeated and must be prepared to prevent Fucha from hurting him at any time, Niu Shan secretly said. After seeing Sharingan, the other students were equally astonished. Many of them were stunned by the reputation of these eyes. Even Minato frowned with worry. Fucha really enjoys this feeling of being admired. Haha, did you hear me, boy, let you see today, Sharingan is amazing. As soon as the voice fell, he directly threw Kuwu over, and then the whole person rushed up, looking for flaws. He thought Fengma would definitely dodge, and then he would use Sharingan to find his flaws and try to defeat him as soon as possible. But what made him, and even everyone else did not expect, that Fengma did not intend to dodge, nor did he even use Kuwu to fight back. He just quietly stretched out his right palm to face his kunai and shuriken. Naruto. What is he going to do? He couldn't find death, why didn't he avoid it? Nwoki. That's right, the target was so accurate just now, how come you can't even fight back now? Instead of being ridiculed with the boys, Makoto and other girls kept reminding them of worry. Niu Shan took out Kuwu and immediately prepared to launch, intercepting Fucha's Kuwu. Hey, I knew this kid was still too arrogant. Unlike them, third generation and Shuamao from Hokage's office stared solemnly at the crystal ball. As top powerhouses, they can naturally see that Fengma's self-confidence is definitely not aimless. Sure enough, just when a few karma was approaching, Fengma thought to himself, first palm, Kong Long has regrets and defensive style. Boom. In an instant, a golden dragon head condensed from its palm and quickly expanded to 8 meters in size, completely protecting Fengma inside. Roar. Accompanied by the bursts of dragon roars that penetrated people's hearts, several Kuwu was completely shattered into pieces. The ground nearby was also swollen, collapsed and cracked a lot. Many students were shaken to the ground without standing still. Advertisement after smashing kunai, he immediately retracted his defensive pose. At this moment, Fu, who was 10 meters away, stayed motionless, cold sweat. He was very thankful that he didn't run too fast, otherwise he would be torn apart by the golden vigor of the dragon head. The dragon yin and powerful power that Fengma had just released completely suppressed Fucha. While rejoicing that he had escaped his life, he also didn't have the courage to fight again. At the same time, the appearance of the terrifying golden dragon head completely subverted his 3 views and shattered his young mind's cognition of the world. Chakra is figurative. It's still golden, dragon chance. How is this possible? What is going on? However, in the eyes of others, Fengma just stretched out his palm, followed by a shockwave, which shattered Kuwu. As for the golden dragon head, no one saw it, but even so, this is amazing enough. The audience was silent for a while, and everyone was stunned. After a while, fierce exclamations broke out on the scene. Oh my god, did you see that Kuwu was actually shattered? Fengma-kun could be such a powerful ninjutsu? Fengma-kun is so handsome. Fengma-kun, you are not an ordinary person. Minato looked at Fengma Yiming on the stage with excited eyes. At the same time, teacher Niu Shan was already stupid on the spot. Compare the surprise of the children. The scene just now shocked him as an adult chunin even more. Standing still, you can directly release a circular shockwave from your body, and you can smash the shuriken and kunai. I'm afraid Master Hokage can't do this kind of strange technique. From the perspective of the shockwave's circular spread, if every point has such defensive destructive power. Isn't this more amazing than the absolute defense of the Hyuga family, the defense and destructive power of 8 trigrams revolving heaven? Where did he learn this technique? Even if he did, how could he use it so easily at the age of 8? Only then did Niu Shan realize that he was a super enchanting student. In Hokage's office, Shomao and third generation were equally silent. They were not sure for a while what Fengma Yiming did. After all, this is not like Wind style, and it is even more unlikely to be personal. Even Wind style is characterized by sharpness and cutting. But no matter how powerful the Wind style technique is, it is impossible to smash multiple kunai and shurikens made of chakra metal in one face. At this time, Shuamao understood why third generation would be interested in this kid, and even he had a strong chapter 6 random test. After third generation pondered, he suddenly thought of something. He really wanted to see what other weird moves this kid had, so he thought of an idea. As usual, the ninjutsu test will be conducted in the examination room, so it is better to put the final test of this year, Genin, on the mountain behind Konoha for a real-life act. After meditation, third generation also wants to make this exam bigger. After all, the sons of this generation of Tianzhao are extremely good, and this generation of Tianzhao is related to Konoha's future. Immediately, third generation's fingers kept tapping on the wooden table, and after a while pondering, he said to Shuamao. Let the people in the Jonin department prepare the venue for a drill. You don't need to notify the teachers for the assessment this time. Let their people do it. Shumao was also surprised when he heard about third generation's plan. Is it really good to do so? If there is an accident, it is tantamount to strangling a genius ninja in the cradle. But since third generation ordered to do this, there must be his reasons. There are pros and cons, but it depends on how the group of teenagers respond. Immediately, Shuamao also arranged the assessment venue in accordance with the requirements of third generation. After all, it was a real-time assessment, and it was arranged without the knowledge of all reference personnel. When Shuamao retired, third generation looked at Fengma, who was in the coke bottle in the distance with his backhand, and whispered. I hope you can surprise everyone. After talking about third generation, he went away in seclusion. No one knows what kind of assessment third generation will arrange for Fengma. Boy, you must have cheated. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The strange tricks didn't even condense chakra. Toyama was a little unconvinced, but he couldn't hide the fact that he was a loser in what he could do. Looking at the strange eyes of everyone, he could even hear the whispers of being whispered. Fu-kun seems to be angry. If you lose, what's so angry about losing? I don't think you can afford to lose at all. The voices of everyone talking made Toyama's face blush, just like a ripe apple, and he couldn't lift his head. Fengma gently slapped Toyama's hand down, and drank coke without the cheers of the crowd. Belch, after the carbon dioxide was shot out, Fengma showed a satisfied expression, but the next moment Fengma suddenly felt his stomach sink, and urge to urinate came out in vain. Fengma also threw the coke bottle through the garbage dump, grabbed the crotch, and ran in the direction of the men's toilet. Advertisement, it's awful. This is a big embarrassment. Just now I stopped drinking coke, and once the toilet was not used, I suddenly couldn't hold it back, damn it. Fengma ridiculed her life secretly, and hurriedly ran away with her crotch, thinking that she would be embarrassed, but who knew that there was a nymphomaniac voice behind him. Wow. Look. Fengma-kun is so handsome even when he runs. Many girls kept staring in the direction of Fengma running with their eyes, exaggerated to the point that they didn't even want the time to blink their eyes. I'm afraid that they will watch it for a second less than others, as if they will suffer a big loss. Ahem. Teacher Niu Shan clenched his fist to his mouth, pretending to cough twice, and then pulled the students' thoughts back. Class. If you have Fengma-like classmates, I don't have to worry about you so much as a teacher. You should use Fengma classmates as an example and learn from each other and move forward. Yes. Fengma's talents don't need to worry about him at all. As long as the course does not fall, he can let him grow by himself. At this time, Fengma had already rushed to the toilet at a flying speed to release himself, and a series of system prompts sounded in his mind. Ding dong, complete the initial achievement of coke. Congratulations to the host for gaining speed +1. Ding dong, complete the initial coke achievement. Congratulations to the host for gaining stamina +1. Ding dong, complete the initial achievement of coke. Congratulations to the host for gaining physique +1. After Fengma lifted the pants, he took a breath of strength and thought. I really didn't work in vain, otherwise the feeling of tendon holding back urine is really uncomfortable. Although the value of this +1 does not seem to be a lot, but the accumulation becomes more. What if I drink a few thousand passes and tens of thousands of barrels of coke? Isn't the value soaring on the internet? Don't say anything about Shadow Blade when the time comes. Lousy is like a god. Ha ha ha. After a little narcissism, Fengma returned to normal. It had already appeared just now, so she didn't go to class at all. It didn't mean anything anyway. Those rehearsals are the same as children's playhouses, they're boring. Advertisement taking advantage of this time, I might as well find a place to stay, look at the scenery and drink coke to improve my abilities. Just do it when he thought of it, Fengma simply took advantage of Niu Shan's carelessness and ran away directly, finding a place that was fairly flat and lying down. This place was fairly shady and it could be exposed to the sun, which made Fengma stretch out comfortably, and then Fengma picked up the barrel of coke and poured it into his stomach. Tons. 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 In less than a minute, Fengma directly poured a large barrel of coke into his stomach. After a long hiccup, Fengma wiped his mouth with satisfaction. At this time, there was another exciting sound in the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for completing the title of the Little Prince of Coke, and immediately won the system lottery page. Host can draw a lottery here, and immediately get martial arts sheets, or add some skills. The opportunity is here. Host, come on. Fengma subconsciously stunned. What is it? On the lucky draw page, you can also redeem for extra points. Unable to help curiosity, Fengma also quickly entered the system interface, and a huge roulette appeared in his mind, and the rewards above instantly caught Fengma's eyes. There are countless secrets of martial arts such as Prajnapam, and the secrets of escaping from high to low, as long as you turn the roulette yourself. Fengma almost jumped up from the stone slab with excitement at this moment. He loved this system so much. This was just a shortcut for himself. If this is possible for Tendon to draw a lottery, I won't be able to take off. Don't say what it is invincible. Anyway, there is definitely no way to help yourself. But seeing the lottery request under the roulette, Fengma, who had originally felt airy, suddenly withered. This F*** chi requires achievement points to draw a lottery. The total amount of achievement points I have completed up to now is only 100 points. Just one chance to draw a lottery is 100 achievement points. Fortunately, the system is still a bit conscientious. The first time I can try to draw, otherwise Fengma would not touch this damn lottery page. There are several places on it. Thank you for your patronage. If it's a buy, I won't lose my life. If I'm lucky enough to thank you for your patronage, I won't be far from me. What's more, I'm a little self-knowing about the urinary nature of the system during this period of contact. Whenever you know, it will turn your back on the sky and make you unable to cry. Chapter 7 System Lottery Interface. Fengma was a little stunned, looking at the lottery system in the system interface, and then spinning the roulette without hesitation. Anyway, it was free for the first time, so it's better to gamble. What if you win the lottery? Looking at all the rewards on the roulette wheel, Fengma's gaze followed the middle pointer to spin, and his brain buzzed before staring at it for a few seconds. The direction of rotation of the turntable is clockwise, but the pointer on the turntable rotates counterclockwise. If you change your mind, you will be dazzled if you stare at it. As the turning speed of the turntable gradually slowed down, Fengma's heart also tightened. What kind of rewards would it look like waiting for him? Just don't thank you for your patronage. According to the urinary nature of the system, I will be proactively tempted for the first time, and the reward system given should not be too bad. Immediately, the speed of the turntable gradually stopped at a question mark. Fengma didn't know what the question mark represented, but soon, while still guessing, Fengma's mind sounded one after another. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for obtaining H9C Paradise, which has been distributed to host backpack. Please check it carefully. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for obtaining the replenishment package, which has been distributed to the host backpack. Please pay attention to check it. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Magnum 6000 Dragon Sniper package, which has been distributed to host's backpack. Please check it. Especially in the last paragraph, Fengma was originally lying on a stone slab, and this time she almost made herself jump on the spot. Is this okay? Super modern military weapon pack. Isn't this better than the misery in the hands of those Jonin Shadow men? Although not integrated into the power of chakra, the power contained in it is almost the same. Exciting at the same time, Fengma directly clicked on the backpack page in the system interface, and the weapon backpack that came into view made him so excited that it exploded in place, and he loved this system to death. Just a lot of weapons and a lot of various weapons, although only 1,000 rounds can be fired a day, a bit of supplementary time is needed, but it is completely enough for oneself. Advertisement: the killing weapon alone is enough to make Jonin level ninjas afraid. As long as one does not die and meets the hordes of high-level ninjas, there is no problem in being invincible. These weapons alone are not enough to excite Fengma. What excites Fengma most is the bright dragon sniper placed in the corner of the backpack system. The ultra-modern 6000 Magnum caliber super intelligent dragon sniper can simply be used. Let Fengma stand up and yell F*** chi. There are not only these, but also some armored series of tanks that were randomly checked by the system. You don't need to look at these. Fengma just glanced at it. If these guys take out, it will be enough to start a small chaos. And Fengma, in a crowded place, doesn't want to cause unnecessary troubles. When Fengma felt airy, a ninja with a Konoha turban on the top of a tree not far away was also looking at Fengma dancing in the distance. Fu-kun. The kid you were talking about is not him. How can I behave like a mentally handicapped child? I am a student in the advanced class. If I beat him to my face, I can't bear it. The two figures on the treetops, one is Fu-kun, who lost to Fengma in the test before. Because of the failure of the test, he felt so self-confident that he thought of revenge, and even found a senior backer who wanted to kill him. Fengma's spirit. When the two were about to do something, There was a rustle in the bushes near Fengma, and the sound of friction between leaves and leaves sounded. Fengma quickly turned his head to look at the place of the abnormal noise. Niu Shan was cleaning the fallen leaves on the clothes, and walked over to Fengma talking and laughing. "Student Fengma, it's class time now, don't be lazy and skip class. The teacher has been looking for you for a long time." Fu-kun also saw teacher Niu Shan. The original plan to teach Fengma a meal had to be shelved. After all, this was shameful. If the teacher knew about it, he might have to be punished. The two looked at each other, nodded and quickly hid in the shadow of the treetops, and instantly disappeared into the depths of the bushes. This is the forbidden area of Konoha Hushan. If you are caught by the manager, Fengma-kun will be taught by your teacher at that time. If we are obedient, we will go back to class. Fengma got up reluctantly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take away the coke bottle that had been drunk. After all, garbage can't be littered. All the actions Fengma did, Mr. Niu Shan, were in sight. Advertisement, why didn't you notice it before? Now, the more I look at Fengma-kun, the more comfortable I feel. I have never seen it so pleasing to the eye. Fengma walks in front, and teacher Niu Shan behind him has a fluttering expression. At this time, Mr. Niu Shan is dreaming about what kind of awards he will have in the future. It seems that such an excellent student can become the best teacher by then, and it is even possible to go back to the advanced class by himself. Becoming an outstanding teacher is something Niu Shan dreams of. As for Fengma's future training, it is not only related to him, but whether he can get the attention of the upper management in the future depends on what Fengma does in the future. If I worked hard to teach Fengma-kun all of what I had learned in my life, it might be possible to become a new generation of Jonin with his talents, and everyone would be a well-known teacher wherever he went. Look at Fengma Jonin's teacher, Senior Niu Shan, quickly ask him to sign. And there will be countless teachers and sisters around Jonin. Thinking of the sudden change of Niu Shan's painting style, an obsessive look made Fengma, who was walking in front, a chill, shrank his head and fled while Niu Shan didn't pay attention to oiling the soles of his feet. However, Mr. Niu Shan didn't notice that Fengma, who had worked so hard to find, had slipped away from the bottom of his eyelids. Fengma, who was hiding after the operation, glanced sideways at the teacher Niu Shan who was passing by, and then poured all the remaining coke into his mouth. Belch. After a light hiccup, Fengma hurriedly covered his mouth. If he was found out, he would not be able to run, and he would be dragged back to those boring classes. Those things didn't want to be there anymore. Learned. What is chakra cohesion? Courses such as chakra external release are completely tricks for children. Don't think that you are only 8 years old, but your heart is very mature. Seeing teacher Niu Shan staggered and walked away gradually, Fengma let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 8 being targeted. It seems that I can't find a place to be lazy next time. After all, it is too pediatric, like a teacher-level ninja only needs to move chakra's perception a little to find himself. What's more, it's not only Niu Shan teacher who has such a method, any advanced ninja can use these basic things. Fengma wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seems that you need to go deep. Some ground connections in Konoha Hushan have enchantment formations. Chakra perception from the outside world can search for it at all. Only when you enter it will you wake up. Thinking of this, Fengma also made up his mind to go to the depths of Konoha. Konoha's back mountain is commonly known as the realm. It is difficult for outsiders to enter from here, but it is very easy for people who belong to the Konoha clan to get in and out of. Seeing Fengma's fading figure away, the eyes deep in the woods suddenly laughed strangely. Going to a place where no one is there can solve him better, teach him a lesson, let him know how high the angel is and how deep the ground is, kill him well. The two figures quickly shuttled through the woods and followed Fengma in the distance, but the two of them were more frightened as they walked. This is the situation of Konoha Mountain, and the ninjas who did not reach Jonin would not dare to come here. Fengma, who was just a ninja stage, dared to come to such a place. Looking at the gloomy environment around, Fu-kun asked timidly. Senior, let's go back, this is not something we can come to. The man with the mask looked at Fu-kun with a little disdain and mocked. What? If Fu-kun is scared, you can go back first. This kid is not pleasing to my eyes. Then I will teach him a good meal and it will not be too late to go back. Isn't it just deep in the forbidden? Dare to go. Hearing the predecessors say that Rich-kun also pretended to be bold, and if he went back, he would be looked down upon by the predecessors. The place where a man can come is himself. I'm not that those vases can only be seen but not touched. Advertisement. Who said I didn't dare? I dare not come to the well. As long as Senior Shangjing can do things, I can do the same as Toyama-kun. The man under the mask stood upright on the treetop, his mouth raised high, and he always disdained to explain too much to the lower grade students. If it weren't for showing off his figure, he would disdain to teach his junior brother. The reason for agreeing Toyama to come here is because he also wants to practice his hand. When the time comes, Chunin's assessment can be used as his own ultimate move, and it can definitely surprise everyone and teachers of the same grade to drop their jaws. If you have not been strengthened by yourself, if you have not been thrown out, you will not be controlled by chakra, but after countless failures, you can already use chakra's home without wrapping, and it can also play a control role in the air. Senior, that kid has gone away, sadly and lost. Toyama pointed to Fengma who had disappeared in the dark, and slightly anxiously reminded him in a low voice in his ear. The duty of going to the well, who was dreaming of breaking through Chunin's assessment, was interrupted. Although his face was a little unhappy, he didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Fengma's departure and followed him closely. At this time, Fengma Yiming had no idea that he had been targeted by others, but he didn't even know that the person who was watching him was not just one person. At this time, Fengma was thinking about how to go deeper, to see how powerful the weapon the system gave him was. The range of the 60 weapon strafing is too large, so you cannot try it first. The most important thing is 6000 mag. Dragon Sniper of Southern Caliber. Because the sound will be loud, Fengma also wants to run to a place where no one is paying attention, and can try to see what level of Dragon Sniper's power is. If someone finds out that he has no way to explain it, and he doesn't want to be troubled, he stopped when Fengma ran to Yamanaka's heart. Looking at the waterfalls in front of me and the scenery that I saw above him, Fengma felt a little refreshed. This place is really beautiful. There are mountains, waters, and waterfalls. If it wasn't for things that weren't worn, Fengma would really like to urge him here, put a barbecue on the road, and then have a big meal afterwards, but the purpose of coming today is not that. Advertisement Fengma chose here because the sound of the waterfall can cover up the sound. Fengma has an inexplicable attraction to Fengma, although it feels cold to the touch like Ruo nothing on his body. However, the method of use is quite different. When using Ruo, you need to mobilize your whole body's internal forces to control Ruo, so that you can lock the target and attack, and you also need to have unexpected effects. But when Ruo is thrown out, it will be gone, which means that there will be one less weapon in the hand, so there will be a lot less means of self-defense. When you fight in close hands, if you don't have yourself, you need to dodge, resulting in disadvantages. The weapon completely makes up for this big shortcoming. It can completely wound people invisible, and there are 20 bullets in a gun. There is no need to worry about having no weapon in your hand. Oh, if you are tired from running, let's sit down and rest. Anyway, don't worry about trying. Said Fengma and sat down in the soft leaves. Anyway, it's still early and no one urges him. Why don't you relax your nerves and drink a big Coke in your hands while watching this scene? Don't say how happy it is. The two behind him were miserable, because the place where Fengma was located was very empty and the field of vision was very broad. If you don't hide it well, you will be found out, so they can only hide in the grass and dare not make a sound. There is no one to clean up this place all year round, and it is still in the season of mosquito breeding and mating. The two of them were targeted by swarms of mosquitoes as soon as they came in. Everyone is not afraid of life and death, and bites on two people. If you can breathe in 2 mouthfuls of blood, you can definitely live longer. It's just squatting for 2 minutes. There are bags of different sizes on the arms of the two people's faces. Yu Sawaran was much better. He released his own chakra to drive away the mosquitoes, so that he would not be disturbed, but Toyama-kun suffered. The control of his own chakra was not as free as Yu Sawaran's. There were more bags nailed up on his body than the one next to him, and he almost couldn't help but want to scream out. Fortunately, Uezawa took care of him and helped him drive a little away. What the hell is this kid doing? The ancestor made a rash decision that we should observe it first and take the action without any rush. What if we can discover any secrets? Chapter 9 For an enemy invasion. Shang Ziran pulled Toyama on the side, for fear that he could not help running out without concentration. They wanted to know why Fengma Yiming came here, and what secrets he had on him. As long as he grasped his handle, there is absolutely no harm. While trying to figure it out, Yu Sawaran endured the bite of the mosquito and began to observe. But Fengma's actions almost made him lose his breath. I saw Fengma Yiming lying in a pile of leaves leisurely, holding a large Coke in his arms, and it was a violent flood, and at this time, both of them were bitten into lumpy idiots, but where does he enjoy it alone? Unable to hold his breath, Yu Sawaranzai couldn't bear such suffering. More often than not, he couldn't understand how Fengma Yiming was enjoying such enjoyment. He turned into a shadow and rushed out. If he didn't have it, he would let it go without mercy. Out. Base, breaking through the air, Fengma quickly catapulted up, feeling the crisis. He didn't forget to hug his Coke for fear of losing it. What he drank was not just Coke, but the future. I don't know who is so boring, and he can come up with such an indiscriminate means to attack him. It is annoying for Fengma. I just want to be clean for a while. How can I do it now that people everywhere are looking at me? Fengma said impatiently. Who is it again? That big brother. Are you bothered? I just want to watch the scenery quietly. Huh. I'll gather. The mummy, Fengma Yiming, who was a little impatient with his hands outstretched, was startled when he saw that the back of the visitor was shocked. The two people standing in front of him had no humanity at all. If it weren't for seeing their faces vaguely, Fengma thought he had encountered two monsters. Who are the two? How did you make it like this? Toyama's itching was unbearable and scratching his whole body like a monkey, and he even scratched his skin in some places, but there was no effect at all to stop the itching, only the more the scratching, the more itchy. You care who we are, you are Fengma Yiming. I heard that you were very arrogant when you first entered the ninja class. Don't you know who is the one who bullied my little brother? Advertisement. While speaking, two hands appeared in the hands of Jing Ziran at the same time, and he was about to shoot Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming quickly waved his hand to deny that he hadn't provoked anyone in the class, and they were all children. He didn't have the slightest thoughts of communicating with them, he just wanted to calmly drink Coke and upgrade. Big brother, don't get me wrong. I haven't bullied anyone. Who is your little brother? Why don't I know? Are you looking for the wrong person? If you say that Fengma is not afraid of it, but if you miss a heavy blow, it will be troublesome. I don't like to cause trouble, but why all things will find myself. Fengma looked at the two people in front of him speechlessly. With a glance, the person wearing the mask in front of him couldn't tell who thought it was. The person next to him could still see it vaguely. Toyama-kun. Is that you? Fengma asked with some uncertainty about the man with the full face. Who knows that Toyama would not answer him at all, but said to Yu Sawaran. Senior, he ignores you. I'm getting more and more uncomfortable with this kid, hit him. Uruizawa naturally couldn't understand him. After suffering so much, he was enjoying himself with a drink. After Uriwazawa just nodded slightly, Ruowu quickly attacked Fengma's face. If you don't agree, Fengma is also a bit speechless, just like beating herself indiscriminately. Is this encountering school violence? Fengma dodged sideways and flew out if there was no diameter. Yu Ziren frowned slightly and looked at Fengma in disbelief. He didn't believe that a kid who entered and exited the ninja academy could escape his own attack. Rustle, suddenly, 4 figures sprang out from Uezawa's hand. If there was no direction to throw it out, each of them dressed up was weird, and he still held the Ruowu that Yu Ziren previously threw in his hand. Yeah. I met 3 children who were discussing each other. The headed person couldn't see clearly the appearance of the pale face and the appearance of malnutrition, which shocked Fengma. The talking man with loose hair tilted his head and looked at the 3 people in front of him, feeling the fluctuation of chakra in his hands, licking his scarlet lips and staring at Uriwazawa not far away first. Advertisement. The little guy is doing good practice. You must be delicious, little guy. Speaking of the man twisting his butt and approaching Yusuwaran step by step, Fengma and Toyama were completely ignored. The reason why he chose Yusuwaran first was because his chakra level was the highest. Of course, he couldn't let him run away. As the man stepped forward and walked up, the man in the lead said a little impatiently. Hurry up. We're in a hurry. If you lose time, you can't afford it. The long-haired man licked his lips and nodded impatiently, saying that he knew. The next moment he appeared in front of Yusuwaran, and directly pinched Yusuwaran's neck with one hand. Toyama did not dare to move at the side. This breath made him even I dare not run away. Jonin, you are not Konoha's people. Yusuwaran was struggling to take out the clutches of the person in front of him with his legs on, but how could he be an opponent even if Chunin hadn't reached him, and the enemy in front of him was above him in terms of speed and strength? Don't say it's a rebellion. Now even if you don't even have the chance to escape, you will die. Turning his eyes up, he was about to suffocate to death. Boom. A loud sound suddenly shocked everyone. Uezawa was also sitting on the ground and panting, his legs kicking backwards uncontrollably, wanting to escape from here. And a blood hole appeared on the forehead of the man who had just pinched Kamijizawa. His eyes were as arrogant as before, but he fell to the ground motionless without a breath of life. Invaded by foreign enemies, naturally, Fengma would not be merciful. These people could be sentenced to death. Then there were 2 loud noises. Their companions were all put one by Fengma. Their legs had been pierced by Fengma's ****, and they did not escape at all. And the possibility of resistance. Who are you? What is the thing in your hand? Fengma ignored the 2 of them at all, looking at the one who ran away in the woods with disdain. I thought it was a high-level ninja, all half-hearted. Chapter 10 Weapon Power. After getting rid of the few outsiders in front of him, Fengma looked like a okay person, put away the **** in his hand, and turned around to leave. But he was stopped by Toyama and Uezawa. What did you just take? Why have I never seen it? Yusuwaran looked at Fengma with a puzzled face, and asked aloud. Toyama on the side also looked up at Fengma, waiting for his answer. But obviously, Fengma didn't want to care about them at all, turned around and left. Am I familiar with you? Do I need to answer you this kind of question? Really? Some helpless sighs, Fengma shrugged and left directly. The 2 dumb boys were left stunned, and they haven't recollected them for a while. In short, no matter what, you should go back and tell your teacher about this. I always feel that Fengma is not that simple. Before separating, Yusuwaran said solemnly. Listening to the former, Toyama nodded in agreement, not to mention that the weird weapon that Fengma took out was the exaggerated strength he showed that was not part of the second-year student, and he had to report it to teacher Niu Shan. No matter what the 2 people think, Fengma found a cave after leaving. It just so happens to interview my new weapon in this cave. Thinking of this, Fengma has already stepped in. I have to say that this cave is really big, and even if Fengma fires a few shots in it to detonate a hand, it really won't be dangerous. Fengma was strolling into the cave, and suddenly heard a murmur from the cave. Because there is a strong inner lining in the body, Fengma's hearing is extraordinary. After hearing the voice, he immediately stopped, clinging to the wall, and slowly and carefully walked into the cave. Before taking 2 steps, Fengma frowned slightly, and a look of shock appeared on her face. The reason for the shock was that the 3 people in the cave were wearing the same forehead protector as the 2 outsiders who had attacked before. Cloud Shinobi Village, the ninja of the water country. Advertisement. Fengma didn't say much, so he hid behind a big rock and quietly listened to the conversation of the 3 people inside. Uemura, is there no news from them yet? Yes, if I guessed correctly, their mission should have failed. I didn't expect that with the strength of the 2 of them, they would not even be able to catch a child. It turned out that the purpose of their trip was to catch a child with blood wheel eyes or Byakugan. As for why it is a child, the reason is also very simple. If it is an adult, no matter which of the 2 types of eye swelling, it is not a few of them can deal with, so their goal will be set on the child. Hearing this, Fengma naturally understood what was going on, so he quietly took out a gun from the arsenal, holding a hand in the other hand ****. It can be seen that Fengma has been murderous. In any case, he is also a member of Konoha. He already knows that some people are going to be unfavorable to the people in his village, so he naturally won't watch him coldly. Woo! There was a slight wind-breaking sound, and his hands drew an arc and landed at the feet of the 3 people. None of the 3 of them had seen this thing, and they were a little stunned for a while. This? What is this? I haven't seen it either. This should be. Before he finished speaking, the hands had exploded. Boom. Boom. There were 2 loud noises in succession, and the violent explosion caused the whole mountain to shake. Before they could understand what was going on, the huge impact of the explosion had knocked all three of them to the ground. At this time, Fengma carried the gun and walked out in 2 steps. Looking at the 3 people who fell on the ground, there was still one still alive. How many of you have entered Konoha village? Fengma stepped on the man's chest and asked in a deep voice. Advertisement, puff. Cough cough. The man vomited a mouthful of blood first, and then replied intermittently. Do you think I will tell you? Wishful thinking? Although the mission has failed, the teammates he brought have all died, and even he himself may also die here, but this person still did not reveal any content about the mission to Fengma. Fortunately, Fengma had heard a lot before. Seeing this person's reaction, he knew that he couldn't ask anything. So he pulled the trigger, and a string of fire came out of the muzzle. In the blink of an eye, the man had been shot a few times, and he couldn't die anymore. Hey, it's really a big fan of the tree. I have known that someone is daring to get the idea of Bloodwheel Eye and Byakugan. Didn't you expect to have started it so soon? Putting away the weapon, Fengma turned and left the cave. Although he planned to verify the power of the weapon in his hand here before, but after all, 3 people have died here, full of blood, how could he stay here? Back at his home, Fengma seemed to have nothing happened, lying lazily on the tatami and drinking coke. At the same time, Hokage building office. 3rd generation was sitting on a chair, looking at Toyama who was standing not far away, reporting what had happened before. After hearing Toyama speak about the strange weapon, he was also slightly stunned. He had never seen this thing either. Okay, I know everything, you go out first, remember to keep this matter secret, don't tell others. Upon hearing this, Toyama turned around and left. The 3rd generation was sitting there, a little ecstatic. Where can this kid come with so many weird things? And according to Toyama, the power of the weapon is not bad, it can kill a Jonin directly. If you can take this thing, give it to the guards of Konoha village the team is equipped, then who would dare to come to Konoha to make trouble? Although he thought so, the 3rd generation shook his head quickly because he knew that Fengma might not hand over this thing, and, most importantly, even if Fengma was willing, Konoha village might not have a large amount manufacturing ability. The weapon matter is left alone. What 3rd generation is more concerned about now is Fengma's strength. Fengma's strength, he himself had seen part of it before, but he was stunned that the fellow Shangjing Ziren was not Fengma's opponent. Fengma, you really surprised me a little bit. How can you have such amazing strength at such a young age? Even if it is a big person, at your age, there is no such strength as you. It seems that this game is really imperative. It's best to get all the abilities of this little guy out, so that I can see to what extent he is. Chapter 11 Jungle Fight. Thinking of this, 3rd generation sent someone to urge him to make the people of Jonin move faster. He couldn't wait to see Fengma's full strength. Under the urging of 3rd generation's purpose, the people of Jonin's department worked extremely fast. In a short while, all the students in the 2nd grade of ninja school were gathered together. Fengma still looks bored, holding a large bottle of coke in his hand, sipping it, grumbling. Listening to the reminders coming in his mind again and again, Fengma's heart was full of joy. Ding dong, complete the initial achievement of coke, congratulations to the host for gaining speed +1. Ding dong, complete the initial coke achievement, congratulations to the host for gaining stamina +1. Ding dong, complete the initial achievement of coke, congratulations to the host for gaining physique +1. Ding dong, complete the initial achievement of coke, congratulations to host for gaining internal strength +1. There are a series of reminders for improvement. Fengma smiles involuntarily every time he hears these. Shumao, who was about to announce the rules, saw Fengma's smile, and he was slightly taken aback. He really couldn't figure out what Fengma was laughing at. Next, everyone will have a battle in the woods behind me. The rule of the game is the point system. If you don't beat a person, you will get 1 point. If you beat the Uchiha family or the Senju family, you will get 2 points. The person with the most points is the winner. The winner will learn a level ninjutsu, fire-style great fireball technique. When announcing the rules before, everyone's reaction was average, but when they heard the name of ninjutsu, everyone got excited. If they study normally in school, they will at most learn the basic clone technique and transformation technique. As the grade improves, they will learn more advanced ninjutsu. However, ninjutsu like Great Fireball cannot be learned in a ninja school. You can only learn it from your own teacher until you become a ninja in the future. Moreover, the most important thing is that once you can become the champion of this game, you will already be the first in the class. If you are learning the Great Fireball technique, it will undoubtedly be even more powerful. When he explained the rules in the 3rd generation project, Shuamao was a little worried about this. According to what he heard, Fengma is someone who can beat even Toyama. Senju's young master has also been defeated by him. If nothing unexpected happens, Fengma might really become the #1 in this game. If Fengma learns the Great Fireball technique, what will his strength look like? But now that the 3rd generation project has issued an order, he has no choice but to follow suit. Now, the game begins. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, Shuamao waved his hand quickly, and then the figure flashed, and instantly disappeared before everyone's eyes. After Shuamao left, the students all glanced at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. No one wants to be the first one, after all, this is a game, and no one wants to go to this first thunder. Instead, it was Fengma, who didn't care about these things at all, and walked into the woods with a coke bottle in his hand. He doesn't care so much, he has to go in anyway, it makes no difference if he goes first. The most important thing is that Fengma never thought about winning this game. After all, he now relies on 2 advanced martial arts, not ninjutsu. This kind of ninjutsu that everyone has coveted for a long time, in his opinion, is very ordinary. After someone took the lead, the others didn't hesitate and walked into the woods one after another. After Fama walked into the woods, a person wandered around aimlessly, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. It's not someone else, it's Uchiha Makoto. Seeing the person coming, he was also slightly taken aback. He really couldn't figure out why Makoto came to him. Is it possible to do it with him? The point is, Makoto is definitely not his opponent. Makoto, what can I do? Actually, it's nothing, I just want to walk with you. It turned out that Makoto had been a little bit interested in Fama before, but she suffered from not having a chance to talk to Fama. Now that she has a chance, she will naturally not let it go. Fama was also relieved when he heard these words. Because if Makoto really wants to do something with him, he really doesn't know what to do. Do it? To be honest, he was also a little reluctant, and he had some thoughts in his heart for Makoto. Fortunately, Makoto didn't mean this, and the two of them walked forward slowly. From time to time, Makoto will find a topic to chat with Fama, and Fama rarely takes the initiative to find a topic to chat with the former. But this short conversation didn't last long before someone broke the two-person chat. Fama, I'm here to find you, no one else is talking, but Senju Nwoki's young master, Senju Nwoki. Advertisement. Seeing this defeated general, Fama shook his head helplessly and said faintly, who did I think it was? It turned out to be you as a nasty critic. Why, I didn't hurt you last time, so I came to fight again? Nwoki was also a little embarrassed when Fama brought up the old things, but he recovered quickly. Angrily stretched out his hand to Fama and shouted loudly, don't talk nonsense, I have found a way to crack your illusion. Today, I must teach you a good lesson. After speaking, Nwoki had taken out 2 shurikens from the ninja bag and threw them at Fama. Whizzing. 2 wind-breaking sounds sounded, and the shuriken flew towards Fama quickly. Faced with these 2 shurikens, Fama did not evade it for the first time. Instead, he first protected Makoto behind him and said in a low voice, stand behind me. After saying these words, Fama raised the internal force in his body and shattered all the 2 shurikens that were flying towards him. On Nwoki's side, after throwing the shuriken, he had already rushed over with the sword in his hand. Seeing Nwoki rushing over, Fama smiled slightly, raising his hand to greet him with a palm. Nwoki watched Fama slap a hand. A sneer appeared on his face. I want to use my flesh and blood to fight my shuriken, Fama, this time you are done. Crack. A crisp sound pulled Nwoki back to reality. A yellow light flashed across Fama's hand, and the shuriken in his own hand broke. This. How is this possible? At the moment Nwoki was surprised, Fama's palm was already printed on his chest. Boom. With another muffled noise, Nwoki's body flew out like a broken kite, and hit the big tree heavily. Fama walked slowly in front of Nwoki, looked down at the ladder, and said faintly, it is a good thing to want to save face, but at least you have to have enough strength, otherwise it will only make you shame again and again. Go back, the eldest master of the Senju family, you are not my opponent. Chapter 12. Points. First, lying on the ground, blood was flowing from the corner of Nwoki's mouth, and he stood up hard, clutching the sore spot. He looked at Fama in shock. He really didn't expect that the gap between him and Fama would be so big. Previously, under Tsunade's persuasion, Fama's 18 palms of Jonglong was mistaken for illusion. He also deliberately learned how to solve illusion from Tsunade and practiced diligently. However, just now, he suddenly discovered that this was not an illusion at all, and the method he learned to unlock the illusion was useless at all. Fama, I will never forget this hatred. Now I may not be your opponent, but one day I will avenge myself. Nwoki looked at Fama angrily and said viciously. Listening to Nwoki's words, Fama shrugged his shoulders indifferently, turned around and said to Makoto, the matter has been resolved, let's go, continue to stay here, maybe someone else will come to the door. Makoto didn't get over from the surprise that Fama defeated Nwoki with one move. Hearing Fama's words, he followed him with a face of astonishment. After walking for a long time, Makoto calmed down and asked Fama in a low voice, Fama, did you defeat Nwoki with just one move? In fact, it is not as simple as one trick. Fama has just used at least the second and fourth formulas of the 18 palms of the dragon and the 9 suns. But he couldn't explain this to Makoto, and more importantly, Fama didn't intend to explain, so it was a good thing to keep the mystery and let everyone respect him. Fama nodded slightly and smiled at Makoto. In fact, that Nwoki is also very average. If he can be stronger, he won't be defeated by me in one hand. Listening to Fama personally admit that he defeated Nwoki with a single palm, Makoto's evaluation of Fama's strength has risen to a higher level. The previous Fama was only very powerful in her eyes, but now she is witnessing that Nwoki, the young master of the Senju clan, can't hold on to Fama's hand. For a while, Fama's strength seemed to have become the strongest existence in the same period in Makoto's heart. Advertisement. The two continued to move forward. After all, whether it was to end the game or to get out of the woods, they had to keep walking. Many people came to challenge Fama along the way, but without exception, they were all beaten to the ground by Fama. Those who are stronger may still struggle to stand up. As for those who are weaker, they may even pass out directly. Makoto next to Fama watched Fama make frequent moves, but with only one move each time. The scene of Fama repelling a powerful enemy while turning his hands deeply moved her, and she couldn't help but feel a little moved. In fact, not all of these people came to Fama, and even asked for Makoto to do it. But how could Fama let a girl be bullied by her side? So every time someone finds Makoto in trouble, it was stopped by Fama. Fama actually saw it. Makoto felt a bit like that to him in his heart, but he didn't break, and he still looked like a okay person, talking and laughing with Makoto. Finally, the two of them walked out of the woods together and came to the meeting place specified by Shuamao. At this time, the only designated place was Shuamao and a few Jonin. As for those classmates, no one came out yet. When Shuamao saw Fengma, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Fengma to come out so quickly. Fengma, why did you come out so soon? Do I have any reason to stay in the forest? These words stunned Shuamao, but Shuamao didn't even think about it and directly replied to him. Don't you plan to compete for the championship in this competition? The one who gets the first place, but can learn fire-style Great Fireball technique, don't you want to learn it? In all fairness, Fengma really doesn't have any idea about Great Fireball technique, and it makes no difference to him whether he gets it. With the excellent abilities of the two magic arts, he has been able to deal with all enemies, and he will not be restrained by the strongest pupil technique in the Hokage world, the Blood Wheel Eye. He has no reason to let such good abilities not be used, but to learn those so-called powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world, there is no need at all. Get out first, come out later, does it have anything to do with being first? Advertisement. Fengma looked at Shuamao and said helplessly. Upon hearing Fengma's words, the two Jonins beside Shuamao raised an eyebrow with disdain and yelled at Fengma. You kid, why isn't it good or bad? Senior Shuamao means that if you can stay in the forest for a while, you can defeat more enemies, so you have a greater chance of getting the first place, I said, can you understand? The other Jonin couldn't help but speak. Senior Shuamao cares about you, you'd better appreciate it, but not everyone can be guided by Senior Shuamao. Hearing what he meant, Shuamao seemed to be a very powerful character. However, Fengma doesn't care at all. Isn't it just an elite Jonin? What a shit, I really want to make Fengma anxious, take out everything in the weapon arsenal, let alone an elite Jonin, just come to a large group, Fengma could not be dealt with either. Of course, Fengma just thinks about these words, he will never say them. Fengma nodded at the two people helplessly, indicating that he had heard the words of the two of them. But Shuamao was a little puzzled. It was obvious that he and the two Jonin beside him had already said so clearly, why Fengma still didn't mean to look back. Fengma, I have already spoken to you very clearly, why don't you go back and continue the game? Don't you really want to win the first place? Before Fengma could speak, the two Jonin next to him spoke again to Shumu and said, Senior Shumu, are you looking at this kid too highly? If it is the young master of the Uchiha family or the young master of the Senju family, you are so with them. There is some truth to it, but to the kid in front of me, it's useless to say it. Yeah, I guess he was also scared, and didn't want to be beaten too badly, so he ran out of the forest quickly. The words of these two made Shumao a bit speechless. Fengma might not know how strong the two Jonin are, but he can't know it. After all, it's a figure that even the third generation focuses on. How could it be because of fear and thinking? The one who wants to escape the game. Shuamao ignored the two people, but turned to look at Fengma, waiting for his reply. Seeing Shumao's appearance, if Fengma doesn't give a satisfactory answer, he won't give up, so Fengma spread his hands and said. If I guessed correctly, I am now number 1. Chapter 13 Competition Results. When the three Jonin heard Fengma's words, their expressions were very consistent. First they were surprised, and then they were suspicious. Boy, I advise you not to brag here. The game will end sooner or later. When the result of the game comes out, you will know how embarrassing you will be when you say this now. Yeah, if it is Senju Nwoki or Uchiha Toyama, if they both say this, I can still believe that you are neither from a big family nor a genius boy, so you dare to brag that you are the number 1. Don't you really blush? The two Jonin laughed at Fengma with disdain, as if they had heard something that made them unacceptable. Makoto stood by, frowning slightly, feeling very uncomfortable when he heard the words of these two people. After all, she is a little bit like that to Fengma now, and now she hears someone insult Fengma, so how could she just sit back and ignore it? So she spoke to defend Fengma. How do you know that he can't be number 1? Nwoki and Toyama you mentioned just now are his defeated men. Since his defeated men are likely to be first, why can't he be the first? Makoto looked at the two Jonin a little angrily, as if the two Jonin laughed at her. Shuamao listened to Makoto's words and looked at Fengma thoughtfully. He knew that Nwoki had already been defeated by Fengma. As for Toyama, although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, people who even Nwoki could defeat would naturally not be difficult to defeat Toyama. As for what Makoto said, Shuamao had believed 7 or 8 points. Although Makoto came forward to speak for Fengma, the two Jonin didn't believe it at all. After all, in this era, everyone understands the truth, that is, only those who come out of the famous are the strongest. As for other people, unless you are a genius, like Minato, otherwise, other people are destined to be foil. That's how the two Jonin came here. Even now, the two of them are still just a foil for Shumao. This can be seen from the fact that they're called Senior Shumao. Because of this, they didn't want to believe it when they saw Fengma, a plain-looking guy, said that he could beat the juniors in the famous family. Just when the two people were about to talk, Nwoki had dragged his injured body out of the forest. The blood on the corners of his mouth was very eye-catching. Advertisement. Seeing this, Sakumo rushed over in 3 steps and 2 steps. He took out a bolus pill from the ninja bag and handed it to Nwoki's hand, and asked aloud what happened. Nwoki, what's the matter with you? Did someone from outside the village sneak attack? Nwoki shook his head at Sakumo. Then what's the matter with you? How could you suffer such a severe injury? Hearing Shumao mentioning his injury, Nwoki gave Fengma a little angrily and shook his head again, without telling what had happened before. After all, this is a shame. The young master of the dignified Senju family was beaten by others. Moreover, with only one palm, he would become the biggest joke of the Senju family. Although Nwoki didn't say anything, the look he looked at Fengma had already been noticed by Shumao. Shumao also looked at Fengma, the kid who was holding his drink and gulping constantly. Could it be that this guy has really got enough points to be the number one in this game? In fact, what Shumao didn't know was that the reason why Fengma was able to get so many points was that the rest of the people didn't know good or bad, and took the initiative to find him. Otherwise, with Fengma's character, he might not find it many people come to get points. Soon, the game was over and everyone had walked out of the forest, except for Fengma and Makoto, who came out first. Almost everyone looked ashamed. It seemed that they had experienced a fierce battle. Swish swish. With a few soft noises, another 4 or 5 Jonin came quickly from the forest. The job of these people is to hide in the forest and watch these students fight in order to record their scores. After these people appeared, the first action was to look at Fengma, who was standing not far away. After all, the surprise that this little guy gave them was too great. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Only by himself, he was able to knock down all those who came to challenge him, and no one could take his move, even if the opponent was Nwoki. Soon, these Jonin reported the students' scores to Shumao. Advertisement as expected, Fengma has the most points. When the first place was announced, except for the 2 Jonin who were surprised, the reactions of the others were normal. As for the other students in the class, they have long been used to it. After all, they have witnessed the battle between Fengma and Nwoki. They all knew Fengma's strength. Those who came to challenge Fengma were just a little unconvinced. Because of this competition, the girls in the class have a much better attitude towards Fengma than before. When each one looks at Fengma, their eyes are full of admiration and love. Shuamao coughed softly, walked in front of everyone, and announced the result of the game. The one who won the first place in this competition is Fengma. Although everyone knew the result, when Shuamao announced the result himself, many male students were still very dissatisfied with it. But the female classmates had already surrounded Fengma in the middle, and kept asking about the length and the shortcomings, wishing to tie Fengma directly and take it home. Fengma was also the first time to encounter such a thing, and hurriedly picked up a trace of internal force and squeezed out of the crowd. Makoto saw this scene and smiled knowingly at Fengma. Nodded slightly at Makoto, Fengma held the drink and turned and left. Anyway, Shuamao has already said that the learning of great fireball technique will start tomorrow. Today is all right. Fengma will naturally not continue to waste time here. After all, there is not much drink left in his hand, and there is nowhere to get a drink here, so Fengma is so anxious to go back. Back at home, Fengma hadn't waited to sit down and rest, but he saw Minato rushing over, running and waving at him. Why is this kid here? Is he trying to fight me? But he didn't come to me during the test just now. Why is he here now? Looking at Minato getting closer and closer to him, Fengma was a little puzzled for a while. Chapter 14 Great Fireball Technique. Minato, are you something to do with me? Looking at Minato, who was out of breath, Fengma asked aloud in confusion. Upon hearing Fengma's words, Minato immediately replied, Wind. Fengma. Whoop. 3rd generation. He let you pass. Whoop. In a short sentence, Minato was stunned that it was divided into several paragraphs before finishing. Just as he finished speaking, Minato stood aside again and began to gasp violently. 3rd generation item. What did he tell me to do in the past? Could it be that the 2 outside villagers killed before were exposed? After thinking for a while, Fengma shook his head slightly, guessing here is no way. So Fengma dragged Minato and ran back quickly. I'm sorry Minato. Before I could even breathe in that breath, he started to rush again. It stands to reason that this kind of thing is not yet Minato's turn to do, but 3rd generation has long discovered that Minato is perfect in terms of strength and character, and he has already consciously started to train Minato. After arriving at the Hokage building, Minato said goodbye and left. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. With Coke in his hand, Fengma came to Hokage's office full of question marks. He really didn't understand what 3rd generation was looking for at this time. Master Hokage, I heard you were looking for me? Standing on the opposite side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fengma didn't feel nervous at all. In other words, ordinary children will definitely be nervous when facing Hokage, especially those children of large families, who have a more thorough understanding of Hokage. Of course, Fengma doesn't know Hokage. Maybe in the entire ninja school, no one has a deeper understanding of Hokage than him. But he is not nervous because, for the Hokage world, he can't be familiar with what he is familiar with. Hearing Fengma's words, Hiruzen also looked up at him and said to Fengma. I heard that you won the first place in the game just now? Ah, it's just a fluke. That's how Hiruzen didn't know if it was a fluke. Advertisement during the entire Fengma game, Hiruzen watched through the crystal ball, naturally knowing that he was just being humble. I heard from Toyama before that you seem to have killed 2 people from outside the village. Is this happening? This incident was known to Hiruzen, and Fengma had expected it. For Toyama, Fengma knew little. A person who often suffers from deflation in his hands finally found a handle. How could he not use it well? Ever since, Fengma replied aloud without even thinking about it. Yes, people from outside the village have to do something with the people in the village, so naturally I can't watch it. This is true. Anyway, Fengma is also a member of the village, and he cannot ignore such things. When Hiruzen heard this, he nodded slightly. In fact, Hiruzen is not particularly concerned about how strong Fengma is. What he is most concerned about is Fengma's ideas. If Fengma can think about the village wholeheartedly, then Hiruzen will not only not worry about Fengma's strength, but will help him improve his strength. Then you did the corpse in the cave behind? Hiruzen looked at Fengma and asked again. They are in the same group. One sentence will perfectly answer this matter clearly. What Hiruzen knew was that there were 3 corpses in the cave. As for some details, he didn't even know. Of course, this is not to blame for the person who reported to him. After all, Fengma was too ruthless. The 3 corpses were totally unrecognizable. But now that Fengma said so, Hiruzen understood what was going on and did not continue to struggle. But there is another very important question that he needs to ask Fengma. I'm very interested in the weapon you killed them. Can I see it? Hiruzen looked at Fengma, as if he was hesitant, so Hiruzen said again. Don't worry, I won't let you hand it in. If you come out, you won't ask for imitation. You can rest assured about this. Listening to Hiruzen's words, Fengma shrugged noncommittal and gave a reason why Hiruzen could not refuse. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but that it's all used up when dealing with people from outside the village. If this is the case, then I won't be asking about it anymore. Let's talk about the reward for the first place in the competition. You mean, teach me about the Great Fireball technique? Advertisement Hiruzen didn't speak, but just nodded slightly. This makes Fengma a little surprised. According to his understanding of Hiruzen, Hiruzen himself does not know how to use the Great Fireball technique, so how can he teach himself? In fact, Fengma has misunderstood it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Grandmaster 5 Escape Ninjutsu. He can use so many ninjutsu, he can use more difficult ninjutsu, not to mention just a Great Fireball technique. Why, are you afraid of the old man I can't teach you? Hiruzen looked at Fengma's expression and asked with a faint smile. I didn't mean that, but Master Hokage wanted to teach me the task. I was a little surprised. This is indeed the case. Since Hiruzen became Hokage, he has rarely done this kind of thing. If Fengma is not the first one this time, Hiruzen will not do this kind of thing. It's not surprising, since I have decided to teach you ninjutsu, so I want to see how your chakra volume is. If the amount of chakra is too small, you will not be able to learn the Great Fireball technique in a short time. Fengma was also slightly taken aback when he heard this. How would you like to see chakra's volume? I remember that you would use clone technique. In this case, you use the amount of chakra in your body. Clone technique. According to the number of clones, I will have a general understanding of the amount of chakra in your body. The way Hiruzen has already said, Fengma doesn't talk nonsense and quickly seals with both hands, using one of the few ninjutsu he knows. There was a soft noise, and 24 identical Fengma instantly appeared in front of Hiruzen. At this moment, Hiruzen couldn't help but look a little. He guessed that Fengma's chakra volume would be a lot, but what he didn't expect was that it would be so exaggerated. Such an exaggerated amount of chakra, if you learn the Great Fireball technique, it is definitely enough. In fact, it's not just Hiruzen, even Fengma himself is a little surprised. He didn't expect that after all the inside of his body was transformed into chakra, it would be so exaggerated. In this case, you can come with me, and I will show you the usage of Great Fireball technique. Immediately, under the leadership of Hiruzen, the two came to the top roof of the Hokage building and began teaching ninjutsu. The movements of both people were seen by Tobirama, who was deeply hidden in the shade of the trees in the distance. Seeing this scene, Tobirama couldn't help frowning. Don't the monkey know the horror of this child? Chapter 15 System Lottery? Under Hiruzen's instruction, Fengma quickly wrote down all the printing sequence of the Great Fireball. Immediately afterwards, Fengma moved his hands quickly in accordance with the knot printing sequence taught by Hiruzen. The middle finger of the right index finger was bent, leaving a gap with the thumb, and the whole hand was placed in the forefront. The surging chakra gushes out from the innermost part of Fengma, turning into a huge red fireball, flying out towards the distance. Suddenly, a hot wave rushed in. Hiruzen was also a little surprised at the big flames flying out. As a person who used the Great Fireball technique for the first time, Fengma's performance can no longer be evaluated well, and he can definitely be regarded as a genius. Hiruzen has seen many people who learn the Great Fireball technique, and no one can do it at all, even he himself can't do it at all. For a while, Hiruzen stood there in surprise, looking at the disappearing fireball, and couldn't calm his mood for a long time. Master Hokage, is there something wrong with what I did? Hiruzen was only surprised at Fengma's learning speed. Hearing Fengma's words, he shook his head slightly. Yes, it's just that the chakra you just showed should not reach this level. I'm a little surprised. Hiruzen patted Fengma on the shoulder and smiled and said, Great Fireball, you have learned it. Logistics and practice are enough. Well, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back first. After speaking, Fengma turned around and left without waiting for Hiruzen to speak. Fengma had just walked a few steps and suddenly a voice came in his mind. Congratulations to host for successfully learning Fire Style, Great Fireball technique, and winning a lucky draw. Raffle? Fengma muttered with some confusion, it won't be a weapon draw again. The weapons now are enough. Can I take a look at the prize pool first? Fengma asked tentatively. As soon as he finished speaking, the system has already displayed the prize pool of the lottery in Fengma's mind. Blood Wheel Eye, Mangekyo Blood Wheel Eye, Baikugan, Rinnegan, Shadow Clone Technique, Forbidden Book Scroll, Ghoul Sealed. A lot of Hitomi and advanced ninjutsu familiar to the Hokage world are listed in front of him. Looking at these ninjutsu and pupil skills, Fengma was also a little dizzy. If I get blood round eyes, how should I explain to the Uchiha family, it's better to be Rinnegan. Advertisement, I thought to myself. Fengma had already pressed the start button. Buzzing. The turntable began to spin quickly, and the same kind of precious treasure slid in front of the pointer. Finally, the turntable stopped slowly. In the end, the prize Fengma received was exactly the Rinnegan he had previously thought. What do I really want to do? Rinnegan matched my current master's 2 magic skills, I guess the entire Hokage world, I can walk sideways. Fengma felt so happy when he thought of this. Congratulations to host for winning. Rinnegan, may I ask host, can I take out the prize now? Take it out. If I have Rinnegan, I can get acquainted with its abilities sooner. Fengma had just finished speaking, and a burst of heat flowed into his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a burning sensation hit. Fengma covered her eyes in pain. Although the process was painful, but fortunately it ended quickly. Opening his eyes again, Fengma's eyes had changed to Rinnegan. Black circles are drawn in the eyes. A strange energy appeared in Fengma's body. Although this energy is unfamiliar, Fengma can perceive that as long as it is willing, this energy can be controlled by him at any time. Very well, I have Rinnegan, now I should have the strength of Jonin. Speaking of this, Fengma glanced at the details. The above clearly shows that he has entered the Jonin level. Host. Fengma Yiming Physique. Late acquired, Jonin class. Chakra. Late acquired, Jonin class, Martial Arts Field, True Dragon Soul Palm. Gongfa. 9 Yang Divine Power at full level advertisement. Martial Skills. 18 palms of Zhonglong points. 1. For each level up, 1 point can be exchanged for martial arts or exercises. Pupil. Rinnegan, Beginner. Hell by the Tomb of the Wheel. For this introduction, Fengma was a bit confused for a while, but the system's explanation came soon. Getting started means that the host is not proficient in the Master of Pupil technique. As the host uses Pupil technique, the proficiency will increase and the level will change. It turns out that, as long as I use Rinnegan a lot and my proficiency level gradually increases, Rinnegan will become a killer for me. This is absolutely true. Rinnegan can be regarded as a powerful pupil technique in the entire Hokage world. Fengma is also lucky to have a lottery draw, and he draws this kind of heaven-defying thing. As for the next round of Tomb Hell, it is an S-level skill attached to Rinnegan. Although it is listed, Fengma's current chakra volume cannot be used at all. It can only use this S-level skill after the improvement of proficiency and the improvement of Fengma's own strength. Although it could not be used, Fengma couldn't help but raised his brows after seeing this skill, and laughed happily. It's developed this time, Rinnegan, the Tomb of the Wheel. These 2 tricks are used together. Even if I encounter those Anbu-level ninjas, I have the power to fight. With boundless joy, Fengma began to slurp the drink again. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting on the chair, full of images of Fengma performing the great fireball technique just now. This kid is a bit scary. If he is Ishin for the village, maybe he will become the next generation of Hokage. Speaking of this, Hiruzen has already begun to think about how to verify whether Fengma Ishin is for the village. Although Fengma had already eliminated a few people from outside the village to protect the village, Hiruzen is still not sure whether Fengma is all about the village or not based on this alone. After all, Hokage is the head of a village. You can't choose Hokage casually. Hiruzen decided to take a good look at Fengma. Suo Mao, I have to tell you something. Find 2 or 3 people from Anbu, pretend to be from outside the village, and try Fengma. Hearing Hiruzen's order, Shumo was also slightly taken aback. He didn't understand why he wanted to test Fengma. He was just a kid who hadn't graduated from ninja school. But he didn't ask, because he admired Hiruzen so much. He only obeyed all Hiruzen's orders, even if he was a little confused, but he never violated Hiruzen's meaning. Chapter 16 Makoto was arrested. After Shumo left, one more person suddenly appeared in Hokage's office. A white-haired Tobirama stood beside Hiruzen and said faintly, "Monkey, are you really going to make that kid the next generation of Hokage?" "Ms. Tobirama, I am also going to take a postgraduate entrance examination for him now to see if he really has this ability and mentality. If he is really suitable, making him the 4th Hokage is not an option." Although Tobirama is a bit suspicious of Fengma, after all, Hiruzen is the current Hokage. He doesn't have much to say. He can only remind Hiruzen. "Monkey, Hokage is not just the head of a village. You know this better than me. I hope you can think about it carefully." After saying this, without waiting for Hiruzen to reply, Tobirama directly printed with one hand, and with a bang, a cloud of smoke appeared, and Tobirama had disappeared from Hokage's office. Looking at the direction of his teacher's disappearance, Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. How could he not know what Tobirama said before, but the current situation really makes him very embarrassed. Among the juniors in the ninja school, the strongest is undoubtedly Senju Nwoki, but this kid has a problematic mentality and is not competent for a task like Hokage. As for Toyama, who ranks 2nd in strength, the conditions are quite satisfactory, but he is a member of the Uchiha family. For a long time, Tobirama has been sending him an order that the Uchiha family should not be allowed to interfere with the senior management of the village. These are the things Hiruzen struggles most with, and now the one who hopes the most is Fengma. What can I do? Do I have any other options? Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Anyway, the matter has been explained, and then just wait for the result of the test. Fengma was alone, and once again came to Haoshan. This time he came here to practice the great fireball technique and exercise the amount of chakra in the body. After all, he still has a god-tier device that Rinnegan can't use. The more important thing for him right now is to speed up his training and try to reach the conditions for using Rinnegan as soon as possible. With the huge fireball flying out one after another, Fengma's forehead was also sweaty. Advertisement after all, he is only an 8-year-old child, so frequent use of ninjutsu at the level of great fireball is still too difficult for him. Fengma wiped his sweat and muttered to herself a little tiredly. It's a level ninjutsu, and the consumption is really not small. With my current amount of chakra, I can only use it 5 times. Just as he was speaking, suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Fengma heard the sound and immediately listened carefully. The faint voice from a distance is familiar to Fengma, because that person is not someone else, it is Makoto who has accompanied him all the way in the woods before. At this time, Makoto was being resisted on his shoulders by a man dressed in black and covered with face. His face was full of horror. She was at home alone before, recalling every minute and every second she had spent with Fengma before. Suddenly a stranger appeared in her room. Without saying anything, she started directly. Makoto, who hasn't graduated from the ninja school, could be his opponent. He was arrested without even a single move. She was thinking about one thing along the way. Why someone came to catch her, and she hadn't taken any secrecy measures, just a verbal threat. If you dare to yell, be careful, don't be polite, after that, it's over. He didn't tie her up, didn't knock her out, just simply resisted on his shoulders and ran out. Now that it was determined who the caller was, Fengma didn't hesitate, and ran over in 3 steps and 2 steps, and quickly rushed in the direction where the sound came from. The man in black seemed to slow down intentionally and waited for Fengma to be normal, until Fengma caught up with him. He was rushing forward at a very slow speed. At this time, Makoto had already given up resistance, even shouting. But at this moment, she saw Fengma, and her eyes once again ignited hope. Fengma, save me. Naturally, Fengma couldn't sit and watch Makoto being taken away, so he accelerated again. The internal force in his body was already lucky, poured into his legs, and rushed in the direction of Makoto. The man in black naturally saw Fengma early, but he didn't take the former seriously. After all, a ninja school didn't have a child who graduated. He was an Anbu's ninja. The level of the two people is very different. If it weren't for Tsukumo's meaning, he might not embarrass a child in his life. Swish. Advertisement. Fengma threw 3 shurikens casually, and at the same time he made a fortune under his feet. The whole person leapt high, flew over the black-clothed man's head, and landed in front of the ladder. Noting the 3 shurikens behind him, the black-clothed man seemed to be walking in a leisurely courtyard. Let her down, I will let you go. Fengma looked at the man in black in front of him and said coldly. The man in black didn't expect Fengma to say that, and also put on a posture of defiance. Yes, a little imposing, but your strength is really not worth mentioning. The man in black gave Fengma a faint look and said disdainfully. This is true. With Fengma's strength in front of him, it is really not worth mentioning, at least the person in black thinks so. Although he said so, the man in black put Makoto down. After all, this is a member of the Uchiha family, and the target of the mission is not her, and the man in black didn't mean to embarrass Makoto. In fact, Shumao gave him the task of grabbing a student from the ninja school and deliberately appearing in front of Fengma to test whether Fengma would save people. The man in black caught Makoto by accident. If it is someone else, Fengma may not really be interested in saving people. But Makoto is different. He has already seen that Makoto has a ruthless affection for him, and his personal impression of Makoto is also very good, so he spared no effort to save people. Seeing that the man in black had put Makoto down, Fengma beckoned to Makoto and motioned for her to come over. Makoto naturally rushed to Fengma's side. Her face no longer saw the panic and helplessness before, instead she put on a rather sweet smile. There are not so many people in black. The purpose of his trip is to test Fengma's strength. Now that Fengma has appeared, he will proceed to the next step of the task. Use force. Chapter 17. Attending tasks. Hiruzen immediately called Fengma's teacher over and ordered the things he had decided before. Ever since, Fengma graduated from the ninja school so easily. I have to say that this situation has never occurred to many people. After receiving this news, Nwoki didn't want to mention too much trouble. I don't know what happened to Fengma these days. Not only did his strength grow exaggerated, he also graduated from school ahead of schedule. This situation can only happen to a very small number of people with super strength or super potential. Uchiha Makoto was even more surprised. Graduating early, that is to say, she will never see Fengma again in the future, which is definitely bad news for her. However, what can she do? Uchiha's status in the village was originally not high. In addition, her strength is also very average, and she is not qualified to talk to the teacher. Fengma was also shocked after hearing the news. Although he knew that the ninja school might have other arrangements for him, he never expected that he would graduate early. When talking to Hiruzen before, Fengma already felt that this matter might not be that simple, and the current situation also shows that he guessed right. This is the content, which is somewhat different from what Fengma thought. But now that things have happened, Fengma is not good at objecting. After all, this is a good thing for him. In other words, I will be genin from now on. I will form a class with others and go out to take tasks together. For the future, Fengma still looks forward to it. I have to say that in the ninja school, Fengma is really boring to face such a group of children every day. If he can go out to see the world more, this is what he is looking forward to. The only thing Fengma regrets is that it might be a little difficult to meet Makoto. Why don't I go talk to Hokage and let Makoto graduate with me? If that's the case, maybe we will still be in the same class. After making up his mind, Fengma took a drink and left home. Advertisement. Coming to Hokage's office again. This time Fengma is completely different from the previous ones. Before he came here, he looked defiant. Even in the face of Hiruzen, he didn't have much respect. But this time is different. He is asking for others, so his attitude has changed a lot. Fengma, why did you come here? Hiruzen was slightly taken aback when he saw Fengma coming in, but he quickly reacted. Is it because of your sorting? Don't worry, I will help you choose a good teacher. This is not just perfunctory Fengma, but Hiruzen has made up his mind to train Fengma well, and the teacher who arranged for him can't be wrong. Listening to Hiruzen's question, Fengma shook his head slightly and said with embarrassment, Master Hokage, I am coming over this time. I have something to ask you. Huh? Please me? Hiruzen looked at Fengma somewhat unexpectedly, and asked aloud. What can you ask me for? I hope you can make Makoto graduate early from the ninja school. Fengma's voice was weak, and it was obvious that when he said this, he was also very embarrassed. Hiruzen on the opposite side was even more surprised. He thought a lot, and even thought that Fengma killed someone and came to him for help, but he never expected that Fengma asked him for this. Ahem. Hiruzen coughed slightly and looked at Fengma with deep meaning. Can you tell me the reason? Yes. How should I explain to Hiruzen? I can't say that I have a good feeling for Makoto, and I hope I can do tasks with her. At this moment, Fengma remembered this question. That. Fengma thought for a long time, but didn't expect a valid reason. So, he just looked at Hiruzen and said a reason he couldn't believe it himself. Actually, I think Makoto's strength is also very strong, and the potential is also very good. There is no need to stay in the ninja school at all. Hiruzen listened to Fengma's words, very speechless. You kid, can you think of a similar reason? Makoto even clone technique can only be divided into 3 clones. You actually said that her strength is good. However, Hiruzen already knew why Fengma said so he did not refuse. In this case, then I agree that Makoto will graduate early, but she must be in the same group with you. Hiruzen looked at Fengma flatly. First, she graduated early because of your recommendation, so you have to deal with her person in charge. Secondly, you should be in the same group with you, so you can take care of her safety. How about it? Can you accept it? If not, I won't let Makoto graduate early. Let me take care of Makoto's safety? This old man is crazy. I'm just an 8-year-old kid. Advertisement Fengma was a little depressed when he heard Hiruzen's words. But the words have already been said, and if you disagree now, then this trip will be in vain. At this point in the year, Fengma nodded and said to Hiruzen, okay, then this matter is settled. I will be responsible for the safety of Makoto. If it is an average child, if you say this in front of Hiruzen, Hiruzen will definitely listen to it as a joke, but Fengma's words are different. Fengma's strength and potential Hiruzen has all been taught, not to mention, from Fengma's huge amount of chakra, it is beyond the reach of ordinary children. Well, you go back first, I will arrange this. Since Hiruzen has said so, Fengma won't say much and left directly. After Fengma left, Hiruzen looked at the door and smiled helplessly. This kid, how old he is, he thought of so many things, but then again, with this kid's potential, no one can compare to him even in the Uchiha family. If Makoto can really come together with him, it's not a bad thing either. After talking to himself for a while, Hiruzen ordered people to resolve Fengma's previous proposal. Early the next morning, Fengma was drinking a drink and walking towards the meeting place. Suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him, looking at him with a smile on his face. This person is no one else, but Uchiha Makoto. After receiving the news of early graduation, Makoto was not too happy, knowing that he was going to be placed in a class with Fengma, and his heart blossomed. No, I was waiting for Fengma on the road early in the morning, still holding a bento, obviously for Fengma. Fengma was also taken aback when he saw the bento that Makoto handed over, but he quickly accepted it with a smile on his face. Thank you, Makoto. You're welcome. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to graduate from the ninja school so quickly. This is my reward for you. The two talked and laughed and walked towards the assembly place. Chapter 18 Teaming. After arriving at the meeting place, Fengma suddenly saw that the one standing in front of him turned out to be Shuamao. The first person in Anbu actually came to him as a teacher. This was something Fengma couldn't think of anyway. How could it be him? Fengma whispered, a little puzzled and underestimated. This sentence happened to be heard by Makoto on the side. Makoto turned his head and said to Fengma with a smile on his face, Teacher Shuamao is very strong. If he is a teacher, we will definitely get twice the result with half the effort if we go out to perform the task. This stupid little girl thought Fengma was suspicious of Shuamao's strength. But Fengma wondered why Shuamao would give up Anbu and come here to bring a genin class. It stands to reason that students who have just graduated from ninja school can just find a jonin as a teacher. Obviously, all of this was an intentional arrangement of Hiruzen. He sent Shuamao over not only to ensure the safety of Fengma and Makoto, but also to supervise Fengma and see how he is. Hello classmates, I will introduce myself first. My name is Hitaki Shuamao. I will be your teacher in the future. Then, you will also introduce yourself. From now on, you will all be in the same class. Necessary. Fengma took the lead and said, My name is Fengma. He only said 4 words, obviously not wanting to say more. Makoto was afraid that Fengma's attitude would upset the other students, so he hurriedly answered the conversation next to him. My name is Uchiha Makoto. You can call me Makoto. I have a wide range of hobbies, and I also like someone very much. Although the name of this person, Makoto, was not mentioned, her eyes were already fragrant and the wind was over there. The meaning was obvious. The person she liked was Fengma. Hearing Makoto's words, Fengma was also a little embarrassed to touch his nose. It hasn't been a day or two for him to know Makoto, so he can naturally feel Makoto's friendship for him. He also had some thoughts about Makoto, otherwise he wouldn't look down and beg Hiruzen to let Makoto graduate from ninja school in advance. But he knew that, after all, the current grade was still too young to talk about these things, so he kept this matter in his heart and didn't make it clear. Advertisement. After Makoto finished speaking, the other two introduced themselves separately. My name is Dry Persimmon Rufeng, and everyone will call me Rufunga from now on. I am very happy to be classmates with you all. Fengma couldn't help but glance at him when he heard Gonshi's surname. The four words, Hoshigaki Kisame, appeared in his mind. Kisame is the rebel of the water country, and the surname of Dried Persimmon does not resemble a person from Konoha Hanmura. The reactions of Shuamao and Fengma were very similar. After hearing these words, they looked sideways like wind. Why do people from the land of water come to wood industry to be ninjas? Could it be that what action is in the water country? Although he was very skeptical in his heart, Shumo did not explain what he said. After serving as the Anbu elite Jonin for so many years, he naturally understood that there are some things that can be said and some things that cannot be said. He will report this to Hiruzen in secret, but he will never talk about it with other people, even his colleagues who previously performed tasks with him. The fourth person is not an ordinary person, but the might wearer of Konoha Village's famous Crane Tail. A ninja who knows neither ninjutsu nor illusion can only strengthen his physical skills through amazing training every day. My name is Might Dai, and I will definitely become an excellent ninja. While speaking, Might Dai didn't forget to stretch out his hand, and gave a thumbs up to Fengma. Fengma is also very familiar with this name. Might Dai, Might Guy, the father and son are all famous ninjas, especially Might Guy, who almost knocked Madara to death by virtue of Fate Intergate's formation. How could Fengma be? Do not know. After the introduction of several people, Shuamao smiled slightly and said to everyone, "Today, everyone will perform the first task of our 5th class to find the lost items." As soon as he heard the name of this task, Fengma couldn't mention the nature at all. It was definitely the lowest level D-level task. The reward was average and the difficulty was even closer. "Teacher, can I not participate in this task?" Fengma said to Shuamao. He really didn't want to participate in this task, because this task was of no use to Fengma. Not only could it not help him, but it would waste a lot of his time. Advertisement. Hearing Fengma's words, Shuamao slapped his head dejectedly. He really couldn't help this, stabbing. Fengma's strength lies there. Shuamao is also a person who cherishes talents. In addition to Hiruzen's special instructions, if Fengma does not make a big mistake, Shuamao will not have the same knowledge as him. So at this moment, Shuamao felt a little big. Fortunately, Makoto helped him solve the difficulties. Makoto carefully pulled Fengma's clothes corner and whispered in his ear, "Fengma, the first task after the division, everyone must participate. This is to train everyone to cooperate, and if you don't participate, I will be very boring." Although Fengma is extremely tired of this task in his heart, Makoto has already said so, and he is not good at it. So Fengma nodded helplessly, and said to Shuamao, "Teacher, I was joking with you just now. Why didn't I take part in the task of the whole class?" "Joke? If it weren't for Makoto to persuade you, I'm afraid you have gone home to sleep." Although he had a bit of opinion on Fengma in his heart, Shuamao also endured it. Again, this person is a true lover. He really doesn't want to punish Fengma when he is not helpless. The other two people didn't understand what was going on at all. Anyway, the final result was that everyone had a mission together, and they followed Shuamao and walked towards the mission location together. Along the way, Might Dai was proud to talk to them about his dreams, and he didn't keep everyone from knowing that he didn't know how to ninjutsu and illusion. After all, if you have to perform tasks together in the future, it would be too dangerous if you don't even know what happened to your classmates at the critical moment. Several people have spoken out what they are good at and what they are not good at. When it was Fengma's turn, he just smiled contemptuously. "I'm good at fighting things, but I haven't discovered what I'm not good at yet." Makoto listened to Fengma's words and recalled his fight with people and protecting himself at school, and he couldn't help but smile. "Well, classmates, this is the location of our first mission. Everyone spread out to find the lost items." Chapter 19 Rebellion? Fengma really didn't want to participate in this task, so after hearing what Shuamao said, he didn't even think about finding a place to hide. He thought he would find a place to rest without knowing it, but he didn't expect that Makoto had been paying attention to him secretly and followed him. Knowing that she was lazy and found out, Fengma was a little embarrassed, touched her head awkwardly, and said to Makoto, Why are you here?" Makoto looked at Fengma with a grin and teased. "Fengma, you are lazy, be careful, I will tell the teacher." Listening to Makoto's words, Fengma didn't worry at all. Not to mention whether Makoto would tell the teacher, even if she did tell Shuamao would never say anything about him. Anyway, he had already said this task and didn't want to participate. "The task is really boring, so I found a place to rest secretly for a while. I didn't expect to be discovered by you." Now that Fengma has told the truth, it is impossible for Makoto to be true to him in this matter, so Makoto smiled and waved at him. "Then you take a good rest here. I'm going to perform the task, although this task is really boring, but I still have to finish it." After speaking, Makoto disappeared from Fengma's sight. The task was quickly completed. After all, it was only a D-class task, without any difficulty at all. Before the mission was completed, Makoto was afraid that Fengma was lazy and was discovered, and even ran over to call him, and the two returned to the team together. "Very good," Shuamao said to Fengma. Several people with a barking vicious dog in his hand. "The task has been completed well, the first task in our class, successful." Fengma looked at Shuamao blankly, feeling a little depressed no matter how he thought about it. What was this called? He thought that after graduating from the ninja school, he would be able to do some exciting tasks, but he never expected it to be such an annoying task. On the other hand, Might Dai was full of excitement, but this was the first time he had completed the task, and he felt so excited. Advertisement. There was a smile on Rufeng's face, but he didn't say anything, just followed Shuamao without saying a word. Well, since the task has been completed, I will disband today, and tomorrow we'll be here. Let's do a more difficult task, and I hope you will not be afraid by then. Before leaving, Shuamao provoked everyone's curiosity with one sentence. Might Dai Lima shouted at Shuamao's back, "Teacher, what task is it? Could it be S level?" Shuamao, who had not yet gone far, heard these words and almost fell on the ground, thinking very depressed in his heart. I still want to do S level missions. That is a high-risk mission that I have only done 3 times. Just a few of you, it's not the same as sending you to death. Fengma's thoughts are similar to those of Shuamao. The S-level difficulty task can only be completed if a team is all elite Jonin or more advanced ninjas. Teams like them are similar to the temporary squad team. How? May do that kind of task. But he didn't catch a cold with what Shuamao said. I was also scared. At most, it was a C-level mission. It was either an escort mission or a defense mission. It was impossible for anyone to touch it along the way. This mission was simply a waste of time. Makoto seemed to be frightened by Shumao's words, and said to Fengma a little scared. Fengma, what should I do? Tomorrow's task seems to be very dangerous. I don't dare to do it. Fengma, who knows how strong Makoto is, naturally knows that she is not pretending to be afraid, but really worried. So he patted Makoto on the shoulder, showing a reassuring smile, and comforted Makoto. Don't worry, with me, no matter what kind of enemy there are, I won't let them hurt you. Seeing Fengma's appearance, Makoto nodded, smiled sweetly at him, and left with cheerful steps. Hokage building, inside Hokage office. Saku Shigeru stood straight and reported all the events that happened today to Hiruzen, especially about Rufeng, which was his biggest doubt. After listening to Shumao's report, Hiruzen also pondered for a while and then slowly said, in the future, observe and pay attention to this Rufeng. Maybe he really has a problem. Before you talk to me about this person today, I actually without the slightest news from him, this matter is by no means that simple. Advertisement Tsukumo remembered Hiruzen's words in his heart, and remembered what Fengma said today. He was a little depressed and made a small report with Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this Fengma is really defiant. Today, I didn't take my words seriously. Refused to participate in the mission, hey. It can be seen from Shuamao's, hey, that he was just a little helpless about Fengma's actions and he didn't mean to pursue it. Hiruzen could see it naturally. He smiled at Shuamao and spit out a puff of smoke. He said, this kid is indeed a thorn, but I think he has a good heart. If he really encounters any major wrongs, he should not do anything. Things that make you hard to accept. After pouring out the bitter water in his stomach, Shumao was in a much better mood. After hearing these words from Hiruzen, he also nodded. Master Hokage, if there is nothing else, then I will retire first. Well, take a break early. There are still tasks tomorrow. You have to continue to face the thorn and the little guy named Rufeng. Hiruzen waved at Shumao and looked down at the crystal ball on the table. Fengma, you kid, don't let me down. I'm looking at my teacher from 2nd generation and helping you. In the crystal ball, Fengma is sitting on the tatami, holding a big bucket of drinks, drinking, tons. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen murmured again with some doubts. This kid, do you like to drink drinks so much? It seems that every time he sees him, he holds a bottle of drink in his hand, and recently, the bottle of drink is getting more and more. The bigger it is. He didn't know that this drink was the main reason Fengma was so strong. Fengma was sitting on the tatami, listening to the reminders coming from his mind. A smile appeared on his face. This system is really great. I don't need to do anything every day. As long as I drink drinks like this, my strength will become stronger day by day. It's really cool. At this time, Fengma's strength is almost at the level of Jonin, and Rinnegan is not much different from launching Rinnegan. Once Rinnegan can be turned on, Fengma's strength has surpassed most Jonin, even facing the elite Jonin, he is not without chance. Chapter 20 A-level tasks. Early the next morning, Fengma was the same as yesterday, holding a drink and walking alone on the way to the meeting place. Unlike yesterday, Makoto did not wait for him on the road today, but had already arrived at the meeting place by himself. Fengma didn't think about these things. Anyway, Makoto also has her own freedom. After arriving at the assembly place, Fengma was the same as before, still looking defiant, standing there with a drink in his hand, slurping with a gulp. Anyway, drinking a drink can improve your strength, such a simple thing, Fengma will naturally not let it go when he has time. Just after Fengma arrived, Makoto walked to him in 3 steps and 2 steps, and whispered in his ear. Fengma, I have asked the teacher just now what is the task today, but he didn't tell me, I'm sorry. I can't help you at all. After hearing these words, Fengma understood why there was no card to see Makoto waiting for him on the road this morning. It turned out that this silly girl came here early, just wanting to ask about the content of today's task, and then tell Fengma in advance that Fengma from the province will do something against the teacher at that time. Although I didn't say it clearly, Fengma can naturally feel this silly girl's heart. Reaching out and touching the girl's hair, Fengma smiled at her slightly. You can accompany me to this class, it is already the greatest help to me. If you were not there, I might not will stay here. In fact, Fengma's words are to broaden Makoto's heart. Anyway, after graduating from the ninja school, he teamed up with Bier to do missions. This is also something Fengma is very interested in. Makoto, who was a little embarrassed at first, waved his hand when he heard this. I was able to graduate from school thanks to Fengma's help. Actually, I didn't do anything. Although she said so, the smile on her face had already betrayed her. Looking at the smiling little girl in front of him, Fengma also smiled. I have to say that the girl Makoto is really nice and kind. What she did today is because on the first day, Fengma said that she didn't want to participate in the mission. Today, if she can know the content of the task in advance, she will tell Fengma in advance, and then persuade him not to contradict the teacher. Even if Fengma does not want to participate in the task, Makoto will definitely try her best to persuade him. Just when the two people are talking, Rufeng and Might Dai have all arrived. Advertisement. After seeing the crowd, Shuamao greeted everyone to come over and announce the content of the mission. Today our 5th class mission is to chase Rinnegan. What, teacher, aren't you kidding? Let's go after Rinnegan. Well, such a task is a bit interesting. The reactions of several people were different, just like the wind, still standing there without saying a word. When Fengma heard the content of the mission, he was taken aback for a moment, but then a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that it was only the second day, and I was actually given the task of chasing rebellion. It really helped me. In fact, what he didn't know was that the reason for this task today was all Hiruzen behind the scenes. The task that Shuamao said yesterday that scared them was nothing more than escorting a businessman back to the village safely. Although it was an escort, it was just going out for a stroll. It was because of Tsukumo's report yesterday that Hiruzen decided to delegate this task to them when he came. First of all, it can be more intuitive to observe how Fengma's strength is. Secondly, the most critical point is to take this opportunity to see what Rufeng has for entering Konoha village. If it's really just for learning and becoming a Konoha ninja, Hiruzen might let Tsukumo help him, but if he has other ideas, Hiruzen will never let such a person stay in the village. Contrary to Fengma's idea, Makoto's face turned pale in shock after hearing the content of the task. Naturally, she knew her own strength. If she was just catching cats and puppies, she would still be able to participate, but chasing Rinnegan would definitely be the existence of dragging oil bottles based on her strength. Not only can she not help the team, she even wastes a person to protect her. Thinking of this, Makoto opened his mouth cautiously and said to Shumo, Teacher, this mission, can I not participate? As soon as these words came out, Fengma and Shuamao both looked at Makoto in surprise. Shuamao felt so depressed. It was Fengma who suggested that he did not want to participate in the mission yesterday, but he still understands that Fengma is a stingy after all. But now, a well-behaved child like Makoto has also suggested that he doesn't want to participate in the task, which makes Shuamao very depressed. Could it be that he has any problems? Advertisement. Student Makoto, can you tell me why you don't want to participate in the mission? Shuamao looked at Makoto and said helplessly. Fengma is also very concerned about this issue. I'm afraid of dragging everyone down. My strength can't take part in tasks of this level. Makoto said the reason with some shame. Upon hearing Makoto's words, Shuamao was relieved and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. By chance, classmate Makoto is still very good, and she's still very sensible. Thinking like this in his heart, Shuamao didn't say it, but turned his head to look at Fengma. He knew that such a matter should be directly handed over to Fengma to solve it. Anyway, the effect of persuading Makoto by himself was not as good as the former, and he would not waste his tongue. Sure enough, after Makoto finished speaking, Fengma laughed directly and reached out and patted Makoto on the head. Don't worry, I am here, no matter what kind of task, we will definitely be able to complete it. But, before Makoto could speak, Fengma interrupted him. Don't you believe me? I'm Fengma, what's my strength, don't you know? That's great, I'll go with everyone. In the face of Fengma, Makoto really couldn't afford to refuse, so she agreed with embarrassment. At this time it was Shuamao's turn to come forward. Makoto, don't worry, since I am your teacher, I will never put any of you in danger. Hearing Fengma and Shuamao persuading themselves together, Might Dai also looked at her with encouragement, and Makoto finally showed a smile. Everyone is okay. Shuamao glanced around at the four of them, and saw that no one was speaking, so he continued to say, then we are going to perform the first A-level mission of the 5th class. Chapter 21 Two Choices. Under the leadership of Shuamao, the four quickly walked out of the village. Teacher, where are we going? Since Might Dai heard that he was going to chase Rinnegan, the whole person was so excited, he just walked out of the village gate, he couldn't wait to ask Shuamao. Shuamao is still quite interested in this student who doesn't use ninjutsu or illusion at all. As soon as he heard Might Dai's question, he turned his head and replied, the destination of our trip is Sharon Village, not far from the village. Sanin Village. Fengma thought he would go to a small deserted village, but it turned out to be a place like Sharon Village. What kind of rebellious ninja was actually going to be in a place like Sand Ninja Village? Generally speaking, if a traitor from one village escapes to another village, the latter is obliged to directly capture the traitor and send it back to her own village. But for this traitor, Sharon Village didn't send anyone to bring that traitor back. Could it be that the strength of this traitor is so strong? Even Sharon Village can't help him. But this is not right. Fengma shook his head. If it was a betrayal who couldn't even Sharon Village, how could they be opponents of the family based on a few of them? Then let the four of them go to death. Shuamao looked at the faces of the four people, knowing that they might have thought of this, so he immediately explained, you don't have to think so much. The reason why the people in Sharon Village didn't do it was just because this person has a special ability. They are not easy to do, so they let us pass. Special ability. Teacher, what kind of ability is it? Tell us about it. Makoto was still a little worried, because her ability was poor at first, so she asked in more detail. Hearing Makoto's question, Tsukumo did not hesitate, and directly replied, this person is very good at illusion arts and is very difficult to deal with, so Sharon Village hasn't done anything yet. Illusion. I have never played against an enemy who can use illusion. When Fengma heard that the enemy was amazingly good at illusion, he was a little expectant. When he was in the ninja school, he faced children like Nwoki. Although he had fought a few times, Fengma didn't have to use all his strength. Therefore, he was still a little excited about this mission of rebellion. All the information they knew about Renan was told to Fengma and the four people. After dispelling their doubts, the group set off again and rushed towards Sharon Village. The speed of the group was very fast, and soon they had arrived at Sharon Village. Advertisement. After entering Sharon Village, Shuamao did not take them to the center of the village, but rushed towards the vast desert. The four of them didn't know where the betrayal was, they could only go where Shuamao took them, and they followed where they went. After walking in the desert for a long time, they arrived at the destination of their trip. A broken cave. After seeing the destination, Fengma looked at Shuamao with some doubts. Teacher, this is the place where Renren hides. It doesn't look like it, and it doesn't look like a human being here. Indeed, there are no trees around this cave. Survival is a big problem. How can anyone hide in such a place? Moreover, the most important thing is that Fengma did not see any traces of human existence, not even a single footprint. Shuamao was also a little bit murmured in his heart, but Hiruzen personally told him that there should be no doubt about the authenticity of this place, but the current situation really doesn't seem like someone lives. Go in and take a look, the location should be correct. After speaking, without waiting for the four Fengma to speak, they walked directly into the cave. Sure enough, just a few steps inside, Shuamao saw a table that shouldn't exist in the cave. It was obvious that someone really lived in this cave. Fengma was a little inexplicable when he saw that there was only a table. He really didn't expect that someone would put a table in this cave. Moreover, there is only this table, and no one is seen. There is not much space in the cave, and you can see everything in the cave at a glance. Teacher, has that person already left? Might Dai glanced around and spoke to Shuamao. Hearing what Might Dai said, Shuamao shook his head. He didn't know if that person was still here. Since he already knew that person was here, he would never leave like this. First find a place to hide. Let's wait in this cave for a while. It seems that Renan should have gone out. Advertisement. Although Makoto and the others didn't know what Renren was going to do, whether he ran away or just went out, but Shuamao had already given the order, so naturally they could only choose to execute it. Soon, the four people found a very suitable place to hide, and Shuamao jumped directly and hid behind the top rock of the cave. This place is really hidden. If you don't look carefully, it is impossible to notice that Shuamao is here. After hiding in each other, the five people began to wait for Renan to rush back. After waiting for a long time, there was a sound of "Sha-sha" from the door of the cave. The emperor paid off, and they finally waited for the betrayal. Fengma jumped out at the moment when Renren stepped into the cave. The biggest purpose of his trip was to fight against Renren, and his own temperament was rather anxious. The moment he saw Renren, he couldn't help showing up directly. Shuamao, who was hiding on the top of the cave, was stunned when he saw this scene. What does this kid want to do? What's the point of hiding like you? Although there is a big difference in Fengma's behavior, Shuamao is not eager to show up. Renan was located very close to the entrance of the cave at this time. If Shuamao had also appeared recklessly, perhaps Renren would just run away. After seeing Fengma, Renren looked at him differently. After seeing the forehead protector carved with Konoha on Fengma's head, he knew what he was here for. As Konoha village degenerate to this point now, you let a child like you come out to perform this task, my child, considering you are very young, you can take care of you. I can't help you. Betrayal's heart is not bad, and he even wants to let Fengma go. But unfortunately, he was wrong, and Fengma had no intention of leaving. I give you two choices, either go back with me and be punished, or die here. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Renren couldn't help but laughed. You give me two choices. I'm not too old, but my tone is not small. Look at what you mean, do you want to choose to die here? Then stop talking nonsense and do it. Chapter 22A slap wake you up. Then stop talking nonsense, do it now. Fengma Yiming yelled, and then he started to move his hands. He wanted to see what this guy had. What, you kid, don't you come to me to single out. Come on, how did you find me? This traitor had a relaxed face, and didn't even know what a terrifying child he was facing. Haha, if you don't make a move, don't blame me for being polite. Fengma Yiming gave a cold voice, and then golden light burst out all over his body. The light appeared in the shape of a dragon. The powerful pressure was released from him, and Renren was so scared that he almost knelt down. He couldn't help shaking. What is this? Is this an illusion or what? How could he have such a huge sense of fear? Impossible. Compared to illusion, he dares to call first, no one dares to call second. Illusion. Virtual realm. For a moment, the traitor calmed himself down, and he quickly used chakra to release the illusion range, which was so large that it enveloped the three people who were still surprised at the top of the cave. Hoo. The traitor took out a handful of things and ignited it quickly, and a scent quickly dissipated under the urging of his chakra. Haha. Are you finally willing to make a real move? Fengme Yiming looked at the betrayal who got serious, and finally had some expression on his face, but for him, this kind of thing was nothing more than pediatrics. Eat me, Kong Long has regrets. Fengme Yiming jumped up high, slapped at the betrayal ninja fan in front of him, brought a whirring sound and even a dragon roar. At that moment, the cave seemed to become a super loudspeaker, and waves of dragons shook everyone's eardrums. Even Hatake Tsukumo felt that this betrayal was over. Encountering such a powerful elementary school student, this rebellious escape career is about to end. From then on he can enter the earth with peace of mind. Just as Hatake thought so, he heard a cry. Looking down, his Fengme Yiming was knocked down. At this moment, Fengme Yiming is being rubbed back and forth by the traitor, the blood all over the floor is extremely dazzling. How could his students get hurt? At that moment Tsukumo Hatake was angry, and his anger was exuding all over him. It's his fault, he shouldn't be distracted. Go to hell. Hatake Tsukumo drew out his white fang blade, with a white chakra flashing on it, he jumped from above and below, and thrust the knife into the traitor. Damn, Mr. Hatake Tsukumo, what's wrong with this? Advertisement. Fengme Yiming was about to fan that Renin used the body flicker technique and didn't know where to hide. At this time, Hatake Shumo jumped from the top of the cave and began to fight against the air. At this time, the effect of Kong Long's regret was also taken away by Fengme Yiming, and he ran over to grab Hatake Shumo. Teacher, wake up. The words were useless. Fengme Yiming jumped up and gave him 2 big ear scrapers, but it was still useless. Oh, this Sha Ren traitor seems to have something. Thinking, Fengme Yiming lowered his head and saw a handful of something that he didn't know was smoking slowly, exuding a strange fragrance. It's just that it's almost finished now. I'm going. So you are a phantom ninja who controls the sense of smell. Get out of me. Fengme Yiming was furious. He jumped out of the cave and looked around, but he still couldn't find it. What's going on? Wait a minute, does Uchiha Makoto have an illusion? And might wear it? He jumped back to the cave again, but when he looked up, he saw 2 bodies hanging on it. His death was horrible, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and a long tongue spit out. He was anxious at first, but the 2 corpses became stranger as they watched. How could they look more like the ghosts in the zombie movies he had seen before? Now he looked at the 2 corpses and couldn't escape the sense of sight. Then, under his nose, the corpses worn by Uchiha Makoto and Might gradually turned black and white and floated towards him. Give it back to my life. Give it back to my life. Fengme Yiming suddenly stopped being afraid. This is illusion. This is definitely a trick of illusion. How can there be ghosts and impermanence in black and white? And it was exactly the same as the cartoon he had watched. When Fengme Yiming used his brain, he knew that this kind of illusion first caused people's inner fear, then made people crazy, and finally committed suicide. For ordinary people, this is of course a deadly killer move, which can make people cycle in pain, and then end their lives on their own. But for Fengme Yiming, such things as illusions have no effect at all. There is no substantive attack, and mental attacks seem to him to be bullshit. He quickly closed his eyes not to look at anything, and at the same time began to walk slowly, although the phrase, "Give me my life," lingered in his ear. But he was not affected at all. It's all right. Don't be fussy. I know you are just an illusion in my mind, my little master. I will destroy you later. Fengme Yiming closed his eyes and moved forward slowly, while quietly lifting the power in his body. Rumbling. There is a certain force in his body that is agitated. Correct. Now it's right. That's how it feels. Fengme Yiming was extremely happy. The reason why he didn't release his killer moves at one time was because he was afraid that his companion would be around him. In other words, what he sees and hears now is fake. This is why he closed his eyes. Advertisement. Rumble. The energy in his body continued to maintain his sobriety, and gradually, Fengme Yiming felt the fragrance around his nose dissipate. Correct. Fragrance. Fengme Yiming slapped his head, then hurriedly covered his nose not to smell the smell, and gradually, he hurriedly approached the edge of the illusion. Wow, he fell off the cliff suddenly in the air under his feet. No matter what, he was completely awake now. He felt that his previous chaotic consciousness had been dispelled. At that moment, he had a kind of hurriedly walked out of this ghost place full of smoke. Damn, this guy still has something. Fengme Yiming wiped the water off his face and squinted at the cliff. You're done. He tore off a piece of cloth to cover his mouth and nose, and then quickly crawled back. At this time, he saw Mr. Hatake Tsukumo who was fighting the rebel. Drink. Hatake is obviously a little dizzy, his movements are not standard. Well, the teacher is also in the illusion. Fengme Yiming knew what was going on at a glance. Just about to rush in, Might Dai suddenly jumped off. Haha, your opponent is me. Damn betrayal, take me a volley kick. Might wears it and takes off, and attacks towards Fengme Yiming. FCK, this is also an illusion, my god. Fengme Yiming was short and avoided Might Dai's fierce kick. Might wears a sling on his feet and is bound by a heavyweight pendant. The weight of that thing is not something anyone can resist. Boom. With one foot down, coupled with the power of Might Dai, a big hole appeared in the places where he was kicked. Oh, I'm not your opponent. Might put your eyes open and take a good look, who am I? Fengme Yiming slapped the face. Might Dai was slapped around for several times, but the effect of the illusion still did not diminish. By the way, throw him into the water. With an idea, he quickly led Might Dai towards the cliff. Anyway, this cliff is only a few tens of meters, and falling is not a big problem. Yiming. Just as he was about to jump down to see the situation, a soft voice came from behind him. Fengma Yiming slapped his head. Oh, there is a princess from the Uchiha family, Uchiha Makoto. Chapter 23 Sharingan opened for love. FK Makoto, wake up too. Fengma Yiming was trying to stop the crazy Makoto. He fixed his eyes and found that Nizi was crying. Ah, this. He was most afraid of a woman's tears, and he didn't know what to do when a girl cried. Only in the next second, Uchiha Makoto's gaze suddenly became fierce. She rushed towards Fengma Yiming and said fiercely, I want to kill you, you killed Yiming. Uchiha Makoto raised kunai and shot towards Fengma Yiming. The speed and accuracy were remarkable. Oh huh, this little Nizi seems to have practiced well. Go on, let me check if you usually attend class well. Fengma Yiming suddenly felt that Uchiha Makoto like this was much more cute. I never had the chance to meet him. I just looked at her a little cold face and listened carefully in class. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto went mad. Her eyes were blood red. She thought she was going to eat people. At that moment, Fengma Yiming actually felt the pressure. Oh, this is going to open Sharingan. Not bad, very promising. It's just that the moment Uchiha Makoto turned on Sharingan, she also understood fire style at the same time. Fire style is exactly the Uchiha family's blood inheritance limit, and now I don't know what this little Nizi saw in the illusion, which triggered her strong feelings, and it is now open. This can be considered a little genius. Fengma Yiming thought while avoiding Uchiha Makoto's attack. On the other side, his teacher is still entangled with the traitor. It seems that his illusion is nothing more than this. It should be that the effectiveness of his incense has diminished. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Makoto jets out a high-temperature flame at Fengma Yiming without hesitation, so fierce, he can't wait to kill Fengma Yiming. However, Fengma Yiming was not afraid. He knew that Nizi had fallen into illusion, and now it is estimated that he would be a betrayal. Drop the dragon with 18 palms, walk on the frost and ice. The 18 palms of Zhonglong are more than the 18 palms on the surface. Fengma Yiming discovered that since this technique entered the ninja world, many uses can be developed. Just like this 16th palm, now this trick, which seems to be more cautious, can actually bring a little cooling effect. Whoops. With a palm out, the hurricane and cold invaded the cave for a while, and Long Yin once again flooded the cave. Uchiha Makoto was almost blown away, but the next second she was picked up by Fengma Yiming. After all, Fengma Yiming still likes her very much, and he is not willing to get hurt. After Fengma Yiming regained his strength, the cave returned to calm, and at the same time Might Dai climbed up from the cliff. Fengma Yiming, you are still alive. He looked at Fengma Yiming, who was alive and kicking, with a look of surprise. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming said with a black thread on his face. Of course I am still alive. What you just saw is illusion. Go and help Mr. Hitaki Shumao. After receiving the order, Might Dai looked excited and immediately climbed ashore and rushed towards the fighting rebels and Hitaki Sakumo. Fengma Yiming was about to jump into the water with Uchiha Makoto who had fainted, and suddenly felt something was wrong. It's really necessary for Rennen to fight Hitaki Sakumo for so long. He turned his head suspiciously. Might Dai over there has already fought Rennen, but Rennen always seems to be able to take the move. No, is he still in illusion? Fengma Yiming immediately denied this idea, and he decided to go straight up and have a look at the traitor. Take my palm. After doing it all at once, the rebel actually absorbed the attack. Jia, you can't beat me. The voice that Renren made was very cautious. He suddenly twisted his whole body, then turned into a pile of sand, and then split into 4 of him. I am the fear in your heart. Jia, you will never be able to get out of this illusion if you don't defeat me. Take it to death. Na Renren rushed towards Fengma Yiming directly. Fengma Yiming gave him several times but couldn't get rid of it. Finally, he simply sat down and took a sip of coke. The betrayal was stunned. What are you doing with coke? He couldn't believe that this kid was still in the mood to drink coke. Why, of course it's you. Fengma Yiming finished drinking a bottle of coke, and as soon as he thought of getting up and fighting with Rennen, the godlike figure disappeared. Huh, why did it disappear? Fengma Yiming was puzzled. Does it mean that Rennen knows that I become stronger by drinking coke? Is this scared? Good guy, what are you running? If it's a man, come out and challenge. And when he looked around, he found that his companions were fighting against the air. It really is an illusion. When he looked around the cave, he saw that the traitor was always not far away, with a cup of incense in his hand, and now he spits out old blood, pointing at Fengma Yiming and saying, weird, monster. Fengma Yiming walked over, pressed him directly on the wall and said, what the hell? You monster, there's no fear. The traitor looked at Fengma Yiming in horror, and threw the incense in his hand, leaving his eyes full of struggle. Fengma Yiming smiled and said, I just want to kill you now. Quickly unlock my comrades. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming released his coercion in an instant. This was a real attempt. As expected, he was so scared that he could not speak for a long time after being rebellious, and then he said, what is your technique? Betrayal thinks even if I die, I must die to understand. But Fengma Yiming ignored it. Are you puzzled? He killed him with an eye knife, and that Renren felt the pressure. I solve it. The traitor escaped from the other incense in his arms, lit it again, and then struggled to release his chakra. At this moment, Fengma Yiming suddenly felt something wrong. Isn't this scent the one he used to release illusions just now? Good guy, he wants to repeat the old trick. Your dog killed me. Boom. With a palm, he didn't have the strength to hide now, and there was no more chakra to perform body flicker technique. This betrayal turned to ashes. It was also at this moment that Hitaki and Might wore their teeth and woke up. It hurts. Might wears his head, his whole body is not good. On the other hand, Hitaki Sakuma was tired, and then he sat on the ground and said, he was hit when he was distracted. Then he secretly said in his heart, it's not because Fengma Yiming is so surprising, otherwise, how could Hitaki Shumao be caught in illusion? His eyes fell on Fengma Yiming, and he fell into deep contemplation. This child is truly a unique genius. But he immediately thought of another thing. That's where the betrayal has gone. It's always a task, to see people alive, or a corpse to die. Well, classmate Fengma Yiming, have you seen Renren's body? Hitaki Sakumo deliberated his words. It was blown to dust. After speaking, he pointed to a corner of the cave where there was a small pile of ashes. Hitaki was stunned. Only a pile of ash left. Chapter 24 I don't have a mother. This isn't it. Hitaki Sakumo shook his head, he couldn't believe it. Is it really a pile of ashes? What happened just now? He only knew that he had been killing that traitor just now and couldn't kill him. What did you do? Fengma classmate. Hitaki Sakumo slowly approached the pile of ash, but only a rebellious forehead protector remained. Yeah, I didn't mean it, just because this betrayal is too manic, I think he must be cured, and if he accidentally shakes his hand, it turns him into a pile of ashes. Fengma Yiming shrugged nonchalantly. He walked over to Uchiha Makoto and checked the chick's situation. After all, this is his future wife. Still need to take care of it. Little girl. No, Makoto. Makoto, wake up. Fengma Yiming patted her face, but still did not wake up. He remembered that he once knew a technique for awakening people who fainted, called artificial respiration. Must wake up Makoto. Artificial respiration. Start up. Just when Fengma Yiming was about to start blowing Uchiha Makoto, she bumped her head on Fengma Yiming's head and Meng Quan woke up. Classmate Fengma Yiming. She was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly crawled to the edge of the cliff, just about to jump. Stop it, Makoto. Stop, I'm still alive. Fengma Yiming didn't care that his head hurts, and hugged the impulsive chick quickly, finally restraining her. Fengma Yiming classmate. You are not dead. Uchiha Makoto cried out at once, and now she is still driving Sharingan. Fengma Yiming looked at Uchiha Makoto who was emotionally collapsed and couldn't help sweating. This Uchiha family is different. Emotions are ups and downs. It's no wonder that opening your eyes is a strong emotional stimulus. He always felt that the people of Uchiha's family were too emotional, and it was really true today. Okay, don't cry, I have solved the rebellion, you see, it has become ashes. Fengma Yiming stepped forward and comforted. Uchiha Makoto turned his head and saw that their teacher Hitaki Sakumo was shoveling ashes with a suspicious expression on his face. Yes, he has to shovel up this pile of ash, install it, and take it back to the village for business. If it hadn't been for this traitor to untie the forehead protector and put it elsewhere in the cave, he would really have to take a pile of ash and go back for business. It's not easy for him to lead the team. Hitaki Sakumo looked up to the sky and sighed, what kind of monster he encountered. The road back to the village was calm. This was the fastest A-level mission completed by Hitaki Sakumo. Soon he couldn't believe it. All of this is caused by this monster-like genius kid Fengma Yiming. Advertisement. Too strong. This is too strong. He had been suspicious of life on the way, and this sentiment was brought back to Hokage's office. What? A pile of ash. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly took off the Hokage hat, rubbed his eyes and opened the gray box. Then he felt a little gaff, and returned to a serious look. It's done well, but remember it next time. If you kill Rennen, you must remember to save a whole body, otherwise it will not be difficult to get the money. This time, even if you pass. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the commission and distributed it to everyone. When Fengma Yiming arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at the child. He said in his heart that the future of this kid is really immeasurable, and it must not be given less now. Since the betrayal was killed by him, he must give it to the big head. Otherwise, he is afraid that this kid is the same as the Uchiha family, and suddenly he wants to destroy the world. Judging from his current strength, it is not impossible. So he called for someone to come and gave Fengma Yiming double the commission. Well, classmate Fengma Yiming, since your initial mission went smoothly and you protected your companions, I will give you more commissions. Please also contribute to the village in the future. Sarutobi carefully handed over the 2 commissions to Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming looked at the commission in his hand and was a little dazed for a while. In fact, he doesn't have much idea about money. After all, his father is a hero who died in battle, and he can receive subsidies every month. It's just that now that he got the first money, he is still very happy. Turning around, he went to the store in Hokage village and bought a few large bottles of Coke. Wow, why does this kid buy so much Coke? Is it a Coke fanatic? But it's not good for kids to drink too much Coke. Yes, he is so young. Several adults who were lining up in the supermarket discussed later. They watched Fengma Yiming take a large piece of Coke away. His small body and that big box really seemed to be out of proportion. As soon as he moved outside, he couldn't wait to open it, drew out the first bottle of Coke, and started drinking in the sun. Goo, 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 hiccup. Son. He hiccuped happily, but at this time the system just reminded him. Congratulations to host for getting the 10th happy drinking achievement. Physical +6. The next achievement is a big drink, please host to keep up. Listening to the system prompt, he burped another loudly, and the uncles and aunts waiting in line looked at him worriedly. Advertisement. This child, it will ruin your stomach if you drink it like this. Could it be that the children of which family wanted to drink Coke so much that they came out with their parents behind their backs to drink it secretly? While discussing with a group of people, one of the older sisters finally couldn't help it. After she finished shopping, she stepped up to Fengma Yiming and said, "Children, you can't drink Coke like this. This is bad for your body. Your mother hasn't tell you." Fengma Yiming was about to open the second bottle, but was taken aback by this big sister. This big sister is pretty. Fengma Yiming took a second look, and she was a little bit dumbfounded. "My kid, I want to ask you something." This big sister looked very angry, probably thinking about why he didn't take good care of himself. But he is an orphan. I don't have a mother," Fengma Yiming said with his big eyes open. As soon as these words came out, the big sister was speechless for a while, and quickly said as if she had done something wrong, "Ah. Sorry little brother, you can drink it. Coke is delicious, right? There is also milk, I will buy you milk. Bar." With that said, the big sister took the milk in her shopping bag to Fengma Yiming. However, after a few village elders came over, they were surprised and said, "Oh. This is not Fengma Yiming. That kid who was very famous in ninja school. I also know that his father is a hero, and he is also very powerful. I heard that he just returned from the A-level mission today. What a good kid." Some people started discussing again, and the unaware eldest sister ran away with shame on her face. What do you want to care about? She now feels that she is the one who needs the most attention. Fengma Yiming left with a Coke under many praises. He just wants to relax in the sun and drink Coke. Goo, 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 tons, tons, tons. By the river in the village, he drank too much Coke in one breath, and he poured a whole piece of Coke down. He felt that he was drinking too much of his life. Hiccup. Son. He straightened his bulging belly and burped a huge burp into the sky. Congratulations to host for getting the 11th happy drinking achievement, defense +3. The next achievement is a great drink, please continue to replenish the carbonic acid energy. Fengma Yiming lies on the lawn and doubts life. Ah, this. Drink and drink. How much do you have to drink? Chapter 25 The King of Cola in Hokage Village. System. How much do I have to drink in order to achieve a great drink, and what's the use of this achievement? Is there a reward? If there is no reward, he doesn't want to drink anymore. Belch. Other people have hiccups all their lives. Has he hit them a lot in a while? This question is questionable. Ding. After receiving a question from the host can drink another 10,000 liters of carbonated drinks, and you can achieve a great drink. Unlock the luxurious advanced skill set. At that time, the optional window will open, and the set will be auxiliary skills plus output skills plus weapon enchanting skills. After listening to the system prompts, Fengma Yiming sat up all at once. Damn it. This skill set sounds very impressive, but you can still choose it yourself. Then there is nothing to say, drink it and it's over, as long as it doesn't die, he will drink to death. He looked at the commission in Kabuto, and there was a lot left, which seemed to be enough to drink up all the Coke in Hokage Village. For 10,000 liters of Coke, the big bottle contains 2 liters. Well, 10,000 divided by 2 equals 5,000. In other words, he only needs to drink another 5,000 large bottles of Coke, and he can achieve a big drink. Anyway, after this mission is over, he can rest for 3 days. During these 3 days, he will use it to practice carbonated drinks. He has all-inclusive cola in Hokage Village. Boss, give me all your Coke here, I made it round today. Fengma Yiming patted the money on the table in the purchasing department. The boss of the purchasing department was stunned. This kid wants all the Coke. But this is not surprising, what if someone's little boy came to buy the goods? He looked outside, but didn't see the truck carrying the goods, so he said, kid, do you need us to deliver the goods? Yes, deliver to 4X address, but not too much. Send me 10 pieces first, and I will come again tomorrow. Fengma Yiming said. The boss glanced at this address, he was surprised, and secretly said in his heart, isn't this the former residence of the hero Fengma Shang of Hokage Village? Isn't this kid a big fan of heroes, so he gave out Coke? He remembers that Master Feng Maxiong has children, but this child looks scornful, it shouldn't be. Wow, it's Fengma Yiming. You came to my house to buy something. An excited voice sounded. Fengma Yiming turned his head and found that it was a child about his age, and he was looking at him excitedly. The kid grabbed the boss next to him and said, Father. This is the classmate I told you. He is the best person in our ninja school today. You don't even know him. With that said, the kid directly told Fengma Yiming's glorious deeds at school from beginning to end. The protagonist of the story, Fengma Yiming, was ashamed of hearing it. Is this really me? Am I really that awesome? He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The boss was dizzy by his son, but he finally understood this kid is the hero's kid, and he is also a super genius. Then it's better to give him a discount on this Coke. This way, it can still make a relationship. Maybe something will break out in the future, so I can ask him for help. Okay, Fengma Yiming, I will deliver it to you. Advertisement. The boss readily ordered 10 Coke for Fengma Yiming and promised to keep 10 for him every day. On the way home, Fengma Yiming silently counted the amount of Coke he had to drink every day. Well, if you drink 10 bottles a day, it will take 250 days to finish drinking. Only then can you open the optional window to get the super suit. I see. Are you playing with me in the system? Fengma Yiming was suddenly hot, and questioned in consciousness. Ding dong. Host, calm down. There are many small achievements before the big drink. You can draw a lottery and drop experience immediately after the achievement is achieved. Fengma Yiming gradually calmed down. Before that, just keep trying to drink Coke. Just waiting for him to go home and found a person standing at the door of the house. Who? Report your name. Fengma Yiming yelled, then ran over quickly. Wait a minute, I'm Hatake Tsukumo, your teacher. Before Hatake Shumao finished speaking, Fengma Yiming's fist came up. However, Hatake Shumao was also the leader of Anbu anyway. He caught Fengma Yiming's fist at once, but he didn't expect this kid to be so powerful, and he almost shook his hands dry. Ahem, classmate Fengma Yiming, I'm here to ask you to continue the task. Hatake Shumao's hand hurts a lot, and he feels that the hand that took Fengma Yiming is almost gone, but he is still calm on his face. After all, in front of students, we still have to leave a little dignity. We are going to take Sunagaku's ashes and his forehead protector. You are the main character of this operation, so you must go. Hatake said with his hands behind his back. After Fengma Yiming listened to it, he felt that it was meaningless to stay in this village anyway. This time I went to Sunagaku and it could be regarded as a publicly funded tour. So he immediately agreed. Okay, I will prepare. When will I leave? Now. Hatake Shumo rode. Now. Too fast, right? Although Fengma Yiming felt in a hurry, he had to start the next journey quickly. When he set off, he carried many bottles of Coke in his big backpack. You are really the king of cola in Hokage village. Hatake Shumao has long heard that Fengma Yiming loves to drink Coke, but he didn't expect to love it to the point where he can't leave his hands. Advertisement. But what does it matter? Who makes him so strong? Hatake glanced at the urn in his hand, and a slight chill appeared in his heart. This kid is really weird and terrifying. He rubbed his wrist painfully again, the pain that was shaken by Fengma Yiming's power just now has not disappeared. At this time, Hatake Tsukumo just wanted to shout. Gosh, who is going to take care of this genius? Along the way, Hatake Tsukumo and his 3 children drove forward in an ox cart, all the way to the west, and soon left Hokage village and came to the border of Hokage village. Here, they need to stay overnight. Fengma Yiming still has a lot of commissions. The commission for this type of A-level task is basically enough to build a house in an ordinary village, and Fengma Yiming gets a double share, so he doesn't worry at all. Money. Boss, do you have any Coke? Give me 5 big bottles. At the accommodation, Fengma Yiming told the hotelier. But what he didn't know was that murderous intent was also buried in this hotel at this time. Hatake Shumao's many years of experience is still more abundant than that of children, as well as Fengma Yiming. There is a barbecue stall outside the hotel, because this is the border zone. The hotel is located between the forest. The barbecue here is pure natural game, and many people are willing to buy it. The people who eat here are also mixed. Hatake felt murderous as soon as he came over. It's not right. Could it be that there is a killer here? He judged that the people at the barbecue stall were not safe, and he planned to take the children to have fun. He immediately dispelled the idea. More things are worse than less things. It is definitely difficult to deal with the friction when eating here. So, as long as the room is set, go upstairs to sleep. Thinking about this, he put one hand on his pocket, and while discussing the accommodation price and conditions with the hotel owner at the front desk, he smiled and paid. Teacher, do you invite us? Fengma Yiming wanted to pay for it himself, but when Hatake Shumao took out his wallet, he immediately put the money back. Hatake Tsukumo almost wanted to turn Byakugan. He is an adult. Moreover, he is the teacher and the captain of their children. It is not he who pays. Is it impossible to let the children pay? Without explaining too much, Hatake finished paying, glanced at the barbecue booth table, and went upstairs. However, he underestimated the children's enthusiasm for nightlife. Ms. Hatake Tsukumo, we want to eat barbecue too. The 3 children yelled these words together. Hatake Sakuma knew in his heart, oh, it's over. Chapter 26. Your hiccups are noisy to me. Ms. Hatake Tsukumo, we want to eat barbecue too. The 3 children yelled these words together, and Hatake Tsukumo grew up. You know what this place is, this is the border of Hokage village. Many small wild villages are nearby, and passers-by will also rest here. Whether it is a businessman, a traveler, or a wandering killer, a ranger, they will all settle here. In places where fish and dragons are mixed, he didn't want to mix too much. If he accidentally caused any trouble, the difficulty of this task would rise sharply. Barbecue is not delicious. When I return to the village, I will invite you to have a happy ramen. Is the barbecue at the village head bad? Hatake Hakumo smiled awkwardly, trying to persuade a few children with this crappy lie. But it was obvious that they didn't buy it at all. The barbecue stalls here are so different from those in the village. What wild boar, pheasant, wild mushrooms, wild side dishes, forest berries. These are all delicacies that you can't eat normally. Cut. Teacher, you don't want to pay, do you? Let's go. We have Fengma Yiming waved his hand, and the 2 children ran out of the hotel with excitement and went to the barbecue stall outside to choose. Hatake Shumao was so helpless, there was no way. He was the guardian of the 3 children in this operation. He had to follow up to see the situation and report back when he returned. I want to eat this. This. I want vegetables, this looks so delicious. The three children ordered more than 10 dishes in one breath, and they were quickly baked and served. The smell of the scent made people move their index fingers. Hatake Tsukumo looked around here and found that it is not so much a barbecue stall as it is a barbecue place. There are a lot of small tables outside, so it's not lively at night. It's hard to say who are just among them. Their ninja costumes have been eye-catching from the beginning, and some people are still watching them and discussing in a low voice. Hiccup. Fengma Yiming was obviously full. He picked up his Coke and gulped down. He drank a large bottle of Coke. Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Makoto could see sweating on their foreheads. What a stomach is this, it is the king of stomach. After drinking a bottle of Coke, Fengma Yiming's stomach began to expel the gas. Hiccup. Son. A loud hiccup rushed out of Fengma Yiming's mouth, and the 7 or 8 barbecue stalls next door looked over here. Hatake completely gave up his nervousness and watchfulness. Have to. It's useless to keep a low profile now. Anyway, it's already the focus now. Let's do it, just do whatever happens. It's full, but I still want to have a Coke. Boss, have another bottle. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming waved his hand and the boss sent a bottle of Coke. You must know that in such a remote place, the price of everything you can buy in the village will be doubled here. Of course, the boss is happy that Fengma Yiming bought more. After drinking Coke, Fengma Yiming continued to prompt in the system. Congratulations to host for getting the 12th all-you-can-drink badge. Physical fitness +6, muscle strengthening +6, speed +3. Not bad. Fengma Yiming was drinking very well, and everyone who saw him looked at him smiling. Maybe it was the first time I saw someone drinking Coke like this. But Fengma Yiming didn't care. People laugh at me too crazy, I laugh at other people can't see through. Of course, only he can understand the mystery. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. He hit a few loud and full hiccups in succession, which caused some people's dissatisfaction. These people included the table behind them. Hey, kid, your voice is too noisy, you know. The man's threatening voice came, and Hatake Shumao's gaze crossed Fengma Yiming and looked at the man. Oh, really? This big brother don't care about children, they are all children. Hatake Tsukumo said lightly. At this time, Fengma Yiming also stopped interacting with Coke. He turned his head to look, and the person who was talking to him had a Mogenzi hairstyle and a tattoo on his face, which looked quite bluffing. Elder brother, I'm sorry, I like to drink Coke. How about I buy you a bottle? Fengma Yiming wiped his mouth and asked the boss to bring 2 more bottles. At this moment, an icy atmosphere seemed to spread around them, until almost the entire barbecue area was quiet, only the crackling of flames. The people at Fengma Yiming's table looked at each other at the table next door. The man with the Mogenzi haircut suddenly smiled. Oh, hiccups are also normal, it's okay, continue eating. He turned his head and led the little brother to continue, the frying grill became lively again, and everyone ate their own food. However, Hatake Shumo and the others did not move at this table. As ninjas, the most basic observation skills of the 3 of them are still in place. Although the Mogenzi head at the table next door seemed to relax, his little brothers were still serious, with their hands still on their waist weapons. These people seemed to be preparing to attack them. In any case, the crisis is not resolved. Might Dai and Uchiha Makoto both recovered their calmness as ninjas, and the childishness just disappeared. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming still looked indifferent, he unscrewed the Coke and drank another bottle. Tons. Hiccup. Son. After a loud hiccup, as if it was a secret sign, they broke out at the same time. Ding ding ding. Hatake Tsukumo knocked down the flying weapon 3 times, and Uchiha Makoto instantly turned on Sharingan, and then used fire style. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball sprayed at the barbecue stall in Mogenshi, and the boys were so frightened. Big buddies, I was wrong. My fault. Mogen Zatu knelt down and immediately admitted his mistake. Fengma Yiming threw away the Coke bottle, gave him a cold look, then hiccuped him for a long time, and said, is it still noisy? Don't quarrel, stop quarreling. Big brother calm down, stop your anger. Fengma Yiming let go of the Mogen Zatu satisfactorily, and then wrapped up the rest of the barbecue. Boss, do some calculations. The 4 of them went to the room booked in the hotel. It's just that in the corner of this barbecue site, there is still a group of people keeping a low profile. They were all covered with their faces and wearing gray robes. They looked like some wandering people, and their complexions looked very gloomy. Did they go up yet? One of them asked. Go up. Another person who was staring at Fengma Yiming and the others replied. Okay. Very good. The person who asked the question showed a fierce look, and said, kill our strongest phantom ninja, don't we just forget it. Hee. They must be killed tonight, and then the corpses must be hung in Sunagaku and Hokage villages respectively, so that they can see the fate of offending us. The leader finished speaking viciously and took a bite of barbecue. However, the 3 children who just went upstairs didn't know it yet. Of course, Fengma Yiming happily finished the rest of the food with his friends, and lay on the bed with his limbs spread out. Hoo, it's so comfortable, I'll come to eat next time. He licked his lips. Soon, several people fell asleep on the bed, and the silver moon came out of the cloud, and the people on the barbecue were already in 2s and 3s, until there was no one. It was night, and everyone fell asleep. Do it. The gray-robed men showed a fierce look, climbed down from the roof of the hotel, and pointed directly at Fengma Yiming's room. Chapter 27 Let You Don't Care About Children. At this time, Fengma Yiming had another wave of people at the door of their room. Good boy, I was so embarrassed today, I must make you suffer. Mogenshi led a group of younger brothers, whispering at the door of Fengma Yiming's room. Have you remembered the tactics? When you see people later, remember to sprinkle lime and put their eyes on them. Also, pour oil on the ground and burn them to death if you can't beat them. Isn't that little girl playing with fire? I'll let her play with fire. Mogenshi said bitterly. The little brother beside him was sweating profusely. No, boss, is it necessary? Just a few children. Shut up. Don't do it, let me do it. Mogenshi grabbed the oil in the little brother's hand first, and pried gently with a few wires, and the door opened. He was delighted that his housekeeping craftsmanship had not been lost, and he was proud that he stepped into the room. He saw the curtain of the window move. Maybe his eyes were blurred, and then he looked at the bed again. It was good that all four of them were there. Beat. Mogenshi gave an order, and several younger brothers wielded baseball bats and beat the bed forever. Behind the curtains, people in gray robes were hiding, and several people in gray robes were in the cabinet and under the bed. Hee, just borrowed their hands to kill these people, just because I didn't need to do it. A smile appeared on the corner of the gray robe man's mouth. Who did you mean to kill? An unfamiliar voice sounded coldly in his ears, and he turned his head to find that a white-haired man was already by his side for some time. What? With an exclamation, he immediately stepped away, stunned the few punks who were G on the quilt. They fought for a long time and no one got up to resist. They felt strange in their hearts. They opened the quilt and saw that it was full of pillows. When they turned their heads, they saw three small figures standing outside the door. You people really don't worry about it. It seems that if you don't teach you again, will you not be obedient? Kong Long has regrets. Release the momentum. Fengma Yiming's trick is simply unsatisfactory. Once the spirit is released, the huge dragon's sound filled the whole room and even shook the entire hotel. These little gangsters collapsed to the ground in fright, unable to speak. I don't want to get blood on my hands, and you don't provoke my bottom line, just get out of here. Fengma Yiming said coldly. Advertisement. Several punks were so frightened that they ran out of nowhere. Only when they turned around, Mr. Hitaki Tsukumo disappeared. Huh, where's the teacher? They looked back and found that there were only a few pillows on the bed that they used to fool those punks. Your teacher has something wrong, let us deal with you now, kid. Several ghost-like figures appeared under the bed and in the cabinet respectively, and these people exuded a disgusting atmosphere. Illusion, Yeshyong. Illusion, magic sound. Two of them both released illusion skills at the same time, one burning incense and the other blowing flute. For a time, strange aromas and unpleasant music filled the room. This time the illusion is twofold. Before Fengma Yiming could react, he was dragged in an instant. Woohoo, I want to eat you. In Fengma Yiming's spiritual world, there have been many monsters and ghosts, and these things are now clamoring to harm him. A strong sense of fear and mental tension surround Fengma Yiming. He grasped the trace of reason and did not let himself move randomly. Shenlong wagging its tail, he activated a wave of true energy in his body. At that moment, a strong aura broke out, and an extremely violent impact was released from his body. The huge dragon roar ran through the world, and even the birds in the forest were shocked to fly. Phew. The whole hotel got up in a panic, but no one dared to come out to see the situation. Because how shocking the sound is. When Fengma Yiming opened his eyes, the illusion technique had disappeared, and the ninjas who had released the illusion technique fell to the ground. Their technique was forcibly destroyed by Fengma Yiming, and naturally they couldn't withstand this kind of impact. On one side, Might Dai and Uchiha Makoto were stunned by Fengma Yiming. They have never seen Fengma Yiming like this before, it is simply amazing. Only now, Fengma Yiming is more concerned about where Hitaki Shumao has gone. They looked out from the window and found that Hitaki Tsukumo was using his white fang blade to subdue another gray gunner. Teacher, are you okay? The three children jumped down and greeted them one after another. Hitaki said that he was okay, and then the human who was holding on to his opponent said, you'd better follow me back to Sunagaku, otherwise, you will have only one end. After speaking, Hitaki Tsukumo tied him up, and then asked the children behind him, how about the other people? The three of them trembled when they thought of the sudden death of those few people. No, my soul will return to the west. Fengma Yiming said. Advertisement. Seeing Fengma Yiming's calm look, Hitaki Shumao couldn't laugh or cry. I told these people not to care about children, these people just don't listen, now it's okay. Scared, belching. Next, the four people rented a car and a horse, took the remains of Renan and moved on. Teacher, is that the same as your job of arresting Renren? Fengma Yiming always felt that it was uncomfortable to have a few silent remains in the car. Yes, we need to do this a lot of times. Sometimes we just need to raise the head to meet. But considering that you are children. Okay, I already know it. Fengma Yiming stopped Hitaki in time. He had imagined the scene, although he is very powerful, but he is not a cruel kind of person. Wow. It's too bloody, don't tell the teacher. Fengma Yiming rubbed his face. Hitaki Tsukumo, who was driving the carriage, had a black line on his face. I don't know who blasted the rebel to ashes before. Who is cruel? He is cruel, okay. In this way, the four people rushed overnight, and everyone changed people to drive the carriage. Although there were a lot of oolongs when they couldn't rush at the beginning, fortunately, the road started to go smoothly. At noon the next day, it was only half a day away from Sunagaker. According to common sense, they could go to Sunagaker for business at night, and they could also receive more bounty with the remains of these new rebels. Of course, there was also a man in gray robes who fainted in the car. And the living rebels are more valuable, as long as they complete the task, they can reap a sum of money. Hiss hoo hoo hoo. A sound of horses croaked from a distance. Hataki and the three children turned around and saw a horse faintly coming from the wind and sand. There was a person sitting on it, slowly approaching them. Hey, who is this? Fengma Yiming looked at the horse, there were many bags hanging on it. Oh, that's a traveling merchant in the desert. He will travel around with a lot of goods and earn commissions in this way. Hataki Tsukumo looked at the approaching horse. After the horse approached, the person above also said to the four people, a few travelers, do you buy anything? Hataki Tsukumo answered faintly, don't buy it. But then he discovered something. Fengma, Makoto, might wear, ready to fight. He yelled, and the businessman suddenly whistled, and suddenly a lot of lettings appeared in the sand in all directions, and they all rushed over on horseback. Ha 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 ha, let you scare me, don't you know that I am the brother-in-law of his boss's brother-in-law? You are done today. The speaker was Mogen Zatu last night, and now he is riding a horse, leading a group of people around Hataki Shumao's carriage. Chapter 28. Desert Raiders. Ha ha ha, go eat shit, you guys. The Mogenshi laughed loudly and rode his horse towards Fengma Yiming and the others. The horse was also well trained, and Fengma Yiming's wooden wagon was destroyed by the click of a pair of large horseshoes. Hissing Lululu. Fengma Yiming looked at the horse, and for a moment there was a feeling of being despised by the horse. At the moment, the beast followed the owner. What kind of stuff is Mogangzatu? This beast can only be some kind of stuff. Damn, tigers don't show off, do you really treat me as a sick cat? Fengma Yiming sneered, the true energy surging throughout his body, but at this moment, Mogen Zatu sneered coldly and shouted, withdraw. All the soldiers and horses ran backwards madly. FK. Learned. Fengma Yiming didn't expect that the group of harpies in Mogen Zatu would have a tricky day. According to common sense, this group of Hamapians should laugh wildly and come up to death. It now seems that Hanbon will also evolve. Here, Hataki Tsukumo hurriedly picked up the still-sounding betrayal. This guy was ignored by them for a long time. He was kicked by a horse just now. That's hard work. I don't know how long this product will last. Don't die. You must know that you are worth hundreds of thousands by yourself. Hataki Tsukumo wailed in his heart. If this guy dies, he will directly depreciate, but before he can save the hundreds of thousands, the cavalry will come back to provoke him. Ahahaha. Come chase me. Ride your old bull to chase me. See who is quick. You chase me if you chase me, I will let you he. Mogenshi was so proud that he wanted to dance a pole dance on the spot. Fengma Yiming's forehead bounced suddenly. Uchiha Makoto has gradually entered the blackened state. Might Dai has long been unable to bear it, he has untied the heavy drop on his leg. Fengma Yiming knows the horror of that thing. As long as Might wears a carriage along the way, he will inevitably get stuck in the sand. What he doesn't know is that he has encountered quicksand. In fact, the thing on Might's feet is too heavy. Once Might wears it, these people will be over, and they will get a semi-crippled honorary title if they don't die. Yes, our old Dai is mad, I don't need to do it anymore, ha 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 ha. You are done. Fengma Yiming simply sat on the bullock cart and watched the show. Now, it's Might Dai's performance time. You idiots. Might Dai roared, and rushed directly under his feet. Without the restraint of a heavy drop, Might Dai was almost as fast as a super jet, and his movements were dazzling. Anyone who knows that he is fighting, and anyone who doesn't know thinks that the desert is flying sand and rocks, and it can be regarded as a dust storm. Who did you let me eat? Who did you let me eat? Who did you let me eat? Might Dai rushed towards Mogenzi's head like a sharp arrow, and gave him a meeting with a few knees. Mogenzi felt a sweetness in his mouth. Oh, he didn't have time to coagulate his platelets and let the blood spurt out. Big brother, I was wrong, big brother. Listen to my explanation, big brother. After several knee bumps, Mogenzi flew into the sky like a bird. Advertisement. Oh, this is the first time he has felt a moment of freedom. He couldn't help but want to sing, I am a little bird. But he wanted to continue flying, but he couldn't fly high anymore. Boom. Might Dai flies higher than him. What is that? Is that an eagle? What kind of bird of prey is this? Mogenshi's head shit was scared, he was just a little rebellious since he was a child, and he has never killed anyone. But it was too late now, and Might, with thick eyebrows and staring eyes, was already approaching directly. At the same time, there is a leg with a mighty force. Puff cough 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 cough. Mogenzi's head was kicked off by Might wearing a volley and hit the sand hard. At that moment, he felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. His spine, tail bones, thigh bones, hip bones, all the ones that could be broken below the head, were all broken. He was scrapped. The cavalry next to him was dumbfounded, but they didn't dare to leave because the brother-in-law of their eldest brother-in-law was still lying there motionless. Anyway, I want to bring a whole body back, right? Whoring. The horse on one side looked silly, and just stood still, motionless after a neigh. Okay, don't be angry. Teacher, let's go on. Might Dai regained the vitality of the sunshine from the angry expression, and showed a shining smile to his teacher and classmates. His teachers and classmates were naturally full of applause. Fengma Yiming leaned in the car happily and drank coke one by one, but Hitaki Shumao finally woke up the fainted betrayer. He was also pouring water in the pinch, and finally the servant finally came out. He opened his eyes in one breath. Seeing the kind-looking Fengma Yiming and others in front of him, the traitor closed his eyes tightly again. A nightmare is definitely a nightmare. He didn't want to see this group of people again in his life. Even if I was arrested, I was thinking that after I went back, I just had to explain it honestly, and I could still eat something in prison. But now there is still one afternoon on this road. Either I was ignored and almost died of thirst, or almost kicked to death by a horse's hoof. This betrayal thought about the various things on the road and how difficult his life was. He looked at his little friend who had already returned to the west, and couldn't think about it for a while, so he took a bite with his tongue. Teacher. This rebel has vomited blood. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming reported loudly, and Hitaki Shumao immediately leaned in to see that the traitor had already begun to lose a lot of blood. If this continues, he will really die. Hundreds of thousands will really be gone. Fengma Yiming might die. You two hold things for me, I'm about to start saving a life. Hitaki Shumao said cautiously. At this moment, Rinnegan, who was half conscious, sneered in his heart. Haha. Save lives. It sounds good, you want to exchange me for money. I just won't let you succeed, I want to leave you the last regret. Thinking about it, Rinnegan would give another mouthful of his remaining tongue, but his mouth was broken by Hitaki Tsukumo. Some white chakra came out of Hitaki's fingertips, and this thing braved white light, and was passed into Rinnen's mouth little by little. Huh, what's going on? I feel so comfortable. The numb feeling came from his broken tongue, his consciousness was gradually dissipating from Daxia, and he felt comfortable. Oh, as the carriage slowly moved forward, the betrayal of Ishin's death was saved by Hitaki Tsukumo's medical ninjutsu. Teacher, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Might Dai admires Hitaki so much, his eyes flashed. Fengma Yiming was quite interested in this medical ninjutsu, so he watched it for a while, and the rebellious tongue had been picked up, but his face was pale and he was still in a semi-comatose state. Oh, he is so pitiful. Give him some water. Fengma Yiming poured a few sips of water on this Rinnegan, and Rinnegan instantly became more sober. However, his tongue hurts fiercely. The place where his head was kicked by the horse was still bleeding and painful. What kind of hell is this on earth? Rinnegan has moved and is too lazy to move, he has a look of impossibility to let Fengma Yiming drink and Uchiha Makoto treats him as a giant baby taken care of by his family. It's just that Fengma Yiming and their battle doesn't seem to be over yet. There was a shock of thousands of horses in the rear that surprised Hitaki Shumao. This is an earthquake. Will the desert also be earthquake? Hitaki Shumao was very puzzled. He and his three students turned their heads and saw a burst of flying sand and rocks behind him. The sand covering the sky made Hitaki Shumao almost think it was a dust storm. Who hurt my brother? A sweet drink cut through the sky, and after the dust disappeared, a beautiful long-haired woman with a hot body appeared riding on a tall horse. This woman seems to be in her 20s, but she has a great body, and Fengma Yiming is a little bit dumbfounded. This is a mature charm that teenage girls can never have. I'm asking you, who hurt my brother? The beauty saw the people in the carriage looking at her, her chest became angry for a while, and the spear in her hand swung up. Do you not speak? I will take your throats if you don't speak. The beauty's gaze was fierce, and it pierced the throat of the four of them. Chapter 29. Drink. What? The four of them moved very fast. Uchiha Makoto took out kunai to block the tip of the spear. Might clamped his legs and clamped the barrel of the spear. Hitaki Tsukumo did not know when he had already mounted that beautiful horse. The handle braved the white and yellow blade, which was already in the throat of this beauty. Fengma Yiming took a sip of coke with disdain and hiccups. Hiccup. The beauty lost face and was even more frustrated. She was so good at physical skills that she broke free of Hitaki Shumao's shackles with her long legs and got off her horse. Then she grabbed Fengma Yiming. Boy, you better not be too arrogant. You must know that this is my place. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with a few ninjutsu. There was a special fragrance on her body. Fengma Yiming couldn't help taking a deep breath. You little hooligan. I don't learn well at a young age. The beauty blushed, and the strength in her hands became stronger. At that moment, Fengma Yiming realized that this woman was going to be a killer. The strength and angle of squeezing his neck were clearly aimed at directly destroying him. Something. The junchi in Fengma Yiming's body was lucky, and the ground shook in a moment, and a piece of sand suddenly took off from the ground, impacting from bottom to top. The beauty exclaimed. Obviously she hadn't expected this situation. As soon as the strength in her hand was loosened, Fengma Yiming took the opportunity to break free. Hey, sister, you almost mean it, you should just kill me directly. Fengma Yiming turned over and stood firmly on the ground, smiling at the beauty. The woman is still a bit of an IQ. Although she is slavish in her heart, the few people in front of her are obviously not able to fight, so she thought for a while and said, it's okay to let you go, but I have the conditions. Quote. She is dressed coolly and has a good figure. At this moment, whether it is Fengma Yiming, Hitaki Shumao, or Might Dai, all eyes are staring at her. In fact, this is normal, staying in Hokage village all day, either fighting or teaching, doing tasks or rolling in the dead, these three boys are just enjoying the beautiful scenery at the moment. I said, are you listening? She watched these people not caring what she said, her eyes were about to breathe fire. At this time, I just drank a sip of coke to her frivolous boy and made a tortuous hiccup. Ridicule. This is ridicule. Go eat shit, she roared, and the spear in her hand struck the ground, and the whole person flew up in the air. The red belt on her body was flying in the wind, and the golden desert actually complemented each other. Pretty sister, why do you and your brother like to let people eat shit? Fengma Yiming moved with real anger, and the spear was shot back, but the beauty was obviously blown up by anger, and now she was chasing Fengma Yiming. Advertisement. Hatake sighed. At this time, the army behind them moved. At least a cavalry regiment of hundreds of people rushed forward, like the phrase, go eat shit, is like a code and command. All the cavalry rushed up with weird weapons in their hands. Hatake Tsukumo felt that some of them actually had chakra inside. Makoto, might wear, are you ready? Hatake Shumo rode. Ready. The two responded in unison. Sharingan. Open. Uchiha Makoto opened Sharingan directly, and within a few days of opening her eyes, the girl has become more proficient in using it. And all the actions of those cavalry were captured by Uchiha Makoto. Someone has a stone hammer in the direction of 10 o'clock. It seems that the attack is very strong. Someone moved quickly towards 12 o'clock. There is a thin man at 3 o'clock, he seems to have a poisonous arrow in his hand. Uchiha Makoto became the eyes of two teammates. She quickly reminded them of the direction they should pay attention to. For a while, this combination could not be broken. On the other hand, Fengma Yiming fended off all the attacks of that beauty with only real energy. Sister Belle, don't be angry anymore. The key is that your younger brother can't do it. Let me explain. Fengma Yiming quickly dodged a few attacks, and he was also secretly surprised that this girl was not a waiter, presumably she did not practice much when she was idle. However, it is a pity that she met Fengma Yiming today. Don't bother sister, take your soldiers and horses back, otherwise I really don't want to be ugly after a while. Fengma Yiming has inherited good customs, he knows how to pity and cherish Jade, especially for such a beautiful young lady, he doesn't want to be cruel. When did the nasty brat be so rampant? The beauty turned sullen and roared, and some kind of curse print totem appeared all over her body. The gun caught fire all at once and struck at Fengma Yiming. All go. Good fellow, what about playing Neja Legend with me? Also fire-pointed spear. Fengma Yiming exclaimed, and hurriedly ran to the side to pick up the horse-riding whip, urging Genchi to breathe into the air on the whip. Bang. Two sounds, finally blocked the menacing fire-tip spear. No, beauty, you get angry, why are you really angry? Isn't this inappropriate? We were just talking about it. Fengma Yiming's mouth is too poor. The beauty now has only a murderous look and roars again. A large flame of fire pops up on her slender arms, which turns into a fire dragon and rushes towards Fengma Yiming. Advertisement. Good guy, sister, you can also play dragons. Or else we will compare each other. Now Fengma Yiming finally didn't dare to continue the pranks, he became serious, and his true energy returned to gather his dantian, and the 8th form of the 18 palms of the dragon was shocked, and he was launched by him. Ooh, a long cry came out of Fengma Yiming's body, and several powerful air currents rushed out of Fengma Yiming's body in all directions. The sand under his feet was rushed out of a large pit. At that moment, it was flying sand and rocks, besieging Hatake Shumao. All of them were shaken by the gust of wind. The fire on the woman's body was instantly extinguished, and she was blown into the air like a flaming swallow, and then fell down again. Hey, sister, I caught you. Fengma Yiming hugged the fallen beauty, and the beauty didn't resist now, with a calm expression on her face. Who are you guys anyway? The woman stopped those who were still besieging, but there were only a few dozen of them still fighting. However, Hatake and might die, Uchiha Makoto only started to pant slightly. We are just a team that loves to drink coke. After that, Fengma Yiming took the coke on the carriage and took another sip. After the last sip of coke was drunk, he hiccuped for a long time. Leave a name. The woman now calmly looked at the back of them as they were packing up the carriage. I, Fengma Yiming, drink coke. I'm Might. I usually like to drink coke. Fengma Yiming is the eldest brother. My name is Makoto. I am their little brother. The last sentence was said by Hatake Tsukumo. He shrugged helplessly and said that his students were too good. After packing up the carriage, Fengma Yiming and his party gradually moved away. My name is Saruta Huomi. She said loudly to them who were away. Got it. Please drink coke next time. Fengma Yiming held up the coke bottle and waved. Their carriage ran faster and faster and gradually disappeared. And the half-dead betrayal on the carriage had lost the light in his eyes. What? Oh my god. Who will save him? When will this tormenting journey end? In this way, Fengma Yiming's team is getting closer and closer to Sunagaku. Chapter 30 Drunk Out Sunagaku. Hiccup. Fengma Yiming hiccups suddenly. It's evening, and they finally see the tall city wall of Sunagaku. The wall made of sand was thick and strong. The guards guarding above saw Fengma Yiming's carriage and immediately shouted, Who are you? Hatake Tsukumo raised his head, looked at them, and then shook the token in his hand. It was something only found in every shadow village. Upon seeing the token, the guard immediately opened the door. When the receptionist came to pick up the ox cart, he looked at the people in the cart and couldn't believe it, then opened their collars to take a look. His expression changed. Oh great. 4 rebels. Good fellow, these 4 were all caught by you. The receptionist looked surprised. Hatake smiled calmly. He said in his heart that you didn't see the urn in my hand, there was one lying in it. And the half-dead Renin in the car, seeing the wall of Sunagaker, felt like going home at that moment. OMG. He never wanted to come back here for a moment. These ninjas in Hokage village are about to kill him. He just wants Ishin to regret it, and hurries to eat a savory prison meal. Sunagaker-san Shinobi office. Huh, you blasted him to ashes. San Shinobi almost opened his scarf and sighed. He checked the urn repeatedly, and couldn't believe it. Generally speaking, the ninjutsu that can blast people directly into ashes is already cage level, and he glanced at the team in front of him incredulously. He knew the strength of Hitaki Tsukumo, although he was very strong, he would not turn people into scum. As for the other three, they are all children. There was even one of the children standing in Hokage's office casually. When he was watching him, the kid even hiccuped. I go. What kind of team is this? Okay, thank you. After the inspection department has inspected the other rebellious bodies, we will grant you a commission. San Shinobi looked at the forehead protector in his hand. If it weren't because each of their forehead protectors was numbered, he wouldn't believe it was the ashes of rebellion. Soon after the inspection was completed, Hitaki Shumao's team received a high commission. The children were very excited, and the first thing Fengma Yiming did was to continue to buy coke. He hasn't drunk coke for an afternoon, and he still needs 9,992 liters of coke to make a special drink and unlock the super skill set. Fengma Yiming is not an idler, he needs to practice. When he came to Sunagaker, he went around several times, only to find dozens of shops, 4 or 5 supermarkets, and there were not many coke in them. However, he drank the Haruhi wind before talking. Tons, tons, tons. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 13th all-you-can-drink achievement. When you reach the 20th all-you-can-drink achievement, you can get the second Coke Little Prince achievement and unlock new abilities. Advertisement. Stamina +3, Strength +5, Speed +2. After a violent drink, he finally got another badge. New ability. What is that? Haruhi Kaze walked down the street and asked dazedly. Ding dong. I received a question from the host, and the new ability will be kept secret for the time being. Please continue to work hard on the host. After the system sound disappeared, Haruhi Kaze scratched his head and continued to drink his coke. After all, drinking coke is the kingly way to become stronger. Along the way, Sunagaker saw a lot of people, probably because of the big bag of coke in his hand. Ooh, why is there no coke? My favorite coke, where has it gone? A child was crying in front of the small shop, and he was extremely wronged. Obviously today is a day when he can rest after training, and finally he can indulge, and his favorite coke is gone in the store. Although the boss recommended him to drink milk, whoever wants to drink that stuff, children only drink milk, and adults drink coke. He heard the boss say that coke had been bought by a child, and the anger on his face surged, and he became angry at that time. Who bought all the coke near my house? You think you are rich, don't you? Don't let me find you. The passers-by looked at this angry child with a panic, because this child is the child that Sunagaker regards as the future Luosha. Luo Sha's strength is very strong, which makes the whole village proud of him. It's just that no one knows what the hope of the future has suffered today. Hey, did you see a kid holding a lot of coke? Luo Sha asked one person when she saw it. However, Wang Tian paid off, and soon he found the person he was looking for. Tons, tons, tons. Hiccup. Fengma Yiming poured himself a coke, the hiccup sound was loud and crisp, and even finally he played a little rhythm. Boy, you stop me. Luo Sha suppressed his anger and stepped forward to clap her shoulders to Fengma Yiming. Why do you buy so many coke? Luo Sha asked. Fengma Yiming was blindfolded. He looked up and down the child. Well, he has red hair and dark circles under his eyes. So in terms of time, this should be Gaara's father, Luo Sha. Why does Luosha like to drink coke too? Well, because I like to drink it, I bought it. By the way, your name is Luo Sha, and you also like to drink coke. Very well, it seems that you are also a tasteful person. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming patted Luo Sha on the shoulder vigorously, indicating that your kid is promising. But Luosha was obviously intolerable, but he glanced at coke, and then forcibly held back the emotion that was about to explode. He is Sunagaker's hope for the future. He must maintain a good image. The child looks ordinary in front of him. He can't care about ordinary people. So Luo Sha intends to take a compromise approach. You have so many, you can sell me a few bottles, I will double the price. Luo Sha patted his trouser pocket and said that he had money. But the kid in front of him took the coke behind him. No, this is what I saw first. I won't give it. You won't give it 3 times. Fengma Yiming doesn't want to waste any moment of drinking coke, he is a good kid who works hard. Okay, then I'll be quadrupled. Luo Sha's forehead blood vessels jumped suddenly, and he was extremely irritable today. Fengma Yiming's eyes brightened when he heard that he was willing to give 4 times, but it was just 1 shot. Because the time is not enough, even if he gets the money, he can't get the time used for cultivation. And his commission this time is enough for him to spend a while, he is not short of money. So he shook his head again. Tons, tons, burps. Fengma Yiming hiccups blankly and drags his coke away. What? Luo Sha looked at Fengma Yiming, who was walking away, dumbfounded. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't need money? This kid didn't look like he was rich, how could he do anything to refuse money? However, Luo Sha had already planned to grab it directly. He wanted to find a place where there was no one to let this kid know that Sunagaku's first hope for the future was great. At this moment, Fengma Yiming was drinking desperately. He drank his stomach round and couldn't walk anymore, so he went to rest in an alley. Haha. Deliberately walked into a small alley. Do you want to create a chance for me? Ha ha ha. Luo Sha was still worried about how to start, but when she saw the child approaching an uninhabited alley, she felt ecstatic in her heart. At this time, Fengma Yiming patted his belly and was so full that he was looking for a place where there was no one to hiccup. Otherwise, he came out of Hokage village. If there were too many hiccups, wouldn't it affect the image of the entire Hokage village? Hiccup. Son. Hiccup hiccup. Fengma Yiming can feel it after drinking coke. At this time, burping has become one of his skills. He can even play with a sense of rhythm. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky, hiccup. Let me stay with my heart, hiccup. I will always sing the most dazzling Hokage style, hiccup. It is the most beautiful expectation in the entire sky. Hiccup hiccup. Fengma Yiming missed his hometown before crossing, so he hiccuped and sang. Luo Sha, who was slowly approaching, listened with anger and laughed. At that time, he controlled his sand with one hand. In fact, he did not completely control the sand, because Sunagaku is actually windy. The reason why they use sand is because of local materials. Hey, coke is mine. Luo Sha controlled the sand, shaped it into a hook, and slowly hooked Fengma Yiming's coke bag. Chapter 31 Playing with sand compared to me. Wow, what is this? Fengma Yiming turned his head and saw a pile of sand creeping close, and grabbed his baby coke. She can be killed but not insulted, baby coke cannot be moved. Let go of that coke and let me come. Fengma Yiming took out the kunai on his waist and poured junchi on it, surrounding the kunai layer by layer, increasing the kunai's defense and cutting power. Kang. The sand controlled by Luo Sha was cut off by Fengma Yiming. Luo Sha was also surprised when he saw his suffering. How could this kid have kunai for ninjas? Is he also a ninja? But he knows all the ninjas in their village. As soon as he turned his mind, he immediately thought of a bad thing. Is this kid an invading spy? Say, who are you? This time Luo Sha changed his face. He quickly approached Fengma Yiming, and the amount of sand he controlled also increased. Fengma Yiming was taken aback. Ah, isn't he the ninja who came to help them Sunagaku? Then he suddenly realized that it was because he picked the forehead protector after completing the task and getting the commission. Then he stretched his hand into the bag. What are you doing? Luo Sha concluded that this kid was going to take out his weapon, and even the coke was ignored at the time, and Fengma Yiming was directly bound with sand. You better be honest. Luo Sha tied Fengma Yiming tightly, and said, if you have anything to keep in our interrogation department, let's talk about it. After finishing speaking, Luo Sha looked at the coke on the ground very eagerly, but now he has encountered a new task, and now he can only say goodbye to coke temporarily. This. Fengma Yiming was very upset when he was repeatedly interrupted. The coke in his stomach hadn't digested much, and now there is another kidnapping. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. He couldn't help but belch many times to ease his mood. I said, can you let me go first, but I came to your village to finish the work, and now I am relaxing. Fengma Yiming said helplessly. Luo Sha's pupils shrank after hearing this. Is it done? Does that mean that this kid's conspiracy to come to their village has succeeded? Did you install the detonator, or did you kill anyone? No, I must ask first. Ruksha grabbed Fengma Yiming to the front and looked directly into his eyes. Advertisement. Say, what task did you do? Hearing this question, Fengma Yiming kept flipping through Byakugan. He recalled his mission. Killed a few very naive traitors. We killed a few rebels. What? Luo Sha was shocked, and he came to Sunagaku to kill their betrayal. Their rebelliousness also meant that they weren't rebellious, but spies. A few more. That means their village is actually being watched. Quickly tell where the others are, or I will make you suffer now. Luo Sha said viciously. Fengma Yiming frantically flipped Byakugan. He was impatient to play with this kid. Although he wanted to speak well just now, this person is too mentally retarded, and now he just wants to stop the conversation immediately. Well, I won't be with you now, bye-bye. After that, Fengma Yiming exploded a lot of chi, and those chi frantically messed up the sand that was bound to him, and Luo Sha was blown away in an instant. What? Is he so strong? He is obviously about the same age as me. But. Luo Sha's eyes shrank, and he was about to make his ultimate move. He recently researched the blood inheritance limit in his body by himself, and developed a ninjutsu that only he can use magnet style. It looks like I want you to taste my freshest ninjutsu. Magnet style. Luo Sha yelled, and the sand in his hand suddenly turned golden and became extremely sharp. The golden sand knives fired quickly, approaching Fengma Yiming. Hehe, you are too tricky. How can the true spirit of my cultivation in Greater Daxia be comparable to you? Fengma Yiming gave a soft sigh, and the infuriating energy around him burst out again, and a gust of wind that engulfed him in the air also slowed the speed of the magnetic knife. However, there is something in Luo Sha too. I did not expect that his knife has been approaching Dao Fengma Yiming's face, and it is still going on. Good guy, something, Luo Sha. Fengma Yiming jumped over the knives. What? How do you know my name? Luo Sha panicked. He didn't know how familiar this person was with the village, even his name was already known. I not only know your name, but I also know the name of your future son. Fengma Yiming said lightly. He walked to the side and picked up an unopened bottle of coke, and took another sip. Belch. Luo Sha felt extremely dark at that moment, and he was even ready to dedicate himself to the village. Magnet style. Dust. He shouted, using all the strength he could use in his life. Now he just wants to kill the man who snatched his coke, fortunately the spies in the village. Losa, what are you doing here? Ah, isn't the opposite of Fengma Yiming. Why are you here? We have been looking for you for a long time. Advertisement. Assistant Luo Shikuai, that is our distinguished guest. A few Jonin appeared at the entrance of the small alley, and when they saw Luasha's formation, they were almost panicked. Fengma Yiming, run away. The Jonin yelled, and then stopped Luasha's posture. If Luasha were to be released again, the houses here would be gone. But the placer gold released by Luo Sha has directly approached Fengma Yiming. Those Jonin looked unlovable. It's over, the VIP they just found may be about to burp here. I really thought that my 9 sons' divine art was used as a display. Fengma Yiming sneered coldly, and his body was wrapped around the body's true energy, which became an unbreakable barrier on the surface of his body. Magnet-style the gold dust was helpless on the surface of his body, so he could only bypass it. Wow. After the gold dust attack, the few Jonin were in grief. They were already ready to collect Fengma Yiming's body. When the gold dust attack stopped, they saw Fengma Yiming carrying a bag of coke and taking 2 sips. What are you looking at? Let's go back to your Sunagaker office. After Fengma Yiming finished speaking, he drank coke and crossed the legs of the 3 of them. Then Jonin stayed. Luo Sha stayed. As long as Luasha's placer gold touches someone, it can basically be used as an invasion effect, and no matter how bad it is, it can trap the other party for a second or two. Even Jonin will be troubled by his magnetic sand. But this kid, there is no such thing as a fart, and he drank coke leisurely and left. What is this? This can only be said that it is too strong. Master Fengma Yiming, wait a minute. The 2 Jonin trot all the way to keep up with Fengma Yiming. Sunagaker office. Well, cough, this matter is our little Luo Sha wrong. We apologize to the distinguished guests. You have helped us so much, and it is really rare that you can catch a rebel alive. It was San Shinobi, or Feng Ying, who was talking. Now Luo Sha was sitting on the side with a depressed expression, her expression full of unlovable expressions. Ah, what did he do just now? He thought that the other party was an assassin or a spy wishfully. The most important thing is that he can't win at all, right? This little kid, he is only about the same age as him. He looked at his hands and made up his mind secretly. Must be stronger. Luo Sha looked at Fengma Yiming, who was outside the wandering object, pouring coke in the quilt for afternoon tea. Belch. There was another loud hiccup. Chapter 32. This kid really has such arrogant capital. Luo Sha turned her head. He was angry when he thought of coke, but he couldn't help it. Since Lord San Shinobi knew that Fengma Yiming likes to drink coke, today and the day after tomorrow, the coke in this village is Fengma Yiming's. He doesn't have a bite. Unless Fengma Yiming himself is willing to give him a drink. Seeing Fengma Yiming drinking happily, he couldn't help swallowing. In addition, Lord San Shinobi specially arranged for him to take Hitaki Tsukumo's team to visit Sunagaker. What a day trip to Sunagaker. OMG. This is simply punishing him. But he had no choice but to take these 4 people on a journey of desert style. Cuckoo. Fengma Yiming walked in the sun. The hot sun was too hot. His 9 sun god function could withstand all kinds of attacks, but it could not withstand the sun's ultraviolet rays. Might Dai was full of enthusiasm. Even though his face was flushed from the sun, he was still full of vitality. Oh, hot sunshine. This is youthful vitality. Might Dai jumped on the spot excitedly. Uchiha Makoto looked at the excited Might Dai. The steamed buns were black, she was almost tanned. At this moment, she took a peek at Fengma Yiming and couldn't help but smile. Although this boy is sometimes careless and not attentive at all, his merits are also very worthy of recognition. Here, give you a bottle, the weather is too hot. Fengma Yiming handed Uchiha Makoto a bottle of coke. Everyone was stunned, even Luo Sha, who was leading the way, was stunned. He knew how important coke is to this kid. That is, I would rather have a fight with someone than sell it at 4 times the price. Although he didn't understand why Fengma Yiming was so persistent with coke, as long as he knew that he couldn't give up coke, it would be over. Uchiha Makoto saw Fengma Yiming's coke, and her heart beat faster at that moment. She also understands how Fengma Yiming likes coke, but now in such a hot situation, he is willing to share it with himself. Except him. Luo San Shinobi kept screaming, he was even a little jealous of this girl, that coke was something he couldn't get even after fighting and paying. Except him. Might's face flushed all over, and he seemed to be just 1 step away from the heat stroke, and he followed suit. Advertisement. Hitaki Tsukumo yelled lazily. The subtle atmosphere at this moment made Uchiha Makoto excited and said, okay, I accept it. She took the bottle of coke, as if she had received some kind of token of love. On the next road, after seeing various places in Sunagaker and eating Sunagaker's specialties, Fengma Yiming suddenly remembered something. It was the group of people I met in the desert before. By the way, Luasha, do you know that there is still a group of desert cavalry in your desert boundary? Fengma Yiming took a bite of meat. Well, I know, but I'm still curious how you know my name is Luo Sha. Luo Sha also looked serious. Fengma Yiming was choked. He can't say that he once saw their actions and stories from the perspective of God. So he said, well, it's because of your outstanding ability that I know your name. This sentence made Rocha a little erratic, and he thought to himself, am I already so famous? It turns out that my ability has been recognized by Fengma Yiming. Thinking of this, he was agitated and quickly answered Fengma Yiming's question just now. Oh, I know, that cavalry gang is a desert tribe. The tribe is quite large, and most of the people it raises are people who don't have the talent of chakra. They are ruled by the Hachan clan, with the fire and wind attributes of the blood succession boundary. Once the two merge, they become a very strong ability. After listening to it, Fengma Yiming thought for a while. He remembered that when he was fighting with the woman, the fire dragon used by the woman seemed to be due to blood inheritance. After staying in Sunagakur for a few days, they couldn't stand the hot weather, so they went home. Before leaving, because he knew Fengma Yiming likes to drink Coke so much, Mr. Sand Shinobi specially gave them a small trailer, specially towing a few boxes of Coke, and took it behind Fengma Yiming's carriage. Goodbye. Welcome to come again next time. Shang smiled and sent them away. Seeing them leaving behind, he couldn't help nodding. This kid is really a Coke king. The way back was so boring, Fengma Yiming also gave his Coke a drink to his companions. Anyway, he couldn't finish drinking these big boxes for a while, so sharing them would not delay the practice. Tons. Hiccup. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for getting the 14th happy drinking achievement. With another 6, you can get the second Coke Little Prince achievement. Stamina +2, Speed +1, Defense +3, Strength +2. Fengma Yiming swallowed the Coke happily and enjoyed the sunbathing. The days when you can upgrade by drinking Coke are really fun. Belch. He burped and slept on the carriage. Advertisement. When they opened their eyes, they had almost reached the border of the desert. Fengma Yiming felt a little excited when he remembered that the hotel also had delicious mountain and game dishes. Yeah, very good, I can relax again. He looked at his bulging purse happily. Hatake Tsukumo packed up the carriage, let everyone relax in the same place, and then continued on their way. Everyone pay attention, we may have been followed. He whispered. The 3 kids are all taken aback. Follow. Why don't they know? However, Fengma Yiming quickly understood that Hatake Shumao, as a member of Anbu, is still the boss, and his anti-tracking and investigation skills are naturally top-notch. Even if Fengma Yiming is strong and doesn't need to be afraid of tracking, he still has to admit that Hatake Shumao still has something. Who is following us? Can you know? Fengma Yiming asked. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head lightly, just hurried. However, where else can there be hiding places in this vast Gobi desert? Those who followed them were invisible. Fengma Yiming looked around and couldn't see the bunker. He only saw a few stones in the distance, but the stones didn't look like they could hide a person. Well, after that, teacher, you have to remember to remind us that we can also learn 2 tricks. Fengma Yiming didn't bother to think about those strenuous things. Anyway, when the enemy appears, just do it. It is the truth of life. After driving all the way to the Gobi Desert, they finally reached the foot of the mountain in the evening, and they just happened to reach the hotel mountain. Teacher, is the person following us still there? Uchiha Makoto looked around vigilantly. Her Sharingan is just a gouache, and it hasn't reached a terrible level yet, so she can only temporarily strengthen her fire style attribute, blood inheritance limit. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head and said, I'm not sure, that breath is only hidden now, and it suddenly disappeared on the road. We still can't take it lightly. Everyone nodded. Fengma Yiming and Might Dai could not help but want to go up the mountain a long time ago, because the hotel's game barbecue is still affecting their hearts. It just seems that this night will also be destined to be uneven. Chapter 33 Threats and Agreements. It's worthy of game barbecue. It's great. After going up the mountain and having a full barbecue, Fengma Yiming patted his belly contentedly. The forest environment is very pleasant, but Hatake Shumao seems to have something on his mind. Teacher, why are you so silent? Fengma Yiming asked. Hatake Tsukumo didn't speak, just feeling it with his heart. The surroundings were still noisy, and there was no hustle and bustle last time. This time they had a barbecue and had a particularly comfortable meal. The 3 children looked around for a week, and found nothing. Hatake Shumao just closed his eyes for a while and said, I will teach you a way, concentrate and hold your breath, take a deep breath. Belch. Fengma Yiming couldn't help but hiccup. Uchiha Makoto looked at Fengma Yiming and couldn't help but smile. Might Dai looked at Fengma Yiming and showed a sincere expression of admiration. Take a deep breath, feel the power in your body, close your eyes, and you will also feel the energy around you. Hatake Tsukumo finished speaking, looked around again, and then said, I feel a little familiar here, but I'm not sure. You can do it if you practice hard. Tonight, let's go to sleep like last time, so as not to be unsafe. Hatake said. Just after finishing talking, there was a commotion at the barbecue stall. Suddenly many people stood up, and the barbecue area was suddenly in chaos. FK, it's hot. What's the matter? The seat suddenly became hot. Why is the barbecue hot too? Look, the fire is getting bigger and bigger. Fengma Yiming, who was watching the excitement, suddenly felt that his stool was dying hot, and he felt his A ripened within a minute. Afterwards, every table on the barbecue booth exploded, and a raging flame rose from it, suddenly turning into a fire dragon and rushing towards Fengma Yiming and the others. This fire dragon Fengma Yiming seemed to have known each other before. He thought about it, and said that this is not the trick of that pretty girl in the desert. Hurry up, Hatake Tsukumo yelled, and took a few students and rolled aside. But the fire dragon rushed towards them in an instant, and the billowing heat waves scattered in the air, and the entire barbecue site became extremely hot. Advertisement. FCK, This is true, it's a barbecue site. Tsuruta Huami, isn't it you? Fengma Yiming yelled, and took 2 huxia cabbage from the freezer to block his face, but when the fire came over, it was cooked in an instant. FK, what is this, fast skewers? This is, I vomit. At this time, Fengma Yiming had just eaten enough, but he still had to run around. He thought that there was no one else. He ran and thought about it. This fire dragon looked like that Tsuruta's fire and beauty moves. Hoo. Fengma Yiming's junchi running around his body, and the chi of 9 suns divine art surgingly flowed out to protect his body, and then he rushed into the sea of fire in 3 or 2 steps, looking for his companion. Makoto, might die, where are you teacher? But there was no answer. Fengma Yiming was shocked, and said to her that she would stop cooking like this, right? His 9 suns divine art is also strong and strong. It is not a problem how the fire dragon sprays. He braved the fire to search everywhere, but he saw Hataki Shumao and the others licking melon seeds by the window on the 3rd floor under the hotel. Hey, look, classmate Fengma Yiming has passed by again. Hataki said. Awesome, worthy of Fengma Yiming's classmate, too amazing, I can still play the fire dragon. Might clapped aside. Yes, Fengma Yiming's defense is so good, we can't do it anyway. Uchiha Makoto looked at Fengma Yiming running around below with great appreciation. Even the people standing outside the grill applauded. Okay, one more one, let's have a double dragon play bead. Qianlong goes to see. Get it up. 666. Are all ninjas so good now? Fengma Yiming was speechless to ultimate, but it was also at this time that he realized that the fire dragon seemed to be chasing him all the time. What's this called? Am I like your dragon egg or I shaved your dragon ancestral grave? I didn't mess with you. Who are you? He was so annoyed by the chasing that he turned around and shouted angrily. Just as he was about to release a trick to bluff people with the 18 palms of the dragon, the fire dragon suddenly changed direction. It went to Hataki Sakumo and the others. With a huff, the entire fire dragon suddenly disappeared in the air, and a beautiful figure flew out of the dragon head, with a long waist and thin legs, and a red gauze on its body. I know you, grandson of the tortoise, aren't you just Tsuruta Huomi? Put it here and play stupid with me. Fengma Yiming was angry, and was about to use her true energy to knock Tsuruta Huomi down, but Nizi moved too fast, she grabbed Uchiha Makoto and jumped off again. The kunai that Hataki Sakumo flew out was turned into a flame by Tsuruta Hume, and it was completely ineffective. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming, we meet again, you and your cola drinking team have a good day. Tsuruta Huomi pinched Uchiha Makoto's neck with one hand, and a small cluster of flames emerged from the other hand, smiling to Fengma Yiming. Her fingernails looked like a few small knives and pressed against Uchiha Makoto's neck. Fengma Yiming had no doubt that she could cut Uchiha Makoto's artery in one fell swoop. Hee, it's okay. Is it because you are following us along the way? Fengma Yiming said with a chuckle. Hachan Huome looked up and down Fengma Yiming, and secretly said in her heart that this little guy looks like a child and speaks like a little adult. Don't act rashly. If you dare to move casually, then ask you if this little girl is half mature or 80% today. Tsuruta Huomi remembered that he had been suppressed by this kid in the desert that day, and now it was really interesting to see how he dared to be angry and didn't move. It seems that no matter who it is, there will be weaknesses. Uchiha Makoto in her hand has been twisting, but Tsuruta's hands have been releasing hot heat to warn Uchiha Makoto, so she had to obediently. Sure enough, Fengma Yiming darkened his face and said, what do you want to do? Tsuruta Huome brooded for a while, thought about it in his heart, and said, I'm here, not to fight with you, nor to stir up conflicts. Hearing her words, Fengma Yiming twitched his mouth. I didn't want to stir up contradictions, so what did she do in the show just now? Is it the opening performance? Now he is holding his Fengma Yiming's eldest wife to threaten him. Good guy, isn't this the fault? Fengma Yiming tried to blurt out the sloppy horse, but he still resisted it. I just came to discuss an agreement with you. Tsuruta Huomi slapped her long hair, her dark skin was supported by her black hair, which made her look even more textured. Fengma Yiming twitched the corner of his mouth and said, let's talk about it, what agreement? In fact, Fengma Yiming wanted to jump up and drag the woman to make her make a quick decision. He didn't have time to play games with her. Seeing Uchiha Makoto's delicate and white skin turned red by the BCH of Tsuruta Huomi, Fengma Yiming felt heartache. You have to promise me to become an ally with our desert cavalry. After you become an ally, you will come to our desert with benefits and provide a place to rest, absolutely top treatment. Tsuruta Huomi smiled. Fengma Yiming raised his eyebrows and said, then what do I need to pay? Tsuruta Huomi smiled. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to look only 13 or 14 years old, but you are very active. I want you to provide combat support when our tribe is in crisis. Correspondingly, if you need it, I will also lead the elite troops of our tribe to the exhibition. Tsuruta Huomi said, and handed it over. A gem, there seems to be a trace of flame circulating in it. If you agree, just accept this gift. It will echo my gem. As long as you inject chakra into it, I can know your location and come to support. Chapter 34 Jealousy from Uchiha. Looking at this gem, Fengma Yiming hesitated, thinking that this is not a trap, right? Or what is the Overlord clause? Is there any part in it that you don't know? Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming coughed twice. Oh, hee, you look at me like that. I don't believe it, unless you give me some substantial gift. Haha, I still have to wipe the oil, even if Uchiha Makoto is in her hands, I can't forget this. Saruta Huome was stunned, and laughed loudly. You want money? I have money. Besides, this thing I gave you, you can take it to any country, you can change it to a villa, which can be stored. Chakra and things that sense chakra. However, since you have what you want, I can rest assured that trading is my best thing. With that, Saruta Huomi took out a few small pieces of gold in the small bag behind him, and took a picture of Fengma Yiming's hands. Here, this is gold, let's divide a few pieces for you first. Saruta Huomi smiled so innocently at this moment, like a child sharing toys with a good friend. Looking at the 3 or 4 pieces of heavy gold in his hand, Fengma Yiming almost choked himself with a mouthful of saliva, although their commissions as ninjas are also very high, because the actions are dangerous and confidential tasks. But seeing Saruta Huomi slap him a few pieces of gold like a few cents, he was still shocked. Ah, this. Okay. I promise, I accept. Fengma Yiming reached out to grab the gem in Hachan Huomi's hand, and Hachan Huomi suddenly smiled at that moment. It's been counted. At that moment, a sense of conspiracy emerged from Fengma Yiming's heart. Sure enough, the moment he touched the gem, Saruta Huomi's palm suddenly became hot, and a force of power rushed directly into Fengma Yiming's body, and it quickly became a small flame pattern on his hand. In this way, our covenant will be reached. After speaking, Saruta Kasumi let go of Uchiha Makoto. What did you do to me? Fengma Yiming angered. Don't worry, this is a contract between me and you. If you say it is a contract, it is actually a kind of curse seal. I can't attack you either, because this kind of damage will also be done on me. With a smile, Saruta Huomi walked around the barbecue stalls and found that some barbecue stalls had not been completely destroyed by her, so she picked up a bunch of barbecued meats and ate them. Fengma Yiming was in a mixed mood. He glanced at the flame mark on his wrist, then at the gems in his hand, as well as the 3 lumps of gold. Forget it. This curse is not harmful, and this woman is also generous. He considered it for a while, and said, okay, then we'll make a decision. In this way, the agreement between him and the desert lady Saruta Huomi was agreed, and Fengma Yiming also had an additional army that could be summoned at any time. And, a vault. Because from then on, Saruta Huomi agreed to Fengma Yiming, telling him that as long as he came to help once, let him pick a treasure from their vault. Why not do this? Of course, Fengma Yiming accepted it cheerfully. Although this Saruta Huomi is a bit strong, it does not affect her ability to become good friends with Fengma Yiming. After returning to the village, everyone in the village was surprised by their embarrassed outfits, because they were roasted by the fire and traversed the jungle, and the journey was still a bit hard. Advertisement. However, these all disappeared at the moment of receiving the commission. Well, even if this mission is successfully completed, you will bring a lot of benefits to the village. Please continue to work harder in the future. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is pleased and satisfied to stamp their list, which is a record of their perfect task. After that, Fengma Yiming returned to school and continued his campus life. Originally, he wanted to travel around the 4 countries and wander around. But when he thought of traveling around the 4 countries, he might not be able to buy coke. In order not to delay his own practice, he decided to go to school first. Cuckoo. Hiccups. Drinking coke has become a scene in Fengma Yiming's class. Girls find it charming, and boys find it dazzling. This Fengma Yiming is really too arrogant. That's right, I really can't bear it. Several members of the Uchiha clan stood outside the window to observe Fengma Yiming. Headed by Uchiha Fugaku is in a mixed mood. When he thinks of Fengma Yiming's strength, he feels jealous. This person is too dazzling. Uchiha Fugaku fluctuated in his heart, and then he remembered his purpose of coming to the classroom to visit his beloved Makoto. Since the last time I saw Uchiha Makoto pay some attention to Fengma Yiming, Uchiha Fugaku felt uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that love was about to be said out loud, and that it was wrong not to say it, so that he would only miss the opportunity. I don't know if Makoto will be on a mission this time, is it okay? Uchiha Fugaku whispered secretly with a bit of shyness. He glanced at the roses and chocolates in his hand, took a deep breath, and then strode into the classroom. The little brothers of Uchiha Fugaku all wanted to cheer for their boss. Walking into the classroom, Uchiha Fugaku saw the delicate face of the goddess Makoto in his heart. She was writing something in the sun at the moment, with a smile in her eyes, as if something sweet was brewing. At this time, Uchiha Makoto looked up, and his eyes were hitting Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto greeted Fugaku classmate, his smile was so sweet that it turned into a syrup. Oh, God, she smiled at me. Uchiha Fugaku's confidence doubled. He strode towards Uchiha Makoto's seat and presented her with a carefully prepared gift. Makoto, it's a hard task this time. Uchiha Makoto picked up the paper on the table and met Uchiha Fugaku just in time. Ah, Fugaku-san, please let me please. Uchiha Makoto pushed him aside and happily showed her piece of paper to Fengma Yiming who was drinking coke. Look, Fengma classmate, I did not paint like you. Advertisement. Ah, where does this look like? Look, the drawing here is crooked. Fengma Yiming and Uchiha Makoto laughed and scolded. Uchiha Fugaku was directly petrified. What kind of hell is this? The Uchiha brothers who were standing outside the window waiting for their boss guy to spin saw this scene and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This is simply a heartbreak scene. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was still a child, and he couldn't recover quickly. He stood in despair, and then he was about to walk away. Student Fugaku, don't be discouraged. Fengma Yiming walked over and patted him on the shoulder vigorously. You need to know that you can't force such things as love. It's better to practice. I suggest you go home and practice ninjutsu. This is the kingly way. Becoming stronger is the truth. Fengma Yiming said, patted Uchiha Fugaku on the shoulder again. For some reason, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to see the only hope at this moment. Right. Become stronger. Becoming strong as king. Thinking about this, he eased his broken heart, patted Uchiha Fugaku's hand, and said, thank you, Fengma Yiming, I will cheer. At this moment, looking at Fengma Yiming, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized that life not only has the option of picking up girls, but also cultivates and pursues endless peaks. Now, I want to treat you as my target. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to regain some morale, and turned and left immediately. It just seems to be a little lonely. Tisk tusk tusk, ask what love in the world is, and teach people how to come and go. At the same time, Senju Nwoki, who was very uncomfortable with Fengma Yiming before, also cheered secretly. I said, Nwoki, you can't be so lazy. This is the first time today. If you find the second time, your training volume will double. The young Tsunade trained Nwoki severely, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried when she remembered that her brother had gone home in despair. If this kid is bullied outside, he must also have a defensive technique. Besides, he is a man who will bear heavy responsibilities in the future. Must be strictly trained. Thinking of this, Tsunade trains him more strictly. The action is more standard. Tsunade shouted. Chapter 35, First Encounter with Tsunade. Sister, I really can't run anymore. Senju Nwoki felt that his legs were no longer his own, and now he was almost like something else. Anyway, he just can't control his body. What nonsense are you talking about? You are a man of the Senju clan, you must stand up. With that said, Tsunade urged Senju Nwoki to run faster. It was the weekend, and Tsunade thought it was a perfect time to train, so she picked up her brother for a run early in the morning. Running 100 laps around the village, this is the basic strength you need to have as a ninja. Hoo hoo, oops. I can't do it anymore. Senju Nwoki fell to the ground at once, panting like a cow, and his clothes were wet with sweat. What are you doing? My brother, hurry up, we've only ran 30 laps now. Tsunade picked up Senju Nwoki. Senju Nwoki at this time is actually not wanting to run, but he glanced at his sister secretly. She was smart, persevering, talented, and very motivated. In fact, he tacitly agreed that his sister was more suitable for being a family. And he was just a weak boy who couldn't finish 100 laps. Originally, he was full of confidence and high spirits, and even the first sentence every day when he got up, he gave himself a boost. He must be a Hokage. However, since the appearance of Fengma Yiming, his confidence has plummeted. Every day when he sees Fengma Yiming, he feels like he has seen his ceiling. While in a daze, Tsunade pushed him again and said, come on, Senju's man, you are determined to be a Hokage person, don't give up. It's just that Senju Nwoki never thought that he could meet Fengma Yiming even on vacation training. Ah ha ha, Tenten is so angry today. So suitable for running and training. Fengma Yiming is running happily, carrying a large bag of coke on his back, moving towards them. Senju Nwoki panicked. Oops, Fengma Yiming will definitely be ridiculed when he sees it. I am such a weak chicken, so training is useless. What to do? No, I want to avoid. Thinking about it, Senju Nwoki started to back up and wanted to get into the grass. Nwoki, what are you doing? Tsunade grabbed Senju Nwoki who was trying to avoid. Naturally, she saw a boy running towards this side in front of her, but she didn't understand why her little brother was so scared. Could it be, Nwoki, is he the one who beat you? Tsunade grabbed Nwoki and asked. But Senju Nwoki was terrified and wanted to hide like a ghost, which made Tsunade even more puzzled. Then, Fengma Yiming's happy running action was suddenly stopped. Who are you? Tsunade asked. Fengma Yiming looked at the pretty girl in front of him, feeling a bit inexplicable. But after he took a second look, he understood, this is not Tsunade. Golden hair, fair skin, and a perfectly developed body. Smelly boy, what do you want to say? Do you know my brother? Tsunade saw Fengma Yiming seem to say nothing to her, and he didn't get angry again. Advertisement. I know, I didn't expect such a coincidence. You are here, Fengma Yiming said, immediately. Ah, I have something to do, I will leave first. Hold on. Tsunade blocked Fengma Yiming's way. Why is my brother so afraid of you? Tsunade finished speaking, and dragged out Senju Nwoki who was hiding behind her. As soon as Senju Nwoki saw Fengma Yiming, he remembered the dragon shape he saw that day, and started playing drums again in his heart. Big brother, do you also train? Senju Nwoki chuckled. Yeah, I'm here to train too, I don't know what I am afraid of. Fengma Yiming shrugged. But Tsunade is still reluctant. Don't you tell me, what did you do to my brother? Tsunade chilled his eyes. Senju Nwoki, who was next to him, panicked instantly, but these two were masters he couldn't afford to provoke. If they fight, they will suffer. Senju Nwoki said by himself. No sister, I challenged Fengma Yiming the other day, but failed. I felt embarrassed and hid. With that, Senju Nwoki desperately tugged Tsunade's sleeve and hinted that the sister who had attacked should leave here quickly. But Tsunade is not the kind of obedient person. Oh, can you beat my brother? Okay, I am interested in you. I want to see your strength. After that, Tsunade pulled Senju Nwoki and stopped him from leaving. Senju Nwoki had a look of lovelessness, and when it was over, he wanted to compare his incompetence by seeing the power of recognizing people. Fengma Yiming didn't panic. Originally, he wanted to find a quiet place with no one to study the control of Junchi, because he felt that his control was too rough. Although he had brute force, his control was not fine. I met this brother and sister today. That's okay, he hasn't encountered Tsunade when he came to the Hokage world. Okay, what do you want to see? Fengma Yiming smiled faintly, and he squeezed his fist. Look at your strongest moves. Tsunade smiled. Now she actually appreciates this boy a little bit, because at least this boy has taken the challenge openly, which she likes. Look at my strongest move, then okay, I'll show you 2 hands. Fengma Yiming concentrated his energy. Zhonglong 18 palms, Kong Long has regrets. He is not verbose. Anyway, you just need to see it. You can train early if you finish it early. This Tsunade is not an ordinary person, it's not a very entangled one. Rumble. A fierce chi erupted from Fengma Yiming's body, and the surrounding vegetation flickered, strong winds, flying sand and rocks. Bang. The 2 big trees opposite Fengma Yiming were directly broken. Tsunade was stunned. She instantly understood why her little brother was afraid of this person. Even her own strength is great. Sheer strength and ninjutsu are already considered the elite of the elite, but the child in front of her looks no bigger than her brother, but now she has such a strong strength. What's your name? Tsunade couldn't help asking. Ahaha, my name is Fengma Yiming who loves to drink coke. After speaking, Fengma Yiming gurgled a few coke. Tsunade smiled. Advertisement. This kid is quite interesting. Seeing Fengma Yiming's back, she remembered that she wanted to train her younger brother. Hey, Nwoki, you're going to work hard, or your Hokage dream will be robbed. Tsunade knocked Senju Nwoki on the head and continued to urge him to run. Fengma Yiming's figure emerged in her heart. Brother, don't compare yourself to hungry people. Let's try to surpass ourselves. You can run 100 laps now. I will let you go for the time being today. Tsunade smiled authentically. At this time, Fengma Yiming has come to the waterfall where he actually used to practice. The environment here is pleasant and beautiful. Although it is unsupervised outside of Hokage village, Fengma Yiming is not afraid, and even hopes that more thugs will train him. Tons. He finished 2 bottles of coke fiercely, when the system prompted the sound. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the 19th happy drinking achievement. Only one short of one can get the 2nd Coke Little Prince achievement, and then get rewards. At that time, the system will reward mystery gifts. Please host keep up. Fengma Yiming burped for a long time. The coke he brought today is almost finished. It seems that the achievements of the Little Prince of Coke will not be available until tomorrow. However, he was not in a hurry. Now he has to train himself to learn to control the huge infuriating energy in his body. Because if you slap the enemy into dregs and turn into ashes every time, it would be too grassy and nothing left. Although he can control a little bit of output now, it is still not detailed enough, just like he barely controlled himself not to break a row of trees just now. He felt that it was not enough. Fengma Yiming has started to train himself. A burst of true energy surrounds his body. This is the effect of the 9 Suns magic art. When he is standing under the waterfall, the rapids of the waterfall are bounced off by his power, and it turns around him in a spherical shape. Then, Fengma Yiming worked hard to gradually reduce these innocence, shrink. He hopes to reduce his innocence to his body. But the energy of this thing was so great that he had to concentrate hard on it. Whirring. When he gathers to a certain extent, he even feels his true chi is hot in his ears. Bang. Finally, he didn't control it, and his infuriating abruptly exploded, even blowing off the waterfall. It seems I still need a little practice. After all, he is Fengma Yiming, he is the king of Kola, he will not fail. Chapter 36 Please eat barbecue. Belch. Fengma Yiming hiccups suddenly and regenerates his energy. The huge water flow of the waterfall smashed on his head, but he was not worried about the invigorating body of the 9 Sun magical art. Fengma Yiming was too lazy to practice at first, but when he thought of the ninja who had been smashed into scum, he felt a pain in his heart. By the way, if it were alive, it would be very valuable. Even in the ninja world, Fengma Yiming understands that currency is still very useful, and he cannot be less powerful and financial. Belch. Since it just failed, let's do it again. Fengma Yiming took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and the cells all over his body were working with him. The 9 Sun magic art was already at full level since he was rewarded in his body, but Fengma Yiming is not familiar with it, so every shot is almost brutal force. So he is not satisfied. Although it's so cool that there are scums everywhere. Drink. In an instant, Fengma Yiming forced a strong burst of junchi from his body, but soon these chi began to be disordered again, and they were restlessly trying to escape Fengma Yiming's restraint. Bang. He failed again. Fengma Yiming jumped out of the waterfall in frustration. Although he said that this practice has increased his physical fitness, he still can't control the true energy. It's just that he also understands that the 9 Suns divine art and the 18 palms of Zhonglong are originally very destructive divine art, and now practicing micro-manipulation like this is really a bit weird for him. Tisk. He is annoyingly handsome. Is there really no way to control this stuff? Fengma Yiming thought about it for a while, remembering the various animes he had watched. Well, The Little Master of Daxia, Sailor Moon, Sheriff Black Cat, 7 Gourd Babies, Dragon Ball. Wait, Dragon Ball, isn't there a lot of martial arts in Dragon Ball? Turtle Qigong. He suddenly thought of this move. He remembered that this move also requires a very precise control of Genchi, otherwise it would not be possible to gather strength so powerfully. So, why didn't he imitate it? Advertisement. Fengma Yiming is excited. He always feels that the true energy in his body is only used to perform the 18 palms of the dragon and the magic of the 9 suns. It is a bit wasteful, and now he can grow. Hoo. A burst of true energy erupted from him again. This time he didn't go under the waterfall and practiced. He just stood there quietly, thinking and controlling. We must break away from the inertial control of the 2 god tier skills. Break away, break away. Fengma Yiming tried to concentrate. He felt that the true energy in his body was gradually being controlled by him. It seems that standing under the waterfall just now was distracted. Gradually, he felt that the huge real air current in his body could be gradually suppressed by him a little bit. FK, it's so good, so good. Fengma Yiming was very happy, and quickly practiced in place over and over again. In the end, he was finally able to suppress his true energy in a small area, and was able to attack some small targets without harming the innocent. As soon as it was dark, Fengma Yiming packed his backpack to go home, humming happily along the way. When he returned to the village, he must reward himself with a delicious ramen meal and a barbecue. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming moved his index finger and couldn't help swallowing. Once back to the village, at the beginning of Yahua, the street was full of ninjas who had finished their day shopping, and some people who had finished their farm work were relaxing. This is the case in Ninja Village. Ninjas are almost the only office workers. Everyone in the village has some physical skills. It's just that the skill requirements of ninjas are much higher than those of ordinary workers. Ninja Village is also equivalent to the gathering place of fighters in a country, so ninja is the main occupation of Ninja Village. Ah, finally you can drink Coke beautifully and enjoy it. Fengma Yiming couldn't help but trot. Boss. A big ramen. Another big bottle of Coke. He came to the ramen shop and grabbed a spot, and sat down happily. The fragrance in the shop was overflowing with people coming and going. If it weren't for his quick eyesight and quick hands, then the seat just now was gone. While waiting for the ramen, Fengma Yiming took the opportunity to drink Coke, and the people around him were bustling. Ah, Asuma, we're late again, and the ramen shop has no space anymore. A voice that sounded a little honest. Then, another voice appeared. Ah, then don't eat ramen. Why don't you go to the barbecue together? The barbecue is worth the wait. Fengma Yiming was taken aback, his mind flashed for a long time when he heard the name Asuma. Huh, wait, isn't Asuma the teacher of Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino? He has traveled to the era of Hokage, and now they are just like themselves, children. Fengma Yiming turned his head and saw little Asuma talking to a fat boy. Advertisement. The chubby boy had long hair like porcupine spines, and his round and sturdy body didn't look like a child at all. Are you, Akamaiki Dingza? Fengma Yiming asked. Sarutobi Asuma and Akamaiki, who were interrupted in the discussion, were taken aback and looked at the person in front of them. Suddenly, Akamaiki Dingza showed an admiring look at Fengma Yiming. Are you the man who was passed on to become the king of Coke? I also like to drink Coke, I like all food. May I be able to make friends with you? Akamaiki Dingza approached Fengma Yiming a little excitedly, and handed it over a warm drumstick in his hand. Fengma Yiming looked at the chicken drumstick and thought that this fat man was very cute. He smiled faintly and said, of course you can. My name is Fengma Yiming, so please give me some advice. On one side, Sarutobi Asuma also admires Fengma Yiming a little. He also stepped forward and said, Fengma classmate, why don't you go eat barbecue together? Fengma Yiming readily agreed, and the three of them slowly got to know each other. On the barbecue table, Sarutobi Asuma was chatting with Fengma Yiming. Akamaiki Dingza laughed with smoke. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly lowered his voice while talking. Do you know that the village has been a bit uneasy lately? Seeing the mystery of Sarutobi Asuma, Fengma Yiming was curious, while Akamaiki Dingza just ate barbecue. Seeing Fengma Yiming's interest, Sarutobi Asuma moved closer and said, recently, I heard Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage say that strangers have appeared in the village recently. I guess there might be spies or ambushes in the village. Fengma Yiming was stunned. He seemed to think of something. Not long ago, he had just solved a few alien ninjas with the firearms he got from the lottery. Could it be that someone is plotting to set up a village? Is there any more information? Fengma Yiming asked after eating a piece of roasted meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sarutobi Asuma thought for a while, and said, I personally think that everyone in the village may be a spy. In an instant the atmosphere of a certain conspiracy theory rose. Fengma Yiming was even bluffed, but soon he said, what, if we are all spies, we are also spies, it means there are no spies. The three kids laughed. Fengma Yiming knew he needed to do something. Although Sarutobi Asuma is only a child, he is shocked by what he hears, but Fengma Yiming's soul is not a small soul. While roasting various vegetables and meat, he put the food in his mouth, and his mind turned quickly. The ninjas he killed last time, the Cloud Shinobi village that sent them must have begun to move. I don't know what kind of invasion the village will face next, which is still unknown. However, Fengma Yiming is not too worried. Come on, cheers. The three children toasted happily and drank a full glass of Coke. Chapter 37. It's so full. From this meeting and date, it seems that Fengma Yiming is not as inaccessible as the rumors. Akamaiki Dingza happily patted his belly and patted Fengma Yiming again. Hey, seeing is believing after all. Sarutobi Asuma was also very happy. He and Akamiki Dingza had heard of Fengma Yiming a long time ago, but they weren't in the same class, they couldn't get in touch. When I came into contact with Fengma Yiming today, I not only felt that he could get close to him, but he was also a very interesting person. But, Sarutobi Asuma also has a careful thought. Student Fengma Yiming, I am very happy to make friends with you today. I have seen a different side of you from the rumors. However, the rumors say that your strength is strong enough to pervert. I am thinking, are you really like this? Are your strength is the same as your own, which does not match the rumors? Sarutobi Asuma stared at Fengma Yiming with a pair of eyes, as if he wanted to see through his strength. Ha ha ha, of course I can take you to see it, but it doesn't fit in the village. Go to the top of Shadow Rock. Fengma Yiming readily agreed. Akamichi Dingza and Sarutobi Asuma looked at each other excitedly. This is a good opportunity to gain insights. Sarutobi Asuma is not actually questioning Fengma Yiming's strength, he just wants to open his eyes. After all, he and Fengma Yiming are not dead in the same class, so they would never meet in practice. Come, keep up. Fengma Yiming ran quickly, Sarutobi Asuma and Akamichi Dingza closely followed. Unlike the ninjas in Hokage village, Fengma Yiming does not have chakra on him, so his running style is not ninja running, but uses true energy to assist his steps. Therefore, every time Fengma Yiming bursts out of true chi, he can push himself far away, but his current ability to control true chi is not enough, so every time he bursts out of true chi, a violent small whirlwind will be caused around him. Flying sand and rocky. My goodness. Is this strength? Akamichi Dingza was left far away by Fengma Yiming. He stared blankly at Fengma Yiming rushing up the Shadow Rock like a cannonball, almost forgetting that he was going to run. Hey, don't look so dumb, go away. Dingzuo, Sarutobi Asuma yelled. He was a bit unable to keep up with Fengma Yiming's footsteps, and now Choji has lost the chain. How can he maintain his strength in front of his idols? What if you let the idol think he can't do it? Don't play with him. Oh, I got it. Dingzuo, who received the reminder, immediately ran up. Although he was a bit large, the chakra in his body should not be underestimated. Fengma Yiming classmate, here we come. The two quickly followed. The pedestrians on the road, looking at Fengma Yiming's figure like a cannonball fired, were dumbstruck, looking at his back. Mom. What is that? I want to be that kind of person. A child excitedly pointed in the direction where Fengma Yiming disappeared. The corners of his mother's mouth twitched, and she said in her heart, that level of strength can't be achieved by just one person. The baby she gave birth to herself knows how much. Advertisement, good boy, you can't do it, we just need to be ordinary people who don't cause trouble. She patted the child on the head. Above the Shadow Rock wall, Akamichi Dingza, Sarutobi Asuma, and Fengma Yiming are already in place. We can't appreciate your technique in vain, so before that, let's do a little bit. Dingza. Sarutobi Asuma was very passionate. Fengma Yiming is so amazing. Akamichi Dingza was unexpectedly shy, and he twisted. Sarutobi Asuma said loudly. Hurry up, Dingzuo, you go up first. If you don't perform now, there will be no chance in the future. Seeing Dingza who hesitated, Sarutobi Asuma got angry, and finally Akamichi Dingza became serious. Okay, then I will show my best trick. Akamichi's eyes change. Super whole body doubling technique. Boom. Akamichi Dingza's body swelled in an instant, and under the influence of chakra, he quickly grew bigger, and eventually swelled to a height of 6 or 7 meters. This is my most powerful trick, now my power can knock down the big tree. With that, Akamichi Dingza slapped a tree with a slap, and the tree shook in an instant and dropped a lot of leaves. Oh! Akamichi Dingza exerted force, violently, and with a click, the tree was broken by Akamichi Dingza with huge hands. Akamichi Dingza has returned to his prototype, but he has already worked very hard to perform this trick. However, Fengma Yiming knows that Akamichi Dingza's strength is already considered to be the best among the freshmen. Fengma Yiming looked at Sarutobi Asuma. He remembered that this guy is actually Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, so it is not surprising that he knows the information just now. In other words, the truthfulness of the information is at least 80%. However, now Fengma Yiming wants to see the strength of this movie's second generation. How can I say that this kid can be regarded as a movie's second generation? He should not be too bad. Okay, Sarutobi Asuma, now it's up to you. Come on, show it. Fengma Yiming held his hand and looked at Sarutobi Asuma very expectantly. Seeing Fengma Yiming's expectant eyes, Sarutobi Asuma was excited, and he secretly encouraged himself. Very good. Fengma Yiming is looking forward to his performance, he must not lose the chain. Hey, let me show the latest ninjutsu I came up with. I recently learned how to control chakra finally, look. With that said, Sarutobi Asuma took out a black ninja sword, and in the next second, it was slowly covered with a layer of blue and substantial chakra visible to the naked eye. Fengma Yiming was slightly surprised. He knew that chakra is not usually visualized, and when chakra can be seen by the naked eye, its concentration must be very high. Oh, not bad. Fengma Yiming secretly said. Suddenly, his inspiration flashed. Looking at Sarutobi Asuma's chakra knife gradually forming, he thought of something. Can you learn from chakra's cultivation method to control his chi? Fengma Yiming thought about it carefully and found that this method is very feasible. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and quietly watched Sarutobi Asuma's operation. Advertisement however, Sarutobi Asuma is only about 13 or 14. Now that he can produce such advanced ninjutsu, it shows that he is not a waiter. Okay, look at me. After finishing, Sarutobi Asuma yelled and rushed to the forest side. After 3 or 2 knives, he easily cut 3 big trees with the chakra knife and crushed a rock. However, it seems that making this chakra knife is hard enough, and now he can't support it. Hoo. Hey, I have finished the show, how about it? Fengmi Yiming, let's start your performance. Sarutobi Asuma gasped. Fengmi Yiming smiled faintly, the chi in his hand burst open, he frowned, he still couldn't control this raging manic chi. However, it doesn't matter anymore, because the task at hand is to show these 2 little brothers. 9 Suns Magic Art. Gen Chi almost picked up the wind around him. Fengmi Yiming quickly rushed to the forest, his fist slammed against the trees, and soon 7 or 8 trees fell. Crack. Fengmi Yiming saw it almost, so he slowly put away his magic and walked back to the 2 of them. Both Sarutobi Asuma and Akamichi Dingza were dumbfounded. Did they really read it right? Punch a tree? Didn't it double the body, nor did it have chakra? You knocked over these techniques directly with your fists? After thinking about it, there is no reasonable explanation. Sarutobi Asuma comforted himself. Forget it, they're super geniuses. In fact, Sarutobi Asuma still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that he could pass Fengmi Yiming, but when he saw Fengmi Yiming's operation, he completely gave in. After staying for a long time, this sense of shock was slowly digested. Student Fengmi Yiming, we have been messing with you ever since. Sarutobi Asuma directly bows to the wind. Akamichi Dingza actually stopped eating continuously, very solemnly. After seeing this, Fengmi Yiming really wanted to have a signature coke action, but he realized that he didn't even have coke on hand, so he gave up. The 3 of them went down the mountain very happily, and the atmosphere was quite enjoyable. However, what Fengmi Yiming didn't realize when drinking the other 2 children was that they had attracted much attention just now when they performed the operation. Forester. These puppies. My tree, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who checked Yingyan after hearing the sound, said, are these young people so motivated? Hitaki Sakumo, who walked to the window to observe, said, oh, the voice is. I thought I was doing it. It turned out that the children were trying. There is also a person hiding in the dark. It seems that the resources of Hokage village are good. You have to report to your superiors quickly. It's time to act. Chapter 38. Cultivation hard. After returning home, Fengmi Yiming, who worked hard, immediately replenished a large amount of coke, but it was far from getting another badge. He needed to drink for a few more days to get it. Wake up, it's a new day. Fengmi Yiming decided to ask Sarutobi Asuma for the secrets of fine control. Hi, Asuma, good morning. Fengmi Yiming asked Asuma to go out early, although Asuma was still yawning, but because Fengmi Yiming asked him, of course he could come out. This is his eldest brother. Hey, big brother early, shall we start today? On the way home yesterday, Fengmi Yiming had already said that he needed to train fine control, so Sarutobi Asuma took it down. Yes, let's go. The village in the early morning was very quiet. They were going to discuss the technology before going to school. However, they encountered Senju Nwoki, who was running on the road. Hoo. This kid didn't know how long he had been running, and his whole person seemed to be collapsed. When he saw Fengmi Yiming, he immediately stood upright in place, a little bit dazed. Brother Fengma, morning. Looking at Senju Nwoki like this, Fengmi Yiming almost wanted to laugh, but as far as his current performance is concerned, it is much better than his stubborn appearance at the beginning. At the beginning of his appearance, everyone who knows that he is proud because of his family background, but those who don't know think he is so strong. Although family background is also part of strength, in this Hokage world, strength is king. Ha, Nwoki, you were early. How many laps have you run? Fengmi Yiming asked. I ran. I have already ran around the village 60 times. Senju Nwoki returned. After listening, Fengmi Yiming was secretly surprised. He said that in fact, this kid is not bad, and he has to be strong enough to hold on for so long. Unfortunately, he always thinks he is proud of something in his family. It seems that it was time to take him around. Anyway, one more brother is not much, Fengmi Yiming can still bring him here. Not bad, do you want to practice together? Fengmi Yiming asked. Hearing this, Senju Nwoki was stunned. How did he want to receive Fengmi Yiming's invitation in this life? Originally, he thought that he and Fengmi Yiming might be out of touch with each other, but he didn't expect a turnaround today. Who doesn't want to watch the training of genius Fengmi Yiming? Really? Good. I will train with you too. In this way, the feast between Senju Nwoki and Fengmi Yiming was completely cancelled. What Senju Nwoki didn't know was that his future was destined to belch, but it has now been rewritten by Fengmi Yiming. Fengmi Yiming took the 2 of them to his favorite training secret base, the waterfall. Now it's still dark, and all of them are almost in the dark. As the saying goes, early birds catch worms. Hurry up and race against time is Fengmi Yiming's kingly journey. Well, classmate Fengma, the way I practice is to feel the flow of chakra in my body first, Sarutobi Asuma said seriously. Fengmi Yiming also listened carefully, but he was still a bit unaccustomed to the fact that Sarutobi Asuma didn't have a big beard, although he looked very immature, because he saw them again from the perspective of God. But these small discomforts gradually disappeared during the concentrated training. He used the theory of controlling chakra to feel the flow of true energy in the body. Advertisement rumbling, he only felt that the genki in his body was like several swimming dragons, swimming slowly in his body. It seemed that these swimming dragons sealed by his body could come out just as soon as he exerted power. Fengmi Yiming was scared by herself. Is this in his body a monster? This feeling is too exaggerated. The moment he immersed his consciousness into his body, it was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, and then one after another giant dragons hovered in the abyss, staring at him and falling. F*K. Fengme Yiming suddenly opened his eyes. Hoo. He took a breath. Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma next to them don't know what happened, and they are still discussing some ninjutsu issues. Big brother, what's the matter? Sarutobi Asuma asked. Oh, it's okay, you continue, I will find you after I find the feeling. Fengme Yiming wiped his sweat. He didn't expect to have such a strong thing in his body, but it seemed that it would take a while to conquer them. The feeling that he could control them before, Fengme Yiming almost thought it was an illusion. Tons. Hiccup, son. Today's Fengme Yiming brought a lot of coke. After drinking 2 large bottles, he felt that his physical fitness was a little better. Host stamina +3, strength +4, speed +1. Since his strength has exploded to the elite level, his upgrade has slowed down. It may be that the more advanced the more difficult it is to practice, but Fengme Yiming is not worried, he has time to take it step by step. As long as he advances steadily, this Hokage world will be conquered by him. He wiped his mouth, hiccuped a few more times, and secretly said in his heart, come on, let me see how sacred things are in my body. The power that you can't control, no matter how good it is, it can't be regarded as one's own ultimate move, it can only be regarded as a kind of destruction. It's like a bear kid has hands and feet, but he can't control himself to destroy other people's hands. If Fengme Yiming is the same, then he might be worse than a genin. Drink. Fengme Yiming lost his anger and strode in place, and then he gradually put aside the noise around him. His voice seemed to be peeled away from his own world little by little, and he gradually entered the state of no self. Advertisement. His consciousness once again felt the dragons by his side, as if within reach. Woohoo! Even he could hear their gasps. Okay, come bit by bit, and then it should resonate. Fengme Yiming tried to disperse his consciousness and let himself fully enter the power to feel it, but it was too difficult, and some small factors from the outside would always interfere with him. Quiet, he forced himself, but still to no avail, he will still resonate and fail afterwards. System. I can't choose the next reward. Fengme Yiming was helpless and healed the distress system. After the system tinkled, it said, the next reward will be determined by the host's situation and will be rewarded with a lucky roulette lottery chance. Please keep the host and drink coke. After the system sound disappeared, Fengme Yiming drooped his head and started thinking again. Brother, do you need my help? Sarutobi Asuma asked enthusiastically. Fengme Yiming looked up and said, I'm always unable to concentrate, what should I do? I tried to resonate with my true spirit and my chakra, but always failed. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, hey, I know there is a place that is very quiet and full of fairy spirit, very suitable for cultivation. Fengme Yiming was stunned after listening. Full of fairy spirit, suitable for cultivation? Isn't it Mount Myoboku? Can this guy find Mount Myoboku? In the next second, Sarutobi Asuma's words surprised him. That's the hot spring. I realized it when I was in the hot spring. How about it, brother? Let's go to the hot spring to practice together tonight. The hot spring is comfortable and quiet. There are so many waterfalls. Fengme Yiming did not refuse, and Senju Nwoki was very happy, and the three agreed. During the day, they study hard at school, and in the evening, the three set out together to go to the hot spring scheduled. When I saw this hot spring museum, Fengme Yiming scolded in his heart. What a wicked capitalism. Although both Sarutobi Asuma and Senju Nwoki are children with prominent family backgrounds, it is not surprising to come to this high-end hot spring, but Fengme Yiming still wants to complain about the luxury of capital. After entering the hot spring, the place is really quiet. There are carefully cultivated sakura flowers along the way. A burst of fragrance spreads here, and it feels very comfortable just to walk in first. However, Fengme Yiming was shocked, and the training he should do is also indispensable. Waiter, change the shochu in our set menu to coke. I want a drink, I want a big bottle. He shouted. Chapter 39. Strange new friends in the hot spring. Fengme Yiming's voice of drinking coke is endless. Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma are a little uncomfortable. After all, they don't understand why their eldest brother doesn't drink soju and cola. Although they are small children, it is a kind of relaxation to sneak out and take a sip of wine. Unexpectedly, their eldest brother seemed to have never drunk coke before, and now he swallowed a sense of rhythm. Coke, is it really that good? Senju Nwoki watched Fengme Yiming drunk drunkly, and felt that he had forgotten what it was like to drink coke. Sarutobi Asuma has a complicated expression. He originally thought it was too hard to practice and go to school before he came to the hot springs. The eldest brother had to drink coke, but he still ignored them all the time. This makes them think about being little brothers. The younger brother also needs care. But Fengme Yiming seems to love to drink coke too much. Since entering the present, he has drunk 8 bottles. Tons. Hiccup, son. Fengme Yiming finished the 10th bottle, but couldn't drink it anymore. Host stamina +1, strength +2, speed +4, reaction power +5. Immediately host can get the 20th happy drinking achievement to unlock the second Coke Lil Prince achievement. Only 20 bottles, please come on. Fengme Yiming was so dizzy that he almost died of breath, and finally received the system prompt. People who don't know think he is a drinking fountain. However, now he can rest for a while. Anyway, he can practice in the hot spring, consume it, and he can continue to drink. Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma on one side saw that their eldest brother finally stopped drinking, and the tension in their hearts was finally relieved, so they cautiously said, "My eldest brother. Are we still practicing? Are together?" Fengma Yiming nodded and let Sarutobi Asuma continue. "Where did you say yesterday? Hurry up and continue." Fengma Yiming is full of energy. Seeing such a boss, the sense of disappointment that had been left out just now was swept away by Sarutobi Asuma, and he turned out to be full of enthusiasm. Helping the boss to become stronger is his only purpose. Speaking of, you have to feel the flow of chakra in your body with your heart, and then find a quiet and comfortable environment, such as here, and then start to resonate. For example, you don't need to resonate with all chakras with the whole person, you can one point extraction and fusion. With that, Sarutobi Asuma stretched out and took the ninja sword that had been prepared a long time ago, and then condensed a little chakra on the outside of the sword, forming a light blue protective layer. Even so, the destructive power of this knife has increased by dozens of orders of magnitude. Advertisement Fengma Yiming understood it with heart, and then began to concentrate and hold his breath, and wanted to enter the state. It's just that he is closing his eyes, but he feels that something a little bit cold is coming into the hot spring next to him. Damn, who is this? What about Gaha? Didn't you see that you were closing your eyes and resting your mind? Fengma Yiming opened his eyes suddenly and saw a beautiful woman. No, it's not a beautiful woman. He closed and opened his eyes suddenly, scanning up and down, and found that this man was a man who looked particularly beautiful. Ice blue hair, dark blue eyes, cold white skin and crystal eyes. Fengma Yiming looked stupid. He turned his head to look at Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma, his eyes indicating that they were not invited by someone. As a result, the two shook their heads together, with small eyes desperately expressing that they thought it was Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming was a little confused. Why didn't he remember that he had such a long and refined male friend? Even if Saruto Womi appeared here, it was more reasonable than this stranger. "Ahem, my friend, did you go wrong? This is our private hot spring," Fengma Yiming said politely. "Since the other person is pretty good looking, it's better to speak softly. After all, it looks like it will break when touched. I'm here to invite a few people. I just arrived in this village and I'm not used to it. I want to invite you to come and have a hot spring with me. I ordered a full set of essential oil massages over there, and I will wait for you to come." The boy smiled. He was even softer than the girl. You should know that Fengma Yiming is a straight man of steel. He laughed so much and made his goosebumps almost cut off and fried a dish. He hurriedly said, "It's okay, brother, no need, we can just make it here." Don't delay his cultivation. But when he turned his head, he saw Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma looking at him expectantly, wishing to run with that little boy now. Fengma Yiming sighed. This is his own cabbage for the pig. That's all, it doesn't hurt to go for a while. So he said, let's go. Then since this little brother is kindly invited, we will go to visit. What kind of hot spring is it? The cold little boy walked like a girl, and when he was talking about the hot spring, Fengma Yiming felt that he was short-sighted again. It turns out that the privileges and money of Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma are only enough for ordinary VIPs, but in this hot spring club, there are places where you can experience and enjoy at 20 times the price. As soon as you enter this hot spring, an exquisite rockery is greeted. A small hot spring constant temperature waterfall flows down from above, and a group of beautiful carcass sisters and sisters are playing and laughing in the water. We sincerely invite you to enjoy the beautiful scenery together. The little boy with ice blue hair bowed deeply with a smile on his face. Fengma Yiming was silly looking directly, and the true energy in his body almost ran out of control for a while. If he didn't control it at once, he might perform a nosebleed rocket man on the spot. Looking at Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma, both of them are directly stupid. The nosebleeds are flowing out one by one, and Ben didn't realize that they were gaffes. Advertisement? F***K. Do you still look like Hokage's son and first-generation grandson? Fengma Yiming stepped forward to awake the two of them. Both of them were dizzy. After wiping off their nosebleeds, they followed the blue-haired boy as calmly as possible. Then, they went down to the hot spring and placed themselves in this dreamy wine pond. Hey, it's over. What did I watch with a minor child? He felt a wave of guilt. Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma are both high-level children. This is a good time, very good. They have such a wide range of knowledge at a young age. Only after they had soaked for a few minutes, the little boy with ice blue hair suddenly disappeared, leaving only the women in a hot spring, and then these women gradually disappeared. The fog in the hot spring is getting bigger and bigger inexplicably, so big that even if Fengma Yiming and his two younger brothers are standing next to each other, they can't see each other's faces. Hey, why the fog is getting bigger and bigger? I don't know, is it because I see too many beauties dazzled? Fart. Fengma Yiming faintly felt that the voice came from the fog. Don't say anything, you two, come here a little bit next to me, don't wait until something happens and you don't know how to die. Fengma Yiming pulled the two dudes to his side. He is someone who has been stalked. He has been out of ill-level missions. He has also seen desert cavalry battles. Now he has a certain sense of crisis. Could it be that the people from the previous Cloud Shinobi village have invaded to this point? Fengma Yiming looked around. However, there was no movement. The beauties of those carcasses seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. He squinted his eyes and looked around. The concentration of the fog was already a little unbelievable. Fengma Yiming's face sank. Has a problem. He took his two children to the pool, and the shadow of the rockery was only a little bit of the wheel in the fog. As he walked, he saw a pair of feet only 3 steps away from him. Who? Feng Yiming quickly mobilized the whole body's true energy. No matter how fine the operation is, life-saving is the most important thing. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A violent and domineering gust of wind swept all over him, but the mist was unbelievable, only a little blown away. F***K. What kind of fog is this? 2DC Chapter 40. There are always people who want to harm me. F***K. What kind of fog is this? He was surprised, but in the next second, a figure gradually emerged from these fogs. He fixed his eyes. Isn't this the beauties just now? Before he could react, he burst out of the fog with a violent drink. Fog shadow kill. The human figures that gradually condensed in that instant rushed towards Feng Yiming. Although they looked like beautiful women, they were fascinating and dangerous. Good fellow, brother, you can still make beautiful tricks. Feng Yiming sneered. He doesn't care about any damage now. No matter what his mother is, he will blow him up first. Nine Sun's magical art, break. A burst of frenzy and violent innocence blasted directly from his body, and the surrounding air danced wildly, and most of the figures that had invaded were blown away. However, the scary thing is that these things can quickly penetrate the gaps of the wind. Noisy. A large cloud of mist came in through the gap of innocent energy released by Feng Yiming and approached his real body directly, and then it condensed into the image of beauties, riding on him tightly with a grinning grin. Ha 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 ha. After bursts of cold laughter stimulated Liang Guangfeng's eardrums, he only hated how he didn't practice controlling his chi earlier. Noisy. Those beauties suddenly began to deform. Feng Yiming felt that these things wanted to take his life, and those carcasses were quickly turning into hard cones. Damn, brother, you are a little bit interesting. Let me see if you die or I die today. There was another roar. Feng Yiming roared, and along with the dragon chants, a fierce aura stirred in a larger area of Feng Yiming's body. At this time, the mist that enveloped the surroundings dispersed a lot, but there was still thinness. A thin layer. Feng Yiming was secretly frightened, but still held his moves. The 8th style of the 18 palms of the dragon descending. Shocked Bailey. Bang, rumble, advertisement. This style is a large-scale attack of the 18 palms of the dragon. A huge shockwave erupts from Feng Yiming's body, which can tear everything around him. At that moment, it seems that the sky is broken and the water in the entire hot spring is stirred up and down. The women surrounding him were all shattered and turned into mist. The scope of this trick was so wide that everyone in the hot spring club thought that there was an earthquake and ran out screaming. Most of them only wore bath towels. And Sarutobi Asuma and Senju Nwoki, these two are also fighting hard, and Sarutobi Asuma is still fighting with a few misty beauties. And Senju Nwoki released his family's unique wood style. This was not inherited by his sister Tsunade, and it is the first time he has used it today. Wood style. Bondage. Roots of wood grew from the ground and bound the beautiful women who had turned into mist. But when Feng Yiming's 8th style effect of the 18 palms of the dragon falls disappeared, these beauties suddenly disappeared. The fog suddenly faded. The boy with ice blue hair was still standing in front of Feng Yiming. The moment he saw him, Feng Yiming's eyelids jumped, and then said, "Did you send it from Cloud Shinobi Village?" The little boy didn't speak, and turned around to leave. Feng Yiming sneered, and said to his heart, "How could it make you leave so easily?" He stepped forward and grabbed the little boy by the shoulder, but he disappeared into a mist. Damn it. Feng Yiming was furious. The fog here was gone. At this time, he found that the little sisters with carcass were still in the hot spring, but they were all in a coma around the rockery, and he was probably fainted when he thought about it. It is normal for these ordinary people without chakra to be stunned. Feng Yiming didn't kill him just now, because he knew that this trick was only a feint, and if it was severe, everyone in the range would bleed and die. And there are too many ordinary people in these 4 weeks. The young ladies fainted and looked so beautiful. He couldn't help but look at it more. But at this time, both Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma were sweating profusely, pulling Feng Yiming's sleeves and saying, "Hurry up, wait a minute. There will be a large number of ninjas and Embu people here to check, and if you don't want to lose money, leave first." Feng Yiming patted his head and glanced at Senju Nwoki and Sarutobi Asuma very approvingly. It seems that these two sons are not usually vegetarians either. I learned this at a young age. Okay, let's go. I'll take you. Feng Yiming smiled, and took one of his left and right hands. The true energy on his body burst out. With the thrust of his feet, Feng Yiming kicked hard and took off directly from the spot. F***K, boss, you're so cool, ooh, happy to follow the boss. Boss is amazing, ooh. Both of them were so excited that Feng Yiming took them directly to an altitude of several hundred meters, and now they fell again soon. Ah, it's so scary, will you die? The two were chatting. Feng Yiming couldn't laugh or cry, and said that if he died, he could still take them to jump so high. It's not that he wants Ishin to beg for death. Advertisement su 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 su. Feng Yiming's infuriating energy began to gather again, but this time it was softer than during the launch. When they landed, they never felt like stepping on a spring, and then quickly jumped in another direction. Feng Yiming didn't know this skill originally. When he first obtained the 18 palms of the dragon in 9 suns, he was so excited to die. However, when he was observing the training methods of the ninja school and the theoretical knowledge, he found that those methods were also applicable to the true energy in his body, so he developed such a running method. And this is also thanks to drinking coke to practice Dafa. His physical stamina, speed, agility and reaction ability have been improved, and he can do it. If you put it at the beginning, he would never be able to control such a difficult one. It seems that he will continue to drink coke in the future. It's just that his current running style is really a bit high profile, such a madly cool cannonball launching style. I am afraid that Hokage will come out to applaud. It's just that he didn't want to be so high profile. However, the true chi in his body is too large to control, and he wants to keep a low profile too. However, strength is not allowed. Boom boom boom. After a few more bounces, Fengmi Yiming finally took his two younger brothers away from the hot spring hotel. My mother, I've never played so exciting. Boss, you were so amazing. Sarutobi Asuma gasped, and put one hand on his chest. Senju Nwoki has already fallen into the time to think about life, because he feels that Fengmi Yiming is really too strong. He doesn't know how to face the tablet of his grandfather enshrined in his family. His grandfather is so strong, but he himself is a trash. Hey, Nwoki, cheer up, things are not over yet. Fengmi Yiming knew at a glance that Senju Nwoki had lost hope in life again. He felt very funny and quickly encouraged him again. The matter is not over yet. Someone will definitely investigate the hot spring we entered. Soon someone will come to your house and ask about it. You should think about your excuses quickly and how to deal with your family. Fengmi Yiming said. He felt that things were getting more and more difficult. Hurt. It's true, why are there always people who want to harm me? He took out a small bottle of Coke and took another sip. Chapter 41 Frequent Conflicts Hokage Office. In a meeting room next door, sitting high-ranking figures from Konoha village. But at this time, everyone fell silent unanimously, seeming to be in trouble. The large-scale war is about to end, but there are still a lot of small frictions. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. During this time, there has been a lot of stability, but it has also caused some commotion in the surrounding countries. After all, if you don't try to grab a handful at this time, you may not be able to get the benefits later. Udon Ekaharu echoed the road. Here, Danzo from the main battle group said. So, if you don't do it first, the village will inevitably be in trouble. The firmness of the tone also made the other three people worried. After all, the war consumes the overall strength of the village, not something that can be fully earned. Moreover, if one is not careful and defeats others, he will have to compensate a lot of money and resources. If you don't fight, Konoha can still develop well. But Konoha is not afraid of anyone. This time, I support your point, Danzo. Said Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo, who was sitting at the other end of the table, couldn't help but nodded, but his heart was already much smoother. He who owns and completely controls the root is the person with the most authority besides Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he is ambitious and has always wanted to use the war to get more benefits for the village. But this is not recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who yearns for peace. This is also the reason why Danzo has slowly moved away from Sarutobi Hiruzen over the years. And this time, since Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed support for him, the next job will be much easier. But, who knows, Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't finished talking yet. Now the war is about to end, no one can do excessive things on this kind of bones, you know what I mean. Danzo was taken aback, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at him with a particularly deep look. Those eyes seemed to say, if you dare to initiate unnecessary wars, I dare to be rude to you. Although Danzo also has power and status in the village, he still lowers his head in the face of Hokage. Therefore, Danzo can only accept this. At the end of the meeting, Danzo left the meeting room first. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't think how you can control me, as long as there is war, I have a chance. Advertisement under his gloomy eyes, Danzo's heart was surging. The war is about to end, and the atmosphere of the village has obviously changed. The most obvious change was the state of the ninjas in the village, each of them seemed to be more tense. This also gave the village a misty atmosphere. Even a genin team like Fengmi Yiming feels it very clearly. Do you feel it? The number of missions has increased recently. Yes, these days, the ninjas in the village feel a little less, they are all sent out to complete tasks. Is this what is going to happen? On the street, Fengmi Yiming passed by and heard several genins talking about these things here. After all, whenever there is a change in this war, no matter the gains or disasters, the ninjas are the first to bear the brunt. Hearing those genin means almost that they have just become ninjas and don't want to die so young. But then again, who wants to face the chaos of war? This time and again, even if it is a veteran, life and death are uncertain. Looking at those genins, there is also a bit of sentimentality between the eyebrows. Tons. Hiccup, in an instant, the sentimental atmosphere was disrupted by this sound. Looking at Fengmi Yiming, who is drinking a drink beautifully, it is as if there is only a drink in the world, and nothing else has anything to do with him. Hey, if only we could be woo-you carefree like him. One of them, Genin, said frivolously. The expression of contempt and ridicule towards Fengmi Yiming in his words is vivid and vivid. Hearing this, the few students who were speaking looked at Fengmi Yiming and couldn't help but smile deeply. Compared with me, do you compare? Fengmi Yiming heard them clearly, but didn't want to bother them. This group of guys, in his eyes, are no different from group acting, maybe they will be over at some point. Come here to taunt him, even the protagonist is not sure who is, I hope I can see you next time I come back. Fengmi Yiming put down the drink bottle in his hand, curled his lips, and drew a terminator to the genin in his heart. Leaving here, Fengmi Yiming also has something to deal with. This isn't it. I haven't taken a few days off and I'm going out on a mission again. This is to call Uchiha Makoto and set off together with what I said before. Among the three of the team, the best relationship with Fengmi Yiming is Uchiha Makoto. Advertisement but thinking of some Uchiha people, it seems that I don't want the two to get closer together. When I came to the Uchiha clan, knocked on the door and told the clan that he was looking for Uchiha Makoto. Of course, not everyone can enter the Uchiha clan. As a genin, Fengmi Yiming naturally has no possibility of entering the Uchiha clan. Waiting for Uchiha Makoto on the street, it was also a coincidence that I ran into Uchiha Fucha who had returned from a trip. When the two were at the ninja school, they were not right. When they saw each other now, the other party still didn't give Fengmi Yiming a good face. Humph. As if I hadn't seen it, I walked directly past Fengmi Yiming and opened the door into the courtyard. Fengmi Yiming also didn't care much about this kid, a third-rate character, and he didn't know when he would leave the field and compete with him. But Uchiha Fucha didn't take a few steps before stopping. This kid is here and waiting, isn't he waiting for Makoto? Thinking of this, Uchiha Fucha couldn't bear it. There is no other way but to endure the matter of being assigned to a small team. When you complete the task, there is nothing you can do about it, so you can bear it. But now he actually dare to come here to find someone, so he can bear it. Fengmi Yiming, just listen to Uchiha Fucha loudly. What are you doing here? This is the place of my Uchiha clan, can you stay? Hurry up and disappear into my sight. In fact, I just want to shock the opponent with the prestige of the Uchiha clan. But who knows, Fengmi Yiming didn't take him seriously. Why, are you in charge of Uchiha's house now? Only you, dare to call yourself Uchiha. Hearing this, Uchiha Fucha also got angry from his heart. I was in a hurry at the time, and I took out the Shuriken from Kabuto's child and threw it at Fengmi Yiming. Snapped. But someone grabbed the hand that had just been raised. Just want to scold me back, who dares to stop me? Chapter 42 Troubles are frequent. Looking back, I saw Uchiha Fugaku standing there. Brother, you just came here. The person I saw was Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Fugaku was also overjoyed, and wanted to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to attack Fengmi Yiming together. But before he finished speaking, he heard a reprimand. Are you a 3-year-old child? Can you act for your own mind first? After being scolded by his brother, Uchiha Fucha was a little afraid to say anything. You're going to cause trouble sooner or later like this, just take me back and take it alone. Uchiha Fugaku shouted. Although Uchiha Fugaku is very angry, he still has to be obedient in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Fengmi Yiming also chuckled when he saw this. Just like what Uchiha Fugaku said, this Uchiha Fugaku was stupid at school, and he didn't expect to become genin. It still is. Unexpectedly, Fengmi Yiming was also a little worried about the two who became teammates with Uchiha Fucha. Such a guy, I don't know if things will happen, but there will always be bad things. You must know that when you go out on a mission, it is not terrible to fail the mission. The terrible thing is that when you encounter an enemy, he can still do it. This will directly lead to the destruction of the group. Sorry, my brother didn't discipline him well. On behalf of Uchiha, I am sorry to you. Uchiha Fugaku is worthy of being a candidate for the next generation of patriarch, and he is still very decent in speaking and doing things. After hearing the other party apologized, Fengmi Yiming didn't say much. Originally, he came to pick up Makoto, but he didn't want to pick up hatred with unnecessary people because of a second hand. Fugaku, Fucha, why are you here? At the same time, Uchiha Makoto walked out. Oh, nothing, are you going on a mission? Seeing Makoto, Uchiha Fugaku asked appropriately. However, under Fengmi Yiming's careful observation, it is not difficult to see that Uchiha Fugaku's eyes showed a hint of licking when looking at Makoto. Obviously, this kid likes Uchiha Makoto. Yeah, my teammates are still waiting for me, I won't talk to you anymore. Without saying a word, Uchiha Makoto directly passed the Fu brothers. Brother Yiming, you have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Fengmi Yiming, the expressions on Uchiha Makoto's face suddenly became active. It was much happier than when I talked to Uchiha Fugaku. The idiot can also tell at this time, who Uchiha Makoto feels better about. Fengmi Yiming smiled and said nothing. Advertisement. But I also noticed the neglected Uchiha Fugaku's little expression behind. The uncomfortable expression that flashed suddenly, very well explained Uchiha Fugaku's current mood. Brother, sorry, in terms of charm, brother is still slightly better than you. Fengmi Yiming said inwardly. Let's go, Mrs. Hitaki should be waiting for us. Fengmi Yiming said, Brother Yiming, where's your backpack? Didn't I tell you to wear it with might before, and I have to prepare some other things. With that, the two have gone away after Fengmi Yiming and the other two left. Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't hide behind. Look at Uchiha Makoto with joy and Fengmi Yiming beside her. Uchiha Fugaku is uncomfortable. This Uchiha Makoto is also regarded as a beauty in the Uchiha clan, and there are many admirers. But because of the existence of Uchiha Fugaku, those guys didn't dare to express any good feelings towards Makoto. Quite simply, Uchiha Fugaku is the strongest among them. Whoever has an idea about Uchiha Makoto is unhappy. The ninja still has to speak with strength, but at this time, Fengmi Yiming appeared. The most important thing is that Fengmi Yiming is not weak in strength and looks good. Uchiha Makoto kind of likes people, therefore, Fengmi Yiming is like a thorn, stuck in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku. This would actually come in front of him to P***K him. Uchiha Fugaku felt uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing Fengmi Yiming who brought a huge backpack over, Hitaki Shumao couldn't help frowning. The ninja's backpack is the most simplified. After going out for 3 days this trip, what do you do with so many things on your back? What are you in here? Hearing Hitaki Shumao was curious, Fengmi Yiming also smiled slightly, thinking, I will give you some insights. Brush. Opening the backpack, I saw that it was filled with various drinks. There is nothing else. Upon seeing Hitaki Tsukumo, even with his concentration, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. What are you doing with so many drinks? Immediately, Hitaki Shumao, who was determined, questioned Feng Yiming. Of course I'm here to drink. If I hadn't been out on a mission, I wouldn't have brought so many drinks with me. Advertisement, how tired. Hearing Feng Yiming's words, Hitaki Shumao was also stupid. Co-authored this is the wrong task. Let's not say whether you're doing this right or not, that's the most important thing. Where are your necessary equipment? Feng Yiming also smiled after hearing Hitaki Shumao's question. He carried it on his back, and half of it was what I needed. Feng Yiming pulled Might Dai aside, patted the latter on the shoulder, and said. Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't believe what he heard, and turned to look at Might Dai. This is a premeditated co-author with you. Might Dai, who was a little embarrassed by Hitaki Shumao's stare, also didn't dare to respond to Hitaki Shumao, and also couldn't figure out why Feng Yiming did it. Seeing that Might Dai didn't intend to explain anything, Hitaki was also a little bit angry. Looking at Uchiha Makoto again, at this glance, you can see that Uchiha Makoto was prepared according to his own requirements. The only girl did much better than the two boys, as expected of the top students in the ninja school. Hitaki nodded secretly. By the way, Makoto still has some equipment for me, Shuriken or something. I can't fit this bag, forgive me. Feng Yiming suddenly added at this time. Hearing this, Hitaki was taken aback. Looking at Uchiha Makoto again, I saw that Nizi's face was a little red, and I was embarrassed to see Hitaki Tsukumo. Obviously Feng Yiming instructed her to do this. That's it, you just need to feel good. Hitaki rubbed his eyebrows and continued. It's all here, let's talk about this mission. This mission is very simple, to retrieve some information. Nevertheless, everyone must be more careful. After all, there are 2 oil tanks in the team. If Hitaki Tsukumo hardened and encountered a powerful enemy, he would be powerless. Fortunately, the presence of Feng Yiming also reduced his pressure a lot. Good teacher. Might Dai also said excitedly. Feng Yiming is also speechless to this guy. Energetic is really good, but his incessant effort makes the person next to him a little tired. Chapter 43 Departure Mission leading the team to set off. This trip will take about 3 days on the road. After all, it is necessary to go to a relatively far place to retrieve the information, and it is normal to spend some time. For Feng Yiming, running along this road is very easy. With internal blessing, his physical strength can be said to be second only to guys with special physiques. But there are still girls and guys in the team, which are definitely not as good as him in terms of physical strength. So take a break from time to time. Feng Yiming doesn't consume too much, so go on guard. Hitaki Tsukumo had to guard 2 little ones, so he couldn't leave casually. Feng Yiming nodded, and walked aside. It was about this time, and suddenly there was an abnormal movement in the grass beside him. Hitaki Shumao immediately became vigilant, blocking Feng Yiming and staring at the other side. Feng Yiming felt that there was only one person in the grass, and the other person seemed to be in a bad condition. Boom. Sure enough, the guy in the bush came out before nothing happened. He was still wearing bloodline, and he fell into a coma when he came out. Hitaki saw the opponent's forehead protector, Konoha Shinobi, and healed the opponent quickly. It was also a miscellaneous of Hitaki Tsukumo, and he also knew a little about medical ninjutsu. It didn't take long for this Konoha Shinobi to wake up. The first sentence after waking up made Feng Yiming nervous. Quick. The team was attacked. Before he could tell where the team was, he passed out again. Seeing this, Hitaki Tsukumo didn't dare to let go of the medical ninjutsu and continued to use it. But at the same time, he was a little anxious. According to what this person said, there should be hostility at a place not far away. And the casualties should be serious. Then they just pass by here, can't they just go directly to help them? But now there is still a wounded in his hand, and medical ninjutsu cannot be interrupted casually, and there is no way to help others. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto suddenly said, Teacher, please take Brother Yiming and the others to save people. I'll continue here. Uchiha Makoto's medical ninjutsu is not bad, although it is not as powerful as Hitaki Tsukumo, it is enough to treat the wounded slowly. After hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo nodded as well. He had already helped this guy to deal with it urgently. As long as there is no strenuous activity, there should be no danger. Thinking of this, Hitaki also decided to trust his own student once. In this way, Hitaki handed the wounded to Uchiha Makoto to deal with. Of course, we cannot take away Feng Yiming and might die as Makoto said. Advertisement. The next travel speed will be very fast, and there may be unexpected situations later. What I want is to keep you all. What do y'all think? Hitaki said. His meaning is very simple. After all, he is going to save people, so he doesn't care about these 3 little ones. So let them stay here to take care of the wounded. But Feng Yiming will not give up this opportunity. He must do all the good things he can do. The teacher asked Might Dai to stay here and take care of the wounded with Makoto. I will go with you. Feng Yiming said. Hitaki Tsukumo looked at the other 2 again, which also meant, give it to us. So, Hitaki Shumao couldn't refuse Feng Yiming, keep up. After speaking, Yiki Wechun went far away. Looking at Feng Yiming again, after seeing the teacher leave, he also patted the only boy in the team. Then he chased Hitaki's trail and drove out. Here, Feng Yiming chased Hitaki Shumao's trail, but didn't think much about it. Before going far, there was a scream in front of him. Forehead. Feng Mei Yiming went over to see that the situation at the scene was terrible. Konoha Shinobi's side is also seriously damaged. Everyone is injured, it depends on the severity of the injury. The situation was not optimistic at first, but Hitaki Shumo suddenly arrived just now. This is a reversal of the situation. Ha! With the knife drawn again, Hitaki took the knife and sailed down to an enemy ninja. The number of enemies is steadily declining, and people are not fools, and they are thinking of tactics at first glance. So, the strategy that came to mind was to let people go to Hitaki Tsukumo and stop them first, and then send the rest to attack the injured Konoha Shinobi. In this way, even if Hitaki Tsukumo kills them all, it would be just a situation like, cannot save people. And if Hitaki Tsukumo panicked and wanted to save someone, there might be a chance to attack Hitaki Tsukumo. After the plan was set, the enemy ninjas glanced at each other and understood the meaning. Swipe. Two elite Jonin suddenly jumped out and stood in front of Hitaki Shumo. We are your true opponents. Advertisement. As soon as the voice fell, there was a fight. The rest of the guys started to besiege the injured Konoha Shinobi. This overwhelming number of people seems to be able to think of the ending. But they overlooked one thing, that is Feng Mei Yiming. Brush. Seeing that the situation was not right, Feng Mei Yiming was dispatched immediately. The figure flashed and came directly to the wounded. With me here, no one can hurt them, Feng Mei Yiming is heroic. The opponent was also surprised by Feng Mei Yiming, who suddenly appeared, and then he recovered and continued to attack. Feng Mei Yiming saw that there were so many wounded around here, if internal force alone was used, would there be any mistakes? Therefore, after Feng Mei Yiming briefly thought about it, he also understood what tricks to use at this time. Swipe. I saw that the moment Feng Mei Yiming opened his eyes again, his eyes had turned into a ring of Rinnegan. Shenluo Tianzheng. The pupil power burst out in an instant, and an invisible stance suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Several people, including the wounded, were tightly enclosed in the protective circle. Ding ding dong dang, this is the sound of a shuriken and the like when it touches the repulsive force. The remaining ninjutsu didn't even trigger a sound. It was directly offset by the Shenluo Tianzheng. This one hand shocked all the enemy ninjas present. What's this trick? That pair of eyes, are they? These guys are not mediocre people, they are also good hands among ninjas. So I found a breakthrough point without much thought. That is to continue to use projectiles such as ninjutsu and shuriken. They want to see how long Feng Mei Yiming's move just now has a cooldown. As everyone knows, Feng Mei Yiming did not wait for them to make another move. Round 2 Medj Prison. Feng Mei Yiming murmured secretly and stared at the same time. Swipe. Several figures, completely invisible to the enemy, immediately entered the enemy camp. Then it was a merciless massacre, Chapter 44 Rescue. But there is no justice or injustice, after all, these guys have nothing to do with Konoha Shinobi. Feng Mei Yiming looked around when those guys were distracted by the avatar of the tomb. There are already many Konoha Shinobi corpses at the scene. The wounded who survived now are only one of 12. And those Konoha Shinobi who died, that's a miserable one. Even some were not killed alone, but tortured to death. Seeing this, Feng Mei Yiming also clenched his fists in pain. He made a quick move to end the lives of those guys. Compared with the Konoha Shinobi who were tortured to death, he was kind enough. What? Forehead. What the hell is it? Why can't I see the attack at all? The enemy has fallen into a complete collapse. The two strongest enemy ninjas here who were responsible for blocking Hitaki Tsukumo were also shocked by the screams from these guys. What kind of horrible attack was it to get these guys to be killed without any other means? Retreat. When even gave the order, if you continue to attack, I'm afraid that Konoha Shinobi will kill them all. If you close it now, there are still a few people left. When the remaining enemy ninjas on the scene heard it, they immediately gave up and continued to attack, but fled in all directions. Even the two elite Jonin who were responsible for blocking Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't bear the pressure, and Ma slipped away. This is what Hitaki Tsukumo really didn't expect. Hey. Slowly put away the shinobi in his hand, and then looked at Feng Mei Yiming. It seemed that no injuries appeared, they were beaten to death by the enemy ninjas, and escaped. Hitaki was also taken aback when he saw the pattern of Rinnegan that had suddenly disappeared from Feng Mei Yiming's eyes. Am I wrong? Did Feng Mei Yiming's eyes change just now? When I took a closer look, I saw Feng Mei Yiming's eyes had returned to their normal state. This doubt remained in Hitaki Shumao's heart, and he did not ask Feng Mei Yiming. His purpose is to come and save people, not to track down the secrets of his students and get to the bottom. Advertisement. Everyone, how is the situation? After the battle was over, Hitaki hurried to the wounded Konoha. You can see that everyone is seriously injured, and some are even left with a breath. The situation is not optimistic, and Hitaki Shumo immediately devoted himself to the treatment. But he is not very good at medical ninjutsu. In the face of such a serious injury, Hitaki Shumo, who is his Hokage arm, is also very difficult to do. Thank you so much. If you don't come to help, I'm afraid we people have already. The talking guy made Feng Mei Yiming a little familiar. Isn't this guy just broken? Feng Mei Yiming said in his heart. Look at the necklace hanging around his neck, isn't it a gift from Tsunade? It turns out that the plot has come to this point. Feng Mei Yiming did not realize at this time that after his wave of operations, the wheel of history had already slightly deflected. But this is also good, saving a good man who has contributed to the village is what Feng Mei Yiming is willing to do. Ahem. But before he heard a few words, the latter began to cough up blood. Looking at the injuries on his body again, this is probably the meaning of rebirth. Seeing this, Hitaki couldn't bear to keep watching and turned his head heavily. After all, he still has friendship with him. Watching his friend pass away is the most painful thing in the world. System, I still have another chance to choose martial arts. Can you choose me an internal strength that can help others heal? Feng Mei Yiming has made a choice and is asking about the system in his heart. Sure. The system's answer is clear enough. So Feng Mei Yiming left it to the system and started the second martial arts choice after the upgrade. Ding! Martial arts have been selected for host. Feng Mei Yiming simply took a look at the selected internal strength, and it turned out to be Shen Jiao Jing. This internal skill is the magical effect that the person who claims to have crossed the ghost gate half a step has brought him back. Even when he took a shot, one hand held Kato Dan's pupils gradually losing their brilliance, and at the same time, the internal forces in the body were running at full speed in accordance with the root of the Shen Jiao Jing. Wow, it may not be felt by others, but Kato Dan feels it clearly. There is an energy similar to chakra, which penetrates into his body at once, follows his body, and begins to flow inside. Advertisement. Moreover, the power of recovery brought by this power, even the strongest medical ninjutsu, healing jutsu, is probably not up to this level. The most healing jutsu can cover is a palm-sized piece, which can quickly recover from a single serious injury. But for Kato Dan, there is nothing good outside, and there is a mess of injuries inside. Even the strongest medical ninjutsu, I'm afraid it won't help. At this point, when Kato Dan was thinking about it, his injury has been healed a lot by the magical energy. Similarly, Feng Mei Yiming clearly felt this. This time, Feng Mei Yiming was not afraid of exposing the danger of his own internal strength, and tried to save others. Feng Mei Yiming has already realized. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming's sudden move, the remaining wounded were also a little curious about the situation where Kato Dan was dying. This is. After discovering that Kato Dan's situation was slowly improving, the wounded admired Feng Mei Yiming's methods even more. Even Hitaki Tsukumo was amazed. This kind of means, isn't it the same as? When everyone was shocked, Kato Dan's life was finally forcibly pulled back from the line of life and death by Feng Mei Yiming. Call. Everyone. When I heard that Kato Dan was able to spit out a few words with some effort, the teammate beside him finally couldn't stand his emotions and burst into tears. Now Feng Mei Yiming was a little stunned. This still has to be treated, how come it interacts? In short, that's it. It took about half a day and Feng Mei Yiming healed some internal injuries for everyone. As for the trauma, everyone was slowly cured with medical ninjutsu. There was also no death. M's Hitaki, then I will go to Makoto and them first. Next, I will call some people to escort everyone back. Feng Mei Yiming, who had dealt with the injuries of the wounded, did not rest, and said to Hitaki Shumo. Hitaki nodded. It was best to do this. Then, after waiting for almost half a day, when Feng Mei Yiming went back and called some people to hand over the wounded to them, Hitaki Shumo returned with Feng Mei Yiming. After all, their mission has to continue, and it is really not good to give up the mission halfway. There are still 2 days left to calculate the distance. From here to the place where the information is obtained from the border, if you leave quickly, you should come in a hurry. After returning home, because it was night, Hitaki Tsukumo just figured this out by the fire. Chapter 45 Fengma's Rush. Hearing what the teacher said, Makoto and Might Dai were both silent. Very simple, because the speed and physical strength of the two of them are not enough to support such a high-intensity exercise. In this case, there is only one way to give up the task. Are you going to split the troops, Mr. Hitaki? Feng Mei Yiming asked calmly. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded. It was true. Otherwise, the task would not be completed on time. Let me take Makoto and Dai, as a group, waiting for you here. And you, alone, go to the border position to obtain information, and then rush back as quickly as possible. Can you do such a task? Hitaki asked. Because otherwise, it is really difficult to complete the task. And he didn't choose to go there alone to get information, it was also for the sake of the 3 little ones. Originally, support was something I made my own claim, and it has already hurt you. Hitaki said apologetically. Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai were silent. Although I don't want to say, yes, it is true. If there is enough time to complete the task, both Makoto and Dai will choose to do their best to help the villagers. But when it comes to tasks that cannot be completed, just. At this moment, Feng Mei Yiming smiled slightly and said naturally. Your choice is right. There has never been a choice that can give up your companion's life because of a task. If you give up the mission, you don't deserve to be a ninja. If you give up your companion's life, you don't deserve to be alone. Feng Mei Yiming's calm words made waves in Hitaki's ears. Similarly, Feng Mei Yiming, who can easily say this kind of thing, also taught Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai to the side to, very hard. It also gave them a new understanding of Feng Mei Yiming. Hitaki Shumao, who was slightly calm, really admired his student when he focused on Feng Mei Yiming again. It's really amazing to have such a recognition at a young age. Even the things that veteran ninjas like him didn't dare to think too much, were easily answered by a few words. Then follow the plan. A group of people hit it off. With such an urgent march, Feng Mei Yiming can no longer take a leisurely drink while moving forward. After taking off the huge luggage and putting on the light equipment, Feng Mei Yiming embarked on the journey. Advertisement. Swipe, carrying swiftly in the woods, stepping on the branches, like a dexterous animal, shuttled through the woods. Feng Mei Yiming also mobilized his internal power, and used his speed to ultimate. In the branches of the forest, only a few sounds can be heard faintly, and even Feng Mei Yiming's figure can't be seen clearly. What's interesting is that in such a fast-moving state, Feng Mei Yiming's internal force in his body is not obviously consumed. Even physical strength, because of internal strength, did not appear to be significantly consumed. In this way, after leaving Hitaki Shumao and the others, Feng Mei Yiming arrived at the border of the Fire Country in just over half a day. Everyone, hold on, with a wave of indiscriminate bombing, Uzumaki Kushina insisted. But looking at her companion, there are already a lot of injuries on her body. Coupled with the lack of physical strength, it will soon be unable to withstand it. And her teacher is in a coma at this time. Although it was urgently dealt with, his life was temporarily saved. But it is more dangerous if you can't go back as quickly as possible. This is the situation on Uzumaki Kushina's side. Look at the other side, the guys attacking them frantically. There are all kinds of ninjas. Looking at the number of people, there are quite a few. There are a total of 20 or 30 people. All of them have Chunin's level up, and among them is one traitor, who is good at assassinating technique. Had it not been for Uzumaki Kushina's quick response, it is estimated that her life would have been cut off by the opponent. Boom. Uzumaki Kushina bit her lip tightly, very hard. Seeing that he, his companions, and the teacher are all going to die in the hands of those guys. Kushina still has no actual feelings. Because they just passed by here, they were attacked by the other party before doing anything. It wasn't until she was about to be killed that Kushina was dragged by her companion to hide here in a daze. Should we be punished like this if we did nothing? At this time, Kushina still has an unrealistic idea. I think I'm too innocent, and it turns out that being innocent does not mean that you can survive. This is the case in troubled times, and only those who have the ability can live long. Not kind or innocent people. Of course, the ability here may be harmful to people's ability like this. Advertisement, but they were lucky and happened to run into Feng Mei Yiming who was passing by. Is it rebellious and renunciation again? Finding the situation here from afar, Feng Mei Yiming thought so. During the war, Ren was like a lunatic. As long as the opponent was a living person, they wanted to touch him. There are also many reasons. The relatives of the 3 big masters and 7 big aunts were killed by ninjas in which country, and they have hatred. Just send someone to drink his water, and then kill it. This is the reason. Such things can no longer be said to be strange, but absurd. And it's just such absurd things, and a lot of them happen. Feng Mei Yiming didn't think too much, let's go and save people first. Anyone who is targeted by those rebels, don't care about anyone, will not be comfortable with it. Boom. Running the internal force, Feng Mei Yiming pushed hard under his feet and leapt forward abruptly. Suddenly came over the heads of those rebels. Because there was only one person, it did not arouse the other side's vigilance. But this also happens to be Feng Mei Yiming's show. Shen Luo Tianzheng, he stared suddenly, and a large range of repulsive force suddenly radiated from him. Boom. Wherever the repulsive force went, let alone people, even the mountains, rocks, and plants were destroyed like Ronli. You can also imagine those cases of rebellion. By coincidence, standing together, no one can survive. Tread. In this way, Feng Mei Yiming is able to stand firm. Glancing at the dead body without feelings, then turned and walked towards the victim. Seeing from a distance, the victim seemed to be Konoha's. How are you doing? Feng Mei Yiming asked after coming to the big rock where they were hiding. Teacher. Teacher, he can't stand it anymore. I saw 3 dirty young ninjas, surrounded by a teacher with a lot of bloodline on him. Feng Mei Yiming could also feel the teacher's situation, indeed, as the young man said, it was about to die. Something pierced the vein and lost too much blood, although emergency treatment was done. But from the current situation, it is impossible to survive. Chapter 46 The Hokage Summon. The situation was critical, and Feng Mei Yiming couldn't say anything and went straight up to operate. Snapped. Grabbing the injured teacher's shoulder, Feng Mei Yiming first used the ability of Shen Jiao Jing to hang him in one breath. You first go around and collect some herbs, which have a hemostatic effect. Feng Mei Yiming saw that it was probably because of the battle just now that the wound that had been treated urgently began to bleed again. Hurriedly greeted the 3 people who were still able to move and started to take action. Upon hearing this, the 3 dared not delay and hurriedly searched around. Because I have learned some pharmacology, it is not a problem to find simple herbs. With the bandage he was wearing, the bleeding wound was finally entangled again, and there was no problem for the time being. Okay, that's it. You guys go and rest too, leave it to me here. Your teacher will get better. After explaining a few words, Feng Mei Yiming devoted himself to the operation of internal strength. This can improve the efficiency of treatment a little bit. Listening to Feng Mei Yiming's words, the 3 of them were also a little startled. After all, Feng Mei Yiming's treatment is a bit offbeat, and there is no chakra fluctuation. However, the situation of the injured teacher is indeed getting better little by little. In this way, the 3 of Uzumaki Kushina were relieved and went to rest. In this way, half a day slowly passed. Feng Mei Yiming also stopped at the point. Looking at the injured teacher again, he has escaped from the coma, and his consciousness has returned to clarity. Thank you very much. Although awake, but unable to speak more, Feng Mei Yiming immediately stopped the other party from continuing to talk. Your teacher's situation has stabilized. Next, just go back to the village. In this way, I will leave and continue the mission. Feng Mei Yiming said to the 3 people including Uzumaki Kushina. It's quite risky to think about it. If it weren't for Feng Mei Yiming's desire to complete the task as soon as possible, he would increase the speed to the fastest. Counting the half-day delay, the task is not completed. Without saying anything, Fengme Yiming set off in a hurry. Fengme classmate. Until he left, Uzumaki Kushina could not speak to him. Although I was not familiar with this when I was in ninja school. But since he saved them, he should express his gratitude. It's a pity that the two of them couldn't say a word in the end. After I go back, I must express my gratitude to Fengme. Advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the direction Fengme Yiming was leaving and said slowly. Here, Fengme Yiming left Uzumaki Kushina and others to continue the mission. It was also stuck in time and hurried to the border position. After showing the mission scroll, he also got the intelligence scroll smoothly. Not much to say, let alone rest. Fengme Yiming hurried back. Coming in a hurry, and walking in a hurry, the ninjas who looked at the border were also a little puzzled. Are you in such a hurry? With all his strength, Fengme Yiming can rush back to the designated position on time. Tread. Haha, Fengme Yiming, who was panting, couldn't say much. He waved his hand and handed the information scroll to Hitaki Tsukumo, who was waiting for him here. It's time, then I will go back with the scroll first. You two will wait for Fengme to rest before returning to the village together. After speaking, Hitaki Tsukumo left in a hurry. Fengme Yiming is here. Uchiha Makoto is good, might wears nothing. How about it, you drink slowly. Uchiha Makoto came to ask Fengme Yiming about the situation along the way. Seeing the latter pick up the kettle, it was filled. One pot is not enough, another pot. Fengme Yiming took a sigh of relief after drinking 3 or 4 pots of water like this. I'm so thirsty. Fengme Yiming gasped. On the way, I was on my way by running my internal energy with all my strength, and I didn't even have time to drink water. If you count the huge consumption of water in your body, it would be weird if you were not thirsty. Here, this is a lunchbox. Although the meal is already cold, but fortunately it can fill the stomach. Fengme Yiming quickly took the rice balls handed over by Makoto and ate them one bite at a time. With such an appearance, Might's eyes straightened as he looked at it. After eating and drinking enough, Fengme Yiming felt that his state was back again. Let's go back too. Fengme Yiming stood up and said. Don't you eat? Might Dai asked. It's okay, we don't need to be too anxious to go back, just walk at a normal speed. Advertisement expressing that it was not in the way, Fengme Yiming carried his luggage and signaled that his companion could go back. So, in about half a day, the 3 people returned to Konoha. The task was completed on time, and Hitaki Tsukumo was severely criticized by the above for failing to pay attention to the students. However, the task was not delayed, and the others were fine. When the Fengme Yiming 3 returned, Hitaki Shumao was already waiting for them at the entrance of the village. I'm back, let's take a bath first, and then the teacher will treat you to a big meal. Hitaki Shumao is heroic. Might Dai cheered, that was a joy. This tossing is really exhausting. Fengme Yiming also had the idea of taking a bath. Oh, right. Hitaki Tsukumo suddenly remembered something and continued. Did you do something when you came back? The person above told me to call you to come. Fengme Yiming was taken aback, but he didn't quite understand what Hitaki Shumao meant. What's the matter? Where are you going? I don't know exactly why, but it won't be a bad thing. When the rest is over, I'll take you a trip. After speaking, he patted Fengme Yiming on the shoulder, and then took the lead. Fengme Yiming is still a little puzzled. What is this to call him? What do you want? Let's go. The arm was pulled by Uchiha Makoto, and Fengme Yiming didn't think too much about it. So, the next day. Teacher, the rest you said is one night. Early in the morning, Hitaki Shumao came over and called Fengme Yiming. Co-authoring is not because he ran day and night, Fengme Yiming complained. Okay, young people have more personnel than my middle-aged people. Hurry up and pack up, we're going to meet Hokage in a while. Oh, with a casual response, Fengme Yiming went back to wash. After washing and rinsing, it feels a bit wrong. What did Mrs. Hitaki say just now? Hokage. Suddenly, shouts came from Fengme Yiming's home. With a sense of anxiety, Fengme Yiming followed Hitaki Shumao to the Hokage building. The other party saw that he was familiar with the road, and no one came here to stop him. When I came, I met many Jonin, and Hitaki greeted them with a familiar face. Is this Jonin's world? Fengme Yiming couldn't help thinking. Chapter 47 Assignment of Anbu Hokage Building, below. Hitaki Shumao greets a Jonin whom Fengme Yiming doesn't know. I heard that your team has done something again, ah. I dare not dare, just help, there is no merit. Tsukumo Hitaki waved his hand humbly. Oh, I've heard about it, Kato Dan team was rescued by you. There is no need to be humble. That Jonin was also well informed, and he already knew what had happened in a day or two. It seems that this ninja's circle is not big. Fengme Yiming listened to her heart. By the way, I also heard that you have a good student who performed very well. Speaking of this, Hitaki also brought Fengme Yiming over. Call senior. Senior good. Fengme Yiming greeted him very well. Okay, this is your good student, I really envy you. Hitaki Tsukumo is still not stopping. Fengme Yiming said, that's it. People are talking about me. Am I not standing here? Where else? Besides, Hitaki Shumao is good at teaching, and Fengme Yiming is talented. Fengme Yiming is also very boring to hear. The communication between Jonin is too ordinary, can't mention other things that can reflect the identity of a ninja. It made him seem like he was being praised by his neighbor's uncle, and Hitaki Shumao was like a parent, who was constantly humble. Teacher, let's come here. I really can't listen anymore. What Hitaki Tsukumo said is called a huan, as if he just loves to listen to these words. Fengmi Yiming also quickly reminded. Oh, yes, Master Hokage is still waiting for us. Hitaki Tsukumo slapped his head, and then he remembered the real purpose of coming here. Then let's stop talking, and have a chance to drink together. Saying goodbye to the unknown Jonin, Hitaki finally moved on with Fengmi Yiming. Climb up the stairs and knock on the door. Come in. Fengmi Yiming heard an old but majestic voice outside the door. Push the door and enter, and you will see a familiar scene. There are also portraits of the first 2 generations of Hokage hung on the wall, surrounded by a stack of scrolled documents. Advertisement. Is this the Hokage office? It looks like a normal office. Fengmi Yiming said in his heart. Master Hokage. With that, Hitaki Tsukumo fell on his knees. Fengmi Yiming was stunned, but was pulled gently by Hitaki Shumao before he knelt down. He raised his head slightly and looked behind the desk directly opposite, an old man with a short stature. Come on, get up. The old man put down the scroll file in his hand and said to the 2 of them. Hitaki nodded slightly and stood up with Fengmi Yiming. Master Hokage, this is my student, Fengmi Yiming. Not to say anything, I will introduce Fengmi Yiming first, which is a bit nervous for the latter. He is Fengmi Yiming. 3rd generation smiled slightly, and the folds on his face were all wrinkled together. He is very familiar with Fengmi Yiming, and he has not observed much before. However, after Fengmi Yiming became a ninja, he really came into the eyes of this Hokage. Similarly, when 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Fengmi Yiming face to face, Fengmi Yiming was also observing the adult. Seeing his short stature, it is really amazing to have to carry such a heavy burden for the entire village. You are Fengmi Yiming. This is probably the first time we have met. No longer said anything to Hitaki Shumao, 3rd Hokage spoke directly to Fengmi Yiming. Fengmi Yiming was stunned, but he still replied, Facing his superiors, Fengmi Yiming really didn't know what to say. Hearing Fengmi Yiming, he simply, Hitaki Shumao was also a little anxious. Doesn't this say some kind words? But 3rd Hokage saw Fengmi Yiming didn't say anything and didn't care. He smiled and continued. Then guess what I asked Hitaki to bring you over. Hearing this, Fengmi Yiming thought about it slightly and replied. There are guesses, but at this point, I shouldn't have guessed right. Oh, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen became interested. To be specific, why didn't you guess it right? Advertisement. Hearing this, Fengmi Yiming turned his head to look at Hitaki Shumao, and motioned to him with his eyes. I didn't mention this link when I came here. Unexpectedly, Hitaki Shigeri ignored him and stood there waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Fengmi Yiming was speechless to his teacher. But that's all, let's briefly talk about your own opinions. Thinking of it, Fengmi Yiming sorted out his thoughts and said. That's right. When you didn't come in just now, I thought you called me over and asked about helping other teams. But right now, it should not be. If you want to talk about the rescue, then there is no need for Mr. Hitaki to hide it. If you want to report, shouldn't it be better to prepare first, so the report will be better? In this way, the reason why Mr. Hitaki didn't say anything was that the matter was more important, or he didn't know what it was. But I can't guess what is important, Fengmi Yiming analyzed. 3rd generation nodded, and then looked at Hitaki Tsukumo, which means you have a bit of insight as a student. Hitaki Shumao also smiled slightly. Fengmi Yiming's performance really made him more satisfied. Then don't go around the corners. Calling you over this time, there is only one thing. Would you like to join Anbu? Fengmi Yiming was still a little dazed when the conversation changed. Anbu? Fengmi Yiming was a little puzzled. One of the conditions for joining Anbu is to be a Jonin. But he is just Genin, and Shunin's exam has not yet been completed. This makes Fengmi Yiming not quite understand the meaning of Hokage. Yes, I have been observing you for a long time. Although your tricks are a bit incomprehensible to me, your ability is already at the level of Jonin. In addition to the characteristics of your abilities, Jonin is not as good as yours after changing to a normal one. Say that I had this idea. 3rd Hokage said. After Fengmi Yiming heard this, he also had his own thoughts in his heart. Joining Anbu means having access to more powerful ninjutsu, which is why Jonin generally chooses to join Anbu. Of course, not all came with the purpose of improving strength. Also for the sake of fame, to be able to retire safely from Anbu, and finally mixed with the title of Elite Jonin. This is the strongest title under Hokage, enough for others to take a high look. Most of them are for these 2 reasons, but Fengmi Yiming doesn't need either. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Anbu. He doesn't use ninjutsu, he doesn't need reputation. As long as you drink a drink steadily, it is just around the corner to finally surpass Otsutsuki Kaguya. Their goals are much higher than they thought, therefore, after hearing this news, Fengmi Yiming's first reaction was unwilling. But looking at 3rd Hokage's appearance, saying that he has been paying attention to him a long time ago, doesn't it mean that he has the idea of letting him join Anbu? Thinking of this, Fengmi Yiming struggled a little. It's not for profit, you can join, but if you count the Anbu mission, it really doesn't have much personal time. This is what Fengmi Yiming cares about. Seeing Fengmi Yiming's delay in saying anything, Hitaki Shumao was also a little anxious on the sidelines. This Anbu invitation letter, will it be given to others casually? Only those ninjas who are particularly gifted will receive such an invitation. If others want to join Anbu, then take the test slowly. In this way, Anbu is also a steamed bun. Hitaki Shumao really can't figure out what Fengmi Yiming has to hesitate. Master Hokage. After silence, Feng Mei Yiming said slowly. I am willing to join Anbu. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. But Feng Mei Yiming hasn't finished speaking yet, but I have a request. Hearing this, Hitaki was taken aback. This is Hokage personally recommending you to join Anbu. Why did you make a request? Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Feng Mei Yiming lightly, then smiled slightly. Let's talk, what do you want? Feng Mei Yiming was also unambiguous and said directly. I hope that the tasks I perform are for the benefit of the villagers. I don't want to accept more special tasks. This is very straightforward. Let alone the two old ninjas present, if you just find a ninja, you can probably understand what Feng Mei Yiming means. No problem, some tasks hidden in the dark will not require you to perform. After listening to Feng Mei Yiming's request, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not unreasonable. On the contrary, I appreciate Feng Mei Yiming's spirit a little bit. Young, bold, outspoken, yearning for the bright, it seems that he was the same when he was young. After getting a positive answer, Feng Mei Yiming did not hesitate anymore. The Anbu thing, Hitaki will take you to handle it. Advertisement. If there is nothing wrong, let's deal with it. Hitaki Shumao nodded, grabbed Feng Mei Yiming's shoulder, and pulled him out. Leaving Hokage's office, Hitaki can no longer hold it back. Some things must be clarified with Feng Mei Yiming. In front of Master Hokage, you really dare to say it. Feng Mei Yiming knows that Hitaki Shumao is worried about him, but there are some things that are the bottom line, and there is no compromise. Ms. Hitaki, the matter is over, and what he did. Let's follow Master Hokage's instructions and go to Anbu to complete the procedures. Hearing this, Hitaki was even more annoyed. I know how I heard from Mr. Hokage, how did you pay it back just now? But no, Feng Mei Yiming didn't wait for him, so he went out. Wait, do you know where the place is? Helpless, Hitaki Shumao had to keep up. The students are not worried, and he has nothing to do. No one makes Feng Mei Yiming better than him. Came to Anbu. It is a building located underground in Konoha. The way to enter is also very secret. It is from inside a building and goes directly to the ground. This is the entrance of Anbu. Next, I will help you go through the formalities. You will wait for me here. After speaking, Hitaki Sakumo left to go through the formalities. And leaving Feng Mei Yiming alone is a bit too busy. Looking around, I have never seen Anbu base. Although he hasn't completed the formalities yet, he can already be regarded as a member of Anbu. Then visit the Anbu base, there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming wandered around the base alone. The Anbu base is also very interesting, one by one independent rooms, it is not clear what it is for. There are also Anbu members who come and go, all with masks on their faces, and they can't see their true faces. Only Feng Mei Yiming, dressed up and out of sync with the surrounding Anbu members. However, it may be that the management is stricter, and no one is observing him. The ordinary Anbu members dare not ask, and the Anbu members who do not represent the captain level also ignore it. Wait a moment, no, Feng Mei Yiming was screamed. Turning his head to see, the person who called Feng Mei Yiming was also dressed like the other Anbu members, with special masks. Who are you, how can you wander around here? The other party was not annoyed, and asked Feng Mei Yiming regularly. Advertisement. Oh, I'm a new member. Mrs. Hitaki helped me to register. I will just go around here and get acquainted. Hearing the word, Hitaki, who doesn't know it is the famous Hitaki Shumao. Captain Hitaki helped you register. This means that the team leader is a little puzzled. Although he is the same captain, his level is definitely not as high as Hitaki Sakumo. It can be said that under Hokage, Hitaki is one of the best characters in Anbu. The boy in front of him called Captain Hitaki the teacher, and said that the other party was registering for him. This makes this team leader a little confused. Feng Mei Yiming didn't explain anything. Knowing this matter, he couldn't explain it clearly. It was also at this time that Hitaki Sakumo came over. It's said not to go indiscriminately, is it a cause for trouble? As soon as Feng Mei Yiming was stopped by someone, Hitaki Shumao knew what was going on. Captain Hitaki. The team leader who stopped Feng Mei Yiming also gave a polite greeting. Sorry, my student is causing you trouble. Where and where? The other party didn't say anything, but was still a little curious about Feng Mei Yiming's identity. Captain Hitaki, are you a student? Hearing the question, Hitaki laughed. He was assigned by Hokage to come to Anbu to take up the post, so he has not been assessed. Hitaki Sakumo also knows the other party's doubts. The procedures for joining Anbu normally need to be reassessed. This is in sharp contrast to Feng Mei Yiming's registration. Hearing this, the team leader looked at Feng Mei Yiming again, and that was another attitude. Assigned by Hokage. Although you can't see the expression under the mask, Feng Mei Yiming can still guess it. It must be amazing. I won't say much, I have to take him to get acquainted here. Waving his hand, Hitaki Shumao left with Feng Mei Yiming. It was to leave the team leader in place, unable to return to his senses for a long time. You know, Feng Mei Yiming is only 12 or 13 years old. Can such a child be able to join Anbu? In this era, there are no such talented children as Uchiha Itachi or Hitaki Kakashi, so after seeing Feng Mei Yiming, the other party will be surprised to this extent. Chapter 49 Anbu Mission. After registration, Hitaki took Feng Mei Yiming to Anbu to get acquainted with some important places, such as the handover point or the ninja point, took him to recognize it again. There is still something to know, that is, the mission is highly confidential. You must wear uniform clothing and masks when performing tasks. Although you may not perform some assassination missions, but the rules are like this, it doesn't hurt to listen well. Hotake said as he walked. Fengma Yiming nodded, silently jot down. There is nothing left. After speaking, he walked into the side room and took out an Anbu suit and a mask. Fengma Yiming took over the costume, but returned the mask to Hotake Shumao. Too ugly, Fengma Yiming said with a look of disgust. Hotake said, hey, and just wanted to criticize. Fengma Yiming took out a mask from behind. The pattern on this is the same as yours, I will wear this one. After speaking, Fengma Yiming put the mask on his hand to his face. All right, just have a mask, whatever else. Hotake said nothing. After dealing with this, Fengma Yiming also left first. I'm thirsty, go get some drinks. Teacher has worked hard for you too. After speaking in a hurry, Fengma Yiming left in a hurry. Hotake Shumao looked at Fengma Yiming's hurried figure, smiled and said nothing. Probably I went back and was busy trying on clothes. Don't look at the face, but I'm already looking forward to it. Hotake Shumao thinks Fengma Yiming should be like this. But in fact, Fengma Yiming left in a hurry because of another matter. Ding. Join Anbu and reward a lucky draw opportunity. This is the message that the system prompts after Fengma Yiming is holding the clothes in his hand. It is precisely because of this that he left in a hurry. I won Rinnegan in the previous lottery. I don't know what I will get this time. After arriving in the dark and seeing that there were no people around, Fengma Yiming took a deep breath. Advertisement. Click on the lottery, and I saw the lottery wheel slowly spinning up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the item. The artifact contains a lightsaber. Seeing this sword with only the hilt in his hand and no sword body at all, Fengma Yiming was surprised from ear to ear. Artifact. I didn't expect to be able to draw a lottery to get the artifact. This system finally extracted something from the original world. Fengma Yiming said in his heart. Playing with the long sword in his hand, although the blade cannot be seen, it can be clearly felt. Very light. This is Fengma Yiming's first knowledge of this weapon. Since it is a divine tool, is it quite powerful? I don't know who is stronger and who is weaker than drafting pheasant swords. Ha, he took the sword at will, but because he couldn't see the blade, he accidentally cut it to the wall. However, Zhongfeng was not hindered in the slightest, as if he had cut tofu, he cut off a piece of the wall at once. So sharp. Fengma Yiming exclaimed, gently brushing the invisible blade with his hand, the thickness is like a cicada's wing, and the thinness is not touchable. With this thickness, Fengma Yiming also tried the strength of this sword and broke it hard. As a result, with his strength, he couldn't move the sword at all. Fengma Yiming was also satisfied with returning Hangguang to the system space. Fortunately, there is system space, otherwise Fengma Yiming really doesn't know how to carry this sword. After finishing it, Fengma Yiming also went to the front of the store and bought a few bottles of drinks before returning to the residence. In the following days, I will have nothing to drink and drink to increase my strength, and I will go out to perform a wave of tasks. But they were all missions with little danger, and even Fengma Yiming did not encounter ninjas from other countries in the following missions. While sighing that life is boring, Fengma Yiming's first Anbu mission comes. This is your mission goal. Early that morning, Hotake Shumao came to Fengma Yiming's gate. After opening the door, he handed Fengma Yiming a scroll without saying a word. Then left. Fengma Yiming was confused. Crack. Closing the door and sitting on the sofa, Fengma Yiming unlocked the special seal on the scroll. Go to the border to rescue. Advertisement. There are just a few words written on the scroll, concise and concise. There is also a map attached to the back. I didn't say who Fengma Yiming should save. God is mysterious. Fengma Yiming murmured, put the scrolls, put on his clothes, and put on the mask to set off. Since this is an Anbu task, Fengma Yiming also dare not neglect the slightest. It is at full speed, going straight in the direction indicated by the map. But before this has gone far, Fengma Yiming discovered that many ninja troops are constantly withdrawing. Moreover, the ninjas who withdrew were more or less injured. Could it be that there is another war over there? Fengma Yiming said in his heart. But because it was a task state, Hotake Tsukumo reminded him before that he could not communicate with anyone other than the leader, unless he was clear about it. So Fengma Yiming didn't know what happened there. It was not until reaching the destination that Fengma Yiming figured out what was probably going on. Boom. Listening to the explosions coming from a distance, it was an explosion produced by the combination of various types of ninjutsu. And the ninja troops here are also supporting against the enemy. The battle is confirmed, but who is it to rescue? Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming discovered from a distance that the opponent's troops were actually slowly retreating. It's as if a certain purpose has been accomplished, and there is no need to continue fighting. Seeing this, Fengma Yiming probably guessed why the opponent retreated. It seems that the person I need to rescue has already been taken away by the other party. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming did not dare to be ambiguous, passing through a zone that would not attract attention, and came to the enemy camp. It is very simple to know who to save. Just follow the other party and withdraw, and you will know what you want to know. So, after secretly following the opposing team, Fengma Yiming dared to come out to see the situation at night. Have you heard? The spy team brought back a little girl from Konoha. Fengma Yiming, who was concealed, heard the Cloud Shinobi guard saying not far away. I heard that this raid on the border of the Land of Fire is for this little girl. It seems that a kid was arrested. It seems that he came to rescue the girl but was unsuccessful and was arrested. Yeah, the kids are too powerful now. If you think we will how can we have the courage and strength? After listening to the chat of the guy over there, Fengme Yiming didn't have to think about it, and he was sure that the target was the two children. Just walked through the camp here and came to the back. Chapter 50 Rescue the Hostages. It can be seen from the intensity of Cloud Shinobi's guard that where the two children are being held. It's not easy to break through on the ground. Coupled with saving the hostages, it's time to find another way out. In this way, Fengme Yiming thought of a classic trick: dig a hole. Don't dare to use Earth style, for fear of being found by the masters here. Fengme Yiming dug a hole from the ground to gather internal forces and dig it. In the face of Fengme Yiming's strong internal force, even a stone, he dug a big hole for it. So, it didn't take much time to dig through the tunnel before dawn. Hush, I'm here to rescue you. Breaking through the last ground soil, Fengme Yiming jumped out of the tunnel and said to the surprised girl on the side. After a closer look, I suddenly found out that this girl didn't know herself. That's it. Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I really thought that it was the monster who ran out, because I didn't feel the fluctuation of Earth-style chakra. Fengme Yiming looked at Uzumaki Kushina who was tied up and Namikaze Minato who was in a coma. This time, I understand what the task of the senior management is. Speaking of Cloud Shinobi coming to catch Uzumaki Kushina, Minato should be strong enough to save the hostages. How come it seems that Minato was beaten half to death, but was caught back easily? Seeing this, Fengme Yiming couldn't figure it out. The original plot was not that Minato found out that Kushina was taken away, and then defeated Cloud Shinobi Jonin, successfully rescued the girl, and took the opportunity to steal other people's hearts. Why is he beaten like this now, half dead, and caught back easily? If you don't understand, you don't understand, but people still have to be saved. You can go by yourself. Untie the rope tied to Kushina's body, Fengme Yiming asked. Kushina moved her somewhat numb arm and nodded. Therefore, Fengme Yiming picked up Namikaze Minato and led Uzumaki Kushina into the tunnel. Since the whole process was to use internal force to dig a hole, it didn't alarm any ninjas around. After all, in the eyes of these guys, drilling a hole in the ground is equivalent to Earth style, and using ninjutsu will cause fluctuations and will be easily detected. In this way, Fengme Yiming, who had drilled a loophole, successfully escaped with the two of them. But by coincidence, Cloud Shinobi reacted before the two of them flee. Why are people missing? The future 4th generation I, also the son of 3rd generation I, discovered that the captive had been rescued for the first time. Advertisement. The Cloud Shinobi who were also released here, scattered around to track down the two who escaped. Moreover, they found the location of Fengme Yiming. Yes, it runs so fast. The son of 3rd generation I, covered with lightning-style chakra, is like a coat, and it is terrifying to see. After catching up for a short time, 3rd generation I's son didn't say much, and just stood and stared at Fengme Yiming. After all, he is wearing an Anbu costume with a mask on his face, which is strange if he doesn't attract attention. You take him away first, I'll deal with it here. Handing the unconscious Minato to Kushina, Fengme Yiming turned around and prepared to meet the enemy. Kushina also knew that her staying would only increase the difficulty of this Anbu, Jonin, so she listened to Fengme Yiming, picked up Minato on her back and ran away. Who knows that the son of 3rd generation I just looks at Fengme Yiming and doesn't pursue the two who escaped. You can save them silently, it shows that you are good at it. Upon hearing this, Fengme Yiming smiled slightly and said to the other party. You can beat Namikaze Minato, and you are not afraid that the two will run away like this. You are really confident. After a wave of compliments to each other, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. 3rd generation I's son is also afraid that Kushina will really run far, so he directly beat him. The lightning-style chakra on the body is a masterpiece of instant lightning, and at first glance, it means to use all your strength. Fengme Yiming didn't dare to be careless, although his current strength is equivalent to Jonin. But facing this shadow's heir, it is very likely that he is a cage-level strong guy, who is also staring at the other side closely. Swipe. Before the opponent started, Fengme Yiming had already started Rinnegan. In this way, with Rinnegan's ability, dynamic vision is at its strongest level. Only in this way can you see the opponent's movements clearly. Hey, I saw the other hand slashed towards his head. The sharp meaning of this lightning-style chakra, Fengme Yiming felt clearly after a little distance. Not to mention this close-up. Fengme Yiming directly transferred the internal force to ultimate, and the 9-sun magical art also exerted the greatest effect. It can be clearly seen that Fengme Yiming's body is covered with a layer of red energy. That is about to consolidate internal strength. Brush. Seeing that the opponent's hand was about to cut his face, Fengme Yiming quickly shot it. Advertisement. The launch of one palm is the long-lost, 18 palms of the dragon. Roar. A roar of dragons that seemed to exist and seemed to be non-existent reached the other party's ears. What trick? It's weird. I don't know Fengme Yiming's path, but I saw a looming flying dragon, following Fengme Yiming's palm, coming towards him. Boom. The fists meet, and the edge is profound. It was as if an extremely sharp spear was poking hard at the strongest shield. Neither party gave in. There was a flash of lightning and thunder, accompanied by a roar of dragons. It was the son of 3rd generation I and Fengme Yiming who were fighting each other. Although the internal strength is not as strong as the opponent chakra, after all, the opponent is already a cage-level player. However, relying on the particularity of 9 Sun's divine art, the internal force has been amplified a lot. There is also the built-in power of the 18 palms of the dragon. Even if the internal strength is not very strong, it can still exert a good power. In this way, it is matched. But this is because the opponent has no tricks, and it doesn't mean that Fengma Yiming has no tricks. Snapped. He took out the light sword that he had just obtained from the system space, and without mercy, he swung a sword towards the opponent's chest. What is the shinobi without a sword body? A second ago, the son of third generation I didn't understand what was going on. After a second, you can clearly feel that the shinobi sword is not without the blade, but you haven't seen it like this. In fact, after the light sword touched the lightning-style chakra on his body, the son of third generation I suddenly found out. In this world, there can be weapons that cut through the cloud shinobi lightning-style armor. This should be much more powerful than the few shinobi swords in Wujin village. Third generation I's son said. If you think so, you have to move faster. He quickly made a mistake. This time it was a sword that could not be avoided by Fengma Yiming. Your weapon is very special. The son of third generation I, who flashed aside, said to Fengma Yiming. So. Fengma Yiming said modestly, and at the same time continued to chase the guy with his hangguang. Chapter 51, Shocking Cloud Shinobi. Swipe. Although you can't see the sword body, you can hear the wind spurred by the sword dance. That third generation I's son also dodges back and forth by this. Look at Fengma Yiming holding a sword with no blade in sight, chasing the opponent back and forth. What are they fighting? Cloud Shinobi, who rushed to help, asked his companion curiously. The moves are very standard, but Fengma Yiming cannot see that there are weapons in his hands. It's like playing a mind war. This scene is not to mention weird. Captain, let's help you. I also feel that Fengma Yiming is nothing good, and he doesn't even hold a weapon in his hand. I don't know what their captain, the son of third generation I, is hiding. Do not come. Seeing that his companions were coming to help, third generation I's son hurriedly made a sound while acting slowly. In this way, Fengma Yiming scratched his arm with a sword. Although the wound is not deep, it is enough to see the sharpness of the invisible weapon in Fengma Yiming's hand. What a powerful weapon, third generation I's son said. At the same time, he is more vigilant about weapons that Fengma Yiming can't see in his hands. Of course, when the other party is thinking about how to deal with Fengma Yiming is also thinking about his own retreat. Seeing that the Cloud Shinobi troops are slowly approaching, if they don't find a chance to escape here, they may really be besieged to death. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming wanted to resolve the battle quickly. The easiest way is to repel the opponent. Do you want to kill him directly? Fengma Yiming suddenly had such a thought. However, changing to Fengma Yiming dispelled this idea. Although with Fengma Yiming's strength, it is not difficult to kill opponents who only have the cage level threshold at this time. But the consequences, killing this guy, his father is also Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. It will definitely not give up. This is bound to set off a new war. And this is not in line with Fengma Yiming's values. At the same time, Fengma Yiming suddenly understood why he called himself to come and rescue him. Advertisement. After thinking about this, Fengma Yiming had a countermeasure. Snapped. After putting the lightsaber back into the system space, Fengma Yiming stood still and patted with both hands. Planetary devastation. A small black sphere slowly flew out of Fengma Yiming's hands. Compared with the later users of Rinnegan, Fengma Yiming is a very relaxed kind. After all, the pupil power and chakra required by Rinnegan do not need to be prepared by Fengma Yiming. They are all obtained by the system after the eyes are obtained in the lottery. So using these eyes is not very difficult. But just this one also exhausted all Fengma Yiming's pupil power and chakra. But fortunately, those are not the main strengths of Fengma Yiming, so there is no loss of strength or headaches. The black ball slowly flew into the air, and the opponent next door was also puzzled. He really hadn't seen such a trick. But without waiting for him to think more, he felt the ground under his feet trembling. Boom. For a moment, I saw that the surrounding ground was broken open, and the rocks emerging from the ground were sucked into the air. What the hell is this trick? Seeing that this move is so powerful, third generation I's son can't help but beat the drums in his heart. Also feeling the pressure was the Cloud Shinobi troops who rushed over. I saw that the flying rocks piled up into a big sphere, just hanging in the air. The person underneath was palpitated. At the same time, Fengma Yiming spoke. You have seen it, such a big rock is in midair. If I lift the restrictions of the technique, what will happen to that rock? Hearing this, the son of third generation I also had a bad face, obviously thinking of the situation when the big stone fell to the ground. If that were the case, none of the Cloud Shinobi present might survive. Of course, this also includes him. What do you want? The other person asked. My request is very simple, let me go, and I will give you a time to retreat. Of course, I will wait for your people to withdraw to a certain distance before leaving. Fengma Yiming's expression under the mask is very satisfied. What he wants is such a situation. Just because he runs away will make others think Konoha village is a soft persimmon, so they all want to pinch it. Or use this planetary devastation boulder to kill Cloud Shinobi, which will start a new round of war. Advertisement. Under the trade-off, doing so can not only have deterrence, but also ensure that the opponent will not turn his face. This is the reason why the senior management sent him to save people. When the son of third generation I heard that Fengma Yiming had an attitude of solving the problem, he acquiesced in this matter. Waved his hand and let the Cloud Shinobi troops retreat first. Seeing that such a big rock formed in a short time, these cloud shinobi didn't even have the idea of fighting. After all, this is not a battle on one level anymore. If it is hard, isn't it mobs fighting the fire? After Cloud Shinobi withdrew for a certain distance, Fengma Yiming also flashed his figure and disappeared in place. As Fengma Yiming said, Dashi did not fall directly. But after both sides had withdrawn a suitable distance, they collapsed. Boom. Even though the evacuation was some distance away, the movement of the boulder hitting it was transmitted to Cloud Shinobi in an instant. Such a terrifying power. If it really hits the team, then the consequences. On the one hand, the son of third generation I was a little scared, and on the other hand, he became interested in Fengma Yiming who came to save people. He hadn't heard of such a character. After you go back, you should study the information carefully. Cloud Shinobi withdrew from here, Fengma Yiming also withdrew to the territory of the Land of Fire. He came from behind, and soon caught up with Uzumaki Kushina, who escaped with Minato. How about it? There is no injury. Seeing her rescuer came back, Kushina asked quickly. Fine. Fengma Yiming waved his hand and looked at Namikaze Minato on the ground. The latter had some injuries, which should have been acquired while fighting Cloud Shinobi Jonin. It's not to blame him, who knows that Cloud Shinobi actually sent so many troops this time, including several Jonin. It is normal for Minato to be defeated. Putting his hand on Minato's shoulder, Fengma Yiming slowly used his internal strength to heal him. Not long after, Minato woke up faintly. Seeing an Anbu man standing in front of him, he was taken aback. Let's go, you should be able to act now. Before Minato could realize what was going on, Fengma Yiming urged the two to get on the road. Of course, the news must be released so that Konoha's ninja will stop chasing Cloud Shinobi. After releasing the carrier pigeons, Fengma Yiming escorted the two back to Konoha village. Chapter 52 Celebrating and Instructing. Thank you. As soon as she walked into the village gate, Kushina turned her head to thank Fengma Yiming for saving her, but found that the person had disappeared. Let's go. The Anbu member is like that, and left after completing the mission. Minato pulled Uzumaki Kushina's arm, and the two slowly left. In this way, Kushina looked back 3 steps at a time, looking a little bit reluctant. At the same time, he was muttering in his heart, how did the person who saved her feel familiar? Returning to Anbu, Fengma Yiming first went to report on his work, which is equivalent to submitting a task. Task rewards will be delegated in a few days. The other party also replied indifferently. Anbu is like this, not about emotions, just about efficiency. After dealing with the matter, Fengma Yiming took off the Anbu costume, took off the mask, put on his own clothes, and went to the street. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the secret exit of the Anbu underground base, he saw Hatake Sakuma waiting there not far away. How about it? This mission is going well, right? As the leader of Anbu, Hatake has some knowledge about all Anbu missions. Not to mention this kind of task directly assigned by Hokage, he passed it on. Well, it's okay, it's not difficult. Hearing Fengma Yiming's words, Hatake couldn't help but smile. It's also a bit of a newborn calf's enthusiasm that is not afraid of tigers. Of course Hatake Shumao still has some understanding of Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming can say that, but he still has some confidence in his strength. In this regard, let alone Hatake Sakumo couldn't see through him, even Hokage did. Ah, that's good. After speaking, he pulled Fengma Yiming and went to the restaurant on the side. This is the first time you perform the Anbu mission. Come to congratulate you. In the future, such tasks will be very common. Hatake said lightly. Saying this is also a bit of hope for Fengma Yiming's good intentions. After all, when Fengma Yiming will perform tasks in the future, it will be mostly done by one person. This is the peculiarity of Fengma Yiming, it is the most special Anbu ninja in Anbu. Don't be anyone's weapon or tool, just for everyone's safety and happiness. This is why Fengma Yiming became an Anbu ninja and Hokage took over his peculiarities. In this era, there is still too much need for such a hero to exist. Although this hero only wants to be unknown. Tons. Gap. Fengma Yiming suddenly took out a bottle of drink out of nowhere, and drank wildly. Advertisement. This showed a cheerful expression. What Hatake Sakumo saw was extremely helpless. A little hobby is not bad, right? Hatake said in his heart. On the other side, Might Dai is working hard to practice physical skills. Just when I was resting, I saw Uchiha Makoto who came to look for someone. Dai, have you seen Brother Yiming? Hearing this, Might touched his head, looking confused. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto didn't need him to answer anything. I don't know where I went, there is no one at home, and the store said I haven't seen it. Uchiha Makoto pouted dissatisfiedly and said. Then maybe there is a task that called Brother Yiming. Might Dai leaned down, doing push-ups, and said at the same time. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto's eyes suddenly lit up. I probably know where Fengma Yiming went. Then I turned around and wanted to call Might Dai to find Fengma Yiming with her. Seeing that the latter started training again, he also pouted and left without saying anything. Although puzzled, Might Dai didn't think much about it. Maybe only training and tasks could really arouse his interest. I hurriedly came to Uchiha Makoto at Hatake Shumo's house, and I saw the two of them in the window of a shop on the street. Don't you know to call me when you come out to eat? Entering, sits directly beside Fengma Yiming. Uchiha Makoto said angrily. Hatake Shumao looked at the little girl, and then at Fengma Yiming, only then did he understand that he was speaking to him. I went out to do something, and I met the teacher when I came back, so I came to have a meal together. Fengma Yiming explained, but looking at what Makoto meant, he was still unhappy, and nothing happened. Well, I admit I was wrong, and I will call you next time. Hearing this, Uchiha Makoto put down his arms, grabbed Fengma Yiming's bowls and chopsticks directly, and ate the dishes. Fengma Yiming saw that his rice bowl had been taken away, so he had to reorder a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Waiter, another one. It was originally a dinner for two, but suddenly a foodie came in. Fengma Yiming didn't order more meals. Listening to Fengma Yiming's order, Uchiha Makoto smiled with satisfaction. If you pass, you still remember what I like to eat. After eating and drinking, Hatake Sakuma went to pay the bill. Advertisement. Go back and have time to practice ninjutsu, don't always run out and wander around. After criticizing Uchiha Makoto, Hatake left. Uchiha Makoto, who said this, is really embarrassed. Although you use Chiba clan's blood, she is already better than many ninjas in the same year. But in Hatake Shumao's class, there are also geniuses, like Fengma Yiming. She is a little Uchiha girl, really can't get through the waves. Fengma Yiming led them when completing the task. It also makes this girl useless. By the way, Makoto. Suddenly, Fengma Yiming said. I'll give you pointers on your practice. Upon hearing this, Makoto stared at Fengma Yiming with wide eyes. Why didn't I think of this before? There is a good teacher in front of me, so don't hurry up and ask to teach myself. Makoto nodded again and again after spitting out his carelessness. I stopped by in the park where Might Dai was and also came to train with Might Dai. Brother Yiming, come and teach me. Of course it's good. Might was also very happy when he heard this. But I'm stupid. I can't use ninjutsu or illusion. I can only use physique. Seeing Might Dai's low self-esteem, Fengma Yiming smiled slightly. What's wrong with physique? After physique has been practiced, it is still strong. Look at me. With that said, Fengma Yiming took a step forward. It also doesn't use internal power to follow the root of Nine Suns Divine Art or Zhonglong 18 Palms. It simply uses internal force to increase attack power. Boom. A punch was hit on the front rock, and the huge rock wall collapsed directly. Wow. Seeing this, Might Dai and Uchiha Makoto couldn't help shouting in surprise. I knew Fengma Yiming was great before, but I didn't expect that he had such a strong output just in physical skills. That's not enough. For powerful physical ninjas, it is basically difficult for illusions to harass them. Of course, ninjutsu is the same. Chapter 53 Cultivation. In the face of rapid dodge and powerful offensive power, even super S-rank ninjutsu, you have to kneel down and submit to physique. The so-called one force breaks 10,000 laws. This is the truth in martial arts in the world, in order not to break through. The words came out of Fengma Yiming's mouth and heard in the ears worn by Might. It was like a wake-up call, and it awakened Might Dai, who had been sinking for a long time. Although I don't understand what Fengma Yiming means by wugong, it is simply understood as physical skill. After listening, I thought about it for myself, and it was exactly what Fengma Yiming said. As long as the speed is fast enough and the attack power is strong enough, everything is a cloud in front of the physical skills. Thank you Yiming for your advice. Might Dai's eyes flushed with excitement, and she hurriedly thanked Fengma Yiming. Go and practice, the path you chose is not wrong. Fengma Yiming's firm words also gave Might Dai the greatest courage. In his heart, the younger generation Fengma Yiming is the strongest person, and what such a person says must be correct. Seeing the figure of Might Dai turning and leaving to train, Fengma Yiming knew clearly. This tiger, who will frighten the ninja world in the future, has finally awakened. Thinking of the powerful forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, that gave Might Dai such an honor, Fengma Yiming was also impressed. Under such an environment, Might Dai is a true genius, who can raise the limit of human beings to the level of gods. If it weren't for the obvious shortcomings of 8 inner gates, and that he mostly worked hard internally, maybe Fengma Yiming really wants to learn from Might Dai, solo physique. I think that I have achieved great success in physical training, and I might even be able to kick Otsutsuki Kaguya to death with one kick. Brother Yiming, what about me? Uchiha Makoto shook Fengma Yiming's arm and urged. Well, this will guide you. So Uchiha Makoto showed off all the skills she was good at in front of Fengma Yiming. Including ninjutsu, physique and illusion, as well as the ability of Sharingan. But Fengma Yiming really doesn't know what to say. 2 words, mean. To put it bluntly, it means the level of Chunin is uniform in all aspects, there is no obvious drawbacks, and there is no characteristic. This makes Fengma Yiming really do not know what to teach her. Your advantage is that you are balanced. In a way, you are better than Might. With such a balanced combat power, Sharingan is your only breakthrough. You can dig deeper into Sharingan's various abilities to improve your overall level. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming analyzed. Uchiha Makoto nodded, she thought so too. Since there is no talent in other areas, just focus on Sharingan. I think your Sharingan hasn't developed into 3 Guyu, so let's continue working hard with this as the goal. Uchiha Makoto nodded. If you want to improve Sharingan's ability, you have to keep your eyes open and then use the ability. Sharingan's insight, copying and illusion skills need to be practiced a lot. After seeing the firmness in Uchiha Makoto's eyes, Fengma Yiming stopped saying anything. Going to one side of the shade of the tree, took out the drink he had brought, and drank comfortably. Seeing this, Uchiha Makoto was also quite speechless. To talk about Fengma Yiming's specialty, it may be drinking beverages. In this regard, Uchiha Makoto has never seen anyone more obsessed than him. Probably, if you achieve ultimate in a certain aspect, you will become stronger. Uchiha Makoto can only figure it out if he thinks so. Physical strength +3, speed +1, strength +2. Seeing Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai each working hard, Fengma Yiming also felt a little bit, and took a sip of his drink. Fengma Yiming was even more proud of receiving the message of a small increase in strength from the system. Others have to practice hard to get results. As long as you work hard to drink beverages, you can have an improvement effect that is no weaker than them. Thinking of these, Fengma Yiming couldn't help but sigh the ingenuity of things, and took another sip of his drink. Tons. Ah, beautiful. If it were not for the lack of capacity in his stomach, Fengma Yiming would have to buy some snacks. What's the appetite for just drinking a drink? Although I am dissatisfied with this point, on the whole, I am quite satisfied with this choice of the system. Drink. Might Dai tried hard to attack the rock wall in front of him, but couldn't make a boom, and it came out of the collapse of a mountain wall. At most, he left some small holes in the mountain wall, which he punched out with his fists. Advertisement. Although there was a bandage wrapped around his fist, the bandage was already soaked in blood. But there was no pain in Might's face. This is the founder of the legendary forbidden technique, 8 Inner Gates, who has such perseverance. Looking at Uchiha Makoto again, Sharingan is also working hard, jumping up and down in the forest. Efforts to maintain Sharingan's eye-opening time, if you can't hold on, simply take a break, and then continue to practice. Because both of them know that if they don't work hard, sooner or later they will be thrown away by Fengma Yiming. So no one wants to stop and do more rest. With this perseverance, persevere, you will succeed sooner or later. Seeing that the two have slowly entered the state, Fengma Yiming quietly left. Of course, as the team leader, Fengma Yiming is also more concerned about these two little ones. At noon, lunch will be delivered. Also prepare vitamin drinks for them to supplement their nutrition. It can also increase their cultivation progress a bit. In this way, the intensive cultivation time of the two slowly passed away. Soon, the new task will find them. This mission is very important. Go to help the village escort an item to Cloud Shinobi Village. This task is very important and is related to the peaceful development of the two villages. So everyone must cheer up and never fail. Hitaki Tsukumo preached. Yes, Fengma Yiming said firmly. In private, Fengma Yiming asked Hitaki Shumao quietly. Teacher, what is this thing to be delivered? It won't be a weapon with terrible lethality. Listening to Fengma Yiming's words, Hitaki Shumao smiled helplessly. It's not that I can't tell you. The things we are going to bring are things that Cloud Shinobi Village needs very much right now. Master Hokage wants to use this to bring the peaceful atmosphere of the two villages closer. What Cloud Shinobi Village needs right now? Hearing this, Fengma Yiming briefly thought about it, and it became clear in his heart. This thing must be a sealing technique. Fengma Yiming thought to himself. Chapter 54 Help Cloud Shinobi. According to the current situation, Cloud Shinobi Village at this time is worrying about the Eight Tails riot. The Cloud Shinobi dispatched earlier may be the largest force that can be dispatched apart from suppressing Eight Tails. Before Cloud Shinobi came to rob Kushina, although it was unsuccessful, it was also for this reason. At this time Konoha sent this seal technique. Fengma Yiming didn't think it was simply trying to draw the relationship between the two villages. There must be an idea of forgiveness. Maybe the people in Cloud Shinobi Village still don't know. It was Orochimaru who killed their predecessor Jinchuriki after the mutiny. And Sarutobi Hiruzen promoted this to make up for the harm Orochimaru caused to others. Fengma Yiming can still guess what the bad old man thinks. If this is the case, then this escort trip will definitely not be stable. Just like Danzo, there are many careerists in other villages who try to provoke war. In this case, if Konoha's gift is really delivered to Cloud Shinobi Village, it will also help Cloud Shinobi effectively restrain Eight Tails. The war faction on Cloud Shinobi's side is bound to be obstructed by Fengma Yiming and his entourage. There is no need to think about this, after all, Konoha has a living example here. Not much to say, the group set off after a little preparation. One thing, I didn't want to understand. On the way, Fengma Yiming asked Hitaki Shumo. For such an important thing, why would we be escorted by a genin team? Shouldn't this kind of thing send more powerful people? Hearing Fengma Yiming's words, Hitaki smiled mysteriously. You can complete the tasks posted above with peace of mind, don't think so much. Although it says so, in fact, there is indeed another unit that is doing the same thing. On the other side, the level of combat power is relatively high, and it is an escort team composed of Jonin. The genin squad, Fengma Yiming, was also sent to disrupt the enemy's thoughts. Let the opponent think that Fengma Yiming is just a cover, and there are other people who really escorted things. Of course, the seal technique Fengma Yiming holds in his hand is also true. Just to confuse the eyes of those guys, so you can let the Fengma Yiming team go. And if the other party does not let go, the sealing technique will still be passed to Cloud Shinobi Village. This is a big conspiracy, just to make the secret crap stick stand up by itself. Of course, Fengma Yiming didn't think so much, but kept thinking about whether the scroll he was carrying was a fake. Seeing Fengma Yiming's thoughtful look, Uchiha Makoto pulled his clothes and called Fengma Yiming sober, and said dissatisfied. I want to drink a drink. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming also smiled dumbly, reached out his hand to take out a bottle of drink in the bag, and handed it to Makoto. Tons. After taking a big sip and quenching my thirst, Uchiha Makoto continued. What did you think about just now, so lost? Oh, nothing, just think about it. Uchiha Makoto was also very upset to hear such words. They were all seen, and they were still hiding things from themselves. Uchiha Makoto is also more angry. Humph. Angrily turned to the side. This makes Fengma Yiming confused. How can I get angry when I do nothing? On the side, Might Dai looked in his eyes and touched it quietly to remind Fengma Yiming. Brother Yiming, Makoto cares about you too. Halfway through the conversation, Might Dai felt a burst of murderous aura coming from behind him before he finished speaking. You don't have to think about who it came from, and you didn't dare to say anything to Fengma Yiming anymore, and left here in a hurry. Uchiha Makoto in the back stared coldly at Might Dai, who was staring at Nosy, and took a sip of his drink, violently. Ahem. Of course, I was choked by the drink. Hatake Tsukumo, who was resting on the big tree, also shook his head slowly. Young people are easily affected by trivial matters. Unlike him, they are already strong enough to control them completely. By the way, Mrs. Hatake, you have to treat yourself to dinner after you go back this time. After all, this task is difficult. Yes, I want a big meal. Fengma Yiming said first, then Uchiha Makoto echoed the road. Hatake Tsukumo sounded big for a while. The bounty for this mission hasn't been received yet, and these little ghosts are actually starting to worry about their money. You will not understand the pressure of adults. With a silent sigh, Hatake Tsukumo was also bitter, unable to tell. Soon, the group was about to walk out of the scope of the country of fire. Be careful, everyone, next is the most dangerous part of this journey. The meal time for 3 meals a day is compressed to 2, so that you can perform tasks more quickly. Advertisement. When it comes to eating, Might Dai is hungry and can't find a second one who is more active than him. And after hearing about Hatake Tsukumo's order, he felt helpless. It's as if the only pleasures of life are all blocked. Uchiha Makoto said it was nothing, this way it would also increase the speed and efficiency of the march. After all, it was about to enter the Kingdom of Thunder, and no one knew what was going on there. Fengma Yiming's expressions instantly became serious. No, there is an enemy attack. Suddenly, before taking a few steps, Hatake Shumao said suddenly. Fengma Yiming, a Ji Ling, jumped to the big tree next door, wanting to observe the number of enemies first. Uchiha Makoto is suitable for might wear, leaning back to back directly, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Seeing this, Hatake also smiled with satisfaction. Squeak. Only a moment later, a big mouse came out of the forest. It seemed that he had seen Fengma Yiming and his party, and then quickly dodged. Ms. Hatake, is this the danger you said? Uchiha Makoto looked at Hatake without expression. I'm getting older, I made a mistake in a blink of an eye. Hatake explained on purpose. Then if there is no danger, just keep going. Fengma Yiming on the tree also complained about this inconspicuous teacher, but he didn't jump off and just walked on the branches like this. Stand tall and see far, so that Fengma Yiming can look at the enemy in the distance first. Therefore, the group entered the boundary of Thunder Country on the second day. I met an injured old man on the way. But seeing the Konoha forehead protector on the heads of Hatake and others, his attitude changed drastically. You go, I don't need Konoha's ninja to save me. That person is also very firm. Uchiha Makoto is very uncomfortable. After Hatake Shumo left a pot of ointment to that person, the group was able to continue their journey. Ms. Hatake, such a person is not worthy of you to help him. Uchiha Makoto is still arguing for the injustice that Hatake Tsukumo received. Hatake Tsukumo just smiled faintly and said nothing. Chapter 55, Going to Cloud Shinobi. Maybe Makoto and Dai didn't quite understand the old man's thoughts, Fengma Yiming had some clues. It's nothing more than a national theory, what Konoha's ninja is like, and what is Mizuki shinobi. In wartime, this is the consensus of the shinobi world, which is to hate others. This kind of morbid psychology is indeed the most powerful rebellion. But in all fairness, as far as civilians are concerned, just help if you can. Learning to identify who is friendly is also an important point on the way to growth. The small episode did not affect the progress of the group, but went deep into the Kingdom of Thunder at a faster speed. But the closer you get to Cloud Shinobi Village, the slower the progress on this road. It's not because of anything else, it's just being disturbed. This is counted from the arrival of Lei Zhiguo, and Fengma Yiming and his party have encountered several such small frictions. There was no big friction at all, otherwise it would be more troublesome if you want to continue to complete the task. In this way, the 5th class bumped up and arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village within the specified time. But the real problem arises at this time. Cloud Shinobi Village is a village with a very deep organizational system. It can be seen from the fact that their shadow is called the boss. Although Master Reikage has absolute authority in the village, his people also have some very important authority. In some cases, Reikage was inconvenient to take action, and his subordinates made decisions on his behalf. For example, do you want to accept Konoha's help? Accept it directly. It feels like Cloud Shinobi is not as good as Konoha, but I don't accept it. There is really no good way to solve the chaos of the tail beast at the moment. So, this scene appeared. Mr. Hatake, why did this Cloud Shinobi village send so many ninjas over here? What do you want to do? Seeing a cloud of cloud shinobi not far away, Makoto asked incomprehensibly. If you accept Konoha's help, let them go directly into Cloud Shinobi Village. As for this place that is less than Cloud Shinobi Village, do you send so many people to greet it? Might Dai, who had never seen such a big battle, couldn't help but shrink his head. Just as Uchiha Makoto thought, Hatake felt that something was wrong. In this way, I'll go over to see the situation first. If something goes wrong, you will flee here as soon as possible. Hatake Tsukumo preached. Advertisement. This mission was originally to assist Cloud Shinobi, not a mission in the strict sense. Therefore, Cloud Shinobi doesn't appreciate it and wants to drive them away. It is also possible for Hatake Shumo and others to choose not to complete the task. When this point left, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with Hatake Tsukumo. After all, Hatake Tsukumo was considered Hokage's arm, and he still had this decision. If you change to another ninja, there may be something to worry about. This is why Hokage chose the 5th class to complete this task. It is good to be able to complete it, otherwise, the life of the ninja is the most important thing, and the rest is up to Hatake Tsukumo himself. It was with this authority that Hatake Shumo had the idea not to do any more tasks. Ms. Hatake, I don't think the situation is right. From afar, Fengma Yiming felt the repulsive atmosphere of the opposite Cloud Shinobi. This is not explained clearly by chakra, and it is a kind of mental signal. After Rinnegan blessed his mental power and strengthened his body through his internal force, Fengma Yiming was very sensitive to these so-called inductions. Seeing Fengma Yiming's nervous look, Hatake Shumo also sank. Fengma Yiming must have his reasons for saying this. In this regard, Hatake Shumo trusts his disciples very much. Well, Mrs. Hatake, I took the scroll to negotiate with them. If something goes wrong, I have a way to escape. You take Makoto and they are waiting here. If you find something is wrong, you can pick me up. Fengma Yiming said slowly. To say this, you have to have a certain degree of self-confidence, just like Hatake Tsukumo, the strength is obvious to all. The strength of Fengma Yiming is also worthy of recognition. So this plan is still feasible. Be careful. If something is wrong, run away immediately. Hatake Shumo knew that this was Fengma Yiming's choice, so he didn't stop it too much. Sometimes, these young people are really out of his expectation, so it's perfectly fine to leave some things to them. Fengma Yiming nodded, and said in his heart, just these few Cloud Shinobi, if you want to get me done, the battle is a bit small. In Fengma Yiming's cognition, at least a few cage-level ninjas have a chance to defeat him. This means that there are many ninjas on the opposite side, and there are many Jonin in it, and it won't help him for a while. In this way, Fengma Yiming has the guts to make a breakthrough. Brother Yiming, you have to be careful. Advertisement. Uchiha Makoto said with a worried look. That's right, if you can't beat it, just run, I don't believe they can stop Yiming brother. Might Dai on the side also agreed. Fengma Yiming didn't say anything, nodded slowly, and went forward with the scroll of sealing technique. What's the matter with a kid? The opposite Cloud Shinobi also discovered Fengma Yiming, who was walking slowly. Seeing that Fengma Yiming is so young, I am a bit puzzled. Shouldn't a veteran ninja with strength and experience be sent for such a task? What's the matter? I still have heard of this young man's deeds. Someone in the Cloud Shinobi unit seemed to recognize Fengma Yiming. This is not surprising. After all, the intelligence work of various countries is being, actively, carried out. If there is any new movement in the neighboring village, they have to find out what is right the first time. Moreover, based on Fengma Yiming's previous deeds, his name may not be known, but such a number one person has always been heard of. I'm a Konoha shinobi, this time I was ordered to send the seal art scroll. The scroll is in my hand, how do you take it away? Fengma Yiming got closer and said loudly. But after speaking, the Cloud Shinobi on the opposite side felt unmoved. This is what made Fengma Yiming frown, and can't figure out what these people mean. I am the captain of this team of ninjas. I will take over with you. At this time, a man jumped out of the Cloud Shinobi team and said it was the captain, and he came to Fengma Yiming. After coming over, he came up to grab the scroll in Fengma Yiming's hands without saying a word. This scroll can be given to you, but it's not going to be a formal cutscene. After all, this is not a random thing, it's considered confidential ninjutsu. Fengma Yiming shrank his hands, and at the same time stepped back and said. Upon hearing this, the opposite man became anxious. You take it, give me the same thing as our boss. With that, he was about to come up to snatch the scroll in Fengma Yiming's hands. Upon seeing this, Fengma Yiming frowned, and at the same time he shot, slowly pushing the man out a little distance with softness. Chapter 56. Mission failed. After all, this is a matter between the two villages. It is not a trivial matter. It is better to be more rigorous. When the man saw this, he immediately caught fire. I said the purpose of your coming here is not pure. Take a scroll and push it 3 times, you can see that you don't have premeditated. As he said, Ji-in started on his hand, lightning-style pseudo-thunder. A thunder of lightning came directly from his mouth and charged directly at Fengma Yiming. Upon seeing this, Fengma Yiming turned his body quickly, just to escape the opponent's attack. But in this way, it will be very difficult to think about the task well. As soon as those Cloud Shinobi behind saw that their comrades had taken a shot, they were also unstable, and they were about to rush forward. The Shuriken and various ninjas were thrown hard at Fengma Yiming. When Fengma Yiming saw this, he could only take action. What? the internal force in the body is fully opened, directly externally on the surface of the body, like armor, helping him block those flying endurance tools. Ding ding dong dang, after a burst of noise, those cloud shinobi also kept their hands, and if they couldn't bear it, they would go to hand combat. One by one, they copied their weapons and rushed towards Feng Mei Yiming. This is what you did first. Feng Mei Yiming said that his hands are not slow, and he is also fighting with those cloud shinobi. Boom! After avoiding the opponent's weapon flexibly, Feng Mei Yiming relied on some strength brought by internal force and used simple physical skills to beat the cloud shinobi beside him back. But this is not over yet. Lightning-style pseudo-laser burst. With a large number of people, simple ninjutsu has a lot of power. It was originally a C-rank ninjutsu, but with many cloud shinobi's simultaneous display, the power has also risen to the level of transcendent A-rank ninjutsu. Such a powerful technique, even if Feng Mei Yiming is confident, he will not dare to take it forcibly. Stab, when the lightning-style ninjutsu was issued, he also flashed to a safe position for the first time. But the other party refused to stop, and continued to release the same ninjutsu at Feng Mei Yiming. Seeing this, Feng Mei Yiming had to fight back, drink. A tyrannical internal force rushed out with Feng Mei Yiming's palm, instantly forming a huge palm phantom. The huge palm phantom formed by the red internal force immediately attracted the attention of those cloud shinobi. Advertisement, boom. The lightning style collided with the palm print, and there was no obvious distinction between the higher and the lower, but Feng Mei Yiming also took the opposite trick. In the face of a person, those cloud shinobi will not release too much large-scale ninjutsu. A better way is to consume Feng Mei Yiming's physical strength until he gets tired. Although it may not sound very smart, it is also the safest way. Seeing those cloud shinobi who came around maliciously, Feng Mei Yiming knew what they wanted to do. I won't play with you, let's slip away first. Thinking about it, Feng Mei Yiming oiled the soles of his feet and fled the battlefield for the first time. Later, I was always observing Feng Mei Yiming's Makoto and might die. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming was besieged, I was very anxious, so I went to help. Wait, Feng Mei Yiming won't be defeated at once. Only Hitaki Tsukumo was the most calm. Afterwards, before Uchiha Makoto could refute anything, Feng Mei Yiming had escaped from the encirclement and was running towards this side. Brother Yiming, you are all right. First, I asked Feng Mei Yiming if there was anything wrong, and Uchiha Makoto remembered that he was going to run away. It's okay, those guys won't keep me, Feng Mei Yiming said confidently. At the same time, it was a bit uncomfortable, because the task was not completed 80% of the time. While escaping from those cloud shinobi pursuits, Feng Mei Yiming also asked Hitaki Shumao. Teacher, look at the task. Who knows, Hitaki is not depressed at all. It's okay, can it be done if the task is completed? I didn't expect to rely on our family to complete the task. Hearing this, how does Feng Mei Yiming feel that Hitaki Shumao has something to say? It will tell you nothing. The original mission was to send 2 teams of men and horses. We have attracted most of the attention, and the other pair should have been in contact with Hokage. Listening to Hitaki Shumao's words, Feng Mei Yiming suddenly realized. It turns out that the village has been prepared for a long time, saying that such an important task cannot be accomplished by us alone. Looking at the cloud shinobi chasing after him, Feng Mei Yiming couldn't help but shook his head. These guys stopped happily after chasing us, thinking that Konoha would not be able to have a good relationship with cloud shinobi if we drove us away. Too naive. Just like this, they chased Feng Mei Yiming and others over 100 kilometers away, and those guys were unwilling to go back. Woo, I haven't ran like this before. Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai are already too tired. Advertisement, this will be even more directly limped to the ground. You guys rest here, I'll get some water. Feng Mei Yiming was okay, not so tired, so he got up and went to the side to find water. Good luck, there is a small river not far away. After Feng Mei Yiming drank enough, he cleaned several beverage bottles in the bag and planned to use them to fill some water back. At the same time, after Feng Mei Yiming finished filling the water, he heard the sound of people moving here. The voice is not loud, but not small, obviously not 1 or 2 people. Seeing this, Feng Mei Yiming hurriedly hid, wanting to see who these guys are. It doesn't matter at all, I didn't expect to find Konoha shinobi. Now Feng Mei Yiming was stunned. What is the situation here? Since they are all Konoha shinobi, Feng Mei Yiming doesn't need to hide, just go straight to ask about the situation. Who? These Konoha shinobi people also came to fetch water, and when a figure suddenly appeared, they were a little nervous. Don't worry, I am also a Konoha shinobi. Seeing Feng Mei Yiming showing his forehead protector, these ninjas gave up. You are in the territory of Thunder Country, are you here to complete the task? Feng Mei Yiming asked. Yeah, it's a coincidence that I met a group of Renin, and it took a long time to get rid of it. One of them said. Feng Mei Yiming looked at the posture of these people again. It was obvious that he had encountered a fierce battle. All of them were exhausted, or they would never come to fetch water. It doesn't matter if you look at it this way, Feng Mei Yiming unexpectedly spotted a corner of one of them from his baggage. Isn't that a mission scroll? Feng Mei Yiming was taken aback, because when he saw the scroll, he also thought of the scroll in his hand. Moreover, the appearance of the 2 scrolls is very similar, which makes Feng Mei Yiming a little curious. Excuse me, what task are you doing here? Feng Mei Yiming asked tentatively. Originally, this should not be mentioned, because some tasks are expressly stipulated that they cannot be exposed. It's not an important task, just come here to hand over one thing. The person who spoke before continued. Hand over items. Chapter 57. Opportunity. Upon hearing this, Feng Yiming had a guess in his heart. Judging from their positions, I have bold guesses in my heart. Are you going to Cloud Shinobi Village? As soon as these words were said, the surrounding Konoha shinobi all got up slightly, their faces slightly changed. The same person who talked to Feng Yiming was surprised and at the same time puzzled. How could this guy know where we are going? Seeing that these people became suspicious, Feng Yiming was even more sure of his conjecture. It was the scroll of the seal technique that came directly out of the bag. Look, this is the scroll you were going to deliver. Seeing Feng Yiming suddenly digging out something, these people are still very vigilant. After listening to the following words, look at the scroll in Feng Yiming's hand, these guys are also dumbfounded. There are also clear guys among them. You also sent things to Cloud Shinobi Village, right? The one who had been listening to Feng Yiming's words quietly, stood up and said. Feng Yiming took a look at this person. He should be the strongest among these people, he should be the captain. Yes, and we were beaten back by Cloud Shinobi. I thought you had sent it over, but I didn't expect to meet you here. This team of Konoha shinobi is still dizzy, but the captain has figured out the identity of Feng Yiming. I didn't expect that I could meet Rinnegan at this time. After listening to Feng Yiming's words, I have touched with Cloud Shinobi, which is also a bit annoying. Feng Yiming also saw the problem. Since neither team has been sent to the reels, does that mean the mission has failed? At this time, I want to send the scroll again, just as it was at the beginning. The preparation is also a waste of preparation, which is equivalent to a failed mission. Since you didn't make it, then go meet my teacher first. Listening to Feng Yiming suddenly mentioning his teacher, although the team leader had a conclusion in his heart, he cautiously asked. Teacher means. Hitaki Tsukumo is my teacher, and he rests not far from here. Upon hearing Hitaki Tsukumo's name, these ninjas were also thrilled. Advertisement. Okay, let's meet Captain Hitaki first, and then talk about other things. Captain Hitaki? Listening to this name, Feng Yiming probably knows that this guy in front of him should also have a job in Anbu. But without asking much, he took the pair to Hitaki Shumo and the others. After the two sides converged, Hitaki heard the captain's return again, and felt that things had become a lot more troublesome. Mr. Hitaki, let's stop here today. It's getting late, so let's talk about it tomorrow. At this time, Feng Yiming on the side reminded. Hearing this, Hitaki Shumo looked at the sky, and it was exactly what Feng Yiming said. Look at those Konoha shinobi who still have some injuries. Knowing that nothing will happen today, they agreed to rest on the spot for one night. In the evening, after the Konoha shinobi fell asleep, Feng Yiming approached Hitaki Shumo who hadn't said yet, and whispered. Teacher, I have an idea, I don't know if it should be said or not. Hitaki Shumo, who had closed his eyes and rested, suddenly heard Feng Yiming's voice, and was a little curious about what the latter wanted to say. Go ahead, I'm listening. Feng Yiming nodded, then whispered. That's it, I want to try and complete the task alone. As soon as he said this, Hitaki frowned. What nonsense, neither team was able to complete the task, what good is it for you to go alone? Hitaki scolded in a low voice. I think this kind of thing, on the contrary, has a smaller number of people, so it can be completed. Feng Yiming continued to express his thoughts. Now due to an accident, neither team has completed the task, so someone will try to complete the task anyway. Mr. Hitaki, you are the spiritual leader here, and the rest of you are afraid that there will be trouble. And I can be considered the strongest besides you, so I must be the candidate for this task. Mentioned by Feng Yiming, Hitaki Shumo didn't know how to refute it. Because Feng Yiming is right, someone must try to continue to complete the task. Originally this candidate, he wanted to try it himself. But after hearing Feng Yiming say this, and looking at those guys who are already asleep next door, there's a trade-off in my heart. Then you must be careful, Hitaki Tsukumo reminded. Advertisement, don't worry, I won't be reckless if I have a chance to complete the task if I don't go over and try. Feng Yiming thought very well, just how to get past those diehards and directly appear in front of Hokage. For the safety of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village, and for the consideration of Jonin who was killed by the Tail Beast riot, Feng Yiming felt that the other party would definitely accept Konoha's kindness. So, after finalizing the plan, Feng Yiming set off overnight. This kind of thing, the sooner the better, if there really is no chance, it is safe to go back to the village earlier. Feng Yiming, who left overnight, arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village before dawn. Because it was night and it was a single person, it was closer to Cloud Shinobi Village than before. Fortunately, what the other party is investigating is chakra fluctuations, and I just don't have such fluctuations. Feng Yiming is also fortunate that he can get close to Cloud Shinobi Village so smoothly. Now that I have come to Cloud Shinobi Village, Feng Yiming is not in a hurry. Go to see Hokage at this time, even if you see it, the other party is unlikely to accept him. The current Hokage may still be a little confident, thinking that he can suppress the 8 tails for some time. As long as other people find a solution during these hours, everything will be easy. But what he didn't want was that in addition to the sealing technique, the other way to solve the chaos of the Tail Beast was to kill the Tail Beast. It may not have been recorded in history, but this is the fact. Coincidentally, it was on this night that 8 tails rioted again. It was as if it was going to rain, this happened too suddenly. Roar. The long howling sound shook Feng Yiming, who had just sneaked into Cloud Shinobi Village. Not to mention ordinary people and low-level ninjas, they must be shocked. Guy, is this catching up with the 8 tails riot? Feng Yiming said in his heart. After sneaking out to see if there is no Cloud Shinobi around, He jumped to the highest point of the building next door and looked at the big bull-headed octopus in the distance. It can be seen that in the distance, Hokage is leading the Jonin to fight the Eight Tails. Good opportunity. Known well, Feng Mei Yiming said in his heart. It just happened to have such a good opportunity for the Tail Beast riot. Feng Mei Yiming also thought that this time should be regarded as the most difficult time for the ninjas of Hokage. Chapter 58 Sealing Technique. If you want to fight the Tail Beast with human power, it really won't work without a little ability. As for Hokage, it is pure self-cultivation. If you get close at this time, you shouldn't be easily spotted. Feng Mei Yiming looked at the tall Eight Tails body in the distance, and then quietly moved towards Hokage. It's not that I want to target you, but because of how much harm you have caused everyone. Everyone here refers to ordinary people in Cloud Shinobi Village, and Cloud Shinobi Jonin who fought to be killed on the front line. Although he is a ninja from another country, out of sympathy, Feng Mei Yiming still thinks he can do it. Drink. In the distance, third Hokage is fighting Eight Tails. The third Hokage, known as the strongest spear and strongest shield, is really comparable to Tail Beasts in destructive power and defensive power. Among the cage-level powerhouses, they should also be regarded as the powerhouses. I was having a good time fighting with Eight Tails, and suddenly I saw someone appearing in the distance. The dress is ordinary, with a mask on his face. Who? Third Hokage is a bit strange. Where did this person come from? At the same time, Eight Tails suddenly became angry and flew him out. Boom. He has lightning-style armor on his body, so third Hokage did not suffer much damage. But those Cloud Shinobi Jonin can't do it. Eight Tails drew the octopus tentacles, and then drew them towards the Cloud Shinobi Jonin who tried to control its actions. Brush. It was the man who appeared just now and withstood the blow of the Eight Tails tentacle. Third Hokage is also a little curious, who is such a strong one? Under the mask, Feng Mei Yiming also flushed. There was a surge of blood in his body, and he suffered some internal injuries. Fortunately, it blocked a blow from Eight Tails. Thank you, now I am not an opponent of Eight Tails. Feng Mei Yiming said in his heart. Of course, this is not considered Rinnegan's ability, just talk about internal force. The internal force in the body circulates a few times along the route of the exercise method, and Feng Mei Yiming's feeling of chi and blood is slowly diminishing. Roar. Eight Tails saw that his attack was actually blocked, and his temper became even more fierce. This time directly picked up a few tentacles and drew them towards Feng Mei Yiming. Upon seeing this, Feng Mei Yiming could only turn his internal force to ultimate, and at the same time he was ready to start Rinnegan combat. Advertisement at the same time, third Hokage on the side suddenly rushed over. Hell Stab, a consistent hand, directly used the strongest move to cut everything from the tentacles of Vice Admiral Eight Tails. Roar. The tentacles were severed, and Eight Tails roared in pain. Quickly, prepare for the sealing technique. At this time, third Hokage greeted the surrounding Cloud Shinobi Jonin, preparing to try to seal the Eight Tails again with the sealing technique. Hearing this, Feng Mei Yiming took out the scroll that had been prepared before he could wait for those Jonin to do it. Snapped. Unfolded directly, and slap a palm on the reel at the same time. Seal technique. Seal of 4 elephants, swipe. Before the people around could react, a huge seal burst out suddenly from Feng Mei Yiming's scroll. Covered all Eight Tails directly inside, sleepy. Accompanied by Feng Mei Yiming's twisting technique, the sealing technique suddenly rises. The Eight Tails, who had not had time to react, were directly trapped in the sealing technique. With the powerful output of the seal technique, the roar of Eight Tails gradually weakened. In the end, he closed his eyes feebly and returned to peace. Brush. In a blink of an eye, Eight Tails' huge body was directly rolled up by the seal technique and returned to the scroll. Boom. With the sound of the completion of the technique, Feng Mei Yiming slowly rolled up the scroll. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. At this time, third Hokage, who had just reacted to what had happened, hurriedly approached Feng Mei Yiming to express his gratitude. If it weren't for Feng Mei Yiming's timely shot, I don't know how many Jonin will die. We must know that each Jonin is the backbone of each hidden village. In order to surrender Eight Tails, Cloud Shinobi has lost a lot of Jonin's combat power. If Jonin is killed again this time, third Hokage will really take the blame and resign. No thanks, I was here to help you. With that said, Feng Mei Yiming returned the scroll with Eight Tails to third Hokage. Seeing that the scroll was in his own hands, third Hokage finally took a sigh of relief. I wonder if you are. At this time, third Hokage remembered to ask Feng Mei Yiming's specific identity. Advertisement. Oh, I was sent by Konoha to help Guikun subdue the tail beast. This seal art scroll was also handed to me by Hokage-sama himself. Since it was to improve the relationship between the two villages, Feng Mei Yiming would not hesitate to tell some lie. In fact, most of what Feng Mei Yiming said is true, some of which are a bit abstract. I see, third Hokage has come to realize, he hadn't been willing to accept Konoha's help before, and it seemed that he was just using it for himself. Please take a rest, this scroll matter, wait for your rest to discuss in detail. Third Hokage was also more grateful to Feng Mei Yiming, who took the shot in time, and invited him to take a break first. On the side, a Hokage Kron raised his hand to guide Feng Mei Yiming aside. Then it would be disrespectful. Feng Mei Yiming is also not easy to refuse, after all, it is the other side's goodwill. It was with that Jonin who left here. After Feng Mei Yiming left, there were several Jonin next to third Hokage. Is it wrong to accept Konoha's benefits like this? Some of them are still reluctant to approve Konoha. It's not clear whether it's proper or not, but if he doesn't make the shot in time, you will all die here today. Third Hokage still has the priorities. After reprimanding his hand, he turned and walked aside. He can't carry the scroll of 8 tails with the seal. He should go to Cloud Shinobi Jonin of Grandmaster Sealing Technique to add some powerful seals. The sealing technique prepared for Jinchuriki has not yet been completed, so I can only temporarily contain 8 tails in this way. After half an hour, Fengmi Yiming went to the lounge and took a break, and Third Hokage came over. Thank you Konoha, please send my regards to Lord Hokage when I go back. Third Hokage said humbly. Fengmi Yiming nodded. It seems that the previous problem is just the problem of the person under his hand. This Hokage still seems quite reasonable. Where can I help your village? It is also Konoha's good fortune. That's it, I will return to report the progress of the task first. For the rest of the matter, please contact Master Hokage separately. Fengmi Yiming finished speaking and got up to leave here. Wait a moment. At this time, Third Hokage suddenly shot and pulled Fengmi Yiming down. What's the situation? Fengmi Yiming was stunned. Chapter 59 Friendly and Mutual Assistance? Fengmi Yiming was stunned, but still asked politely. Excuse me, do you have anything else? Oh, nothing, just want to ask about the sealing technique. Hearing this, Fengmi Yiming couldn't help but relax, but he didn't show anything obvious. I gave Third Hokage a brief introduction to the sealing technique he brought over. Although this sealing technique is only a disposable item, it can also help your village alleviate the crisis. After briefly talking about the principle of use, Third Hokage nodded and let go of Fengmi Yiming. Fengmi Yiming nodded slightly and left the door without saying anything. This way please. Cloud Shinobi Jonin is also escorted along the way, so that there is no difference. After all, this will be a time of war. After leaving Cloud Shinobi village for some distance, these Cloud Shinobi Jonin turned around and left. When Fengmi Yiming saw this, the rock in his heart finally fell. Without worrying about him, he went straight to the place where Hitaki Shumo and others were stationed. How is it? Is there any problem? Not long after, Fengmi Yiming arrived at the station. When Hitaki saw Fengmi Yiming came back, he immediately asked. It's okay, it's time for me to go this time. Afterwards, Fengmi Yiming briefly talked about what happened. After listening, Hitaki Sakumo also nodded slightly. In this case, the mission this time was completed perfectly. Captain Hitaki, your students are really amazing, so troublesome tasks can be easily completed. Captain Jonin, who heard the two talking, couldn't help but admire him. I just happened to happen. Fengmi Yiming smiled modestly. Now that the task is completed, there is no need for everyone to stay here anymore. After all, it is the territory of another country. If you stay for a long time, you will really travel. So, after Fengmi Yiming returned, everyone set off as soon as possible. In this way, it has been rushed to the deepest position in the Land of Fire, and everyone stopped to take a rest. Early the next morning, I also rushed back to Konoha village early. Yes, this task was completed very well. Now the big war has ended, and what is left is small conflicts. Advertisement: it would be great if the conflicts between the villages could be alleviated through this form. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said. My lord, the future of the village will be bright. Hitaki said firmly. When he said this, Hitaki Sakuma had a person in his mind. This person is Fengmi Yiming. Being so young has such strength, maybe the future of the village really has to be entrusted to this young man to guard. Outside the Hokage building, Fengmi Yiming and the three are waiting for Hitaki Shumo to return from work. Brother Yiming, I heard that you broke into Cloud Shinobi village alone and helped them to subdue the crazy tail beast. This is too powerful, Might said with a look of admiration. Of course, Brother Zhao Ming is the best, Uchiha Makoto said beautifully. It's like saying that she is great. Fengmi Yiming smiled slightly and said nothing. Before Might Dai asks anything, Hitaki has come downstairs. Master Hokage praises you for doing well. Upon hearing this, Fengmi Yiming also smiled modestly. Nothing, it's all part of the job. Hitaki nodded and continued. But there is one more task for us to complete next. The three of them were taken aback for a moment, thinking in unison, as soon as they came back, are they going to perform the task again? It's not a very difficult task, just go to the next small country and stay for a few days. This is a specific task, let's take a look. After speaking, Hitaki Shumo handed Fengmi Yiming a scroll. Fengmi Yiming opened it and took a look at the B-level mission. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Our team is only Genin level, and can only accept D, E level quests at most. Even if the personnel are tight now, it is enough to rise to C level. Why is there a B level mission? Fengmi Yiming curiously said. In this regard, Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai also have more doubts. Also Genin, this time the mission was completed well. Master Hokage has promoted you to Jonin exceptionally. Advertisement: with you, this task is suitable no matter how difficult it is. Hitaki Shumo looked at Fengmi Yiming with a playful look. Means this is your pot? I don't remember it. Fengmi Yiming was stunned. How to say this is to increase the level. Looking at the two little friends again, they also looked dumbfounded. Oh, I'm all to blame. I am annoyed that I have performed so well that I will provoke such a result. Fengmi Yiming said regretfully. So, after a short break, all the 5th class set off for the next small country. It was the nobles of the country who applied to Konoha for protection, and the remuneration was very objective. So don't look half dead, please be happy, Hitaki said helplessly to the three behind him. Fengmi Yiming felt better when he heard the rewards. No matter what, if you make more money, it's good to be able to buy more drinks. So, after spending almost a day or so, the group left the country of fire and came to a small neighboring country. How small is this small country? To put it simply, although it calls itself a country, its population and area may be only a little larger than that of a large village like Konoha. In this way, there must be little combat power in the country. This incident is not very troublesome, but this country does not have its own ninja, so I can only spend money to ask Konoha shinobi to protect them. Because of the rich resources here, this small country is still very rich. M's Hitaki, the person we want to protect is in that village. Not far from the village, Might Dai asked. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded. To be honest, he didn't know much, so he had to go over and ask first. After some inquiries, I learned that there is a land dedicated to nobles in this small village, and the person they are looking for is likely to live there. At first, Fengmi Yiming didn't believe it when he heard the term, dedicated land. From the look of this village, it doesn't look like a rich village. It's good enough for the nobles not to be poor. How can they spend so much money to ask ninjas to protect them? After finding the nobleman who applied for the protection of Konoha shinobi, Hitaki and the other party confirmed this. No money, but no matter what, for money, as much as you want. After speaking, the nobleman took out a piece of gold the size of a baby 8 chapters from his clothes. And it's still the kind of gold that hasn't been refined, and it looks like an ore. Hitaki Tsukumo was also a little surprised to accept the deposit from the other party first, chapter 60 gold miners. Follow-up costs will be paid to them after all their tasks are completed. Such a big piece of gold. Might looked at the deposit in Hitaki's hand with a look of horror. It turned out that the deposit was talking about this thing. As a child of a big family, Uchiha Makoto has naturally experienced it. Such financial resources are nothing in her eyes. She couldn't help but fell silent after seeing a few large pieces of gold that had not been refined. Let's refine it first. I will leave the other issues to these ninjas to complete. The noble gave an order, and his subordinates took the order and left. Excuse me, what exactly are we going to do? Listening to the meaning of the nobleman, it seems that it is not simply protecting him. Fengmi Yiming asked. That's right, our country is built on a gold mine, and generations of people have lived by mining gold. There were some guys from the previous generation who saw that we didn't have much force, so they wanted to come over and take it. At that time, my ancestors had the same choice as mine. They all spent money to invite powerful ninjas to protect them. By the way, help solve the gangsters who came to violate. With that said, the content of this task is much more transparent. The other party was not in a hurry to let Fengmi Yiming and the others go to wipe out the gangsters, but arranged for a few people to live there first. When the gangsters come and attack, you just need to take action to wipe out them. The other party said so. In this regard, Hitaki Tsukumo didn't say anything. They are the sponsors, so they can do what they say. And they are not familiar with the situation here, so let's just listen to other people's arrangements. As a result, several people accepted the choice and now live in the noble house for the time being. Said to be at home, in fact, it is far away, a few blocks away. It can also be seen that the nobleman's financial resources are strong. This aristocrat is so happy. He was so rich when he was born directly above the gold mine. Might Dai sighed. This is fate, it's nothing. If the strength and financial resources don't match, it will cause a lot of disaster. Maybe this country changed its owner that day, this is also a normal thing. Fengmi Yiming said lightly. If you don't speak, Yiming is amazing. When he said this, both Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai looked at him with admiration. Staring at him with a very surprised look. Advertisement. I was right. Fengmi Yiming is a little puzzled. It's true, but it's really unexpected that you can say this so plainly. Might Dai continued. Upon hearing this, Fengmi Yiming smiled and said nothing. Looking at Hitaki Tsukumo who was drinking tea by himself, he didn't respond to these words. Probably this is the generation gap, Fengmi Yiming said in his heart. He has adapted to the realm of the strong. Maybe some words are strange to Uchiha Makoto and Might. But for someone like Hitaki Shumo, who is close to cage-level strength, it doesn't feel much. Unexpectedly, the generation gap between himself and his peers would appear here, Fengmi Yiming couldn't help thinking. After staying, the nobles also treated them with delicious food and drink, making it clear that the next job would be a hard-working business, which I hope they can do more. In this regard, Hitaki Tsukumo didn't say anything. Since he was here to complete the task, he should spare no effort to carry it out. People do this in the hope that they can complete the task well, and they have done nothing wrong. So he gladly accepted these gifts. By the time of the next night, the danger finally came. Boom boom boom. At night, the men were in a room. When they were resting, they heard a rush of footsteps outside the room. It was accompanied by bursts of flames, which were movements of someone holding a torch back and forth. Could it be that something happened? Fengmi Yiming said in his heart. Get up and organize your equipment. After all, Hitaki Tsukumo is an old world, and he has a general judgment. It was also the first one to go out to inquire about the situation. When Hitaki Shumao returns, Fengmi Yiming and the three have assembled. Something happened, it's on the gold mine side. With that, Hitaki Tsukumo took the three of them aside. While rushing, Hitaki continued to explain. A group of gangsters broke into the gold mine at night and injured many workers stationed in the gold mine. It shouldn't have time to leave the gold mine. After that, it didn't take a few minutes, and the group of people rushed to the gold mining site on the edge of the village for the first time. Not far in front of the mine, many miners were holding torches, waiting for something. The ninja invited by Lord is here. Advertisement. Someone spotted Fengma Yiming several people for the first time, and eagerly came over to several people. How is it going? Hataki asked. Those gangsters should still be in the gold mine. They should be collecting the gold ore that we have collected during the day and haven't had time to transport it away. The person who looked like the miner stood up and said. If the enemy hasn't gone, it's easy to handle. But before Hataki Shumao could do anything, the miner said again. The other party seems to be a ninja, the kind that is very powerful. Just now my miners wanted to stop them, and several people were injured in 2 or 2. As he said, he pointed his fingers along the bandaged people. It's actually a ninja. Hataki had thought about this situation before. After all, in troubled times, the most troublesome thing is those rebellious forbearance. They are more unscrupulous than the gangsters. Okay, we know it. After Hataki Shumao responded, he turned to Fengma Yiming and said. Since the other party is not a simple gangster, then it is necessary to proceed carefully. Fengma Yiming is optimistic about the 2 of them, and is in danger to take them away as soon as possible. After packing up a few rebels, Hataki Sakumo is still very confident. Fengma Yiming nodded. It may not be necessary for Hataki Sakumo to make a shot, so he will take care of the opponent. So the group of people came to the mine, took torches and the tunnel map given by the miner's head, and went down. First, I took a crane and dived more than 10 meters underground before I came to the tunnel. In this way, everyone will act separately. Remember, what you have to do is find those rebellious mines, not clean them up. After discovering the situation, return here as soon as possible, leave a mark, and hide. Understand? Hataki Sakumo preached. The 3 Fengma Yiming nodded. In fact, it's not that Hataki Sakumo was too careful, but rebellious. He didn't even know what level of ninja the other party was. It is not the first time that Hataki has encountered such a thing. So it's better to be careful. There were a lot of tunnels, interspersed back and forth, so in the first few openings, the group dispersed first to find those rebels. Chapter 61 Tunnel Collapse. After the separation, Fengma Yiming was the first to discover the enemy. From a distance, I saw the fire at the other end of the tunnel. In the middle of the night, besides those rebellious, who else would be here? Without even thinking about it, Fengma Yiming left a mark here and stepped back to where he started. But by coincidence, this tunnel is relatively tortuous, and it's not the kind of one that goes straight in and out. So Hataki Sakumo and the others return, it will take a while. After all, the more places a person has to see, the more time it takes. After waiting for a while, Fengma Yiming felt that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the rebels didn't know where they went. Although there are still those miners blocking the hole above. But if Fengma Yiming and the others fainted underneath, they were circumvented by those traitors. Those miners just saved their lives and couldn't stop Ren. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming left a sign signal, indicating that he should go to deal with those traitors first. Maybe you don't need Mr. Hataki to make a shot, Fengma Yiming said in his heart. Also out of self-confidence, Fengma Yiming returned to the position where he found the rebelliousness just now. Those rebels have not left yet, and they don't know what they are doing. Hey, good evening. Fengma Yiming also walked over without hiding. Because the tunnel is so big, there is nowhere to hide. Hearing the movement, those rebels were also shocked. However, he immediately calmed down. After all, he was doing a business of licking blood on the tip of a knife, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Who are you? Come, of course, make a routine inquiry. However, Fengma Yiming was not prepared to answer them. Seeing Fengma Yiming's footsteps keep approaching, these rebels are also counted. Leave it to me here. You continue to act according to your plan. As the rebel who spoke just now said, the other rebels also went to the depths of the tunnel. So confident, staying alone wants to stop me. Fengma Yiming knows that the other party may feel that he is not old, so he relaxes like this. You are so young, you dare to come over and face us guys by yourself. I dare to underestimate you. The other party is also cold and humorous, he said something. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming didn't say much to the other party. The task was to kill this group of rebels, so you couldn't let one go. Right now, I had to deal with the person in front of him as soon as possible, and then go after the others. Brush. The figure flashed, and it came to the person. Boom. As soon as he went out, he kicked the guy who didn't react fiercely against the wall of the cave. Cough. The man coughed up his mouth and suffered serious internal injuries. Because Fengma Yiming didn't keep his hands, of course he didn't kill him. Some things actually don't need to dirty his hands. If these rebels are beaten until they have no resistance, someone will naturally deal with the rest. However, this time Fengma Yiming was a little bit naive. To the effect, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Supporting his body and breaking free from the cave wall, the traitor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring sharply at Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming thought that this guy was unwilling and wanted to avenge himself. Unexpectedly, he patted the cave wall behind him, and then said to Fengma Yiming severely. I originally left the trap to deal with the powerful guy, so I'll deal with you here. As he said, the cave began to shake violently. Obviously it was the hands and feet that those who rebelled against Shinobu did before. Fengma Yiming took a step forward. When he first wanted to do something, he heard a boom. Then it went black, and then I didn't know what happened. Vaguely remembering that he was in a coma, he saw the traitor who had stayed to intercept him with a successful smile on his face. Obviously, this is a preparation that people have already made, but the object of encounter has been changed to Fengma Yiming. On the other side, while the mine was shaking violently, companions in other locations also felt this shock. But by coincidence, their location has not been affected by other influences. After the vibration disappeared, there was a little more dust, and the others were intact. But this shaking also made Hitaki Tsukumo notice some signals. No, there must be something wrong with Fengma Yiming. Realizing this, Hitaki Tsukumo hurried to the place where he left off at the beginning. After he returned, he also found that both Uchiha Makoto and Might Dai had returned here on time. Advertisement. How about Fengma Yiming? Didn't you see him? Hitaki asked quickly. Might Dai shook his head, while Uchiha Makoto on the side had something else to gain. Look, Mrs. Hitaki. Uchiha Makoto pointed to the mark on the wall of the cave, which was left by Fengma Yiming. This is. Hitaki Tsukumo knew the general situation at a glance. Fengma Yiming was going to intercept Ren, and the shaking just now must have been caused there. Hitaki said in his heart. None of this is a big problem. The problem is that if Fengma Yiming has such a big shaking, the tunnel must be unsafe. For fear of the worst situation in his mind, Hitaki took Uchiha Makoto and went to the tunnel marked by Fengma Yiming. Hitaki hadn't gone far, but the worst that Hitaki had anticipated occurred. Looking at the tunnel that was completely blocked by falling rocks, Uchiha Makoto was also dumbfounded. Teacher, the violent vibration just now, wouldn't it be? Might Dai asked quickly. Hitaki Tsukumo had a bad face and said nothing. At the same time, I was feeling the inside of the collapsed cave and whether there was chakra fluctuation. But then I thought about what ordinary ninja Fengma Yiming was, and as far as his tricks were concerned, other ninjas would do it. It is also an unknown force that can be detected by the way of detecting chakra. Thinking of this, Hitaki had nothing to do. It was Uchiha Makoto who suddenly felt that disaster was coming, and at the same time realized that Fengma Yiming was probably buried in it. He rushed directly to the rocks blocking the tunnel, and started to move it frantically. Hitaki Tsukumo also shook his head. The mine collapsed at this level, even with Earth style, is not easy to solve. Not to mention that there is not even a ninja who is good at Earth style. Even if Fengma Yiming was buried in, there was no way for them to rescue him. Because the collapse of this mine is not a simple matter. Even if these collapsed rocks are removed, the precarious tunnel will not be stabilized. And it is very likely that the newly stabilized tunnel that was stabilized by these rebels will cause a second collapse. At that time, let alone rescue Fengma Yiming, but they are all more miserable. Chapter 62. But Uchiha Makoto still wanted to be mad, and had been digging through the pile of gravel with his hands. Might Dai didn't dissuade Uchiha Makoto, and he started planning with her for the first time. Okay, don't dig anymore. A few seconds later, Tsukumo Hitaki calmed down and said immediately. This pair of rubble cannot be cleaned up by you. It's better to go back and find someone to come down and help. The passage was blocked, and those traitors must also be blocked in it. So this channel still needs to be cleaned up, whether it is for Fengma Yiming or to get rid of those rebels. Brother Yiming. Uchiha Makoto also knew that she couldn't do anything, so he started calling. If Fengma Yiming is buried not far from here, they will be able to rescue him by working hard. But if unfortunately, buried deep, they shouted out loudly, but there was no movement from where they were buried. Obviously, either Fengma Yiming was buried in a deep place, or he was killed. Hitaki Tsukumo also sighed secretly, blaming himself a little bit. How could he let them leave alone? Even if Fengma Yiming has some strength, it can't be completely let go. Pulling Uchiha Makoto, who did not want to leave, he forcibly took him away from the tunnel. After the three of them came out, they told the miners what had happened inside, and the miners were also preparing to start rescuing the tunnel overnight. If the tunnel is not restored on this day, they will not be able to work for a day. Of course, what is even more terrifying is the suppression of the nobles. After all, it is the nobles who suffer the most. Leave this to the miners to deal with. After all, people are specializing in this, and they can't help much, so they go back and take a rest. Back at the residence, Uchiha Makoto still looked somber. Might Dai wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. So I left here, looking for a place to calm down. And Hitaki Tsukumo went to explain the situation to the nobles for the first time. The house quieted down for a while, and the busy movement of people outside could be faintly heard. Brother Yiming, don't have anything to do. Uchiha Makoto kept praying. Inside the tunnel, after the collapse, Fengma Yiming looked at a gap of less than half a meter around him, and he was also a little afraid. Advertisement. If it wasn't for his quick eyesight and quick hands, before he was unconscious, he had summoned the transparent clone of Round Tomb Edge Hell in advance to block the terrible falling rock for him. I am afraid it has been smashed into meat foam at this time. And the betrayal who brought this disaster to the end, it is estimated that it has been smashed long ago. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming also sighed. If he could be stronger and his martial arts cultivation reached the innate realm, he wouldn't be affected by this kind of anger. If you don't reach the innate, the internal force in the body cannot be released, and it is destined to be immortal. And he is only the day after tomorrow is not at the peak level, so naturally he can't release his internal power. And these falling rocks that are usually not paid attention to, this time will also become the last straw to crush the camel. Swipe. Feng Yiming was also thinking about how to get out of this place after removing the pupil technique. If this is not buried deep, you should be able to get out of here by directly using Shenluo Tianzheng. Even if it is deeper, aiming at the upper side and using the Super Shenluo Tianzheng can also blast through the ground. But the problem is that this is a gold mine for the nobility and the way for others to make money. If he blasted this place with his pupil technique at this time, I am afraid that this gold mine would also be completely collapsed by the blast. In this way, it is that you have messed up the task. After going back, the troubles are conceivable. Cannot use pupil technique, Feng Yiming can only dig a path to the outside with little by little internal force. I don't know if it has fallen in other places. Feng Yiming said in his heart. While looking for directions, I am also worried about the safety of other people. However, this is what Tenten shouldn't, and when the ground is not working well, Feng Yiming thinks it's better to take care of yourself first. Do not know the south, east and northwest, and can't find the nearest way to leave here. So I can only feel up and down, and then keep digging up. Drink. Just about to start, Feng Yiming had a meal. Suddenly, the pictures of those betrayed and fled to the depths of the tunnel appeared in my mind. Those guys knew that the people who stayed might cause the tunnel to sink, but they went straight into the depths. Does that mean that they still have a backhand, or that they can guarantee that there will be no danger deep down? Thinking of this, Feng Yiming fell into a dilemma. One is to dig straight up and you can dig directly to the ground. Although it takes a little effort, it can be rescued. Advertisement. The second is to dig down, digging into the tunnel in the lower level, you may encounter those rebellious forbearance. Of course, if those guys escaped, there was a way to get out. Then Feng Yiming had a way to leave here too. At the moment, these two methods depend on how Feng Yiming chooses. It's safe to go up, and you may be in trouble if you go down. After thinking about it, Feng Yiming still decided. Dig down. As an activist, he immediately began to dig down. Drink. The internal force condensed in his hand and blasted towards the tunnel wall below him. Of course, this can't be done too hard. If it causes a second collapse, it will be troublesome. The use of internal force is also skillful. Rotate the internal force vigorously into the hand, and then, like Rasengan, began to dig down. Through the slight vibration of the internal force, the wall of the cave under the body was slowly chipped open. Seeing the effect, Feng Yiming slowly increased the output, hoping to dig through here sooner. After all, human beings need oxygen to live, and the oxygen in this little space around him can't be used for long. Thinking about it, Feng Yiming's strength slowly increased. At the same time, in the depths of the blocked tunnel, the remaining rebels also started the second step of the plan. A small guy in Rinnegan stood up, put his hands on the cave wall, and expanded Earth style at the same time. The rock on the wall of the cave that you can see slowly becomes soft, and you can let the traitor tolerate it. In this way, I dug up in disguise little by little, but the efficiency is still okay, and at first glance, I have practiced before. And the direction they dug was diagonally upward, and after going out, it should be a small area behind the gold mine. In this way, the gold obtained can also be shipped out. The abacus is getting old too. It's a pity that I met Feng Yiming, the guy who was going to have a face with them next. One digs up and the other digs down. Even if it wouldn't happen by accident, but it's not far away, Feng Yiming can fully notice the movement next door. So, after digging for a while, Feng Yiming felt a little tired. This tiredness is not physical fatigue, or fatigue caused by excessive internal energy. But the oxygen left for him is running out, and the body naturally appears bored. Chapter 63 Resolving Incidents. The more I dig, the more I feel short of breath. This makes Feng Yiming feel a sense of crisis. If you really feel out of breath, it's a different matter. When life is in danger, nothing else can be taken care of. When Feng Yiming was thinking this way, he slapped it with the palm of his right hand, but it was confiscated and a big hole was shot. Feng Yiming was also brought into the cave by himself, shaking his hands, waiting for the dust to disperse. After a few breaths, the dust settled. Feng Yiming is also a little puzzled, how can such a big hole appear in such a good job? Moreover, the hole is transparent from top to bottom, and a little bit of starlight can be seen from above, it should be through to the ground. Going down, then I don't know where it leads. Feng Yiming didn't struggle with this matter either, because he sensed signs of rebellious activities nearby. The passage of the incomplete security is made by the gang of rebels. Thinking about it, Feng Yiming felt that this matter was particularly established. I didn't stay below for a while, and hurriedly followed the passage to the ground. After Feng Yiming got out, he also discovered that the exit was actually on the other side of the gold mine. This is equivalent to this group of guys going in from the front, blasting off the road when finished, and then digging a road to go straight to the back. This came out from the back of the gold mine, and Feng Yiming was also a little puzzled. 80%, this is what those rebels found early in the morning. Thinking of this, Feng Yiming felt that things were reasonable and a little bit more reasonable. The next step was to chase Rinnegan who was running away with gold. I don't know how they did it, but Feng Yiming can still feel their breath without going far. Then hurry up, Feng Yiming didn't think much about it. After running for a few hundred meters, he found the rebels hiding in the woods. At this time, those rebels seemed to be rectifying, and they should leave this small country directly after finishing here. Feng Yiming secretly rejoiced, but caught this group of guys, otherwise, wouldn't he be a pure wave if he was buried in a wave? Rebels, this will be counting the total amount of gold brought out, and how to divide it later. Good harvest, this batch of goods is enough for us to be chic for more than half a year. After counting the amount of gold, the man turned around and said, advertisement. When the others listened, they also grinned. Then the question came, this batch of gold is only enough for half a year, what should I do after spending it? It's very simple, let's make another wave. This group of rebels loves this small country so much that they treat it purely as their own cash machine. There is still some turmoil now, they may be the people who really care about whether this place can survive in addition to the villagers here. Fengma Yiming didn't beep too much with them, and jumped out of the woods directly to take these guys. It's not Fengma Yiming's support. These guys are wealthy, and they don't have much strength. The strongest is only the marginal strength of Jonin. He alone can sweep dozens of this kind of guys in a minute. Boom boom. After a round of punches and kicks, there was no fierce ninjutsu battle that Fengma Yiming imagined. It was also because these guys didn't have much strength, they were knocked to the ground by Fengma Yiming in 3 or 2. Compared to ordinary people, they do have something, but compared to Fengma Yiming, they are ordinary people. They were also taken from the spot, tied up with trees and vines for these rebels, with their hands and feet tied to death. After doing this, Fengma Yiming returned to the village with peace of mind. In the village, aristocratic territory, Hatake just finished his work report and wants to come back and wait for news from the miners. From a distance, I saw a particularly familiar figure walking in the darkness. Fengma Yiming, Hatake said in surprise. Ms. Hatake. When Hatake called him, Fengma Yiming responded. This was the same, and Uchiha Makoto in the house was immediately excited. Hurrying out, Fengma Yiming actually came back, and there were no injuries on his body. Uchiha Makoto feels like he has won a big prize, not to mention being overjoyed. How do you? Hatake asked inexplicably. Oh, let's talk about it slowly. I will first find a few servants to help move people. Fengma Yiming said. Move people. Hearing Fengma Yiming's words, Hatake Shumao was even more confused. Advertisement. I haven't figured out how Fengma Yiming got out of the mine disaster. Who is going to move? What kind of medicine is Fengma Yiming selling in this gourd? Fengma Yiming didn't think much about it. He called a few servants and took them to the back of the mine. Hatake was a little curious, and followed. Also accompanied by Zibo Makoto, Fengma Yiming was still a little relieved, and hurried to catch up. Ms. Hatake, Makoto, where did everyone go? After slipping around, Might Dai felt a little better. When he came back, he saw people walking away, and there were shadows of Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Makoto. When he wondered where the two of them were going, Fengma Yiming also led the crowd to the woods where they defeated a few rebels. Move them back, they are the ninjas who came to steal the gold. Of course, the important thing is the stolen gold. Fengma Yiming kicked a few big bags aside, indicating that it was the stolen gold inside. You can just move people to the Lord's place. Let's go back and report the situation first. No matter how the servants brought these rebels back, Fengma Yiming took Hatake Shumao and Uchiha Makoto to the house of the noble lord first. Originally at night, no matter who it was, no one could see the lord, so it was not because they wanted to rest. But this night is destined to be a sleepless night, so the lord is still awake. When I heard that Konoha Shinobi was here, I was still a little curious, didn't their leader just talk about the situation after a while? That time. Of course, there is no need to guess, send someone to bring Fengma Yiming and others in, and the rest will be known as soon as they are said. So, probably the way things went. Fengma Yiming briefly talked about what happened to him at night, of course he didn't say the details of how to get out of trouble. Okay, just get the stolen gold back. The lord was also a little excited. After all, for a mortal lord like him, I was most afraid of those ninjas who had some strength and didn't know their surname. Now that the matter was satisfactorily resolved, he was completely relieved. After that, the servant returned with the tied-up rebel, and the stolen gold was with him. Everyone, you have worked hard. The Lord preached. It's really sad to mobilize everyone to go back and forth in the middle of the night. In this way, I will give everyone a red envelope tomorrow, which is tantamount to thanking everyone for their contribution. The Lord said happily. Chapter 64 New Ability. The servants were also very happy when they heard it. Probably only these few rebels will not be happy anymore, knowing that the next thing to greet them will be a dark life. I'm not going to kill these rebels either. Is there any way you can prevent them from using ninjutsu? Asking the servants to lock up these rebels, the Lord led Fengma Yiming 3 people into the house and asked. It's really not there. Fengma Yiming waved his hand. Even him, there is no such magic trick. I have an impression of this kind of tricks, it seems that some kind of curse seal can achieve this effect. But this is not their scope. Well, let's send someone to bring them back to Konoha. The Lord doesn't like killing, so he doesn't know how to deal with these traitors. Hatake Tsukumo nodded. It's okay to help the employer resolve this matter. Then the Lord sent someone to fetch the remaining quest money and hand it to Hatake Tsukumo. After the money was cleared, Hatake Shumao took Fengma Yiming and left. The task is complete, and I will be ready to go back at dawn. They are not in charge of the task of escorting Renin, this is extra work, let the Lord handle it himself. They can return to Konoha first. Back at the residence, Might Dai, who was staying here, was a little excited to see Fengma Yiming. Okay, take a break, it's been a long time since I've been tossing about it in the middle of the night. Fengma Yiming patted Might's shoulder and motioned him not to say anything. Although it is not clear what happened, Fengma Yiming can return safely, and other things are not important to him. Looking up at the sky, the fish's belly is already white. I have to take a rest. After resting until the morning, Fengma Yiming and his party will return to Konoha after having a potluck. After listening to Fengma Yiming's general situation, Might Dai was still a little confused. He didn't do anything, and didn't even see anything later. The task was completed. Although there is no actual feeling, but the task is still completed, I can only blame his teammates for being so good. He has no sense of participation at all. Return to Konoha and finish his job report. The amount of this mission is still quite a lot. After all, it is a turbulent mission. And seeing that Fengma Yiming completed the task very quickly, the Lord gave a few % more, indicating that this was a red envelope for several ninjas. Calculating this mission, the money earned is as much as 5 or 6 missions. Let's go, Mrs. Hitaki, shouldn't we have a good meal after making a lot of money? Before Hitaki Shumao could do anything, Fengma Yiming first grabbed the teacher's arm and said thiefly. Hearing this, Hitaki Tsukumo suddenly felt that his wallet was empty, and he had a bad feeling. Advertisement. Not so good, I have other things to deal with. Hitaki Tsukumo reluctantly smiled, but before he could do anything, the other arm was also firmly grasped. Mr. Hitaki, where did this matter just come back to be dealt with? Might said slyly. Seeing this, Hitaki Shumao knew that after this wave of looting, there should be nothing left with this newly acquired fund. They are all half-year-old boys, and their appetite is also a good one. If you don't give them food, Hitaki Shumao thinks it's enough. Uchiha Makoto smiled and said nothing, and followed Fengma Yiming for a big meal. Said it is a big meal. In fact, several restaurants in the village have almost eaten it. I improve my food every time I come back, and I don't have much appetite for anyone to eat. So this time, a few people came to a small stall. Yeel Ramen. Looking at the name of this small shop, Hitaki was also a little curious. Is this ramen delicious? You'll know if you taste it. Fengma Yiming took the teacher to the curtain, lifted the curtain and walked in. Might Dai and Uchiha Makoto also hurriedly followed. It doesn't cost much to eat ramen, the key is that it is really delicious. It is Uchiha Makoto, miss everyone. After eating it once, I was also deeply attracted by this mysterious delicacy. Brother Yiming, how about we come here for dinner next time? I felt I couldn't eat any more, but I still wanted to eat Uchiha Makoto, so I begged Fengma Yiming to come. Well, as long as Mr. Hitaki is willing to pay. Fengma Yiming said deliberately. You kid, Hitaki said helplessly, reaching out to touch his wallet, and he was also relieved. After all, I saved a lot, and this ramen is still affordable. After eating and drinking, everyone went home. Fengma Yiming went straight to the store, took all the drinks away, and went home with a huge backpack. This task may not take care of drinking beverages. But the time in the village can't be missed every minute. Drink more and get stronger. With this belief, Fengma Yiming went back to fight with these drinks. Tons. Advertisement. A binge drinking, that unhealthy posture is a benchmark. For strength, I do it first. Fengma Yiming, his performance has been outstanding recently. Roots base, Danzo is sitting in the office. One Hitaki Shumao is enough for a headache, and another Fengma Yiming. The position of Hokage is blocked by them. It is impossible for me to get close to half a step. Thinking of this, Danzo also had a bad idea in his mind. But this is not the time, choose a suitable time. Fengma Yiming would not know that someone had already been eyeing him in the dark. It's okay to binge drinks all the time. It was almost time for the end of the Second Ninja World War. There are fewer tasks to go out slowly. Correspondingly, the Anbu mission never found Fengma Yiming again. The idle and feeble Fengma Yiming can only give all his passion to drinking, a lifetime event. Ding. Host was once addicted to drinking drinks, and couldn't help but rewarded a lucky draw opportunity. Suddenly receiving this prompt from the system, Fengma Yiming was still stunned. Raffle. It has been a lot of time since the last time I obtained the Shen Jiao Jing and the light sword. Don't remind me, I forgot that there is still such a thing. Now that he got the chance, Fengma Yiming didn't keep it. Lottery. With an order, the lottery roulette turned slowly. I don't know what can be drawn this time. I have to say that I am quite looking forward to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Shinigami ability. Hearing this news, Fengma Yiming was really stunned. What the hell, Shinigami? This thing wouldn't be the ability of a world that hacked people everywhere in a death tyrant. As Fengma Yiming thinks, it is the ability of that world. Shinigamiization. The further Shinigamiization ability provided by the system can perfectly integrate the soul power and the body. In other words, there is no need to soul out of the body behavior. Chapter 65. Looking for Shinobi. Shinigami transformation, isn't it the ability of the soul body? This has changed the demon a bit. After listening to the introduction of the system, Fengma Yiming was a little excited. Combining the Shinigami ability of the body, it is very exciting to think about it. Just when Fengma Yiming wanted to try this new ability, a question came, what is his Zanpakuto? Drink. I muttered. Shinigamiization, silently in my heart, but nothing changed. Fengma Yiming is very puzzled, what is the situation? Asked the system quickly. Shinigamiization requires host to provide the Zanpakuto prototype. What? Fengma Yiming was taken aback. I have never heard that this thing can be customized by yourself. It's really a system product, and it's really no one to change the magic to this point. Now that this is the case, Fengma Yiming can only accept it. Then go find the Zanpakuto prototype. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to his mind. System, can the prototype of Zanpakuto not be the image of Tang Dao? Okay, hey, Fengma Yiming was also amused by the affirmative answer from the system. I want to see how far this can be changed. If this knife originally had some characteristics, would it be brought to Zanpakuto? Fengma Yiming asked the most critical question. Okay. After getting a positive answer again, Fengma Yiming laughed out loud this time. Produced by the system, it is really interesting. In this case, you have to choose a tool that meets your requirements. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming's first thought was the light sword in his hand. I can't see the characteristics of the blade, but it has a special flavor. But this feature does not seem to have any obvious bonus to combat power. With this in mind, Fengma Yiming felt that he had better consider it carefully. I still have to choose a shinobi sword. It seems that the ninja sword of Wujin village is more distinctive. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming decided to find Hatake Shumao first. See if Konoha has such a shinobi. If there is, then there is no need to toss. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming set off immediately. Advertisement. Soon he came to the door of Hatake Shumao's residence and, dong dong dong, knocked on the door of the house. Hatake Hakumo happened to be at home and looked a little rushed. What's up? Seeing Fengma Yiming's first sentence is this, it makes Fengma Yiming a little surprised. How do you know that I came to you for something? Stop talking nonsense, just talk about things. Hatake Shumao's state is very anxious, Fengma Yiming is also a bit strange, is this busy? Then, I heard a female voice coming from the house. Shuo Mao, is there something to deal with? The voice is very gentle, and listening to this voice, the age of the speaker will not be very old. At this point, combined with Hatake's hurried performance just now, Fengma Yiming understood what. Oh, let's go on a date, excuse me. After speaking, he must turn his head and leave. After all, bad people and good things are not Fengma Yiming's style. Besides, it is the good thing of his teacher Hatake Sakumo. However, Fengma Yiming has a doubt in his mind. I wonder if the woman in the house is Hatake Kakashi's mother. Return. Hatake Shumao pulled Fengma Yiming back, who was about to leave. His face was a little reddish, which was obviously embarrassing. Staring at Fengma Yiming fiercely, Hatake Shumao led him into the house. Now that I heard the sound, it would be really bad not to see me. So Hatake Shumao took Fengma Yiming to sit on the sofa and saw the woman's face. I don't look very beautiful, maybe because I usually watch Uchiha Makoto too much. But this very gentle energy is also suitable for busy people Hatake Sakuma. Fengma Yiming nodded while looking at the woman. You talk about things, I'll go make tea. It was also embarrassing to be stared at by Fengma Yiming's scrutiny, and they slipped away first. Teacher. Yes, Hatake Shumao, who was about to sit down, was a little embarrassed when he heard Fengma Yiming's words. If there is something, I can say it now. Fengma Yiming nodded. Then he said his own demands. Ninja sword. Suddenly Fengma Yiming mentioned this, Hatake still issued a certificate. I haven't seen Fengma Yiming use weapons or anything during the battle before. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Advertisement. You want to know if Konoha has something similar to the Kurigakure ninja sword of the 7 ninja swords. Hatake said. Fengma Yiming nodded. It's really not there. Kurigakure's forging knife technology can be said to be the best in the ninja world. In this regard, Konoha really does not have outstanding talents in this regard. Furthermore, the ninja swords of the 7 ninja swords you mentioned are regarded as the top ninja swords in the Jonin world. This kind of thing is something you can meet but cannot ask for. Hatake Sakumo preached. Hearing this, Fengma Yiming nodded, which was almost the same as he expected. In that case, you have to go to Kurigakure to find a suitable shinobi. It just so happens that I just received a mission about Kurigakure. Hatake said suddenly. This one really attracted Fengma Yiming. The task is very simple, just go to Kurigakure to lurch and investigate some situations. This is the more common style in the ninja world nowadays. You investigate me secretly, and I send a spy to visit you. Both are also to gain first-hand key intelligence. But now is the time when the second ninja war is about to end. I think this kind of task is routine inspection, and it won't cause much incident. Relatively speaking, the safety factor is also improved a lot. At this point, Fengma Yiming also had some ideas in his mind. Ms. Hatake, take me with this task. Hearing the expected answer, Hatake thought for a moment and also said his request. All actions during the execution of this mission have to listen to me. Without my permission, you can't decide what you want to do without my permission. If I can agree, I will apply to take you there. Fengma Yiming nodded. These requirements are not excessive and very reasonable. After finalizing, Fengma Yiming waited for Hatake Shumao to come and call him. When I left, I didn't forget to say one more thing. Mr. Hatake, you don't have to be so nervous when you are seen next date, and it's not something to be seen. After speaking, he quickly slipped away. When Hatake heard this, he also had the urge to beat others. This kid has forgotten who was the teacher and who was the student if he doesn't teach him a lesson. The Shinobu matter has settled, and Fengma Yiming's mind has settled down. It doesn't matter if you don't find a suitable shinobi for this trip. Chapter 66. In the Blood Mist. Isn't there a lottery function? Fengma Yiming said in his heart. Fengma Yiming is also in a good mood. Tons. Went to the store again to buy a lot of drinks. Striving for another achievement recently, this is Fengma Yiming's short-term goal. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. Early that morning, Hitaki Shumao came to find Fengma Yiming. Don't bring forehead protector, this time we will go out as a merchant. Prevent Fengma Yiming from wearing the equipment, Hitaki said. Merchant. This makes Fengma Yiming a little confused about what to do. But Hitaki said so just follow him. Fengma Yiming was given a set of clothes for business travel. After the two changed into them, they set off. First go to the port and take a boat. To get to Kurigakure, you have to go by water. Hitaki said. Fengma Yiming didn't say anything, just followed. A day later, the two arrived at the port closest to Konoha village, where it will take some time to wait for the boat. Then I'll go find a place to move in first. I heard that it will take 2 or 3 days for the nearest ship to return. Fengma Yiming took the initiative. Hitaki Tsukumo gave him the mission funds. It seemed that something happened and he went to another place alone. Fengma Yiming didn't ask anything. It should be Hitaki Shumao's reason if I don't tell him. Stayed at the nearest hotel near the port, and waited until the meal, but it was still too late to see Hitaki Tsukumo come back. This made Fengma Yiming mutter in his heart, what did he do? At the same time, Hitaki Tsukumo returned. His body was already soaked, as if he had been splashed by flood water. Let the store help me prepare a set of clothes. Ordered to Fengma Yiming, Hitaki Shumao went to take off his soaked coat. After calling for the clothes and changing them, Fengma Yiming stared at Hitaki Shumao so closely. What's wrong? Hitaki was still a little puzzled, and asked rhetorically. Go out and come back soaked, don't you want to talk about it? Fengma Yiming said bluntly. It's nothing, I just went to find out the information here. This port generally can get some worthless information, but you can still find some useful things if you taste it carefully. Advertisement. Hitaki Tsukumo replied. With that said, it's like this when it comes to collecting information. It's actually raining heavily outside, don't you know? Tsukumo Hitaki hung up the clothes and opened the window. The pouring rain outside immediately came in. Fengma Yiming is also a little ashamed of this. He really didn't observe this. The climate here is faster than Konoha. It is common for it to rain in a blink of an eye. Hitaki explained. Fengma Yiming nodded. He was really unseen in this regard. This is because Fengma Yiming has poor experience and has not performed several tasks. Naturally, he is a bit worse in these aspects. Called for food, and after eating and drinking, Hitaki and Fengma Yiming talked about the news that they would go out to find out. I heard that Kurigakure is still the same, in blood mist all year round. Not many ships are willing to go there anymore. Hitaki said. Even if Hitaki Shumao doesn't say this, Fengma Yiming knows this too. Kurigakure at this time should be under the control of Uchiha Madara. Performing a tyranny all year round, let the people of Kurigakure kill each other. That's how it came in the blood mist. Then there is no ship willing to go, what shall we do? Fengma Yiming asked. I just contacted the boss of the boat who had contact with Konoha, and he expressed his willingness to take us there. But it's better to go, it will be more troublesome to come back. Hitaki continued. For this, Fengma Yiming has no good suggestions. You can only take one step and look one step at a time. Although Kurigakure and other villages face each other across the sea, there is no movement from them in the ninja war. So don't spend too much energy here. However, the necessary investigation and understanding are still necessary. If there is a conflict one day, it will be cool if there is still no knowledge. Stayed at the hotel for one night, and the boat that Hitaki contacted came back the next day. If you go there, I can only send you to a safe place. After that, you have to pass by yourself. The boss of the ship said. Fengma Yiming looked at Hitaki Shumao. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he should have already thought of this. That's it, don't get you into any trouble. Hitaki Tsukumo preached. Advertisement. So the two of them took the boat and walked for about 2 days. As this the legendary blood mist. Seeing the dark mist spreading to the sea in the distance, Fengma Yiming couldn't help but strike a violent spirit. How many people have to die to create such a terrifying blood fog? I can't even think of the details. The boss of the ship also sent the two to the nearest land according to the agreement. There is still some distance from the village here, so it's safe. Be careful yourself. After putting down the two, the ship left. Let's go, then you have to go by yourself. Hitaki Tsukumo took the lead and said. With the strength of their feet, it didn't take long for them to reach the area covered by blood mist. Is this fog really okay? Even after a certain distance, Fengma Yiming could smell the strong smell of blood. It's also a bit nauseous. It's okay, let's go. Hitaki Tsukumo finished speaking, and went on. However, Fengma Yiming was able to hold him back. Because Fengma Yiming knows that this mist must not be easy. It is like the descendant pain uses rainwater to form a natural barrier in Rain Shinobi Village. As long as someone breaks into the area of Rain Shinobi Village, no matter what means, as long as they get caught in the rain, they will be noticed. Here Uchiha Madara is in control, and Fengma Yiming has reason to believe that this blood fog must have its existence. After all, that's Uchiha Madara, it's always hidden. Ms. Hitaki, be careful. Fengma Yiming couldn't avoid getting blood fog. But they can pretend to be Kurigakure's ninjas, so even if they are perceived, they can't see what they believe. Hatake Tsukumo didn't say anything, it was all disguise, pretending to be different. Then, according to Fengma Yiming, I changed into Kurigakure ninja costumes prepared earlier. Then, the two walked into the terrifying blood mist. If Hatake didn't know the direction, Fengma Yiming would really get lost here. I didn't dare to go too fast for fear of being discovered. Walking slowly like this, Fengma Yiming could see the outline of a village from a distance after climbing over a small hill. Wait here, I'll go elsewhere to see the situation. Hatake Tsukumo left after speaking. Chapter 67. Hatake's backhand. After Hatake Shumao left, Fengma Yiming was left alone. With blood haunting around, Fengma Yiming has to rely on martial arts to perceive whether there are others around. If you rely on your eyesight, you really can't see anything. The lack of vision makes Fengma Yiming very uncomfortable. It's completely unclear, and it can perceive up to a range of 100 meters. No matter how far you are, you won't be able to see it. You can't spot unexpected situations in advance. It feels very dangerous here. Fengma Yiming said in his heart. However, one thing to say is that Fengma Yiming's difficulties are also the difficulties of other ninjas. Even if there is any secret technique on Wu Ren to see through the blood mist, Fengma Yiming is not aware of the existence. After all, he doesn't have much chakra on him, and he is usually suppressed by internal forces. Ordinary detective ninjas can't discover his existence. Relatively speaking, Fengma Yiming is safer than others. Not long after, Hatake returned here. I checked everything around, but there was no sign of Mist Shinobi's activity. In other words, they can slowly approach one in village, and don't have to be afraid of being bumped into or discovered by one who is patrolling outside or doing other things. Fengma Yiming nodded. That's good. The two continued to approach Kurigakure cautiously. But what Fengma Yiming didn't expect was that after almost approaching Kurigakure, Hatake Shumo suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Fengma Yiming asked. The next task, let me perform it alone. Hatake Tsukumo preached. This is what makes Fengma Yiming extremely puzzled. Are you coming to assassinate such a thing? But he heard Hatake say this very calmly. Fengma Yiming went silly as soon as he said this. But think about it a little bit more seriously, this long-distance sending an elite jonin like Hatake Shumo is not just for simple information. There must be some kind of highly confidential task instructed by Konoha's senior management. Letting myself come together is already giving a great deal of trust. Advertisement. Seeing Fengma Yiming fell into silence, Hatake Shumao changed the subject and talked about something else. You didn't ask me about Shinobu before. This mission, I might gain some equipment or something. Just say what you want. After hearing this, Fengma Yiming's mood finally improved. Farewell, don't delay your completion of the task. I will find the shinobi thing by myself. Since Fengma Yiming has said so, Hatake Shumao is not reluctant. Then Hatake Shumao gave Fengma Yiming an address, which was a port city. This place is 2 or 3 days away from here, you can go here and wait for me first. Being able to come here, your task has been considered completed. After all, you are still young, so I should do some troublesome tasks. After speaking, Hatake patted Fengma Yiming on the shoulder, and then continued to move forward. After a while, it was completely gone. Fengma Yiming emptied his grip, feeling very weak. This is not a question of his strength, it's just that some things are like this. What Fengma Yiming wants to do, but he can't help much. What more shinobi are you looking for? Forget it. Looking into the distance, Kurigakure's outline became clearer and clearer. If this is to find shinobu surreptitiously, it is impossible not to attract attention. If this interferes with Hatake's mission, Fengma Yiming will. So Fengma Yiming pouted his lips and went behind him. The approximate location of the address given by Hatake Tsukumo is also clear. Then, according to Hatake Tsukumo, go here and wait for him. Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming withdrew from the scope of the blood mist. After breathing the fresh air with the smell of sea tide, Fengma Yiming's mood improved a little. Hatake is not to blame for this incident. After all, he chose not to touch the dark things, and he proposed it directly to Hokage at the time. Now that it's all like this, Fengma Yiming doesn't think much about it. It's just that if you can't get shinobi this time, it will be difficult to think of something after that. In this way, Fengma Yiming's choice is the system lottery. I hope I can have better luck and draw a good weapon. Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming leapt towards the dock city. Advertisement. In about 2 or 3 days, Fengma Yiming came to this seaport city. There are so many more ships here than Kurigakure. Fengma Yiming also met the boss of the ship who brought them here before. After seeing Fengma Yiming, the other party seemed to see something. As if comforting Fengma Yiming, he said. You are still young, just take things slowly. Fengma Yiming nodded and said nothing. After confirming the itinerary for the past few days with the other party, Fengma Yiming found a hotel to stay again. It feels like coming out this time is not like to complete the task, more like to relax. Living in a hotel, and seeing the heavy rain outside the window again, Fengma Yiming's mood is indescribably complicated. Soon, the appointed time passed, but there was no sign of Hatake Tsukumo's return. Normally, Fengma Yiming, as a teammate, has to respond to such situations. But Fengma Yiming really doesn't know where Hatake Shumao will come from. It feels like finding a needle in a haystack when he goes out to search. As a result, time passed slowly again and came to the final agreed deadline. This time, if Hatake Shumao still doesn't show up, Fengma Yiming really wants to sneak into Kurigakure to inquire about the situation. In the same way, by coincidence, the boss of the ship sent a message. The content is very simple, just say that your companion is back. Fengma Yiming heard this and hurriedly followed the crew to the side of the ship boss. Then, I saw Hatake Tsukumo who was covered in blood. This. Fengma Yiming was stunned, a little bit unbelievable that this person who was in a coma on the ground would be his teacher. After all, Hatake has always been very reliable. To be able to become like this is obviously a fierce battle. The doctor is already on his way. His injury is too serious, and we dare not treat it casually. The boss of the ship smoked a cigarette and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fengma Yiming suddenly woke up, and quickly went up to check Hatake Shumao's state. There is also a faint breath, already in a state of dying. To be able to come back here, it should be by willpower to stick to it. Looking at the injuries, there are too many large and small injuries, which are consumed by the wheel warfare. After checking these, Fengma Yiming quickly put his hand on Hatake's shoulder, and slowly started the Shen Jiao Jing. Chapter 68 The Angry Fengma Yiming. First stabilize the bad injuries in Hatake Shumo's body. The trauma is also easy to treat. Although I haven't seen Fengma Yiming's treatment, the boat boss can still see that Hatake Shumao's breath is hanging, and his condition is improving little by little. He didn't say anything, and left here with the crew, leaving a quiet environment for Fengma Yiming. In this way, a few days passed. Since Hatake Tsukumo's injury was too serious, it was enough for him to die several times. It is a blessing to be able to leave a breath and come back. So it took Fengma Yiming a lot of time to heal his injuries. After finally stabilizing the situation, Fengma Yiming left the cabin. You continue to treat him. The remaining injuries should not be difficult to treat with medicine. After speaking, he had to turn around and leave. Why, aren't you leaving? Now that Hatake's situation is stable, he should leave here in time. The boss of the boat was also a bit surprised, and didn't understand where Fengma Yiming was going. You drive him away first, I still have things to do. After that, I will go back by myself. Since he is related to Konoha, Fengma Yiming also trusts him more. After taking Hatake back, there should be a Konoha shinobi who will come to pick up the wounded. After speaking, Fengma Yiming went away without looking back. Boss, what did you say he was doing? The crew asked puzzledly. I saw the boat boss put down the cigarette, slowly spit out the smoke, and said. This kid, 80% is going for revenge. Although Fengma Yiming was very calm, the intense flame of revenge in his eyes could not escape the eyes of the boss of the ship. Hearing this, the crew also couldn't believe it. Obviously, this older ninja is relatively strong, and such a strong person has been injured like this. Then Fengma Yiming goes out, isn't he looking for death? Fengma Yiming also thought of this, but he couldn't manage that much at this time. The reason for not wanting to be in the dark is simple, because you don't want people around you to be implicated or hurt by yourself. But this time, Tsukumo Hatake was hurt by the opponent in this way. Fengma Yiming can no longer sit idly by. I want to see who did this good thing. With the heavy icy hatred in his eyes, Fengma Yiming rushed to Kurigakure quickly. Advertisement. A day later, Fengma Yiming came before the blood fog again. But this time, Fengma Yiming didn't walk in cautiously, but rushed in quickly. Such movement naturally attracted the attention of mist shinobi ninjas. But this time, Fengma Yiming came here to kill. And even if the clothes are ready and the face is covered, it is impossible for the other party to know where he comes from. Swipe. Without saying hello, what came to greet Fengma Yiming was the sound of the blade tearing the air. Fengma Yiming leapt up sharply, and after evading a few knife lights, he turned around and burst out with a few palms. Boom boom. Under the full output, the red internal force seemed to be solid, and directly flew out the surrounding mists. Fengma Yiming didn't try to make up the knife, because it was impossible for the opponent to survive these few palms alive. So, Fengma Yiming continued on to Kurigakure. On the ground were a few misty mines with no breath. In this way, Fengma Yiming rushed all the way. At most, there were a couple of 20 people, and just like that, Fengma Yiming moved on unscathed. With these mobs, Hatake can't hurt Hatake at all. Therefore, I haven't found a guy who can seriously hurt Hatake Shumo. But this time, after arriving not far from Kurigakure, it was no longer many Wurin who greeted Fengma Yiming. It's a mist forbearance. Looking at each other far away, I couldn't see the other side's appearance, but Fengma Yiming knew that this guy should be the strongest of Wurin. In other words, the opponent should be Mizukage. Don't think too much, it's that he was right that hurt Hatake Tsukumo. Who are you? Why did you assault me, Mist Shinobi? Listen to the other person asking. Fengma Yiming didn't say anything, because he knew that it was not the person standing in front of him who was speaking at this time, but the Uchiha Madara, who was hiding behind his back. It would be difficult to beat Hatake Tsukumo into a near-death state with this Mizukage alone. Among them, Uchiha Madara's help is probably more than half of this. If you don't care about the plot and it's not easy to kill you, the immortal, I'll rush over and find you out now. Fengma Yiming's heart is cruel. In this way, Fengma Yiming can only kill the person in front of him, which is third Mizukage. Although this guy was firmly controlled by Uchiha Madara, he was a puppet. But the puppet is dead, I believe Uchiha Madara will also be very confused. Advertisement. For these reasons, Fengma Yiming was enough to kill him dozens of times. Looking at the opponent from a distance, he can clearly feel the terrifying power in the opponent's body. Fengma Yiming's internal strength alone is indeed worse than this Mizukage. But with Rinnegan's output, you can't kill a puppet shadow even if you don't believe it. Faced with the other party's inquiry, Fengma Yiming didn't say anything, and shot directly. Boom. The strong internal palm prince shot at the opponent fiercely. Uchiha Madara is not a fool either, so he still doesn't dodge. But he underestimated Fengma Yiming. Brush. I saw Fengma Yiming stare sharply. Rinnegan's pupil power shot out instantly. Universal pull. Stopped that Mizukage directly, and sucked it violently. Faced with Fengma Yiming's full output, he slammed straight into it. Boom. After a few palms, the other party fell softly. But Fengma Yiming still stared at that side. It can be seen that the person immediately turned into a stream and slowly passed away. Sure enough, it's the water body. Fengma Yiming had guessed this method early on. Even if it was such an unexpected attack, it was not enough to kill a cage-level existence in one fell swoop. Shoo. At the same time, a few water bombs from the side shot at Fengma Yiming like bullets. Fengma Yiming didn't dodge, he took another shot. The two attacks cancelled each other out. But now I am at Karigakur's home court, I believe that Mizukage's methods will be stronger. Water-style water dragon bomb. Immediately afterwards, from another place, a basic water-style technique was hit. Faced with this trick, Fengma Yiming still didn't dodge and took another shot. But the other party also has a countermeasure. Fengma Yiming could see that the water dragon that was slapped away by his palm, and the turbulent water spots, actually fell like bullets. Chapter 69, Killing Mizukage. Swipe. This kind of backhand is like the level that shadow existence should have. Fengma Yiming thought, and at the same time, the internal force was running at full strength. It also blocked those sharp water points. I want to see, what else do you have that you haven't shown? Fengma Yiming was not in a hurry to find Mizukage's body hiding in the blood mist, just waiting here for the next attack from the other side. At the same time, Fengma Yiming found that the surrounding fog seemed to be denser. When I stretched out my hand, I couldn't see the palm of my hand clearly. Don't think about it, this is still Mizukage's method. Afterwards, I saw several figures rushing over from the dense blood mist. Is this because the other party can't beat him and called someone? This idea flashed in Fengma Yiming's mind for a moment, and then disappeared. If so, why didn't you send someone to besiege it in the first place? Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming's pupils are running, using Rinnegan's power to look around. I saw a few figures around that, and some of them slowly disappeared. In the end, only one person rushed towards him. Is it an illusion with the help of mist? It's kind of interesting. But when you meet me, it's your sorrow. Fengma Yiming secretly said. When the opponent rushed over, Fengma Yiming was ready. Swipe. Several knife lights flashed. At the same time, it accurately and fatally hit Fengma Yiming. But Fengma Yiming did not see any injuries. One of them was caught by Fengma Yiming. There was a red internal force in his hand, even if the blade was sharp, it would not hurt Fengma Yiming's palm. How about it? This time can be over. Fengma Yiming stared at the opponent coldly. The purple Rinnegan was also unabashedly displayed in front of the opponent. Look at the only real guy who was caught by Fengma Yiming, that is, Mizukage. The eyes were also scarlet, and the Sharingan of the three-goad jade was slowly turning. Of course, this Mizukage won't have Sharingan. The effect of Sharingan was created by Uchiha Madara, who manipulated him secretly. Advertisement. I just borrowed Mizukage's body to perform illusions. Maybe at the time, Hatake Sakuma was only hit by this abrupt move, and it was just that. But in front of Fengma Yiming, who owns Rinnegan, there is no effect at all. Not only is it ineffective, Fengma Yiming can use Rinnegan's pupil power to counter the opponent if he wants to, that is, Uchiha Madara in the dark. Uchiha Madara, who was manipulating Mizukage, also got into a cold sweat. He didn't expect that there would actually be Rinnegan in this world. To be precise, it should be the existence of independent Rinnegan. Because the opponent is neither the Uchiha clan nor the Hashirama cell, there is only one possibility to have Rinnegan. That is to be born Rinnegan. Realizing this, Uchiha Madara also felt that he was careless this time. Originally wanted to teach this unaware boy. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a difficult object. Moreover, based on his perception of pupil power, he can perceive that the degree of pupil power in Fengma Yiming's eyes is far above him. Maybe he could have such a strong pupil power in his heyday. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara was also shocked. Because with his strength, he can't do anything now. The opponent can use Rinnegan to easily counter him. Thinking of him Uchiha Madara, who has been in the ninja world for so many years, I didn't expect to be in some trouble here. Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, who is currently extremely strong, was calculated by him and left first. If it goes according to plan, when Uchiha Madara is resurrected again, it will be the time when anyone can stop him. For a time, Uchiha Madara's thoughts were chaotic. But what's interesting is that Fengma Yiming, who just captured Mizukage's real body, stared at Sharingan in Mizukage's eyes face to face. But he didn't do anything, just stared at it for a few breaths of time. Just when Uchiha Madara was a little confused about what Fengma Yiming wanted to do, I saw Fengma Yiming moved. Puff. One hand passed through Mizukage's chest, using internal force of course. At the same time, in Mizukage's ear, who was vomiting blood, whispered. Whatever you want to do, it is your freedom. But if you want to hurt my companion, don't blame me for being rude. After speaking, directly withdraw his hand. Then turned and left here. Through the sight of Mizukage who fell on the ground, Uchiha Madara clearly saw Fengma Yiming's departure. Advertisement. At the same time, I was still thinking of Fengma Yiming's last two sentences. Could it be for the real manipulator behind him? But without evidence, how could Fengma Yiming realize his existence? Mizukage died, Fengma Yiming succeeded in revenge. Uchiha Madara is also completely confused. After doing this, Fengma Yiming left in no hurry. He didn't believe that Uchiha Madara had the guts, and he dared to control the mist to chase him. Now Uchiha Madara should consider how to deal with the situation without Mizukage. In this way, Fengma Yiming returned to the port city a few days later, then rented a boat and left this bloody country. A few days later, in Konoha village. After Hatake Shumao woke up, he finally met Fengma Yiming. Boy, what did you do when you went back? On the hospital bed, Hatake asked Fengma Yiming on his side. But Fengma Yiming didn't say anything, just the apple on that hand. Bah, in a blink of an eye, a peel without any breakage, a perfectly cut apple appeared in Fengma Yiming's hands. Here, eat. After speaking, he handed the apple to Hatake Tsukumo. But Hatake Shumao didn't pick up either, so he looked at Fengma Yiming. Because he knew what trouble he had encountered. It is also very clear that Fengma Yiming's superb treatment methods were used to wake up alive this time. At the same time, it is also clear what Fengma Yiming did after he was treated. Although Fengma Yiming doesn't say anything, Hatake Shumao, as a teacher, still knows himself as a student very well. Finally sighed helplessly, and took the apple from Fengma Yiming's hand. Next time you can't act recklessly by yourself, you know. Fengma Yiming nodded, as if he had agreed, and as if he was dealing with it. Only Fengma Yiming knew what was on his mind. Because most of Hatake's internal injuries were cured by him at that time. When you come back, you will be hospitalized, and you will be discharged from the hospital soon. Chapter 70 News. Moreover, not many people know about the news that Hatake Tsukumo was hospitalized. Of course, Hatake Shumao also instructed Fengma Yiming not to tell Uchiha Makoto and might wear this to avoid leaks. There are also reasons not to worry them. Fengma Yiming responded. After Fengma Yiming left, Hatake Shumao lay on the hospital bed, looking at the white ceiling. He knew exactly what Fengma Yiming did when he went out, and why he went out. But it is also very complicated, because Fengma Yiming's character will definitely cause him a lot of trouble in the future. And I can't follow him all the time, so I can only worry about it here. And Fengma Yiming is not a kid who can be changed casually. The firm belief in his heart is not weaker than his belief in the will of fire. In this way, Hatake Shumao has nothing to do with Fengma Yiming except to think about it. Of course, the specific situation requires other ninjas who sneaked into Kurigakure to bring back the specific information behind, and then talk about other things. This kid, shouldn't you really go? Mizukage is killed. Hatake Shumao secretly said. Leaving the inpatient department, Fengma Yiming walked home alone. Although the anger in my heart has been eliminated, there is still a deep sense of powerlessness at work in my heart. The reason, Fengma Yiming believes, is that he is too weak. If he could be stronger, perhaps Hatake Tsukumo's decision at the time was to keep him in charge instead of letting him leave first. After this incident, Fengma Yiming's inner desire for strength surged again. The fastest way to improve is to complete Shinigami. There is also a drink to increase strength, and I can't stop it. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming had an idea. After returning home, he directly took out the long-awaited lightsaber from the system space. Since it is a divine weapon, let me see how good you are. Fengma Yiming said silently. At the same time, it also issued instructions to the system to designate the contained lightsaber as the prototype of Zanpakuto required for its Shinigami ability. As the host sure to use the lightsaber. After using it, the containing lightsaber will be bound to the Shinigami ability. Are you sure to execute it? Okay and sure. After repeated confirmation, the Shinigamization ability obtained by the system lottery is finally showing its power. Ding. The binding is successful. The host can already use the Shinigami ability. When prompted by the system, Fengma Yiming was also moved. Advertisement. A special force instantly enveloped Fengma Yiming's body. But then disappeared. Looking at Fengma Yiming again, the clothes she wears have completely changed. Wearing a death tyrant, with a long sword around his waist. Interestingly, the light sword with lights originally didn't come with a scabbard, but after fusing with Shinigami's ability, it had a scabbard. Brush. Draw the sword directly, you can see the long sword in your hand, the hilt is still in the style of a lightsaber. But the blade is no longer transparent, but can be clearly seen. This should be a normal state. Fengma Yiming said in his heart. As far as he knows, Shinigami's ability should have multiple states. One kind of superposition, the power is getting stronger and stronger. Shikai. Fengma Yiming said in a low voice. Swipe. I saw that the long sword in his hand immediately changed, and the aura on his body also rose. After the sword body of the long sword became transparent again, Fengma Yiming's Shikai status was also stabilized. Is there only one effect of transparency? Fengma Yiming tried to wield the long sword in his hand, it seems that there is really no other characteristic. That is to say, the system let Fengma Yiming choose the Zanpakuto prototype by himself at the time, just to let him develop the initial capabilities himself. Invisible is also a good ability. Let's try Bankai next. Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming then whispered softly. Bankai. Boom. This time, the battle on Fengma Yiming's side is not very small. The storm that was set off all over, directly brought a big sweep of the living room. It was also a little helpless, but it was already like this, and Fengma Yiming kept changing. But with this lesson, the next time you choose, Bankai, you have to control the leakage of power. It was not long before Fengma Yiming's state stabilized again. The breath has also risen to a very high level. Probably, this level should be at the pinnacle of Kage level. Fengma Yiming said in his heart. Advertisement. The power of system assessment is only internal power, nothing else. There was no integration of the power of Rinnegan before. So Fengma Yiming has to estimate his actual situation. After Shikai, I should be regarded as an elite Jonin, and Bankai reached the peak of Kage level. Then go one step further, it seems that there is still a masked state. At this time, a message came from the system. Masked form requires the host to gain virtual power to unfold. Or it can be turned on after professional practice. With professional practice, Fengma Yiming thought of a certain boy carrying a sharp knife. Under the guidance of a group of fugitives, he opened the story of the mask form. This can't be done for the time being. So there is a final solution form. Fengma Yiming replied and asked. The final solution form requires the use of Shinigami's ability on the host, and it can only be unlocked after a long period of training. The system responded. In other words, apart from Shikai and Bankai, there is no other ability for the time being. Fengma Yiming said in his heart. But this barely met Fengma Yiming's requirements. The Shinigami ability alone has reached the Kage level pinnacle. Then add Rinnegan's strength and the blessing of internal strength cultivation. How come there are other strengths beyond Kage level? After less than half a step to 6 paths, Fengma Yiming didn't know this. Anyway, slapping the guy who was sitting in Ninja World now is not a problem at all. The specific capabilities of Bankai will be gradually understood after Fengma Yiming. After the transformation state was lifted, Fengma Yiming also had to clean up. The living room was suddenly messed up. And just now when Fengma Yiming turned into Bankai, the powerful aura that suddenly exuded made everyone in Konoha village feel clear. Ordinary people are fine, they just treat this as a fun event after dinner and talk about it and it's over. But on the ninja side, they couldn't let it go so easily. Who is this breath exuding? Although it's not clear what power this is, it's not chakra anyway. But the strength of the breath can be guessed as long as it is a ninja. Chap 71, arousing the high level. And Konoha's senior management felt this breath for the first time. Send someone to investigate and narrow down the scope of the breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. The Anbu ninja under his hand immediately went to do it. How can such a powerful breath have Kage level? I don't know who it will be. If you dare to release your breath so unscrupulously in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to check it out. At the same time, Danzo was also aware of this situation. Go ahead and investigate. It was not inferior to Hokage's efficiency, and immediately sent the root to investigate the situation. He also wanted to know who this breath came from. If this is a special blood succession boundary, or a child with potential power, suddenly there is a burst of power. Then, Danzo will take the lead, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will take this one step first. It can be said that in Konoha village, these two guys, whoever has more power to speak. However, Fengma Yiming had no knowledge of all this. Just as I was about to tidy up the messed up living room, the doorbell rang suddenly. Fengma Yiming is a little puzzled, who is this looking for himself? When I opened the door, it turned out to be Uchiha Makoto. What to do? Uchiha Makoto still wanted to do the same, and walked straight into the familiar one. Wait a moment. Fengma Yiming suddenly remembered something, and quickly wanted to call Uchiha Makoto. But before she had time to stop her, Makoto had already walked to the living room. Wow, what did you do? It made such a mess. Uchiha Makoto said, and looked back at Fengma Yiming disgustingly. Then he took care of himself and went to pack it up. Fengma Yiming was also very helpless, and things that he didn't want to be seen were seen. Those two will clean up together. After tidying up, the two sat on the sofa. Drink tea or drink? Fengma Yiming got up and asked. Drink tea, and don't drink drinks all day. That's bad for your health. Uchiha Makoto is still persuading Fengma Yiming tirelessly. But it seems that this kind of conversation has been repeated many times, and Fengma Yiming didn't take it too seriously. He casually agreed and went to prepare tea. Advertisement. The tea is out. Looking at the empty tea cans, Fengma Yiming said with a little embarrassment. Uchiha Makoto gave him an angry look, then took Fengma Yiming and went out. Hey, what are you going to do? Fengma Yiming, who was just pulled out of the house, asked puzzledly. I will buy you some daily necessities. I saw it just now, and many things are out of stock. As a girl, Makoto is much better than Fengma Yiming in the area of housekeeping. That's it, Fengma Yiming said, suddenly remembering something and continuing. Your character is the most suitable for being a wife. You know how to keep a house and you like cleaning. I think you simply quit your job as a ninja and find a good husband to be a full-time wife with peace of mind. Fengma Yiming said casually, without any specific meaning. But when I heard this in Uchiha Makoto's ears, it felt different. After listening to Fengma Yiming, I don't know what Makoto thought of, and the roots of his ears suddenly became red. I think too, there's no way I can't find the right person. Uchiha Makoto also responded carelessly. After speaking, I didn't forget to look back at Fengma Yiming. This look is full of connotation, and Fengma Yiming is directly blinded. What does it mean? Fengma Yiming also had a flustered thought. For some reason, Fengma Yiming did not panic when fighting the enemy. But the familiar Uchiha Makoto took a deep look at it, but he was obviously panicked. Then what? Don't you want to go shopping? Then go quickly. Fengma Yiming had to walk away first. Uchiha Makoto, who was left behind, settled a little bit sadly, and immediately followed. At about the same time, both Anbu's ninja and Root's ninja narrowed the scope to a certain range. Unfortunately, there is a park nearby. The person who exudes that powerful breath is likely to make movement in the park. This is tantamount to breaking the thread. As a result, they gave up the search without an appointment. Of course, they haven't looked for Fengma Yiming's residence near the park. Without getting the result, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a bit silent. Because of this potentially powerful force, it is likely to be a trouble. Now I don't know if this person is an enemy or a friend, which is more difficult. Advertisement. The same melancholy did not appear on Danzo's face. He only cares about the strength, and he is not afraid of causing much trouble. With power, you can protect Konoha. In order to protect Konoha, you must gain power, so everything else doesn't matter. This is Danzo's point of view. The power of cage level only makes Danzo more interested. After all, this power is currently only cage level, which is nothing in Danzo's eyes. Here, the two who have finished shopping are preparing to go home. But on the road I met Might Dai, who came out to practice. After asking each other a few words, Fengma Yiming invited Might Dai to come to his house for dinner. Might Dai was also happier, so he agreed. Cultivation also has to pay attention to a combination of work and rest. He hasn't eaten a meal seriously for a long time, and he uses rice balls to satisfy his hunger. Now that someone invited him to dinner, Might Dai also wanted to take the opportunity to improve his meal. The three people came to Fengma Yiming's house. Uchiha Makoto left the two rough men in the living room. I'm afraid that these two guys will go to the kitchen and make trouble for her. Fengma Yiming and Might Dai looked at each other. Although helpless, Makoto was right. The two of them couldn't help much if they went in, and it was probably a disservice. When someone was cooking, Fengma Yiming took Might Ware and waited in the living room. Drink a drink. No. Might Dai subconsciously rejected Fengma Yiming's kindness. After all, this drink is just to satisfy the refreshing feeling of the mouth, and then it will not be good for the human body. And drinking too much can easily cause osteoporosis. This Might Dai, who is a physical ninja, is resolutely resisted. Tons. Seeing Fengma Yiming sipping swigs aside, Might's eyelids jumped too much. Drinking water like this is fine, but drinking beverages is too unhealthy. Although the body of the ninja is stronger and more resistant to creation. But such a consumption method is not the case. Brother Yiming, isn't it a bit unhealthy for you to drink drinks like this? Might Dai said tentatively. Belch. Fengma Yiming put down the drink in his hand and looked at Might Dai. Reassured, I have my own measures. After speaking, he drank even more guts. Chapter 72 Every day. This is called a sense of measure. Might Dai couldn't help but rubbed his eye sockets, and couldn't think about it, otherwise Fengma Yiming might want to show off. After a while, the food is ready. I have to say that Uchiha Makoto's craftsmanship is still worthy of recognition. But at this time, Fengma Yiming did not dare to express any more opinions on this. Otherwise it will be embarrassing again. There are two dry rice kings here, and a table of food is quickly emptied. The job of cooking is given to the girls, and the job of washing the dishes belongs to the two kings of rice. When washing the dishes, the two did not forget to continue to communicate. Right, Brother Yiming, I haven't seen you much recently, have you gone out? Might Dai also doesn't know Fengma Yiming's Anbu identity. According to his perception, if Fengma Yiming goes out to perform tasks, then everyone in the class will go together. So there is this questioning method. This should be considered as going out. Fengma Yiming thought for a while and replied. Is going out on a mission and going out mean the same thing? Probably it is. Fengma Yiming said in his heart. Listening to Fengma Yiming's words, I can always hear my Dai Yunli Wu Li, this is also used to it, so I did not continue to ask. After eating and drinking, Fengma Yiming sent away Makoto and Might Dai. Returned to the state of a person. But he didn't idle, and continued to drink drinks. Hitaki Shumao was injured, and Fengma Yiming also lost his job. In his free time, apart from sipping drinks, Fengma Yiming occasionally went out to hang out with Uchiha Makoto and Might. The circle of life is also small and pitiful. On this day, Fengma Yiming, who was out for a stroll, ran into Namikaze Minato, the little brother he hadn't seen for a long time. Brother Yiming, meet, Namikaze Minato is still very kind. I just came out for a leisurely stroll, so if you meet it, let's talk to Namikaze Minato. Listen to Namikaze Minato talk about the interesting things when he performed the task, and also talk about the current situation of other classmates. These Fengma Yiming really don't understand, all of them are almost old, except for the task of being at home. Makoto and Might wear them for the few gatherings. By the way, Might Dai is busy cultivating, and sometimes he meets these old classmates. Advertisement. He is good, an otaku, and he doesn't have much contact with people. It's just right, I'm going to find Kushina and the others, and Brother Yiming will go together. Namikaze Minato invited. Fengma Yiming thought that he had nothing to do, so he agreed to go around together. When I came to a park, I didn't expect many people here. Both are also graduates of the ninja school in the same class. Seeing Fengma Yiming coming over, these guys started booing. After all, Fengma Yiming is considered to be the excellent category among the graduates of the ninja school. What you do is more eye-catching. It's been a long time since I heard that you are all promoted to Jonin. Uzumaki Kushina came over and said. Fengma Yiming laughed and didn't take it seriously. But I don't know, people have been observing him for a long time. How can his eyes be so believing and believing like the man who saved me at the time? Uzumaki Kushina said in his heart. Fengma Yiming, who was communicating with everyone, also discovered Uzumaki Kushina's small movements. But he didn't say anything, because he was masked at the time, showing a pair of eyes, and he didn't believe Kushina's milk could recognize him. Fengma Yiming did not shy away from anything, but also let Uzumaki Kushina slowly dispel doubts. Because the people who were treating them at that time were good at a kind of medical method, not like the common medical ninjutsu, but it was also a very clever treatment method. Fengma Yiming doesn't seem to be good at this, so, after a little consideration, Uzumaki Kushina slowly dismissed the idea. For such a long time, Kushina is also struggling to find the ninja who passed by at the time and saved them. But after searching for it, there is still no clue. I just know that the person is Konoha Shinobi, I don't know anything else. Ask other people, and I have never heard of such a ninja with superb medical skills. This has also troubled Kushina for a long time. After the picnic in the park, Fengma Yiming left in advance. Originally, he just came out and went around. If he kept staying, the time to go back and drink a drink to improve his strength would be delayed. Fengma Yiming didn't want such a thing to happen. Kushina, what have you been staring at Fengma Yiming for? The companions on the side also saw Kushina's small movements. Advertisement when asked about this, Kushina was also silent, saying nothing. Although it had been a long time since, she somehow couldn't forget the person who had rescued her. The gaze from those eyes seemed to shine into the depths of her heart, which could not be forgotten for a long time. That's why it is always looking. It's nothing, you go play with them, I'll go first. After saying that, Kushina was also a little depressed and wanted to leave. It was this meeting when someone suddenly came to call her. Uzumaki Kushina, urgent mission. This is the first time Uzumaki Kushina has encountered such an urgent call. Is this what happened? Kushina had an ominous premonition for some reason. This ninja brought Kushina directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Mr. Hokage, who used to always smile or calm down, now has a sad face, Kushina's feeling of anxiety is becoming more and more obvious. Kushina is here, come here and sit down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen first greeted Kushina to sit down, then gave the ninja a look and told him to go out first. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Kushina were left in the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly revealed the reason for calling Kushina. The next news may cause you a very serious blow, but I hope you will first listen to me with the firm heart of a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gloomy face, Guoin village has been destroyed. A few words, like thunder, gave Kushina a big drink. It's been a fight. Kushina couldn't return to her senses for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw this, and deliberately used illusion to make Kushina wake up faster. Of course, it is also an illusion technique used without hurting Kushina's spirit. After the illusion, Kushina also wakes up like a dream. Although the bad news is still echoing in his mind, his mentality has returned to strength. When I'm sober, I'll continue talking. There are two things to call you over this time, one is to tell you the news. The other is to let you prepare in advance. Probably you also know why, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, why choose you to come to Konoha to learn and exercise with ninjas. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kushina was also thoughtful. Chapter 73 Bad news. I heard some of these things from the teacher or others, and Kushina also had some guesses in her heart. Is it because of 9 tails? Kushina said silently. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Although it is a bit despicable to say this to a child, that's how things are and the rules are like this. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has to obey the rules, so. Kushina was actually not feeling well. I heard that Senju Hashirama was the god of ninja, who founded Konoha. His wife is the Uzumaki clan. In order to maintain peace, he was chosen to become the Jinchuriki of 9 tails. This incident is not considered a secret within the Uzumaki clan. From the moment she was taken to Konoha, she was enlightened in her heart. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, is it also because of the tail beast that brought her here? Until this moment, she finally understood completely. Although I have never seen a tail beast, I heard that the tail beast is a huge monster, a beast of disaster that can bring disaster. This also made Kushina a little scared, who had listened to these stories since she was a child. Coupled with the heavy news before, my mind became complicated. It's time to tell you about Jinchuriki. Don't go out during this time. Stay in the village. Someone will inform you. That's how it is said, but seeing the complicated look on Kushina's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't bear it. By the way, have you heard of Wall of Fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the topic and said suddenly. The words came suddenly, and Kushina couldn't respond a little bit. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care much and continued. This is a story about faith. In autumn, the leaves of the tree will fall and turn into nutrients, which will nourish the roots of the big tree. In the spring of the next year, because of these nutrients, the tree will regain its vitality and reproduce green leaves. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, as if remembering something in the past. Then he continued. Our generation will age slowly, and the task of guarding the village in the future will fall on your generation. I hope you can take the burden and protect the village well. Only when the village is in, the home will be there, and the heart will be there. Advertisement. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and stared at Kushina. It's actually not a matter for you and me to become Jinchuriki. It's a major event that concerns thousands of lives in Konoha village. You can hate me, but don't blame everyone. Although Wuyan village is gone, Konoha is still there. This is your eternal home. Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking. Kushina also understood the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Becoming Jinchuriki is not only to choose a cage for the tail beast, but more importantly, this power. This is the power that can protect the village. Although she didn't witness the demise of Wuyan village with his own eyes, Kushina knew what it was because of. If there is no benefit, who will attack Vortex village? And what is the most valuable thing in Uzumaki village, besides the Uzumaki bloodline, is the powerful sealing technique. Waiba is not guilty, but he has no power to guard it, and the final result is the same as Wuyan village. Kushina didn't want to experience this kind of soul-touching pain again. So I also have faith in my heart. Master Hokage, I will wait for the news. Kushina raised her head and said firmly. Seeing her firm eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded slightly, finally relieved. Leaving the Hokage building, looking at the dim sky. Kushina did not actually come out of the sadness of the destruction of Wuyan village. Just walked down the street in despair, without a direction, and didn't know where she wanted to go. I didn't know how far I went, but I heard a familiar voice in my ear. Kushina, why are you here? This tone is directly connected with the voice in her mind. Kushina quickly turned around and saw Fengmei Yiming standing not far away looking at her. What's wrong with you? Your face is so ugly, Fengmei Yiming asked. Not long after we separated, Fengmei Yiming went to the store to buy a wave of drinks. On the way back, I saw Kushina lost my soul. Strange to say, somehow, Kushina should be relatively new to Fengmei Yiming. Said to be old classmates, in fact, they didn't touch them very much when they were in school. But this sudden encounter, coupled with Fengmei Yiming's inquiry, gave Kushina a feeling of wanting to talk to this person. Advertisement, can you go to your house and sit down? Kushina hesitated. Fengmei Yiming tilted her head and didn't know what Kushina wanted to do, but seeing her moodiness was not high, she simply satisfied her wish. Okay then. After speaking, Fengmei Yiming turned and walked in the direction of his house. Kushina followed this not far behind him. This makes Fengmei Yiming feel very weird. Turning to look at Kushina, I saw that she was still in that low-pitched appearance, and there might be one more guide than before, so she wouldn't walk away randomly. Thinking of this, Fengmei Yiming didn't think much anymore, led the way and returned to his home. Please come in. Opening the door, Fengmei Yiming gestured. Kushina nodded and walked in. To be honest, even Kushina herself doesn't know what she thinks. How can you directly say that you want to be a guest at someone's boy's house? Such remarks would never come out of Kushina's mouth after changing the usual time. According to the situation at the time, Kushina subconsciously wanted to find a warmer place, so as to temporarily store her heart of nowhere to put. So he said that he wanted to sit at Fengmei Yiming's house. However, the result was the same as she thought. After arriving at Fengmei Yiming's house, I sat on the sofa in the living room and drank a sip of Fengmei Yiming's own tea. My body gradually warmed up, and my heart gradually became warmer. After Fengmei Yiming helped her pour the tea, she sat on another sofa and didn't take the initiative to say anything. He wanted to wait for Kushina to speak first. At this time, Fengmei Yiming felt that no matter what he said, it didn't seem to fit the situation at this time. So Kushina has the full right to speak. After a long while, Kushina felt much better before slowly opening her chattering box. Do you know Wuyan village? This is the first sentence of Kushina. Vortex village. After hearing this name, Fengmei Yiming is quite familiar. You are talking about the village where the Uzumaki clan lives. Fengmei Yiming responded. Kushina nodded and continued. Earlier, someone told me that Guoyin village had been wiped out. Chapter 74. Preaching. As soon as these words came out, Kushina, who had been much calmer, couldn't help but feel a tingling pain in her heart. That was the village where she had been living, and there were also many of her relatives and childhood playmates. But inadvertently, such a tragedy occurred. To be honest, Fengmei Yiming was not surprised when he heard that Guoyin village was destroyed. According to the original historical development process, Guoyin village was destroyed at about this time. The reason is simple, they are being targeted, and the people who followed them were 2 of the 5 major villages. Cloud Shinobi chose to attack Uzumaki village in order to obtain a sealing technique with a high success rate. He is also like-minded Kirigakure who was killed by Fengmei Yiming not long ago. It's all for the sealing technique. The 2 hidden villages joined forces, with Cloud Shinobi as the main player and Mist Shinobi as the auxiliary. Combining the strong, facing a village that was originally weaker than them, the result is of course imaginable. Of course, Wuyan village is not a soft persimmon. In this war, both Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi paid a lot of money. However, Cloud Shinobi village also completely stabilized the seal of 8 tails and laid the foundation for Killer Bee to become the perfect Jinchuriki. Mist Shinobi was the same, received partial sealing technique, and obtained assistance for Uchiha Madara's follow-up operations. Thinking of this, and looking at the girl from the Uzumaki clan in front of me, Fengmei Yiming can also imagine her inner grief. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, I will complete my mission soon. Kushina's words are very vague, and most people don't understand what it means. Feng Mei Yiming just understood it. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood. Uzumaki Mito is dying. It was the Jinchuriki that was ready to be pushed out. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming couldn't help thinking. Can I get a little benefit from transferring such an important thing as 9 tails? Although eager for power, Feng Mei Yiming needs the power to guard, not the power to plunder without leaving anything. The two conflicts in essence, and the latter also completely violates Feng Mei Yiming's code of conduct. So just thinking about it, Feng Mei Yiming took it over. At this time, Kushina was still talking silently. Master Hokage told me, don't be afraid, be strong, and work hard to protect Konoha village. But I'm so weak, can I be useful for protecting the village? Even Kushina wondered whether she was a member of the Uzumaki tribe, could she complete the task of Jinchuriki well? Advertisement: if it doesn't work, her life will be fine, and if it hurts everyone, the matter will be serious. Just when Kushina started to doubt herself, Feng Mei Yiming spoke. Your hometown is destroyed, don't you feel uncomfortable? Upon hearing this, Kushina was stunned. Of course she is uncomfortable, what do you say? Since my heart is sad and extremely unwilling, then I must turn my grief and anger into strength and use this strength to support you. If you are worried that your strength is low, that's right. Not everyone has the great power of Senju Hashirama. But have you ever thought about what you will experience next, and what is your greatest possibility of gaining strength? As long as there is a chance, even if it is weak, you have to hold on to it and resist desperately. Because only in this way can you have a chance to gain strength. Feng Mei Yiming said vigorously. These words are straight into Kushina's heart. The fragile heart that was originally stimulated, somehow, suddenly became powerful, and it throbbed vigorously. Yes, if you are worried that your strength is small, then go to struggle. And then, he will become 9 tails Jinchuriki. You know, that's the power of 9 tails. It was a force that Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, had to look directly at. If in the future, she can exert 1/10,000,000th of this power, that would also be her most advantageous weapon. Thinking of this, Kushina slowly cheered up. Thank you, Feng Mei Yiming. Kushina said. With strength in her heart, no one can stop her from being sleepy. After speaking, Kushina got up and left, without saying much, came and left in a hurry. But the front and the back are not the same state at all. To talk about Kushina at the time, it may be her who will become the Konoha female warrior on the original historical track. After listening to Feng Mei Yiming's words, now Kushina will be the second 9 tails Jinchuriki. She has unlimited possibilities. Just inadvertently by Feng Mei Yiming, history was changed by him. I didn't want to change history, but the greater a person's power, the more and more important a person will play in the track of history. Just like Feng Mei Yiming, a common word, but it changed Kushina's future. Advertisement at this time, Feng Mei Yiming still doesn't know. In just a few words, he may have brought a perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki to life and matured, and let it appear in this era in advance. After sending Kushina away, Feng Mei Yiming couldn't help but mutter. Will the destruction of Guoan village leave anything valuable? After all, this is the heritage village of Sage Body, with half the blood of Sage Body. This is closely related to his Rinnegan. There may be things that Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Konoha Shinobi didn't discover. This is the best choice to improve Rinnegan's abilities. Thinking of this, Feng Mei Yiming immediately went to pack his bags and set out to go to the ruined Guoan village. Squeak, as soon as I left the house, I ran into Uchiha Makoto head-on. What's the matter? Feng Mei Yiming asked awkwardly. Because of his dress, he knew he was going out at a glance. And I happened to be bumped into by Uchiha Makoto. What I didn't want to make public, became what it is now. My things may fall here. Uchiha Makoto stared at Feng Mei Yiming blankly, but was also confused by his outfit. Then you can find it yourself. Just remember to lock the door when you leave. After that, Feng Mei Yiming is about to go out, and many more. But Uchiha Makoto was able to hold him back. It doesn't matter whether you can find something or not now. By the way, where are you busy going to play? Uchiha Makoto asked deeply. This. Feng Mei Yiming had no choice but to confess. What? Wuyan village was destroyed. Uchiha Makoto was also shocked when he heard the news, and subconsciously raised the volume. You're going to die. Feng Mei Yiming was also taken aback, and quickly covered this guy's mouth. Chapter 75. Going to the Uzumaki Kingdom. Feeling the temperature from his mouth, Makoto struggled unconsciously, but his face didn't turn red in the end. It gradually became a little quiet. The body slowly fell behind her back and embraced her Feng Mei Yiming. Looking at Makoto who was lying in his arms, Feng Mei Yiming noticed the blush on Makoto's face, and he let go of Makoto in a daze. Without Feng Mei Yiming's support, Makoto was about to fall to the ground. Feng Mei Yiming responded quickly and supported him. Makoto, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Feng Mei Yiming knows that his purpose is not to struggle with Makoto, but for the country of Uzumaki. Then he used some reasons to perfuse Makoto, and walked to Konoha Gate alone. Feng Mei Yiming left Konoha alone, and the ninja guarding the gate did not even spot him. Although all his actions were seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not come forward to stop it. Feng Mei Yiming, out of Konoha, headed east all the way. This distance is not too close. After all, the country of Uzumaki is not strictly considered Konoha's neighbor. Unlike other countries, Uzumaki is an independent island. In it, there are people dominated by the Uzumaki clan, belonging to Konoha. Now that the Uzumaki clan has been annihilated, it would be better to say that the entire Uzumaki island has been slaughtered. Feng Mei Yiming is expected to arrive in the country of the Vortex within 4 or 5 days. If there are no obstacles on the way, this world is completely enough. Thinking of Feng Mei Yiming, throw away the distracting thoughts and concentrate on the journey. This time I have only gained a lot. Someone will bring Killer B up. The yellow hair reached his waist, and a big thunder was engraved on the right arm on his thick arm. The vocal cord known as the strongest Reikage Eye. This time, with the help of several other shinobu villages, he surprised the Uzumaki kingdom and obtained a powerful sealing technique, so that the seal of 8 tails in the Killer Bee can be more firmly sealed. He saw the hope of perfect Jinchuriki. Although known as the strongest Reikage, he can cut off a Kakuzu of 8 tails abruptly, but he still knows the horror of perfect Jinchuriki. Yes. Yuning's secret technique agreed without thinking, and disappeared in Yuning's office. He stayed alone in the office when he stayed. In the dimly lit office, his eyes seemed to flicker like electric sparks. Fire style. Great fireball technique, advertisement. Feng Mei Yiming spit out a huge ball of fire and burned all the corpses of the bandit in front of him. Feng Mei Yiming doesn't feel that he has some help. This is already the 6th batch of bandits. Since he came out of Konoha, he seemed to be staring at him. You don't have to guess in your mind, Danzo must have betrayed his whereabouts. Danzo, I'll put you in this account. A dangerous look appeared in Feng Mei Yiming's eyes. I expected to reach the 5 kingdoms within 4 or 5 days, but now it's the 5th day, but it hasn't reached the seaside yet. He was wondering if he had gone the wrong way. Although the strongest of these bandits, it was just a wandering ninja of Jonin. But it still affected his time on the road, really a little irritable. Shaking his head, he continued on his way. After another day of walking, he reached the beach. On this day, there was no chariot and it was relatively peaceful to encounter holy thieves or wandering ninjas, but when it came to the beach, it was difficult again. He found that his decision this time was too impulsive. I thought that the coast leading to the country of the Vortex should be passing by fishing boats, but I didn't expect that now there is not even a boat home on the entire shore. If you use chakra, you can also sit there, but he is afraid that he will consume too much on the road, and there will be other people's influence after arriving in the country of the Vortex. Hey, it's really hemp. Who's there? Before I finished speaking, I realized that there was a sight behind me quietly staring at me. His eyes instantly looked tight behind him. Before he had time to react, there was already a thick layer of mist around him. Mist shinobi technique. It's the country of water, Kirigakure. This iconic ninjutsu, the first reaction in his mind is, the country of water, Kirigakure. But didn't Mizukage just be killed by himself? Why are my people from Kirigakure still here? Feng Mei Yiming is very puzzled. Huh. A cold light suddenly struck from behind, and Feng Mei Yiming didn't even notice it. Advertisement, silent assassination? Yiming frowned, looking at the wound on his shoulder. The first reaction in my mind was Kirigakure's silent assassination technique. Is it running on me? Is it Madara? Feng Mei Yiming drew out his lightsaber vigilantly while thinking. The Kirigakure ninja's attack came again, and Yiming, who was already prepared, would not be easily attacked. Even in the thick fog, he would come back and forth with them. After a few rough calculations back and forth, there are at least 3 people. They are all mist shinobi Jonin who can perform silent assassinations, and this is obviously for themselves. Feng Mei Yiming feels very troublesome for this kind of attack. Even if I faced Mizukage before, I didn't feel that way. At least Mizukage still fought head-on with him. Unlike these Jonin, they just touched them and left. Once faced with Kirigakure's silent killing technique, Feng Mei Yiming suddenly fell into a passive position. This kind of silent killing technique shouldn't stop cutting walls, and he is much better than Kakashi, but now he hasn't even figured out the number of people. Although it is estimated that there are 3 people, their attacks seem to be non-stop. It's really troublesome. Why are there so many things along the way? His heart is very irritable. He decided to stop spending time with these people. Raising the lightsaber in his hand, he said in a cold voice, "Chop the knife, Bankai." A strong Ryatsu burst from his body, and some of the surrounding water mist was even washed away. The mist shinobi ninja in the assassin's water mist was a little stunned. They didn't understand why Yiming, who behaved a little passively, had such a powerful force. In just a few breaths, Feng Mei Yiming's dress has changed, becoming the symbol of Shinigami, the Death Tyrant dress. That's the end. At this time, his strength had reached the level of cage level, and the water mist around him was blown away without any problems at all. The Ryatsu and aura on his body burst instantly. There was some light water mist around, which was instantly washed away. The 5 ninjas of the Land of Water that were originally hidden in the mist were exposed. 5 Jonin? What the hell did Uchiha Madara make? Feng Mei Yiming's brows were a little frowned. Afterwards, he didn't look at the 5 masters in front of him. What he thought was the abacus in Uchiha Madara's heart. This battlefield Shira will never do some inexplicable things. Chapter 76. Bloody and decaying with the help of this situation, Yiming cleaned up several Kirigakure Jonin directly. To him, such a weak force is not worth mentioning. Although he solved the enemy in front of him, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart for some reason. He felt that Uchiha Madara's purpose was not so simple. Is it a war? Or something? After a while, Feng Mei Yiming's frowned brows relaxed, and he didn't think about it anymore. The boat went straight to the bridge, and there was always a way to deal with it. There is no existence in all directions, and can only rely on one's own solution to move towards the country of Vortex. Fortunately, he has more control over chakra than the average person. Although the journey is a little far away, she already has the strength of cage level in this state, and there is no problem at all. Two flowers bloomed, one on each side. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who had been keeping his eyes closed and rested, opened his eyes again. Unlike last time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth this time. He felt that the few people who had a little contact with him, Ren disappeared, which meant that he had been killed. But because of this he laughed. This ninja world has been immersed for too long, it should be active. Uchiha Madara grinned while dragging her old body. Since the last time his puppet, third Mizukage was killed by Fengme Yiming, his mentality has changed a bit. He has lost his conservative ideas before, and now he just wants to take the initiative. If he keeps on being so conservative, his plan may really fail in the hands of such a genius. Ninja world, it's time to usher in the second turmoil. He will turn from a participant into a promoter, a real man behind the scenes. It will no longer be limited to a country of water, a small place, like Kirigakure. His eyes were on the entire ninja world. At this time, Fengme Yiming was still moving fast above the sea, unaware of the imminent turmoil in the ninja world. On the endless sea, it was already a day later when he saw the land again, and under the shining sun of the morning the next day, he walked onto the island. Before he went to the island, he smelled a strong smell of blood. This is the country of Uzumaki, right? Even if the place in front of you is deserted, the smell of blood coming from nowhere, and the few potholes visible in the line of sight, all show that this is the country of Vortex. Advertisement, this island, no, what has this country gone through? Fengme Yiming can hardly imagine what kind of massacre the Uzumaki kingdom experienced. The strong smell of blood can be smelled even at the edge of the landing. It should take several days for the news of the country of the vortex to reach Konoha, and it took him 6 days to arrive here, and the smell of blood is still so strong. The casualties are heavy. Fengme Yiming sighed. This is just an island. If it were the Second Ninja World War, how heavy would the casualties be? Although the Second Ninja War in the original book was taken in one stroke, its tragic degree can still be inferred based on the situation in the Uzumaki kingdom. But what does this have to do with me? Then Fengme Yiming smiled indifferently. How much does this have to do with him? Then Fengme Yiming walked towards the center of the island. Some small houses that can be seen everywhere on the road were blasted into ruins, and some even still have bloodline. Skip these quickly, these are not what he was looking for. The biggest purpose of this trip is something related to the body of the ancestor. When he saw a plaque with the word, Vortex, stained with blood, he knew he had arrived at his destination. Approached the dilapidated wooden door. The rotten breath and bloody smell came once again. This kind of breath mixed and matched together didn't think it also made him a little bit shy. The Rinnegan in his eyes unconsciously unfolded. The breath of the fairy body in the air seduced its Rinnegan. Really, he gently touched Rinnegan in his eye socket with one hand, and he knew he was right this time. When he opened Rinnegan, he felt a special breath again in the air, which mixed the smell of blood with the breath of the fairy body. At the same time, this breath is also the source of decay. As this mysterious breath Shinigami. Unlike his Zanpakuto, this Shinigami breath is more decadent. Advertisement. The only ninjutsu that can have this effect is that the ghouls have been sealed, and the Uzumaki clan who are good at sealing arts will definitely be able to use the trick of life-stealing bands. This trick can also be regarded as the most powerful attack in the seal art. Means. When one's own family is threatened by genocide, some people will definitely choose to use this certificate, and that's why such a large area of decay is caused. Fengme Yiming guessed in his mind. These peripheral places are not his destinations. These places have looted anything. His goal is placed in the center of the Uzumaki kingdom. There are bloodline everywhere on the periphery, and collapsed houses everywhere. This is tragic. It's ridiculous to say that whether this ignorant fruit exists or not, whether there are ninjas in other ninja villages is still unknown, but Fengme Yiming can be sure that no one except him is Konoha's ninja. How ironic. His closest ally was annihilated, his country was annihilated, and there was not even one to deal with the funeral. Is it because it's not worth it? Almost all of the sealing techniques in Uzumaki state were recorded on Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls, and even the forbidden technique. Since they have been annihilated, there is no benefit at all. Uzumaki kingdom for Konoha, the only benefit is Jinchuriki. Not sending troops to reinforce the Uzumaki country, as if it had passed Uzumaki Mito's tacit approval. Although Konoha is in a heyday, third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen is still young, and Danzo is not weaker than third generation. But after the First World War, the ninja world seems to have calmed down too much, seemingly calm, but undercurrents are surging. Judging from the eyes of Uzumaki Mito following Hashirama from Sengoku, the Second Ninja War will not be too far away. Although Fengme Yiming doesn't have Mito's vision, he is a traverser and he carries the script. He knew very well that the Second Ninja World War would not be too far away. And he didn't know, because he killed Mizukage and alarmed Uchiha Madara, the Second Ninja War will arrive earlier. At this moment, he didn't know this, and he still walked towards the most central ancestral hall. The ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan must have a lot of subordinate seals to prevent outsiders from finding important things. If there is, it will definitely not be discovered in just a dozen days. And if not, Fengme Yiming knows in his mind that there is more than one important place in the Uzumaki kingdom. There is also an ancestral hall with Shinigami masks in a small forest. Such a place was not discovered even when it arrived at Shippuden, and Orochimaru would be favored the most. Chapter 77 The Seal of Shinigami and Lee Sixiong. This is it. Other places are tattered, but here it stands as if it had not been looted. There is still a big Uzumaki sign hung on this ancestral hall. Unlike other places that were destroyed, it is intact. Fengma Yiming stayed in front of the door, and a pair of Rinnegan peeked inside. Suddenly, a sense of decay mixed with killing intent rushed toward his face. Shinigami. It was intuitive this time. A Shinigami-like object appeared in the realization, and its paws were stretched to oneself, as if to draw out one's own soul. Roll. Fengma Yiming didn't have the slightest timidity, his tone was full of murderous intent. Everything in front of me suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Fengma Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he frowned. This is unreasonable. It has been so long. How many times has it been used to seal up the ghoul? This can be considered to have touched his blind spot of knowledge. He has never thought that the ghoul can still be like this. Go in and take a look. It is also clear in my mind that this is the destination, and it is very likely that there will be something I want in it. He raised his foot and stepped into the ancestral hall with the door open. The inside seemed to be covered by a kind of fog. Standing outside, he could not see the scene inside. When Fengma Yiming stepped into the ancestral hall, he glanced randomly, and only 2 words could be used to describe: clean. Before he could observe carefully, the door behind him closed violently. Snapped. Fengma Yiming instantly turned and looked behind him, only to see a seal on the closed door. Seal of the 4 elephants. Fengma Yiming recognized the seal on the door at a glance. It was the very famous 4-image seal of the Uzumaki family. It had a very strong sealing ability, especially in the area of sealing tail beasts. The word, trouble, was not finished yet, but the seal of the seal changed again, spraying out black ink and grabbing towards Fengma Yiming. Seal of Li Sixiong. Fengma Yiming suddenly panicked, trying to pull away, but found that his left hand had been entangled with a black tentacle at some point. Fengma Yiming showed cold sweat on his forehead. Although Li Sixiong's best record in the original work was a bridge, he did not underestimate the power of Li Sixiong's seal. That was regarded as the last whole card by Danzo. Fengma Yiming flicked his sleeves. Shenluo Tianzheng. A strong repulsive force bounced away the black tentacle, holding his hand. However, a tentacle was bounced and there were endless black tentacles. Advertisement. It's really troublesome. Fengma Yiming doesn't feel that a Li Sixiong seal alone can keep himself here. Fengma Yiming clenched his fists and quickly moved away. Jumped back. However, within a few seconds, there was a roar behind him. Roar. He has long white hair, a white robe, and his bare chest is purple. There are 2 horns on his forehead. The fangs leaking out of his mouth hold a knife and a Buddhist bead in one hand. Fengma Yiming turned his head and saw Shinigami suddenly appearing on the monument of the Uzumaki clan at the end of the shrine. In Fengma Yiming's Rinnegan, the 4 groups of ghost fires floating in front of Shinigami exude a strong breath of death. Roar. Shinigami roared again, stretched out the hand with the beads, and grabbed Fengma Yiming, who had stopped suddenly. Seeing this, Fengma Yiming suddenly felt desperate. There is the seal of Li and Sixiong in the front, and the seal of the ghoul in the back. At this moment, he has no time to think about why the seal of the ghoul and the seal of the Li Sixiong could be released out of thin air. Fengma Yiming once again felt that death was so close. He can't escape. The seal of Li Sixiong is okay, but he can't escape the ghoul seal. 2 extremely powerful sealing techniques are quickly catching Fengma Yiming. The shadow of death completely enveloped Fengma Yiming. Damn it, I don't want to die. At this moment, there are 10,000 unwillingnesses in his heart, but he seems to have nothing to do. The tentacles of Li Sixiong's seal had already touched him, wrapped his arms, and the ghoul's sealed claws had already touched him. In the next moment, he may be dismembered and his soul will be taken away. Thousands of emotions flooded my mind at this moment. Makoto, Minato, Tsukumo, all kinds of memories flooded into my mind at this moment. What? Suddenly, Fengma Yiming roared loudly, and an inexplicable aura erupted from his body. Rinnegan's eyes suddenly flashed with an inexplicable sheen. Summoning technique hammer. Black stick. In an instant, Fengma Yiming used Rinnegan's unique summoning technique. Yama. Advertisement. Escape with yin and yang black stick. The huge Hades rises from the ground, throwing out his huge tongue and engulfing the Li Sixiong seal. Fengma Yiming cut off Shinigami's arm with a black stick, his body floated from the ground, and rushed towards Shinigami with the black stick. Shinigami's severed arm fell to the ground, and the black rod in Fengma Yiming's hand also penetrated Shinigami's chest. Fengma Yiming and Shinigami look at each other. Rinnegan couldn't see any emotions at all, but Shinigami's eyes didn't see any panic, instead he was full of interest in Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming pushed hard in his hands, and the black stick passed it through his chest and pierced it on the wall behind. Shinigami left his gaze full of interest, and shattered and disappeared from the shrine. The severed arm that fell to the ground also disappeared. Do not. The Buddhist beads that I have been holding on to it are left behind. I don't know if Shinigami did it intentionally or what. The Hades swallowed the entire Li Sixiong seal into his stomach and chewed on the spot. Shinigami disappeared. Fengma Yiming fell to the ground unconsciously. The black stick stuck in the wall suddenly disappeared. Yama stopped chewing and disappeared from the place. The Buddha beads left by Shinigami broke the silence, as if attached to a mysterious light, floating from the ground. After being wrapped in Fengma Yiming's hand, he fell silent again. On the other side, something like black mud came out of the ground, and his eyes turned to the far east. Why do you feel the familiar breath? What's there? His tone was full of doubts and some anger. He didn't want some uncertain factors to appear in his plan. The only major event in the east is the extermination of the Uzumaki clan, which is the closest thing to him. He never thought of anything more familiar to him than that. The familiar breath unconsciously made him want to go to the east. But reason told him that he couldn't. It's the most critical time for the layout. Let's take a look again after this period of time. After all, the black mud sank into the ground again. This mud is the biggest man behind the ninja world Black Zetsu. Madara, who had been staying underground, also felt it. For some reason, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes was agitated. The patterns in the eye sockets unexpectedly began to rotate rapidly. What's wrong? He had never thought that there would be such a time when Sharingan was already silent. Chapter 78. Tablets. Fengma Yiming, who was in a coma, frowned and opened his eyes gradually. What's wrong with me? Fengma Yiming got up from the ground while wondering. There was some confusion in his eyes. I remember I almost died, and then my Rinnegan suddenly. With that, Fengma Yiming's hand touched his eye socket. Rinnegan's eyes are still a little sour, for some reason. Rinnegan seems to have awakened suddenly, and then I seem to be the hell of hell with a black rod. Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming used the power that suddenly appeared in his body. Do not. It is not a sudden appearance, it should be said that it has been silent in the body, and there is no power to be stimulated. Yin and Yang escape. After a while, Fengma Yiming condensed a black stick in his hand. Yin and Yang escape. Sure enough, I already have 5 escapes chakra and Yin Yang escape after getting Rinnegan, but I haven't been stimulated, so the ability of 6 paths should also be available. Thinking about it, Fengma Yiming runs Rinnegan silently, summoning technique hammer. The huge Hades rises with Fengma Yiming's chakra output. Looking at the Hades in front of him, Fengma Yiming's heart is hot. This shows that he now has another ability of Hell Road. Round revolving heaven health technique. Although it is useless, at least it can be used as the last whole card to protect the whole card of the person I want to protect. In the original book, Nagato, whose body is already that way, can still resurrect a Konoha person. Even if Fengma Yiming can't achieve the Nagato ratio of Rinnegan since he was a child, he is still sure to resurrect 1 or 2 people. At least he can protect Makoto. Then Fengma Yiming relieved Hades, and the black rod in his hand disappeared. Now, no matter what, my crisis has been resolved, and now I can explore this ancestral hall. It can be closed by the seal of the 4 elephants. The seal of the 4 elephants will faint, and the ghouls will be sealed for the final beheading. No one can avoid this without the slightest protection. At this level, what are you protecting? Fengma Yiming is puzzled. The price of being able to put Shinigami here must be huge, and it is certainly not simple to be able to pay such a huge price to protect things. It must be related to the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, otherwise it is also a powerful seal technique. A sealing technique that has not been recorded by Konoha. Advertisement. Afterwards, Fengma Yiming began to look for what he wanted in the ancestral hall like rummaging through boxes and cabinets. In the end, he found nothing, and stood in the same place again, lost in thought. Nothing at all. It's really clean, especially clean, even cleaner than the environment of the entire ancestral hall. Nothing. Fengma Yiming turned over the beads, but turned over nothing. Finally, he looked at the place where the sacrificial tablet was on the ancestral hall. Looking at the incense still burning, Fengma Yiming started to fight in his heart. Where are you looking for? In fact, his heart is still very reluctant to interfere with these people's long sleep. This is immoral, although this world does not need morality. But he is different. There are still some obstacles in his mind. Although he didn't blink his murderous brows, it was indeed a bit immoral to destroy other people's sacrificial tablets, which made him a little uncomfortable. But he couldn't help it. This time I risked my death and almost disappeared. With such a big risk, if I didn't take away some of what I wanted, then this wave of blood loss. Fengma Yiming walked to the sacrificial platform and stooped to worship. No offense, blame your descendants for hiding what I want in your place, no offense. With that said, Fengma Yiming bowed a few times. Then cautiously began to search. The movement is lighter than ever. This. Fengma Yiming began to search from the far side. Fengma Yiming found a box under each tablet. The first tablet read, Uzumaki Ling. Fengma Yiming guessed that he was the patriarch of a certain generation of Uzumaki clan. Although I haven't heard of it, it shouldn't be very weak. There is a box under the tablet. Fengma Yiming gently picked up the tablet and the box below. Fengma Yiming opened the box carefully, and saw a scroll inside, and Fengma Yiming opened it. 4 elephant sealing techniques. Is it all at this level at the beginning? Fengma Yiming glanced at the other tablets on the sacrificial stage. If this is the lowest level, then the one at the back is much stronger. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming sealed the 4 elephants in his mind, then carefully rolled up the scroll, put it in the box, and put it back. This is enough, there is no need to take it away. Then took the second one. Seal of Li Sixiong. Keep it in my mind and put it back again. Then the second, third, fourth. They are all sealing techniques. Fengma Yiming has never heard of them, but they all have their own functions. For example, sealing a certain type of ninjutsu is particularly strong. Fengma Yiming looked at only 3 tablets left at this time. The middle one is taller than the others, and the other 2 are slightly shorter. Fengma Yiming looks at the one on the left, which says, Uzumaki Shingwei. This person, Fengma Yiming, has some impressions. The Uzumaki clan was the last patriarch, and he has read it from the textbook. Silently picked it up and took out the scroll inside. Shinigami sealing techniques. Fengma Yiming narrowed his eyes when he saw the title, and then he became more and more frightened. This kind of sealing technique can seal everything, especially the Shinigami, which is more effective. That's it, it's really scary to seal Shinigami as a means. Fengme Yiming exhaled. He thought Shinigami was triggered by a special medium, but he didn't expect it to be sealed. Then Fengme Yiming remembered it in his mind, put it back, and looked at the middle tablet. Uzumaki well, the last patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Fengme Yiming thinks there is a big stock in it. However, this tablet was destined to disappoint him, and there was nothing in it. The tablets are a little improper, as if they were hurriedly put up. Fengme Yiming was right after thinking about it. The Uzumaki clan was suddenly annihilated. There should be no monument to the last patriarch. The Uzumaki clan really values inheritance. He sighed and said, then looked at the last tablet, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Senju Hashirama. The 4 characters on the tablet made his hand tremble suddenly, and he felt a little excited. Finally found something that excites me. Senju Hashirama's should not be the seal technique, even if it is the seal technique, it should be the Myojin gate. Fengme Yiming's hands trembled with excitement, there should be something she wants here. After swallowing, he stretched out his hand to touch the tablet and picked it up. The tablet is heavier than the others. Pick up the box below and open it. The inside is different from the others, it is a test tube. Chapter 79 Cloud Shinobi Ninja. The emerald green shines through the transparent test tube, and the purple Rinnegan is full of green reflections. A breath of life immediately dissipated the entire ancestral hall because of the decay left by Shinigami. A piece of flesh floats in the middle of the test tube, as if being held up by a special liquid in the test tube. Hashirama cell. The 4 words instantly appeared in Fengme Yiming's mind. Fengme Yiming suddenly began to tremble. It turned out to be this. He never thought that the harvest from this trip would be so great. A piece of Hashirama's body. Although it didn't explain, Fengme Yiming never doubted whether his guess was true. Because other people can rely on such a piece of flesh to exude such a strong breath of life. In Fengme Yiming's impression, there is only Senju Hashirama in this world. This strong man who was infinitely close to the strength of 6 paths at his peak. He is also one of the founders of Konoha, the first generation of Hokage. Senju Hashirama. This time, don't lose, make blood. Fengme Yiming was a little excited in her heart, but she also knew in her heart that now is not the time to stay here. Unlike other scrolls, Fengme Yiming puts the entire box in the clothes on his chest. Then the tablet of Senju Hashirama was put back. The tablet without the box was suddenly a head shorter than the others. No offense, don't pass it, Fengme Yiming said silently in his heart. Then he bowed a little and turned around to leave the ancestral hall. He had already got what he wanted, and he was very satisfied with this trip. As long as there were no accidents on the way back, he could be said to have earned blood this trip. I am afraid that I will encounter some powerful enemies on the road. There was still some worry in his heart. The Kirigakure ninja before was very abnormal. How many Kirigakure Jonin can have in the entire Kirigakure who can kill silently? Surely not much, but that is so, too much, is this normal? This kind of team, placed on the battlefield, is not just cutting vegetables? He was worried about what Uchiha Madara would fix. Thinking about it, Fengme Yiming had already walked outside the ancestral hall. Advertisement however, before taking 2 steps, the dangerous nerves of the body were stirred again. A cloud of blue lightning suddenly appeared in front of Fengme Yiming's eyes, and Fengme Yiming's pupils shrank, and a seal was quickly formed. In the next second, the blue lightning group blasted on Fengme Yiming's body. Boom! I did not imagine that Fengme Yiming was shot into the air, but directly exploded into a cloud of smoke. Body replacement technique. When the huge smoke cleared, Fengme Yiming and his situation had already changed. Fengme Yiming held Kuwu on the neck of a dark-skinned, burly man. The dark yellow hair was reflected in the kunai. Fengme Yiming doesn't know this person, but he should be a more important person in Cloud Shinobi Village. A large part of his physical characteristics are similar to those of Third Raikage, and the move just now is obviously a hot knife. Not everyone can learn this in Cloud Shinobi Village. Who are you? Why do you have no grievances and no enmity? Fengme Yiming said with murderous intent. He didn't want to fight with him, he wanted to avoid it more. Now he has Hashirama cells in his arms, and he doesn't want Hashirama cells to be accidental. Sure enough, people who came out of the ancestral hall alive. The big man grinned, not at all feeling powerless because of the karma on his neck. He had heard that someone came out alive in the ancestral hall before. At first he didn't believe it, but now it is true. This made him a little bit happy, although I don't know what is in the ancestral hall. Their Cloud Shinobi village has been spying on it for a long time. Fengme Yiming frowned when he saw this. The Daeon's tone really made him irritated for some reason. However, without giving him time to think, a blue thunder and lightning gushed out of the big man's body from inside to outside. Lightning-style armor. Guillotine drop. The connection between lightning-style armor and ninjutsu is almost instant. He focused lightning-style chakra on his feet and kicked Fengme Yiming from top to bottom. Not surprisingly, under this powerful attack, Fengme Yiming exploded into a cloud of smoke again. Shadow clone technique. Sure enough, it's not that simple. The big man didn't panic at all in his heart. How could a person who can walk out of the ancestral hall be so easily succeeded by him? I have no grievances and no grudges with Cloud Shinobi Village, and even some friendly relations. Why don't you just withdraw? I will assume that nothing happened. Advertisement. Fengme Yiming's figure appeared behind the big man, his tone a little helpless. The reaction of the big man also proved that this battle must be fought, but he still had some luck. I don't know what no grievances and no grudges are. I am the captain of the escort that Master Rinnegan trusts most. I only know to obey Master Rinnegan's orders. Intercept all those who can get out of the ancestral hall. He grinned, not paying attention to Feng Yiming's words. The consciousness of thunder that Cloud Shinobi Village has instilled in him since childhood, and all the thoughts of being loyal to Rinnegan. Let him only know to complete the order under Rinnegan. Lightning style lay plow hot knife. This time the lay plow hot knife is faster, faster. Feng Yiming was a little dazed. It's really troublesome. That's how it was said, but the movements didn't stop, and the pupils that had returned to normal became purple Rinnegan again. Shen Luo Tianzheng. A strong repulsive force collided with the big man who turned into a thunder group. I'm a good boy, tut tut. I thought that this big man would be directly bounced off, but I didn't expect to be able to bump into Shen Luo Tianzheng. It took a few seconds to be bounced off. I'm a good boy. If you keep this, it will be troublesome in World War II. This kind of strength is infinitely close to the shadow, but you can't stay. Cloud Shinobi Village has enough high-end combat power. It has the name of the strongest Rinnegan, and at the same time merges the strong spear and strong shield, third Rinnegan. One person can support the entire village and lead Cloud Shinobi Village to the peaceful and prosperous world. There are also perfect Jinchuriki Killer B, fourth Rinnegan I. This kind of strength can already be side by side with Konoha and Iwagakure if there is such a thing left. Sorry, Medmi, your misfortune. Feng Yiming shook his head and said lightly. For some reason, his mentality has changed unconsciously. I don't know when the black stick appeared in his hand, and his body appeared behind the big man in an instant, putting the black stick on his neck. Goodbye. Soon, Feng Yiming left the island. I don't know how long it took. A forehead protector appeared on the island, watching the waves. Sharingan flashed mysteriously in his eyes. Gia, if third Rinnegan knew that the murderer was Feng Yiming, what would you think of Konoha? It's really interesting, ha ha ha, the second Ninja World War. Won't be too far. Wu Ren stared at this mess. His last gaze stayed at the ancestral hall. Chapter 80 Cell Fusion. Idiot Yiming, when will I come back? Makoto threw the stone in his hand into the river, causing ripples. Makoto's small face was a little bulging, and his eyes were a little red, and he had obviously cried. Really, I'll be back in a few days. Makoto threw the other stones in his hand into the river violently. Arouse no small splashes. Idiot, 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 idiot. Yo, my little cutie, who provokes you so much? The familiar voice suddenly heard from behind made Makoto stop what she was saying, and suddenly look back at Feng Yiming who had already stood behind her, with a smile on her face. Fool. Makoto jumped directly into Feng Yiming's arms and couldn't hold back the tears anymore. She always loves cleanliness, and she doesn't care about Feng Yiming's some tattered clothes. Stupid. Why did you come back so long? Listening to Makoto who was holding his neck and questioning him, the choking voice made him wonder what to do for a while. She had never thought that Makoto would have such a big reaction in just a dozen days. Could it be that this is not seeing each other in a day, like every 3 autumns? Does this little girl like herself? There are indications that this is indeed the case. Makoto in Feng Yiming's arms kept crying, muttering, stupid, in his mouth, and the whole person hung on Feng Yiming's body like a gibbon. Feng Yiming also felt that this would not work, and was cautious, even more careful than before holding the tablet, and wrapped Makoto with his arm. As if shocked with Feng Yiming's actions, Makoto trembled all over, looking up at Feng Yiming with ruddy eyes. Feng Yiming suddenly panicked, even more panicked than before when the ghouls were completely sealed. No matter how many people he kills, he might not blink, but now he is very, very panicked. I don't know how to deal with it. Yiming. Makoto opened his mouth lightly. Damn it. Unlike Fengma, the relationship between Yiming and Makoto is on the rise. At this time, the figure standing in the small forest on the side feels a bit of toothache. Grab the bark with one hand and pierce it, teeth clenched. Advertisement. Damn it. Fengma Yiming. B***************************************** Uchiha Fugaku was here to find Makoto, but he didn't expect to see this scene. Damn it. Damn it really, now he has infinite anger in his heart, and the anger in his eyes seems to have turned into substance. He can't wait to kill directly to teach this couple of dogs and men a lesson. Not only him, on the other side of the small forest, a red figure looked at Fengma Yiming with complicated eyes. She frowned. Uzumaki Kushina, what's the matter with you? Why do you care about this so much? This red figure is Uzumaki Kushina. I was taking a break from here before, but I didn't expect to see a person Uchiha Makoto vending by the river. I guessed that it might be related to Fengma Yiming, so I stayed and observed for a while. Just as he was about to leave, Fengma Yiming just arrived. Seeing the movements of the two, Uzumaki Kushina's heart tightened for some reason. By chance, I learned from Hitaki Tsukumo that Kirigakure had almost died before. It was Fengma Yiming who used a special medical ninjutsu to hang him. All this makes sense. The person who saved her before, the person who made her miss her was Fengma Yiming. In this scene, she didn't know what to describe her mood. Jealous? Maybe. She couldn't even understand her feelings for a while. In the past of Tenten, Konoha's death forest, I don't know when, there was a hidden basement. It has been studied almost, and it is almost ready to be put into practice. Fengma Yiming stared at the test tube in his hand with fiery eyes, and the flesh of Hashirama inside still exudes a strong breath of life. Fengma Yiming has gone from being a little white in cells to a senior boss in the past few days. had been pestering Tsunade for her to teach herself. Rinnegan's powerful memory ability made him learn from one another and get twice the result with half the effort. Soon, some cell knowledge that can be used will be penetrated. He also didn't intend to become a medical ninja, so he didn't learn everything. Just learn what you can use, for example, cell transplantation. Fengmi Yiming, he wants to be like Madara in the original work, to achieve a splendid phenomenon. Advertisement at the same time merged the immortal body and Rinnegan. He now has Rinnegan. According to the setting in the original book, he can use Rinnegan to suppress the backphagocytosis of Hashirama cells. So he doesn't have to worry about being swallowed and turned into a tree. His success rate is very high and he can hardly fail. As long as I succeed this time, I can at least reach Cage level. Fengmi Yiming is very sure. Even if I no longer rely on Zanpakuto's Bankai in the future, I can still enter the Cage level strength. This is the best news for him. Come on, let me see what fascinating magic you have. In the original work, Hashirama cells not only showed terrifying effects in one aspect, they even used it to cultivate a small sacred tree in the blog. He couldn't even think of this. However, Hashirama cells can actually do it. What a shocking thing this is. He never thought that he would get this thing while Mito was still alive. He was also a little nervous at this time. After all, Uzumaki Mito was still alive, and this basement had been covered with several sealing techniques, just because he was afraid of being sensed by Mito. Even if it is still at the end of life, it is Hashirama's wife who also came from Sengoku. How could it be that simple? Fengmi Yiming did something very secretive. If this matter is discovered, no one can protect himself. I can only defect. He can't bear Mikoto, Minato, Kushina and others. Carefully put the test tube on the operating table, open the test tube, and a more full-bodied breath of life came to my face. Fengmi Yiming directly attached a layer of chakra to his hand, took the piece of flesh out, and put it in the petri dish. Upon seeing this, Fengmi Yiming exhaled. Immediately, it is the most critical step. These steps are not difficult, as long as he doesn't think about it, the attached chakra becomes chakra scalpel. Then Fengmi Yiming sat on the operating table by himself, with chakra scalpel in his hand. With the other hand, he opened his clothes, and chakra scalpel swiped his chest down. Suddenly, blood gushed out, but Fengmi Yiming didn't care at all. Continued to deepen the wound, and gradually cut open the ribs that protect the heart, until the heart. This situation is nothing in this world. During the Fourth World War, Sakura directly stabbed in with his hands to perform cardiac resuscitation. Fengmi Yiming expands the blade, attaches the other hand to chakra, picks up Hashirama's body, and slowly puts it into the wound on his chest. 3DC Chapter 81 The World is Invincible. Fengmi Yiming is not the kind of hesitating and chirping person. One hand cuts open the heart in an instant, and the other hand sandwiches the meat of Hashirama with 2 fingers and stuffs it directly in. With this approach, even a medical ninja of Tsunade's level would not dare to do it at will, but Fengmi Yiming did not hesitate at all. A strong sense of dizziness quickly hit Fengmi Yiming's mind. Other than that, there seemed to be no other reaction. The cut on Fengmi Yiming's heart has magically healed. Even the chest that goes straight to the heart is healing visible to the naked eye. Fengmi Yiming, who thought there was nothing wrong, was suddenly startled. Sitting on the operating table, Fengmi Yiming suddenly felt that his whole body could not move. Puff! A branch suddenly came out through his chest. Then Fengmi Yiming spit out a mouthful of blood. This is just the beginning. More branches continue to penetrate Fengmi Yiming, and several branches penetrate through all parts of the body. Fengmi Yiming only feels an infinite tingling into his mind. He knew in his heart that this was the backlash of Hashirama cells, but now he couldn't move at all, there was nothing to do. I yelled silently in my heart. I'm careless. He had never thought that backlash was so strong, the blood in his body had been constantly flowing, and there was already a layer on the operating table which was constantly dripping on the ground. The body is getting weaker, but he has nothing to do. For some reason, the Rinnegan in his eyes has not reacted at all. This makes Fengmi Yiming a little annoyed. He thinks there is something wrong with the system. There is definitely a problem. Damn it, why doesn't Rinnegan let it go? He kept urging Rinnegan in his heart, but Rinnegan never appeared. But he didn't panic either, because even if he died, he still had the last hole card. As time goes by, Fengmi Yiming seems to be a hedgehog. Full of emerald green branches. The whole person seemed to be killed by a thorn. Fengmi Yiming's small face was pale, without the slightest blood, and his body was a little withered. For some reason, he is still alive. The blood in the body seemed to have flowed clean, and I couldn't feel the blood circulation at all. However, even in this situation, he was not weak at all. Advertisement as if immortal. I don't know how long it took, but there were not too many tears left in Fengmi Yiming's eyes, as if the blood in his body had drained. Only suffering was left in his heart. The feeling now makes him a little bit worse than death, hovering at the edge of life and death, as if Hashirama cells are haunting him. In normal times, he has been dead and I don't know how many times. Just when Fengmi Yiming guessed how long he would burp, his eyes suddenly change. The purple pattern suddenly appeared. In the dim basement, there was a strange light. Like a fairy, suddenly, countless branches on his body broke instantly. It fell off Fengmi Yiming's body, fell on the operating table and turned into fly ash. The void in Fengmi Yiming's body is healing quickly. At this time, in the ancestral home of the Senju clan, an old red woman looked at the dead forest. There? What's there? The woman spoke softly. It's been a long time since she felt such a close chakra fluctuation. Not only is it close, but there is also a strange feeling, and it feels more vivid. The woman did not know how to describe this feeling. She Uzumaki Mito has not experienced anything from Sengoku to the present. But she really couldn't describe this feeling. The woman is Uzumaki Mito whose life has come to an end. She had planned to spend the last period of her life so lazily, but unexpectedly, such a mysterious atmosphere suddenly appeared, which unconsciously aroused her heart of. It's kind of interesting, but it's a pity. Let's look for it when you have time in your next life. Uzumaki Mito pursed his lips, his heart full of magnanimity. She was very open and she was dead. Except for Tsunade's sister and brother, Uzumaki Kushina, other people still made her feel relieved. Konoha has third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo who guards Konoha in the dark. She can walk safely. Even though the two people's methods and ideas may not seem so correct, they are actually protecting Konoha. Then Uzumaki Mito closed his eyes and immersed himself in the spiritual world. When the fire-red Nine Tails saw the visitor, they opened their lantern-like eyes. What are you doing? Do you want to say a last word? Nine Tails stood up and said maliciously. But Uzumaki Mito knew Nine Tails very well, and smiled softly. The last words may be a few days away. I have to trouble you to wait a little longer. Cut. Boring. Advertisement with that. Nine Tails rolled her head, as if she didn't want to see Mito again. However, from the outside of his eyes, he still looked at Uzumaki Mito unconsciously. The deepest thing in the eyes seems to be reluctant. The entire spiritual world is not like other spiritual worlds, without any seal, nor is it a dim sewer, although it is equally dim. Uzumaki Mito does not need to apply a seal in the body, she is the strongest seal in the world. In terms of sealing, she said second, no one dared to say first. You are still like this. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. It's really the same disease of 10,000 years. Then Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, but be careful if I make a fuss after death. I felt a breath similar to Hashirama in Konoha. Hashirama? Nine Tails was also a little dumbfounded. Thinking of the old man, he slapped himself and shouted that he was too strong and wanted to seal himself. Unconsciously a little bit timid. At this time, Fengmi Yiming's body can already move. A breath of life radiates from the inside out, and Rinnegan's luster is even greater, the first time he is so active. Fengmi Yiming feels as if she has been bathed in the spring breeze, and feels comfortable in her heart. Has it passed safely? Fengmi Yiming feels the increased strength in his body, and the chakra that seems endless. He now feels that he can punch his 69-year-old fellow, several Shimura Danzo. This feeling makes him very, very cool. Rinnegan's proficiency seems to have improved a lot, he now feels that he can use planetary devastation, and he doesn't know whether it is true or not. Fire-style Great Fireball technique, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. The seal was quickly sealed, and a huge fireball spewed toward the wall. The Great Fireball technique is unprecedentedly huge. Illuminate the entire dim basement. The entire Great Fireball burst on the wall. A seal of seal was triggered and exploded along with the Great Fireball. This exploded? Fengmi Yiming was a little dazed. I feel a little invincible now. Chapter 82. The Enemy from Heaven. You know, this triggered seal is specifically for fire-style ninjutsu, and now he smashed it directly with a Great Fireball. He didn't dare to think about how much damage his full blow would cause. He has not tried how high a defense this seal warlock can have, but he can break it with a single blow of the Great Fireball, and his damage is definitely not low. He is very excited now and feels a little invincible in the world. Can't wait to find a strong one to fight, however, what we have to do now is to clean up the scene. He now possesses the fairy body, but now I don't know if he can use wood-style ninjutsu, the nature transformation of water and soil, to join life. This is what he, accidentally, learned from Tsunade. Water and soil together is at most tree escape. Adding life is the real, wood style. Although it does not seem to make a difference, the effectiveness of the interim period is very different. You can refer to Tenzo and Senju Hashirama later. He also got some wood-style ninjutsu from Tsunade, and now he wants to go out and try it. However, the most important thing is to clean up the scene. Fengmi Yiming turned over from the operating table and brought a lot of blood. Fengmi Yiming threw off the blood adhering to his body and frowned at the blood on the operating table. Oh, so many. This kind of blood volume is definitely not what a normal person should have. He would have died a long time ago. The Hashirama cell is hanging. So, what is the purpose of the Hashirama cell? Exchange blood? Why does Rinnegan appear so late? Although he was barely successful this time, he still had a lot of doubts. It is not clear why Rinnegan is doing this, it is very puzzling for him. It seemed that he was deliberately letting his own blood flow in, and at the same time he knew that Hashirama cells would heal all his injuries. This made him a little flustered. Although there are many thoughts in my heart, the movements in my hands are not stopping, and the imprints are directly solved in a flash. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Fengmi Yiming's not printing speed is very fast, so he can easily combine two people with ninjutsu. A sea of flames swept the entire basement, burning everything clean. A pungent smell poured into his nostrils, making him a little disgusted. Ah, this taste is really amazing. Blood, tree ash, operating table, all kinds of smells are mixed together. It made him feel very uncomfortable. After leaving the basement, there is no need to stay here. A ray of sunlight fell on Fengmi Yiming's body, and he unconsciously covered the sun with his hands. The sun's rays made his body more comfortable. The blood made by Hashirama cells in the body is a little excited. Ah, I really want to do it. Fengmei Yiming can't wait for him to start the Second Ninja World War now and let him make a big fuss. Advertisement declare war on the four powers, but the sanity in his mind prevented him from doing this. Forget the war, let's go to Kirigakure to find Uchiha Madara again. I don't know what Uchiha Madara would think when he knew Fengmei Yiming thought so. But Fengmei Yiming seems to have no time to think so much. The sun in his sky was covered, and the endless dark clouds covered the sun. Fengmei Yiming frowned. Is there such a big movement? Third generation? As Fengmei Yiming thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the changes in the Death Forest in the first place. A sudden dark cloud. Which lightning-style ninja team is practicing ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, guessing which team was practicing. Finally locked in a pair of Anbu ninja team. It's really naughty with such a big movement. It's not just me who noticed. A smile appeared at the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, and his frown stretched out. I felt relieved. This was Konoha's backbone. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel that there was anything wrong, only that Konoha's hope was practicing ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a character in his mind, but it depends on which team can release such a dynamic lightning-style ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen then took out his crystal ball. However, the mirror image of the crystal ball made him frown again. Only a dark cloud can be seen in the crystal ball, nothing can be seen. Does this affect the telescope technique? It's kind of interesting. There are only a handful of ninjutsu that Konoha can affect. He is more interested in his heart now, but there is a different kind of speculation. Come on. Let Shimura Danzo call me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the dark place. Then an Anbu ninja jumped out from the dark. Yes. He promised, and then disappeared in place. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth, knocked it on the table, and extinguished it. A few smoke drifted away. It's more interesting, good fellow, I'm just being good fellow. Two flowers bloomed on each side, but Fengmei Yiming was caught in a battle. The enemy in front of him descended from the sky, covered in thunder and lightning, wrapped in a shabby gray cloak. His body looked a little sturdy, and a string of Buddhist beads leaped from his wrist. Lightning-style Reikiri, a kind of post-age ninjutsu appeared in the present, with a layer of thunder and lightning on his arms. Advertisement without giving Fengmei Yiming the slightest time to react, he rushed directly to Fengmei Yiming. Wood-style wooden iron wall. The oval shield protects Fengmei Yiming and keeps it in front of Fengmei Yiming. Reikiri crashed against the wooden iron wall. Not surprisingly, Fengmei Yiming's wooden iron wall was broken, but Reikiri also stopped. It's really strong. Fengmei Yiming sighed. It is worthy of the S-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Released on this big man's body is even stronger. But that's not enough. Wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Dozens of giant tentacles attacked the big man in the depths of their tentacles. The big man seemed to be a little dazed. The tentacles did not stop at all, grabbing directly to the big man. Hey! Heat spurted from the man's cloak, and the lightning-style armor on his body thickened again. After that, ninjutsu was launched and rushed to Fengmei Yiming again. Ben's seemingly plain tentacles suddenly violent, even more swift and violent. The seemingly more violent man was blocked by laughing Buddha. The two are at a stalemate. Fengmei Yiming is also the first time to use wood-style ninjutsu, so he is not very skilled. I even squeezed a sweat when using the wooden iron wall. Although I don't think what will happen to him, Reikiri will fight hard. Although I can't die, it won't be too painful. Wood-style cutting. Lightning-style lily hot. The next wave of the two men's offensive will erupt in an instant. However, the sound of stepping on a branch made the two of them like frightened rabbits, letting go of their intention to attack, and quickly disappeared. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood dazedly on the branch. Wood-style. Danzo, who had just arrived, had waves in his heart. Wood-style. The two looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 83 Uzumaki Mito Interview, Fire-style Howard Fire Dragon Technique. No longer in surprise, a fire-style ninjutsu bombarded the tentacles made by laughing Buddha. Boom. The loud impact sound was produced when the two collided. Looking at the tentacles that burned out the flames, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo looked at each other, unable to return to their senses for a long time. The thoughts of the two became alive in an instant. You let me come just to witness your achievements? With a pop, the bark that Shimura Danzo touched was broken, and his eyes were full of anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback when he saw this. Isn't this your result? Now he is also a little confused. Shimura Danzo once mentioned the Hashirama cell accidentally, but now wood-style appears. He instinctively sees this as the result of Shimura Danzo. Moved Senju Hashirama's body, and now Shimura Danzo asked angrily, letting him dispel the idea. Isn't it you? Shimura Danzo's hand holding the tree trunk loosened slightly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction surprised him. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked back, You question me? Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire consciousness in his heart does not allow him to do this. Shimura Danzo was dumbfounded. The results now clearly exceeded their expectations. I thought it was a powerful enemy, but I didn't expect it to be much unexpected. Wood-style ninjutsu. In addition to the first generation of Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second one who can use wood-style has appeared. The two of them are not indecisive people now, and they reacted quickly. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Fire-style Haoyun technique. Wind-style great breakthrough. Sarutobi Hiruzen uses fire style and Shimura Danzo uses wind style. The combined ninjutsu of the two cleans up the wood style traces on the ground. The seemingly violent combination of wind and fire, but the rough and the fine, except for wood style ninjutsu, it did not hurt a single bit of other places. Call, advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled and looked at Shimura Danzo again. Although there was no word, both knew what the other meant. Then all disappeared in place. At this time, Fengmi Yiming was in the Senju landlord hall, holding a cup of hot tea, and looking at each other with Uzumaki Mito, who was sitting on the main seat. Uzumaki Mito had an inexplicable smile in his eyes. Fengmi Yiming's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. I thought that the most dangerous place is the safest place. I came here to hide from the upcoming wood-style storm. I have been looking for Tsunade a few days ago, and not many people would doubt it. However, Fengmi Yiming did not expect that when he had just stepped into the ancestral land, the first person he saw was not Tsunade, but Uzumaki Mito. For some reason, the old man who had already stepped half-footed into death in front of him made him feel a huge sense of crisis. As if she could let herself be killed. The two looked at each other like this, and no one knew what the other was thinking. There has been such a stalemate, no one wants to speak the first sentence. Unlike Uzumaki Mito, who is still smiling, Fengmi Yiming, who has just gained tremendous strength, is tight. Stay on alert at all times. However, this deadlock did not last long, and two visitors broke the deadlock. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. The two of them appeared at the entrance of the lobby for some unknown time, and walked towards Uzumaki Mito in a daze. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to Uzumaki Mito first. Mito-sama just died. Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't spoken yet. Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved his hand. What else is adult or not, it is the person who entered the coffin with the whole body. Okay, know what you were going to say, sit down. Having said that, Uzumaki Mito pointed to the seat on his left-hand side and motioned for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to sit down. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Although Uzumaki Mito's words were a bit dull, he could accept all of this. Then raised his foot to the seat. Shimura Danzo, who had been standing half a footstep behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, kept his eyes on Fengmi Yiming until he went to the seat. I am very dissatisfied that this junior is still sitting here. After all, what they are going to say next is not what this junior can hear. Although this man is a genius. But Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything, and he was not good at expressing his position. After all, Uzumaki Mito was an elder who watched him grow up. Then sat down with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fengmi Yiming sits in opposition to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Advertisement. Uzumaki Mito sits in the middle chair. It took a few seconds for Uzumaki Mito to look away from Fengmi Yiming and look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what happened? What happened? Oh, Death Forest, what happened to the Death Forest? The words were intermittent, as if not trying to understand the matter. But what I heard in Fengmi Yiming's ears was obviously different. Is this a warning? Fengmi Yiming also doesn't know what to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Uzumaki Mito's play. In the Death Forest, I found wood-style ninjutsu fighting with others. Wood-style ninjutsu. Uzumaki Mito was a little dazed, as if lost in remembrance. When I think about my husband, Uchiha Madara, who didn't hit wood-style, yelled. When a person dies, his personality will always change, but Uzumaki Mito obviously has some excursions from time to time, such as now. Just like a little girl, with a green smile on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also tacitly did not interrupt Uzumaki Mito at this time. They also understand in their hearts. Fengmi Yiming was a little stunned. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito, who has always been noble, to have this kind of little girl's posture. It took a long time for Uzumaki Mito to put away this posture and put on an inexplicable smile on his face. Ah, wood-style ninja, back then, Hashirama. 3 sentences without leaving Hashirama. Barabara has a lot of things before it reaches the real point. Wood-style ninjutsu is arguably the strongest blood succession limit. Since Hashirama, no one can use it again. Now it reappears. It is also a good thing for Konoha. After all, this is wood. Yi, the blood inheritance boundary unique to the Senju clan. After all, Uzumaki Mito looked out the window. It took a long time to come back to his senses. He glanced at Fengmi Yiming mysteriously, then withdrew his gaze and continued. If that person has no malice towards Konoha, please ask the two to cultivate vigorously. This will be able to bring Konoha's prosperity. The key to a higher degree again, if this person is harmful to Konoha. Uzumaki Mito's tone went cold. Then he coughed twice and changed back. Ahem, oops, my mood changes when I get old. Even so, Fengmi Yiming couldn't help but get cold. This is obviously for him. The Sarutobi Hiruzen duo was a little stunned, but they still remember these words in their minds. Chapter 84 Beyond Genius. Oh, Uzumaki Mito, you really are. Looking at the Senju family land already in the distance, Fengmi Yiming has mixed feelings in his heart. Uzumaki Mito obviously knew that he was the owner of wood-style ninjutsu. This powerful perception ability. There should also be a copy of Nine Tails. It doesn't seem right. Nine Tails seems to be able to perceive malice. No matter how much Fengmi Yiming comforts herself in her heart, she still can only express feelings about the strength of Uzumaki Mito. This perception ability has already surpassed telescope technique in one aspect. The whole Konoha might be under the peep of this old woman. But Fengmi Yiming didn't think there was anything. After all, Uzumaki Mito really couldn't last a few days, at most a month. Feng Mei Yiming clearly sensed the remaining life of Uzumaki Mito after fusing Hashirama cells, and even directly felt that Nine Tails was suspending Uzumaki Mito's life. Although I don't know if Uzumaki Mito knew about this, Feng Mei Yiming still sighed with emotion in Tsunere's old Nine Tails. The thoughts in my heart are numerous, and there are many doubts that come with great strength. I don't know why, my own system can't come out no matter how to call it. This also made him feel a little irritable. Feng Mei Yiming just walked unconsciously. Ha, hey, ha, hey, ha, hey, ha. Might wears rhythmical ups and downs, and at the same time his hands and feet move with his waist, making popping noises. Hit the stout tree in front of him with one punch and kick. For a long time, Might Dai stopped and looked at the sunken tree in front of him, lost in thought. Finally sighed. The improvement in strength is minimal. Why is this? Why is it? Might Dai was a little frustrated. I doubt in my heart whether the youth I insist on is correct. There are too many geniuses around him. Because of Feng Mei Yiming's influence, he has more contact with Itachi Shumao, a swordsman genius, and Feng Mei Yiming, an almighty genius. Compared with these two, his improvement in strength is too small. He has nothing except the 8 inner gates that has been passed on at home. There is neither good resources nor good health. His body can hardly use chakra, even the simplest ninjutsu. Advertisement this makes him inherently weaker than others. But he was not depressed because of this, he firmly believed in the youth in his heart. He believes that even if he only knows physical skills, he can break out of his own world. You can also have your own place in Konoha, and you can get the recognition of others. But these are my own imaginations after all. I have nothing now, just an ordinary genin, just a genin who can only accept D.C. level tasks. And his period? Stronger than Itachi Shumao and Feng Mei Yiming. One is Anbu's mysterious ninja, and one can leave the village at will. One has confirmed the relationship with the girl he likes, and one is liked by a beautiful girl. And what about yourself? I can only look up at the girl I like in the dark. He didn't even dare to go up and talk, because I am weak. He has nothing but 8 inner gates. Suddenly, Might Dai gave himself a slap, very crisp. Damn it, how can I doubt my youth? 8 inner gates. The first door. Open the door. Open. Second gate. Life. Open. Third gate. Close the door. Open. A green steam exploded on Might Dai's body, and his strength was directly elevated. Leaf hurricane. A kick on the tree that has been recessed in front of you, and the whole tree suddenly broke. Stopped. Might Dai looked at the broken tree and took a breath. It was only for a while that he was already sweating profusely. He is not what he will be more than 10 years later. Third gate is already his limit, and it cannot last long. If it is longer, your body will be loaded. And the broken tree in front of me is not an ordinary tree. It is said that first Hokage left it during his lifetime. Its hardness cannot be measured. Might wearing practice under normal conditions for so long, it only made the trunk a little recessed, but now the third gate can be kicked directly. 8 inner gates bonus to physical skills is equally unpredictable. Might Dai, who lifted the 8 inner gates, fell directly to the ground, breathing heavily, and the pain from his body made him depressed again. Advertisement, it turns out, can I only last for so much time? Even if he opened the third gate, he was only a little bit stronger than Chunin at best, and he could only last for that little time. Sure enough, I'm just a waste. Might Dai fell into deep self-doubt. Feng Mei Yiming, who saw all of this in his eyes, shook his head. Standing in the distance, he has been here for a long time. For some reason, he walked here. Maybe it's because this woods has some familiar atmosphere. I affirmed the rumor in my heart, this wood was left by first generation. Looking at Dai lying on the ground and falling into self-doubt, Feng Mei Yiming felt a little bit in his heart. If you are such a junk, can you be as self-disciplined as him? Are you working so hard? He didn't think he could do it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to accomplish nothing in the previous life. Oh, this sad world. Suddenly, Feng Mei Yiming's eyes lit up. Let me take you away from the title Aufresh. Feng Mei Yiming got up and jumped to Might Dai's side. Hey, are you a youthful guy who is also depressed? Reached out, trying to pull him up. Feng Mei Yiming. Might Dai opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him, a little nervous. He didn't expect that this posture of himself would be seen by Feng Mei Yiming. Get up, don't be stunned. With that, Feng Mei Yiming directly bends over and pulls Might Dai with his hands. You, isn't Tendon shouting youth in your mouth? Why are you so depressed now? Isn't it because of your own strength? Feng Mei Yiming asked knowingly. Might Dai looked a little at a loss. Scratching his head, his face was a little ruddy. Feng Mei Yiming continued to deliberately sarcastically said, No, even you have to give up the belief that you hold in your heart. What about surpassing genius? What does this look like? Not, I still stick to my youth, Might blushed and shouted. Although he did almost give up his own clarity just now, he would not admit it anyway at this time. No, absolutely not, at least I can't let Feng Mei Yiming know. You are Might. How can you be so depressed? Cheer up, you can surpass genius too. Chapter 85 The Storm is Coming. Master, please teach me physical skills. Might Dai, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, made Feng Mei Yiming wonder what to do. He did not expect such a situation. The surrounding iron forest has collapsed a bit, and Genin can see that these broken pieces were all kicked off by a single blow, and such strength would be impossible without Jonin. And all this is Feng Mei Yiming's handwriting. Fengmi Yiming broke all these trees in a few seconds and completely conquered Might Dai. Fengmi Yiming doesn't know what to say. All this was beyond his expectation. He just wanted to show Might Dai a little bit of physique and let him have a goal, but he didn't expect that he was too strong and convinced him. Might Dai said firmly, "Master, you don't promise me, I won't get up." These words made Fengmi Yiming a headache again. Once Might Dai identified the goal, it would not change easily, and Fengmi Yiming secretly held his forehead in his heart. Sure enough, as Might Dai said, for a full 2 minutes, without even lifting his head, in the end Fengmi Yiming could only say, "Get up, I promised you." Woohoo! Thank you, Master. Fengmi Yiming looked at Might, who was suddenly violently hanging on her body, and twitched. What is this? Gibbon? And what happened to the speed just now? On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo walked out of the Senju clan. Hey, wind and rain are coming. In addition to the wood-style ninja, there are other things, including Uzumaki Mito's views and predictions on the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe with his finger in distress. The sudden appearance of flames on the fingers is also quite magical, but for Chakra's refined third Hokage, it is nothing. He held the pipe in his mouth and sighed again. Shimura Danzo glanced at him. What are you afraid of? Soldiers are here to cover the water and earth. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, No, I'm not afraid. I'm Konoha's third Hokage. If I were weak, what would this Konoha look like? I'm the pillar of Konoha. Before I die, as long as the village is threatened, I will never give in any step. The Dr. Ninja world at this time is still the Dr. Ninja world, and he doesn't want to be as weak as a few decades later. Konoha is still in his heyday, and he is still at the peak of his body. If there is anything that threatens the village, he will never back down. Advertisement in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, Shimura Danzo nodded with satisfaction. This is you. If I have a chance, I really want to call you Shino. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled suddenly. This name should be given to those young people. I just want to be a big tree supporting Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hearty laughter reached Shimura Danzo's ears, and it made him feel a lot. Yes, prop up the tree of Konoha, then let me support the roots buried in the dark. Shimura Danzo's eyes became sharp. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his smile. His eyes became firm. Notify all the ninjas at the roots and prepare to face 9 tails. At the same time, Anbu will wander around the Senju clan land every day after 15 days. Be wary of 9 tails. At the same time, within half a month, all ninjas who are performing tasks outside will be recalled. At the same time, within 10 days, Jiraiya, Tsunadeheim and Orochimaru will be recalled to Konoha. You are not allowed to take Konoha for 2 months. At the same time, all patrol ninjas will increase their vigilance within 2 months. If you find anything, you must report it to me. After speaking coldly, he disappeared in place. This is mainly for Shimura Danzo, Uzumaki Mito in the Senju clan, and Captain Anbu who has been hiding in the dark. This is you, he secretly said in his heart, and then Shimura Danzo also disappeared in place. Body flicker technique. It's you. Ah, people are dying, so troublesome. Uzumaki Mito drank the tea in the cup he held with both hands and sighed in silence. Her life can be said to be sad. 2 flowers bloomed and 1 branch each appeared. At this time, Fengmi Yiming was fascinated by the 8 inner gates scroll that Might Dai took out. Open the door, close the door, live the door, hurt the door of the door, the door of the king, the door of the shock. Then, gone? Fengmi Yiming directly wondered, where's the dead door? Fengmi Yiming looked at Might Dai, puzzled. Might Dai scratched his head. I don't know. Since I took over this scroll, there has been no dead door. There should be no dead door, but my father's generation lost the dead door and I don't know who will get it. The secret technique of one-line single pass is indeed incomplete, which is really embarrassing. This is also the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't pay much attention to might wearing. 8 inner gates without the 8 gate cannot cause qualitative changes. Fengmi Yiming fell into deep thought. He clearly remembered that in the original work, Uchiha Madara had seen red steam more than once. Could it be the person who got the 8th gate and used the 8 gate dead gate to introduce the 7th gate practice method? But no matter what, no matter who it is, it should have died under Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. There is no dead door and it doesn't get in the way. The former 7th gate will be enough for you to study for a few years. What's more, I believe that with your physical talents, you should be able to improve and even extend 8 inner gates. Fengmi Yiming spoke in a trusting tone, saying things that made Might Dai excited. Might Dai said firmly, Yes, Master, I will definitely open the 7th gate as soon as possible, and then perfect the 8 inner gates. Fengmi Yiming answered, Stop calling the Master, call the teacher or Yiming. The Master almost called him Fengmi Yiming old. Okay, Master. Fengmi Yiming slapped his forehead, not knowing what to say. But since you want to shout like that, let him go. Then Fengmi Yiming took out a scroll and threw it to Might Dai. Here you go and practice. Physique uprising 1,000 years of death. When I opened the scroll, Might Dai got excited just when I saw the name. Such Hoki's reputation, physique secrets, must be very strong. Very strong, yes. Master, without taking a closer look, he held the scroll and ran away excitedly. Fengmi Yiming is a little weird, is there any special habit of might? Fengmi Yiming shuddered and couldn't believe it. Then he opened his own Rinnegan and remembered all the tricks of the scroll. It didn't take a few seconds to thoroughly understand the training methods of the former 6th gate. The 7th gate is a bit difficult. But it won't take long. Rinnegan gave Feng Mei Yiming a strong learning ability. Come on, let me try the powerful bonus of 8 inner gates. Feng Mei Yiming got up, put the scrolls away and put them in his clothes. I was afraid that there would be too much movement in the future and the reel would be broken. This is the heirloom Might wears, Chapter 86 8 Inner Gates Formation. 8 inner gates. The first gate. Open. Open the door, close the door, live the door, hurt the door, do. Feng Mei Yiming stayed at the fourth gate. Green waves of steam radiated from his body. Clenched a fist. This feeling is really amazing. For a long time, although he was a versatile genius, he was still a bit biased towards ninjutsu, and physique was a shortcoming. But 8 inner gates made up for this very well. Lilianhua. In an instant, Feng Mei Yiming exploded with supersonic power, rushed to the distant tree, hit the trunk with a punch, and suddenly the whole tree fell into pieces. Feng Mei Yiming stopped, a little dazed. Without the help of 8 inner gates, I don't know when this powerful power will be there. Try again. Can you continue to open the next door? This hurts the door. If you can open to the Jingmun, you can try the lotus in the real world. Lotus in the real world, when opening the scenery gate, the physical stunts used by them are extremely fast. Lilian Lianhua can achieve supersonic speed. What if it is a stronger real Lianhua? Unimaginable. It's a pity that he still can learn to start the 7th gate, otherwise he really wants to try it. Rotate the chakra in the body to attack Duman. The barriers of Duman are stronger than those of the previous ones, and the gains and the harm to the body are even greater. 8 inner gates. 5th gate. Duman. Open. Feng Mei Yiming roared. The green steam erupting from his body became more concentrated, and his body's strength increased again. Excitement appeared on Feng Mei Yiming's face. It's a success. He, who is extremely eager for strength, will never be satisfied with this Duman, and continue to use chakra to attack the 6th gate, Jingmun. 6th gate. King gate. Open. Feng Mei Yiming's roar was even louder, and even shocked Might Dai, who was practicing 1,000 years of death in the distance. Might Dai looked at the startling bird in the sky and scratched his head. Is this the master? The movement of practicing 8 inner gates is so loud. He doesn't have the slightest opinion on Feng Mei Yiming learning 8 inner gates. He even feels that Feng Mei Yiming has learned to point himself. He was very familiar with the breath of 8 inner gates, so he felt it when the first door opened. Although I can't tell which gate it is, I know that Feng Mei Yiming really used 8 inner gates. He feels a little taken for granted to Feng Mei Yiming's talent. After all, this is the only way to be his master. However, Might Dai was a little bit twitched when he saw this 1,000 years of death. That's it? Advertisement physique secret? That's it? This is it. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming felt an unprecedented powerful force, and his mood was a little swollen. Lotus in the real place. Feng Mei Yiming expanded into the lotus state in the real place and punched forward. As if there was a prejudgment, the figure with the shabby cloak was wrapped in blue thunder and stood in front of him. The two fists banged together, making a loud noise. The sound of a fracture came from the big man's arm. Feng Mei Yiming was stunned. The agitated airwave blew the big man's cloak open and leaked his head. The purple light in his eyes is exactly Rinnegan. There were black things on both sides of the nose, as if a few small sticks had penetrated the bone of the nose. There are also on the ears. This is exactly the pen belonging to Feng Mei Yiming. Hell Road pen. This big man was the Cloud Shinobi village ninja who suddenly attacked him at that time. Feng Mei Yiming was going to kill him directly, but he looked at the black stick in his hand and then looked at the big man's body. Feng Mei Yiming admitted that he was greedy for him. A body of this strength is rare in this ninjutsu world. It is indeed a good material for pain. It would be a pity not to make a pen. Feng Mei Yiming is an activist, and it took him a time to transform him. Become the pen of Hell Road, but what made him feel strange was the string of Buddhist beads. He wanted to leave soon in the ancestral hall, so he didn't take a closer look, and some didn't even notice the string of Buddhist beads. It was later discovered that it was because the string of Buddhist beads flew into the hands of this pen. And the imagination of Pen of Hell Road and Feng Mei of Chaohu, Yiming, gave birth to a new soul. A loyal to Feng Mei Yiming himself, a soul who thinks through Feng Mei Yiming. A sense of loyalty to Feng Mei Yiming. This is what Feng Mei Yiming did not expect. Advertisement after confirming that there was no harm, Feng Mei Yiming was happy for the rest. It is precisely because of this that Feng Mei Yiming dares to directly fuse Hashirama cells and dare to be so decisive. Because there is Hell Pei, no in other words, Hell Wei Pain with a special soul, even if he died, Hell Wei Pain will already carry out his own destiny, so Feng Mei Yiming dared to merge the cells decisively. Even if he really died under the operation, he could be resurrected by the revolving heaven technique. This is his greatest confidence. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming also regarded him as a sparring opponent. He opened the 6th gate and fought with it one by one without stopping. In terms of physical skills, Feng Mei Yiming has somewhat surpassed Pen of Hell. Hell Road Pain, who had been fractured before long, fell into a disadvantage. In a short while, he became a little scarred and was defeated. Feng Mei Yiming looked at the Hell Dao with injuries all over his eyes, a little excited, and didn't care about the Hell Dao that had lost the ability to fight. He is Hell Pain. Using his strengths, Summoning went out of the Yama and swallowed himself in, and as the Yama chewed, he was recovering himself. He was spit out after a while and he had returned to his peak state. He was relieved of summoning, and Hades disappeared from where he was. Feng Mei Yiming squeezed his fist and felt the sudden surge of strength. 8 inner gates is a very magical physical technique, or forbidden technique. If you are not strong enough, you will really die. However, the learning difficulty of 8 inner gates is not high, it is only A level, but it is difficult to penetrate, and it is difficult to extend physical skills. The A level of 8 inner gates is difficult to learn, but it requires strong physical skills and physical strength. Otherwise, even if it is opened, it won't last long. Similarly, A level learning is one of Feng Mei Yiming's willingness to learn so quickly. His own body strength has exceeded the 6th gate standard, and he has obtained the sage body. He can even open the 7th gate, and even try the 8th gate. But if it is not the most crisis, Feng Mei Yiming will definitely not try the 8th gate. 8 inner gates formation will really die. This 6th gate, King Gate. Might Dai, who heard the violent fighting, came back and saw the green steam on Feng Mei Yiming's body. 6th gate, King Gate. Might recognized it at a glance. This is also the highest that his father can reach. He didn't expect Feng Mei Yiming's talent to be higher than he thought. Chapter 87 Rage. The most important thing to improve your strength, the fastest, is talent. Generally speaking, talent is destined, so it is extremely difficult to change talent. Feng Mei Yiming looked at Might Dai and said. Might sighed after hearing it. Yes, talent is something that some people can't change in their lifetime. For example, I can't use ninjutsu. Might Dai looked at Feng Mei Yiming with envy in his eyes. And master, you, very talented, really enviable, you can use dazzling ninjutsu, even the first time 8 inner gates is opened. The 6th gate, King Gate, I practiced for so many years, up to the 4th gate. Fair. No matter in that world, there is no absolute fairness. There are only classes. Feng Mei Yiming is the representative of genius and luck. Traverser, genius, system, script. Either way, Might Ware can't reach it. And what about Might? Garbage talent, garbage body, garbage status. Nothing, it's nothing better than nothing. Feng Mei Yiming's eyes changed, and the aura on his body became turbulent. Yes, talent is destined, but I am taller than the sky. Master. Master. Feng Mei Yiming's transformation makes Might Dai stunned. The momentum on his body became unpredictable. This. For some reason, Might Dai was unconsciously convinced by Feng Mei Yiming's remarks. It seems that Feng Mei Yiming is really above the heaven. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming already has Sage Body and Rinnegan. Even if it is not possible to use all the power of Sage Body and Rinnegan, it is not comparable to ordinary shadows. Even if Feng Mei Yiming doesn't do anything and just practice step by step, he can grow to the level of 6 paths in less than 20 years. This is the strength of the blood. This human world is like this. Without blood, dwarves are destined to be first class. At this time, Feng Mei Yiming has the ability to change his aptitude. Change blood. Even if a person cannot be fully equipped with a complete Sage Body, the physique can be changed drastically. Feng Mei Yiming, who has Rinnegan and Sage Body, can already do the blood exchange that Hashirama cells previously unconsciously completed. This is his confidence. Feng Mei Yiming said firmly. Don't worry, since you have become your master, then you will never sit back and watch your qualifications in future. Yes. Master. Might Dai trembled all over, he felt that he could rise soon. Advertisement. This is the greatest trust in Feng Mei Yiming. Change talent. Feng Mei Yiming continued. When I prepare for a few days, I can carry out the qualification transformation, and then your strength will be greatly improved. Before that, you need to continue to exercise your body. Although the strength of Might's body is not as strong as his previous body strength, no matter what, the firmness of Might's consciousness is also top-notch. Yes. Might Dai agreed and decided to take good care of his body these days. Feng Mei Yiming nodded in satisfaction, and then began to seal his hands, wood-style great forest technique. With a slap with both hands, rows of trees around are rising from the ground. The broken trees around were reborn again, wood-style. Even Might Dai, who didn't know much about ninjutsu, recognized that Feng Mei Yiming was using wood-style. First-generation purpose wood-style. Don't tell anyone about this. Okay, I'm leaving now. After all, Feng Mei Yiming disappeared in place. He still trusts Might Dai. Yes. Might Dai looked at Feng Mei Yiming, who was leaving, and agreed. At the same time, he is also an actionist, doing push-ups directly under the green trees. The breeze blows, the new leaves are swaying in the air, and under the tree is the hard-working dreamcatcher. In the past few days, Feng Mei Yiming increased the intimacy of the new immortal body during this period. During this period, the undercurrent of the ninja world not only did not stop, but even more surging. This person ninja world will not continue to be quiet. Where is Air? Hasn't he come back yet? Third Reikage is covered with black thunder and lightning, and the whole person is in a state of anger. The captain of Cloud Shinobi Village Anbu, who was sent out by the Uzumaki clan to finish off, has not returned yet. It's been a full month. I said that I want him to come back within 20 days. Now it is 10 days overdue. This is absolutely abnormal. That is completely obedient to his battle weapon. Yet, not yet, it is said to have died under the hands of Konoha Shinobi's Feng Mei Yiming. The reporting Cloud Shinobi Village ninja said tremblingly. I am very afraid of Third Reikage in this rage state. In a furious state, the lightning-style chakra that he unconsciously exudes has quickly become a lightning-style armor. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja seemed to be afraid that because of his bad news, he would die under the Third Reikage, who was about to lose his mind. Advertisement. Damn it. Third Reikage hammered directly on the desk. The idiosyncratic desk was directly turned into fragments, and the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja flew upside down and hit the door just because of the airwave. Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja tremblingly said, "Big, sir. Go away." Third Raikage said directly angrily, he is close to losing his mind. The weapon that he is most optimistic about, the most effective cadre that he has prepared for his son. Just die under the Konoha Shinobi. Yes, 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 yes. The Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja hurriedly walked out of the Cloud Shadow office. Leave Third Raikage alone in anger. The Cloud Shinobi Ninja had just left the office, but suddenly he looked timid, blood red flashed in his eyes, it turned out to be 2 pairs of 3-hook jade. When the Cloud Shinobi Ninja walked to a small alley, he closed his eyes and passed out. When he woke up again, only confusion was left in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, come here. Put pressure on Konoha. Third Raikage speaks bluntly and yells directly. Yes. The Raikage secret technique that just walked in, although I don't know what happened, Raikage, who is now in a state of rage, seems to have lost his mind. And even if Raikage-sama is very calm, he will not disobey. The news of Cloud Shinobi Village's pressure on Konoha soon spread throughout the ninja world. There was an uproar in the entire ninja world. Cloud Shinobi Village put pressure on Konoha. Is it because of Hell Road? Fengma Yiming frowned. He received the news just after leaving the customs. He is not sure whether his behavior has been exposed. Even if your own Rinnegan is safe. Suddenly a sense of crisis rose from my heart. Forget it. The boat will go straight to the bridge head. Go find Might Die first. The main task now is to check the body worn by Might, and then make the most suitable final conditioning. Then give Might a blood change. Forcibly change talent. This is the main thing. Chapter 88 The Tranquility Before the Storm. Does Cloud Shinobi Village put pressure on Konoha? Interesting. Onoki, a short figure, floats in front of the desk, looking at several reports on the desk. He feels that this matter is not easy, as a scheming man. It was Konoha who did something that angered Third Raikage, but this is indeed a good thing. Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has also come to the end of life, ha ha ha. Others don't know, but Onoki is still very clear. Since his youth, Konoha has suffered from Uchiha Madara's losses, so Onoki will pay special attention to Konoha. Sooner or later, I will find a chance to avenge my revenge. Onoki felt that the opportunity was just around the corner. Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is dying. Uzumaki Mito is older than him. He has reached the end of his life. Nine-Tails, who has been locked up for so long, will definitely make a big fuss. Now Third Raikage is angry with Konoha again. The country of the vortex is completely wiped out. Is Konoha still at its peak at this time? Onoki pondered for a while, then a light flashed in his eyes. Then, let the ninja world make a big fuss. Lois, tell Anbu, secretly rectify the army. Onoki gave an order, and his still immature son suddenly appeared in the office for a while. Yes, he directly promised to disappear in place again. Except for Konoha and Kurigakure, the 5 ninja villages almost all obey orders and, Kage, alone. Konoha's power is scattered. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu are like a shit cutter, but some decisions are deeply loved by Shimura Danzo. So the right is not small. Danzo even has half the sky right to Konoha, not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen of Hokage. And some big families are just around the corner. Hyuga, Uchiha, and even Ino Shikacho from Hokage. And Kurigakure is the lucky one chosen by Madara, let alone say anything. Onoki's Iwagakure was about to move. The whole ninja world was suddenly restless. Why are you all coming back? Isn't Mito going ahead? Fengma Yiming looked at the Konoha shinobi who skipped over his head. Advertisement. In the middle of the term, several people still had injuries on their bodies, and they obviously came back in a hurry. Fengma Yiming, who had just bought the medicine from the pharmacy, looked at this scene in a daze. This is not the first time, it is very common these days. More and more ninjas who performed tasks outside returned to Konoha, which made Fengma Yiming want to adjust Might Day's body more quickly. Solve the trouble at hand faster. In this way, you can do other things without hesitation. He has been so busy these days because of what Might wears. Although Makoto is sensible, he can't help but complain. Fengma Yiming has a headache, but there is nothing he can do about it. After all, after I came back, the relationship was confirmed. It is indeed my own problem not to accompany others now. But things that Might wears can't be delayed. When Uzumaki Mito dies, there will be more troubles, and it will take longer. Now hurry up and take care of it, and then change his blood, and nothing will happen. Fengma Yiming can also accompany Makoto well, and then prepare to see if there is a chance to get the power of 9 tails. If you can get the power of 9 tails, then your strength will be further improved. According to the blogger, the performance of 9 tails surpassed his imagination. So he has only a covetous heart for 9 tails. And 9 tails also has a big bonus for wearing a ninja-like Might. Fengma Yiming put away his thoughts, and walked towards Might Day's residence with big bags and small bags. And all the movements of Fengma Yiming were seen by a red figure hiding in the dark. Why did Yiming Tenten go to the drugstore? Is it because of a physical problem? No, I have to go and see. Kushina is very confused about Fengma Yiming who has been in and out of the pharmacy these days. He doesn't understand that he, who is genius, has such a strong treatment skills, why should he go to the pharmacy? If this is a problem for yourself, how big a problem it must be. Kushina couldn't believe it. Ever since I learned that Fengma Yiming had rescued herself, Kushina's restless heart couldn't stand it anymore. Recently, as Konoha's atmosphere has gradually become tense, he, who who does not have much sense of security, wants to enter Fengma Yiming's arms even more. This kind of thinking made her wonder if she was in love with Fengma Yiming. Recently, she has paid more and more attention to Fengma Yiming, and her hostility towards Makoto has also grown. She is finally sure that she likes Fengma Yiming. Advertisement. Although I know that Fengma Yiming has a girlfriend, it is Uchiha Makoto, but she is the eldest of the Uzumaki clan. Perfectly inherited the ideas of the Uzumaki clan. It is because of the influence of Tsunade-ji, who dare to love and hate. She wants to talk about Fengma Yiming grabbing it. Now Kushina is following Fengma Yiming incessantly. No one noticed that Kushina had a special smell attached to her body. Even passing by the ninja with her was not found. Similarly, Fengma Yiming did not find it for some reason. Fengma Yiming never thought that someone would follow him back, not to mention that Kushina is something wrong now. At the Senju station at this time, Uzumaki Mito smiled knowingly. Boy, I see how you will deal with your situation. Human, you can't be too smooth sailing. In terms of strength, you can go all the way, so there are some twists and turns in your relationship. It's best to destroy your little girlfriend. Ah, Allah, if you want to become a shadow person, it's better to have no family. After all, your child is very likely to be a peerless genius. If Konoha's shadow is monopolized by your family, it won't be good. Uzumaki Mito smiled. As Mrs. Hokage, she has seen very, very far, and she has seen the generation of Fengma Yiming's son 100 years later. You are really bad. An abrupt voice came from the bottom of Uzumaki Mito's heart. Ah, BY, I can't compare to you, my time is running out, so make the noise a little lighter, but most of Konoha's ninjas are there. That voice is Nine Tails. At this time, if Fengma Yiming can be here, you can clearly see the weakness of Uzumaki Mito, as if it will fall when blown by the wind. Tsunade, who was peeping outside the window, saw this scene and clenched the necklace around his neck, his eyes were red. Since being called back, she has been absent-minded. Even if some people don't know, she must be the first to know. Grandma, are you leaving too? A tear fell. Tsunade looked like a little girl at the moment. Her only two relatives now are Senju Nwoki and Uzumaki Mito, and now Mito is the same. With the Konoha shinobi, almost all of them returned, except for those guarding the frontier. Tsunade's mood is getting heavier and heavier. Chapter 89 The Final Tranquility. Fengma Yiming walked into Might Day's residence without noticing the little tail behind him. Fengma Yiming put down the big and small bags, looked up and asked, Dai, how are you feeling these days? Might Dai heard the sound and stopped push-ups. Seeing that the person was Fengma Yiming, he quickly said excitedly, Ah, master, I feel very, very comfortable recently, and my body strength has become particularly strong. I feel that I can already the talent has been improved. Fengma Yiming nodded in satisfaction. In this case, let's upgrade your talent for the last conditioning. After all, Fengma Yiming began to use the large and small packages of medicinal materials he brought in the remodeled living room. Might became more excited after listening to it, and quickly did the undulating push-ups again. Kushina, who was peeping outside the window, stared blankly, not understanding what the two said. It makes Might Die so excited. And what is Fengma Yiming doing? Pharmaceutical. But why does he want to make medicine? Is it really something wrong with your body? Kushina suddenly became worried about Fengma Yiming's body. After all, her main purpose of coming here was to see if Fengma Yiming really had an accident. Now seeing Fengma Yiming adjusting the medicine, Shin suddenly mentioned his throat. Fengma Yiming, who knows such a strong healing technique, actually needs to adjust the medicine. It can be seen how bad Fengma Yiming's injury is. Or does Fengma Yiming's healing ninjutsu can only be used by people other than himself? For a while, Kushina's brain made up a lot. The indoor Fengma Yiming has no idea about Kushina. You must know that Kushina is thinking about it, not knowing what to think. If it is discovered, what Fengma Yiming has to do is to prevent Kushina's mouth from telling it. Every husband is not guilty of guilt. Fengma Yiming's change of talent is too shocking and horrifying. If he is learned by outsiders, no matter what, he will be trapped in a huge Uzumaki that will never get away. Fengma Yiming would never watch such a thing happen. Therefore, he kept the matter of Might wearing extraordinarily confidential and would never allow a single trace of it to be revealed. Fengma Yiming concentrates on adjusting the medicine, but the ninja world does not stop at the cusp of this storm. The most exciting is the third Raikage saved by Cloud Shinobi. The entire army is deployed in the most border zone. Attack Konoha when Konoha is at its weakest. Raikage I directly mobilize most of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village with a big wave. If Sarutobi Hiruzen sees such a magnificence, I don't know how envious it is, but this kind of covering the sky with one hand is not necessarily a good thing. Advertisement. For example, third Raikage, who is now close to losing his mind. He is already an irritable person. Call. Third Raikage suppressed his anger. Although he couldn't wait to attack Konoha directly, his final reason told him that even if he himself had the title of the strongest Raikage, he would definitely not be Konoha's opponent in his heyday. And because of the death of second Hokage Tobirama, Konoha's precautions against Cloud Shinobi are even stricter. Only recently, the Konoha shinobi guarding the border was actually transferred back. At first, he thought it was Konoha's trick for third Raikage, but then he got very excited when he learned the gossip from Onoki. Konoha's nine tails Jinchuriki, passing away. How can this make him unexcited? He saw an opportunity to avenge Konoha. Third Raikage gritted his teeth and said, I have to thank Onoki. After defeating Konoha, please beat them lightly. Although Onoki brought him such good news, he didn't have the slightest gratitude. For him, if Konoha is defeated, the next opponent is Iwagakure of Onoki. This is the biggest opponent besides Konoha. No hurry, just wait for Uzumaki Mito to reach the end of his life. Then, he can attack Konoha in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of Third Raikage retraced around the entire Hokage building. At this time, Onoki was standing in front of the window, looking at Iwagakure in the distance, and his eyes flickered. Hey, I should have already thought of how I would deal with Iwagakure after defeating Konoha. This kind of rash man is really easy to use. Would you think if we Iwagakure would help Konoha? This may not be impossible, and Third Raikage did not consider this matter at all. Is it because he believes Onoki will not help Konoha? Do not. It is because he is very angry now, and there is no one with equal rights to dissuade him. However, even if it is considered, it is of no use. After all, Konoha, but our common enemy. Let us toast in the air and replace the wine with gas. Onoki's heart was full of confidence. Konoha has almost fallen into an ambush situation in all directions. It's almost hard to win. Unless there is someone stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. But is this possible? Onoki didn't believe it. At this time, Fengma Yiming sneezed unconsciously, and squeezed his hand very strangely. It shouldn't be, is it a cold? But how can a body like me catch a cold? Advertisement. However, just as he sneezed, his peripheral light glanced out the window, a handful of small red hairs. Huh, what is that? Although the whole picture is not revealed, Fengma Yiming's instinctive feeling is wrong, and his body disappears in place. Seeing Fengma Yiming disappeared, Might Dai was stunned. At this time, Fengma Yiming had already appeared outside the window. I saw Kushina fell to the ground at some point, breathing smoothly, apparently falling asleep, and sleeping soundly. Why is this little Nizi here? When did he come? Tisk, it's really troublesome. Fengma Yiming frowned. If it is someone else, Fengma Yiming can completely make him disappear. But this future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can't do it. Now Uzumaki Mito is about to die. If Kushina is gone, it will be a lot of trouble. And Kushina also. Looking at Kushina's sleeping little face. It would be a shame to die like this. So double-faced beauty, great mother. If you die like this, it would be a pity indeed. Forget it, just send it away. After all, Hell Road descended directly from the sky, holding Kushina in his arms, and walking towards Fengma Yiming's house. Hell Dao has stayed hidden by Fengma Yiming, and will not leave any step. Fengma Yiming will not do this kind of thing himself, it is too wasteful. It's okay to let the hell that has been fine all the time go. Looking at the back of Hell Dao leaving, Fengma Yiming was even more puzzled. Why did Kushina stay here for so long and he didn't notice it? Interesting, really interesting. Fengma Yiming squeezed his chin. I feel that this is not as simple as I have seen. Chapter 90 Complete Upgrade. Fengma Yiming held a needle in his hand, looked at Might Dai lying on the operating table, and said with a serious face, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Might wore a face determined. Fengma Yiming said silently, "Okay." Then the sharp needle on the needle tube was pierced into Might's body. Pressed it in one go. The green liquid suddenly entered Might Dai's body. Suddenly, an expression of pain appeared on Might's face. These green fluorescent liquids were extracted from Fengma Yiming's own body. Able to achieve the effect of exchange blood. Although it cannot achieve the effect of Hashirama cells, it can only be a pseudo-sage body, but the risk is much smaller than that of Hashirama cells. With Fengma Yiming there is hardly any danger. That's why Fengma Yiming can push it into Might's body so decisively. Might Dai's painful expression at this time is also within Fengma Yiming's imagination. This is normal, Might wears not himself, this is normal. Besides, at that time, I had to die and live at that time. The reaction to this situation now can be considered very small. The next is the most important place. Change blood. Make sure that Might Dai will not die under the thorns and bleeding. Fengma Yiming looks calm, but in fact, he has already activated all the Gen Qi and chakra in his body. Hell Road is also nearby, for fear that Might Dai will die under it. After all, it was the first time for me, even if I was sure, I didn't dare to be careless. It didn't take long for Might Dai to faint. When he woke up from the pain again, he saw that his body was already covered with wooden thorns. Unexpected surprise, a sharper sting came again. A new wooden thorn came out again. Might Dai directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Fengma Yiming saw Might Dai wake up a little confused. Why did you wake up suddenly? Fengma Yiming's hand is light at this time, beside Might Dai. Hanging Might's life. Might Dai woke up with pain, which he didn't expect. But the situation at this time can be regarded as the most severe time. At this time, the blood in Might Dai's body was almost empty. This is the most critical time. Master, this. Might Dai felt his body was unprecedentedly weak. Advertisement. I feel that anyone can kill myself. Life seems to come to an end. Fengma Yiming said. Don't be nervous, leave everything to me, I'm here. After all, Might Dai also closed his eyes in peace. With Fengma Yiming present, he is still very relieved. After all, this is his own master. As time passed, Fengma Yiming also had cold sweat on his forehead. Until the blood in Might Dai's body completely flowed in, Fengma Yiming directly pressed the first wooden thorn that appeared on Might Dai's chest, and directly pressed the light in his hand. Suddenly, the green liquid that had flowed into Might Day's heart was stimulated by the light from Fengma Yiming's hand and became more active in Might Day's heart. The wooden thorn Hashirama on Might's body fell off, and the wound healed visible to the naked eye. Might's withered body became saturated again. Might Dai gradually recovered his blood. The blood is reborn in an instant. Even if the raw material used by Fengma Yiming is his own body, it is definitely not as powerful as Hashirama, who is infinitely close to the powerhouse of 6 paths, and it is still sparse. But its strength is still very strong. It also surpassed the intensity of Kage level. This is the holy medicine that many people dream of. Fengma Yiming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and succeeded. Fengma Yiming's eyes were a little excited. One-time success. This shows that after Makoto opened Mangekyo, he was 100% sure that her Mangekyo would not go blind. But this method is indeed cruel. Fengma Yiming would rather Makoto only have 3 jade in his life, and don't want Makoto to suffer such suffering. This is too torture for a little girl. Fengma Yiming couldn't bear it. Fengma Yiming has good news here, but Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage building is indeed full of sadness. Oh, Mito-sama. Inside the crystal ball, Mito sat on the stool with his eyes closed, breathing very weakly, as if he was about to die in the next second. The deadline is 3 days. 3 days. Only 3 short days remain. Not only will this elder whom he respects wants to leave him, Konoha will also be in trouble because of Nine Tails. Nine Tails, which has been locked up, will definitely make a big fuss. And the wood-style ninja has not been whereabouts before, Mito-sama doesn't seem to know. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead with a headache. Then he looked at Kushina who was standing at the desk. The absent-minded Kushina didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement. She didn't even notice when Sarutobi Hiruzen called her. Kushina didn't react until Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to Kushina and touched it. Huh, Master Hokage, what's the matter? Kushina was a little confused, her mind was full of Fengma Yiming, and she even forgot when she came. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where is my Fengma Yiming? Kushina is in such a state at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed when he saw this, and said in his heart, is it because of Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen is full of heartache for youthful and energetic Kushina. Once he accepts Nine Tails and becomes Nine Tails Jinchuriki, not only can he barely get out of Konoha in his life, he will even suffer discrimination. After all, the 9 tails in the body is the enemy of Konoha. Such a young girl would be so ruined. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear it, but there was no way, she was the most suitable candidate for 9 tails Jinchuriki. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Kushina, you don't have to be sad, it's okay, Grandpa will take time to play with you in the future. Ah, I don't have any, it's okay. Kushina said absently. For Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, I didn't hear anything in my ears. She now only has Fengma Yiming in her mind. Fengma Yiming. Still Fengma Yiming. I even forgot to inherit 9 tails. But seeing Kushina like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more distressed. Such a small girl. It was because of this cruel world that she became so disheartened. Girls who were obviously the same age as her were playing with good sisters and practicing ninjutsu. In this quite peaceful era, Kushina is already unfortunate. Talking back to Fengma Yiming's side. Fengma Yiming looked at Might Dai, who had stabilized, completely relieved. When Might Dai wakes up, he will have a great talent. Even if it is a pseudo-celestial body, it is not comparable to an ordinary body. And it is possible to use wood style. Although hope is slim. But it is indeed possible. And if Might Dai can use wood style, then he will be his most powerful fighter. Think about it, a wood style powerhouse who can use 8 inner gates. Chapter 91 Nine Tails. People have 3,000 ailments, but lovesickness is incurable. Ah, I really miss Hashirama, but I seem to be able to see him soon. Uzumaki Mito was different from usual. This time, he did not stay in the hall unexpectedly. Instead, he stayed under the tree in the small courtyard. The withered yellow leaves fell on her, just like her life. Master Mito, sorry for being late. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly appeared beside Mito, and his eyes were full of sadness when he looked at Mito. Is it because Mito is about to die, Konoha who is about to suffer, or both? This ruthless politician, in some respects coldly, is also an ordinary person. He will also be sad, such as now. Ah la la, it's okay, ahem, the surrounding layout is all right. Mito waved his hand and coughed inadvertently as he spoke. It was the first time that she felt the sensation of coughing, this kind of uncontrollable cough. But she has no time to feel it. The 9 tails in his body was about to move as his last life passed. Everything has been laid out to reduce casualties as much as possible. This is the last thing I can do. Sarutobi Hiruzen only feels endless helplessness at this time. He has neither the strength of Senju Hashirama of 1st generation nor the wrist of Senju Tobarama of 2nd generation. Facing 9 tails, he can only do his best. It can only minimize casualties. Just do your best. I'm so sorry, I still have to have such a big trouble when I die. Mito was full of guilt. When a person died, Konoha had to take countless people to die. How could she not be guilty? Yes, Mito-sama, Fengma Yiming, who uses Rinnegan to hide in the dark, sees everything in his eyes. Mito could hardly feel the chakra reaction in his body, only the 9 tails chakra, which was almost endlessly violent. Mito is dying. A few minutes at most. Fengma Yiming thinks it's not over yet, there should be more people. Sure enough, As Fengma Yiming thought, Shimura Danzo jumped out within a few seconds. Master Mito. Shimura Danzo has always been not good at speech, and he doesn't even know what to say in this situation. As soon as Mito left, Konoha's oldest generation seemed to be the only ones left with him and Sarutobi. A sense of sadness also appeared in my heart for a while. Fengma Yiming is a little strange when he sees this. Will Shimura Danzo have such a time? It's really rare. Time passed quickly. There were 4 people in the yard: Fengma Yiming, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito's eyes closed unconsciously, and a painful look appeared on his face. Hiruzen, Danzo, take good care of Konoha. The descendants of Wood style are really important. I believe. Advertisement. Master Mito. Mito interrupted the 2 people who lost their color, and continued. You can definitely protect Konoha, be careful of Shikoku. After all, Uzumaki Mito's hair changed from bright red to rotten white. Young skin becomes old. The clothes on the abdomen exploded directly, leaking the 8-sign seal on the lower abdomen. A blood-red chakra came out of the 8-sign seal like a sharp claw. Uzumaki Mito, lying on the recliner, struggled unconsciously. 9 tails. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were prepared, they were still a little frightened to feel such violent chakra at such a close distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly shouted, everyone! Watch out! Enchantment class, go! With the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a huge purple square barrier was erected. The entire Senju station is wrapped. The 4 Anbu confidants of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It cannot be said to be insignificant. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still feels that these are not enough. After all, that is the strongest tail beast. 9 tails. Fengma Yiming was not consciously nervous. An enemy of this level was really the first to encounter. Beyond the strength of the shadow, the only one leaked out of this sharp claw chakra is almost 1/3 of Fengma Yiming's. What a huge chakra this is. Fengma Yiming couldn't imagine how strong a bonus he would have if he could get this kind of power. Roar. The roar of 9 tails came from the abdomen. A huge storm came from nowhere. It hit Sarutobi Hiruzen Hokage robe and Shimura Danzo's clothes. If it was in the past, it would definitely be a reinforced seal, but now the carrier has come to an end and can only be broken out. However, Fengma Yiming, who was hiding in the dark, heard a different voice. Mito, I'm coming out, I'll make a fuss for a while. Be lighter, cough cough, don't hurt your new master. That red-haired girl, don't worry, I will treat her well, hee hee. Hey, I'm leaving now. You, go well. It's the dialogue between Mito and 9 tails in the consciousness space. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming, who drove Rinnegan, caught a glimpse of this conversation. A little frightened. It turns out that some things are really negotiated. Roar. A roar that spread throughout Konoha came again, and the violent aura permeated Konoha. 9 tails covering the sky and the sun appeared at Senju Station. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo quickly backed away. 9 tails seemed to be excited about regaining freedom, and shouted again. The 9 tails slammed behind them, smashing all the buildings behind them directly. However, its tail seemed to be able to avoid Mito and the big tree next to Mito without destroying it. Although the big tree became wobbly under the air wave of 9 tails itself. Fengma Yiming unconsciously covers his face. Although 9 tails had a good discussion with Mito, it was not at all polite to start. The eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were full of anger. Just open your mouth to condense tailed beast bomb. This, tailed beast bomb. Fengma Yiming was taken aback. That's not what you said to Uzumaki Mito. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were also stunned. Tailed beast bomb directly. At this time, an angry female voice came from the sky. Damn 9 tails. Give it back to my grandma. Several people in the scene raised their heads unconsciously, and a yellow figure wrapped in a blue chakra directly fell from the sky. Fengma Yiming's eyes narrowed. Tsunade. Boom. Tsunade fell from the sky and directly smashed 9 tails to the ground, and the tailed beast bomb stopped condensing. When the smoke cleared, Fengma Yiming was surprised to see the black stripes on Tsunade's body. Baihao technique. Such a powerful force. Smash 9 tails directly on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing that his attack was effective, Tsunade punched 9 tails again, and then jumped beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. How did you come? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't arrange for Tsunade to come. Without giving them time to communicate, 9 tails reacted, and the anger in his eyes became even greater, and the tailed beast bomb was gathered again. Vow to revenge this punch. Chapter 92 Absorb 9 tails chakra. Interesting, really, as Master Hokage thought. Did you attack at this time? Orochimaru licked his tongue and stood on the trunk with a sinister face, looking at the Cloud Shinobi village ninja running towards the Konoha border in the distance. Most people are wrapped in the iconic lightning-style chakra coat. Some people even wear lightning-style armor. It's still a wise teacher. Gia, stay here. Without any precautions, Cloud Shinobi village may succeed, but now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already guessed it, so the fate of these Cloud Shinobi village ninjas should not be too good. On the other half of the Iwagakure border, Jiraiya shuttles through the battle. Fire-style toad smoke bomb. Unleash your ninjutsu skills and spray an Iwagakure ninja to death. Sure enough, as the teacher thought, Iwagakure also launched an attack at this time. Unlike Orochimaru's side, Jiraiya chose Iwagakure to be tough on this side. Onoki is not the third Raikage, he must think more. Orochimaru's method of killing and trapping may not work. So Jiraiya chose to be tough. Although there may be more casualties, this is the best way. After all, Konoha is now embarrassed on all sides. The situation on Konoha's side is also not good. Fengma Yiming can't help but let Hell Dao do something. Ninetales' tail was pulled by the chain from Mito's body, and his mouth was also tied to him. Ninetales is a little immobile under this chain of sealing attributes. Uzumaki Mito's hair turned bright red again, and the skin became delicate again. But this situation did not last long, and Mito was once again becoming old. Tsunade yelled unconsciously. The chains that held Ninetales were all broken, and Ninetales opened its huge mouth directly to condense the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb, which was nearly instantaneous, sprayed directly at the three of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn it. Tsunade didn't know what to do. She was impulsive before, but now she doesn't have the courage to face Ninetales' tailed beast bomb. The imprint of Baihao also began to fade away. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly pulled Tsunade and Shimura Danzo and disappeared in place. Ninetales' tailed beast bomb directly bombards the enchantment. Fortunately, the instant-tailed beast bomb does not have the power of the real tailed beast bomb. The enchantment was not smashed, but the ninja in that horn also vomited blood. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo reappeared, they had already finished their seals and directly sprayed out a two-person combined ninjutsu. Tsunade also took the opportunity to take Mito away again. Fengma Yiming watched Mito fall into Tsunade's arms and let go. Advertisement. How hard is this hitting Tsunade? Or can you inspire Tsunade? Fengma Yiming is not clear, but the guess in his mind is not close to the second one. Tsunade is the future 5th Hokage, not to mention that he still has Senju Nwoki to take care of. See Ninetales easily extinguish the combo mission and take Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo aside. Fengma Yiming knew that it was time to play by himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo couldn't solve it, so it came to the crowded tactics. He foresaw that not far after World War II, for Makoto and for himself, he must take action. Fengma Yiming walked out of the dark and appeared in front of Ninetales. Compared with Ninetales, Fengma Yiming was not as big as a finger. But Fengma Yiming, who stood in front of Ninetales, was not afraid at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed. Who is this person? It was not discovered. Fengma Yiming was wrapped in a black robe, and Chakra's reaction was completely different from before, so Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo did not realize that this person was Fengma Yiming. Roar. Noisy. A cold voice came from under the cloak. The changed voice did not let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo know who it was. The ants in front of him made Ninetales more angry for some reason, and made his mood even more irritable. Ninetales directly lifted the claws, making a gesture to directly smash Fengma Yiming to death. Fengma Yiming waved his hand directly, and seemed to bounce Ninetales' claws directly. Not only Ninetales, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were stunned. All of Tsunade's thoughts in the distance were on Uzumaki Mito's body in his arms. Roar. Ninetales that was bounced off was extremely angry. Fengma Yiming's familiar moves made him full of irritation. Condense tailed beast bomb directly. Can't let your tailed beast bomb condense, otherwise it will be a big trouble. Fengma Yiming teased. At this time, he was also a little bluffing. If you really want to play Ninetales head on, you still need wood style, but he doesn't want his wood style to be exposed like this. Fengma Yiming instantly appeared on top of Ninetales' head and stepped on it. Ninetales held some condensed tailed beast bomb in his mouth and exploded in his mouth. Advertisement. Suddenly, Ninetales wailed. My own tailed beast bomb is not good. Ninetales is even a little dazed. I was treated like this. There is a guess in mind. The wood-style powerhouse that Mito said. Ninetales suddenly exploded, and the Ninetales fluttered wildly, trying to hit the Fengma Yiming who was still stuck on top of his head. Able to fly, is the eye-heavy technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Fengma Yiming, who flew over in the air to avoid the tail of Ninetales. Fengma Yiming found the opportunity and grabbed a tail of Ninetales directly, and Rinnegan in his eyes activated his pupil power. Hungry Kido. The violent chakra on the tail of Ninetales keeps pouring into Fengma Yiming's body. The amount of chakra absorbed directly adds a layer of Ninetales chakra coat to Fengma Yiming. It's cool. Fengma Yiming sighed. This kind of chakra is powerful enough, really powerful. But Ninetales panicked. He didn't expect anyone to absorb his chakra. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were stunned. I absorbed the chakra from Ninetales and used it on myself. Fengma Yiming was thinking after he was cool, is this chakra temporary, or can it be regenerated? Fengma Yiming doesn't know whether his fairy body's powerful regeneration ability can regenerate Ninetales chakra. When Fengma Yiming was considering this matter, he didn't pay attention to a tail of Ninetales and directly photographed Fengma Yiming from the air. The strength was so strong that Fengma Yiming hit a big hole. Aroused large swaths of dust. When the dust cleared, Fengma Yiming did nothing. Fengma Yiming felt the tail beast coat attached to his appearance. There is no harm at all, the chakra coat of this strength is so strong. Fengma Yiming didn't expect that chakra, which had only been absorbed for a while, would be so strong. What if Ninetales can be divided into two halves? Fengma Yiming unconsciously moved his mind. Maybe, Kushina can. Before I finished thinking about it, Ninetales gathered the tailed beast bomb and sprayed it at Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming felt the wind and waves raise his head, and Ninetales' tailed beast bomb had already arrived. Chapter 93 Kushina's Accident. Wood-style King Kong recruits wood. Fengma Yiming clenched his hand and hammered on the ground, and a huge piece of wood rose from the ground. But this move did not block the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb slammed the entire King Kong to the wrong direction, but the tailed beast bomb also deviated from the track. This is the purpose of Fengma Yiming. Let tailed beast bomb's attack target no longer be yourself. Tailed beast bomb directly smashed a large building, bombarding the enchantment. The entire purple enchantment shattered instantly. Fengma Yiming, who was standing next to the crooked King Kong trick wood, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had this trick to save his life. Otherwise this time it really hangs. Yu Guang glanced at the broken enchantment, cold sweat in his heart. It must not be so careless next time. If you think about it, you can't do it again next time. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, or Ninetales and Tsunade Haim, they were all stunned. Fengma Yiming shouted King Kong's move and blocked the tailed beast bomb, focusing all his eyes on him. Wood style. This, the wood style powerhouse Mito-sama said. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo glanced at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Grandpa's wood style. Tsunade was even more surprised than those two. She knew for the first time that someone could still use wood style. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo seem to know the expression of such a person, Tsunade felt a little dissatisfied with this kind of thing. Ninetales stared at Fengma Yiming, a little afraid. Some flinched in his eyes. You, get away. The voice of Ninetales appeared in everyone's ears for the first time. Almost everyone knows that the tail beast can speak human words. After all, the stronger summoning beast can speak human words. It should be the first time that Ninetales speaks under the public. No one has ever seen Ninetales speak under the public before. Is this afraid of the wood-style powerhouse? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little dazed. Fengma Yiming shook his head. Sorry, you can't make trouble anymore. After all, Fengma Yiming knots the seal, wood-style wood dragon technique. This is the strongest wood-style ninjutsu that Fengma Yiming got from Tsunade. Mulong technique. The huge wooden dragon directly entangled the stupefied Ninetales. Ninetales suddenly bared his teeth. Human, you really thought I was afraid of you. Advertisement. After all, Ninetales opened its mouth again to condense tailed beast bomb. However, under the control of Fengma Yiming, the wooden dragon directly wrapped Ninetales' mouth. Let Ninetales not open her mouth. Then Fengma Yiming turned his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where is Jinchuriki? It's time to bring it. At the same time, it continuously sends chakra into the wood-style wood dragon technique. Pinch the offensive of Ninetales. Ninetales is very powerful. If you don't continue to transport chakra, Ninetales will soon break through the wood dragon offensive. Fengma Yiming had to continue to output chakra. This. So decisive Sarutobi Hiruzen also hesitated. Now the wood-style powerhouse is in front of him. Although he is dealing with Ninetales, he doesn't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. After all, we met for the first time. I haven't even seen the looks. Kushina is already Konoha's only Jinchuriki successor. If something goes wrong with Kushina, Konoha will fall into a greater crisis. At the same time, if wood-style endured coveting Ninetales, after Ninetales was sealed into Kushina's body, wouldn't it help the wood-style powerhouse? This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to see. If Ninetales is taken away, Konoha's will be the biggest at any time. The village without the tail beast has no power to deter other villages. Fengma Yiming frowned and looked at the hesitant Sarutobi Hiruzen. Continue to speak. Third Hokage. What are you hesitating? This. Sarutobi Hiruzen still hesitated. At this time, Fengma Yiming also had cold sweat on his forehead, and the Ninetales coat on his body gradually faded. He spent too much chakra to trap Ninetales. If you can't hurry, it will cost more chakra. Human, you better not wait for me to break free. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, Ninetales spoke up again. He could feel Fengma Yiming's gradual weakness. Want to trap this uncle? Still early. Hurry up. Third Hokage. What are you hesitating? Don't hurry up. Ninetales broke free of the wood dragon. The furious Ninetales can be better for you. Fengma Yiming gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen at his age to be so indecisive. What Mito told him before was almost nonsense. Now that they have helped Konoha trap Ninetales, can it still be hostile to Konoha? Advertisement. Sarutobi, let someone bring Kushina. Danzo took off his cumbersome robe, leaking the battle suit inside. Good. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen released Shadow Clone, and Shadow Clone disappeared in place with body flicker technique. The appearance of Fengma Yiming broke all the arrangements of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had thought that this wood-style powerhouse would come, he did not expect to be so strong. Can easily trap Ninetales, even said trapped for so long. It took several teams of elite Jonin to contain it for so long, and it was just a containment. To completely immobilize Ninetales, it takes a few teams of Tsunade Jiraiya or Orochimaru. This is the power of Ninetales. The power of the strongest tail beast. A little bit of time passed, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone did not go back. Until Ninetales made a huge roar again. Fengma Yiming's body shook, and chakra output was increased again. Damn it, is your shadow clone reliable? Fengma Yiming turned his head and said viciously. He didn't expect that until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone has not returned yet. Is it so troublesome to just bring someone here? Without getting Sarutobi Hiruzen, I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in place with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes soon. Kushina, something happened. His shadow clone was smashed while entangled with the enemy. I didn't last a few rounds, just seeing a pair of red eyes, I was pierced. Is it Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know what to do. Your Excellency, hold on for a while, Kushina has an accident. After all, without waiting for other people present to react, he disappeared in place. The seriousness of the matter seemed to be beyond his expectation. Fengma Yiming was also taken aback when he heard the words, and directly ordered Hell Dao Pain to follow Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Damn it, how could an accident happen to Kushina? Konoha's sole heir to Nine Tails Jinchuriki unexpectedly had an accident at this time. Fengma Yiming didn't know what to do, so he could only continue to output chakra. At this time, the Nine Tails coat on Fengma Yiming's body has disappeared, only a trace of Nine Tails chakra is left in his body. He no longer uses Nine Tails chakra, and is already using his own chakra. Fengma Yiming secretly said in his heart, this is not the way to go. Looking at the entangled Nine Tails, an idea appeared in his heart. Chapter 94. Let go of the girl in your arms. Hell Road Pain said coldly. He looked at the man in front of him. With long hair reaching his waist, Sharingan's eyes are blood red. Hell Road Pain looked at him without panic, and his thoughts were all on Kushina that this person was holding. The man said coldly. No, let him come to see me. Hell Road Pain said. No, I can do it. After that, with a flick of his arm, lightning-style armor appeared on his body. The man raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. At this time, Third Hokage was long overdue. Compared to speed, Hell Road Pen is faster. With Rinnegan's vision, he can even figure out the destination of Third Hokage. So, he is so much faster than Third Hokage. Third Hokage appeared in the same place, looked at the Hell Dao Pain in the lightning-style armor, and then looked at the Sharingan man. For a while, he was a little bit troubled. This lightning-style man's physique should be better than myself, this Sharingan. Is it from the Uchiha family? But why have never heard of it? Uchiha is not like a family that hides geniuses. The victory or defeat of a battle, intelligence is the most important. Just like the later Jiraiya to Six Paths Pain. Obviously he was stronger than Six Paths Pain, and was killed by Six Paths Pain for intelligence reasons. The old fox like Sarutobi Hiruzen made the wisest choice and analyzed intelligence. The Sharingan man raised his eyebrows again. Oh, the little guy Sarutobi is here too, that's interesting. Hearing what the Sharingan man called him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little stunned. This name, how many years has no one called it? Who is this person? Even Uchiha's current patriarch does not have such a momentum. He doesn't necessarily have this kind of scorn for everything. It seemed that everything in the world could not enter his eyes. Everything is not as strong as him. And this shabby robe is even more cold like a machine, as if there is no emotion at all. The lightning-style armor on his body is extremely powerful, the arc sound is crackling, and the strength of his body is invisible. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out of trouble in his heart. On the other hand, Fengma Yiming, who played against Nine Tails, thought of a way, but he shared his vision with Hell Road, but he was thinking of a way to deal with Uchiha Madara. The long-haired Sharingan man in front of him is Uchiha Madara. It cannot be said that it is entirely Uchiha Madara, but only the consciousness of Uchiha Madara, his body is a junior of Uchiha. Fengma Yiming noticed him because of his long hedgehog hair, except for his hair, there was nothing prominent. Even so, Fengma Yiming did not relax at all. After all, it is Uchiha Madara who controls this body, and can use Uchiha Madara's power. And he can't fully expose his Rinnegan. After all, not only Yu Chiba Madara, but also the biggest black hand in the ninja world, Black Zetsu should be there. After all, it's time for the scene to get bigger in recent years. It may also be the last such big scene. After all, in a few years, Uchiha Madara's physical function will not allow him to attach his consciousness to other people. At the same time, Fengma Yiming is also wondering why Uchiha Madara can attach his own consciousness to other people. He can do it with Rinnegan, but Uchiha Madara does not have Rinnegan. According to my estimation, it will take a while for Uchiha Madara to have Rinnegan. It is reasonable to say that it is impossible to attach consciousness to others. At most it is illusion manipulation. Fengma Yiming always feels that the world is somewhat hostile to him. Although I don't know why I feel this way. But it does. Hand over Kushina. After all, Hell Dao no longer hesitated and started directly. Time is running out, and Fengma Yiming doesn't know how long he can support it. Uchiha Madara sneered. It's funny, try it yourself. Even holding Kushina, he can still use his elbows and legs to fight against Pen. And this is not Uchiha Madara's body, as long as he can move, he can do it without fear. After a few rounds, Pen of Hell Road actually fell into a disadvantage. Overcome strength with softness. These 4 words are perfectly embodied in Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara found the opportunity to kick the Hell Road Pen. Hell Road Pain staggered to stabilize his body, did not expect it to be such a result. Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows. This is the only way to go, come on, let's go together. Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't done anything, but he's wary of Pen and Uchiha Madara. I admit that I can't beat you, but I can't stop me from stopping you in the slightest. Hell Road Pain looked at Kushina in Uchiha Madara's arms, with a slightly different look in his eyes than Fengma Yiming. Advertisement. After all, Hell Road Pen rushed to Uchiha Madara again. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side is no longer stunned. Combined ninjutsu Earth Dragon Flame Flow. A ninjutsu attacked Uchiha Madara. With 2 flowers blooming on each side, Fengma Yiming is in a better position than them. Fengma Yiming's difficulties were alleviated. He thought of using the wooden dragon to absorb Ninetail's chakra, which relieved his pressure. Ninetails was particularly angry. He didn't expect that he would be used by others to deal with him. It is a little bit particularly aggrieved now, I don't know what to do. Fengma Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The chakra in Fengma Yiming's body was almost empty, and there was no Ninetail's chakra absorbed, and his own chakra recovery speed could not keep up with the use. After all, too much chakra is needed to suppress Ninetails. Always beware of Shimura Danzo behind him. He always felt that Shimura Danzo's eyes looked a little different when he looked at him. At this time, Shimura Danzo had indeed moved his mind. For the first time, he intuitively saw the difference between wood-style ninja and ordinary ninja. Is this the power of wood style? For some reason, Shimura Danzo had a desire for this power in his heart. If you can get this kind of power. Then, he looked at Fengma Yiming's eyes unconsciously hot. As this eyeing yourself, Fengma Yiming has a headache again. Troubles are always uninterrupted. Ninetails was temporarily solved, and there was another Shimura Danzo. He still couldn't attack him, and he might not be his opponent. For a dark opponent like Shimura Danzo, Fengma Yiming really has a headache. Like Uchiha Madara, although hiding in the dark, but there are times when you are tough, but Danzo is different. He may keep you shameless. Roar. Ninetails has been struggling uninterruptedly. Boy, don't let me break free. Otherwise you will look good. Ninetails spit out these words viciously between his teeth. Wood-style suppression of the tail beast is too strong. It was born to deal with the tail beast. Chapter 95 8-Gate Phoenix Horse. I said, put down the girl in your arms. For the first time, Hell Road Pain's mood changed. But Fengma Yiming, who was in the distance, was taken aback for a moment, and his connection with Pen of Hell Road was broken. Fengma Yiming suddenly did not do what he should do, and at the same time, the output of chakra suddenly stagnated. The wooden dragon entangled Ninetails suddenly became slack. Ninetails will definitely not let go of this opportunity, the entire wooden dragon is directly shattered. Roar. My uncle is out. Not much to talk about directly condensed tailed beast bomb. For a while, Fengma Yiming had nothing to do with him. Mulong couldn't use Ninetails chakra without him. Chakra, which was already empty, did not recover much at this time. Can only instantaneous technique to leave. Although I don't know what will be lost, I just don't have any trouble. Although Ninetails is very angry, he has not lost his mind after living so long. His real goal is not Fengma Yiming, but Tsunade. Ninetails does not believe that the descendants of Wood Style can watch Senju Hashirama's granddaughter die here. Shimura Danzo saw Fengma Yiming disappear for a moment, and then the running wind swiftly left. Can't even the Wood Style powerhouse trap Ninetails. What about Sharingan? For a while, Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of Uchiha Madara, who was on the same level as Senju Hashirama. Can Sharingan of the Uchiha clan do better with the tail beast? That evil race. Fengma Yiming appeared in the distance, looked at the tailed beast bomb who had hidden behind him, and smiled unconsciously. However, after seeing the trail of tailed beast bomb, he was stunned. Tsunade. Tsunade stood there looking at the tailed beast bomb rushing towards her. At this time, she was not Tsunade known as Sanin in later generations, but just an ordinary ninja who had lost a loved one. Tsunade unconsciously hugged Mito's corpse in his arms, and his thoughts flooded his mind for a while. Fengma Yiming secretly said a bad voice in his heart, and hurried to Tsunade's direction using the body flicker technique. Tsunade can't have an accident. If something happens, it will not only have an impact on the subsequent plot, but also have a huge impact on World War II and 3 World Wars. On the other side, Hell is even worse, Madara's strength is beyond imagination. At this time, the Hell Road was kicked on the ground, and there was a slight electric arc flashing on his body, as if the electric arc was about to disappear. The robe on Hell Road was already in tatters, and there were cracks that covered the eyes. From the cracks, purple rays of light could be vaguely seen. Advertisement. What? Are you not convinced? Madara's eyes looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a ragged battle suit, and his eyes were full of scrutiny. He didn't expect Konoha's current shadow to be so weak, even if he can't use the full strength of his body now, at the same time because the Uchiha Junior's body is too weak to use all the physical skills. But Uchiha Madara does not need to use all his strength, Kushina in his arms is also a certainty. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to use his full strength to use ninjutsu. The doctor of ninjutsu fought so much that he was afraid that the powerful ninjutsu would affect Kushina in his arms. I can only pin my hopes on Hell Dao, which is powerful in physical skills, but now Hell Dao has also fallen to the ground. He is not sure whether the Uchiha man can protect Kushina, or he is not sure of Kushina's weight in Uchiha Madara's heart. It's okay if you look at it very seriously, but what if you just misread a tool? Hell Dao barely braced himself, and said viciously, damn it. The body staggered unconsciously. Uchiha Madara's physical offensive methods are stronger and more powerful than normal people, although it looks very weak. Uchiha Madara raised her eyebrows with interest. Can you still stand up? But what use is this? At this time, only his clothes were worn out, and there were a few scratches on his body from electric scorch. This little injury is nothing. Seeing this, Hell Road turned chakra in his body again, but the lightning-style armor never appeared again. Fengma Yiming rescued Tsunade and Mito from the aftermath of the explosion in the most crisis. Similarly, he was not easy to guard, all the clothes on his back exploded, and only the robe of the lower part of his body fell to the ground. Fengma Yiming. Tsunade stared at Fengma Yiming's leaking face and was stunned. It's him. He is the strongest wood style. I asked myself about wood style because of this. Danzo also looked at Fengma Yiming. It turned out to be you. Mito-sama already knew it. Shimura Danzo remembered that when he was in the lobby that day, Mito's expression was indeed a bit wrong, half of the words always looked at Fengma Yiming inexplicably. Now he finally knows. It turns out that Uzumaki Mito has long known that Fengma Yiming is a wood-style powerhouse. Fengma Yiming gritted his teeth a little. Damn it, it's like this. The seriousness of the matter also exceeded his expectations. He never thought that his identity would be exposed. If he had known this, he would go to deal with Uchiha Madara and let Hell Road to contain 9 tails. Advertisement. Now not only his identity has been discovered, but the connection to the Hell Road has also been temporarily cut off. But fortunately, he was angry with Rinnegan the moment his robe burst. Otherwise, not only wood style will be exposed, but Rinnegan will also be exposed. This situation is the worst. It's okay now. Fengma Yiming comforts herself. It's good to be exposed now, and now there is no need to hide 8 inner gates in this situation. 9 tails, who is furious, can also do something. Boy, I see how you deal with me now. 9 tails exhaled a breath, and looked at Fengma Yiming eagerly. Now he felt that he had some victory in hand. And Fengma Yiming grinned. Hey, how can I deal with you? Such Fengma Yiming makes 9 tails feel a little sense of crisis unconsciously. I don't know why this human being is like this. Soon his doubts were guessed. 8 inner gates the first door opens. 8 inner gates second gate open. 8 inner gates the third gate is open. 4th gate. 5th gate. The 6th gate. The violent cyan steam exploded from Fengma Yiming's body, and suddenly a huge wave of air swept the audience. Fengma Yiming's expression tightened, and 9 tails was stunned. This breath, he had encountered it a long time ago. Before meeting Hashirama, he also met a ninja with such a breath. Strong physical skills. Shimura Danzo and Tsunade, who knew 8 inner gates, were a little dazed, not knowing where Fengma Yiming studied. 2 flowers bloomed on each one, and the lightning-style armor did not reappear in Hell-Dao no matter what, there was not much chakra in the body. Lightning-style chakra can't support him in using lightning-style armor no matter what. Uchiha Madara sneered. Can't you even dance? It's ugly. The sense of powerlessness echoed in the heart of Hell-Dao, and the chakra was continuously gathered at a rapid speed. Chapter 96 8 Gate Hell. Where is this? Where is Fengma Yiming? Who are you? Why am I here? You arrested me too. Can you tell me why? The scene at that time reappeared in Hell Road Pain's heart, and Kushina's expression changed from confused to scared to helpless. For some reason, he was a little bit ignorant of his consciousness. At this moment, he looked at the red girl in Uchiha Madara's arms, and Pen felt the empty chakra inside. The teeth were clenched unconsciously, and chakra was condensed desperately. Lightning-style chakra is his strongest place, and Rinnegan's ability is just the icing on the cake. The ability of Hell Road is just like that, it's more of an auxiliary, and it's just a Hades' tongue when it comes to offense. For a strong man like Uchiha Madara, Yama has no effect at all. Can't you even dance? It's so ugly. The voice of Uchiha Madara's laughter reached his ears again, and an inexplicable emotion appeared in his heart. Anger. He does not know. But this feeling made him very weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Hell Road pen at this moment, and fell into a weak Uzumaki. Isn't even this kind of physique strong? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not weak, she is in her peak state at this time, but her strength is in ninjutsu. Now that Kushina is there, he dare not use large-scale ninjutsu for fear that Uchiha Madara will use Kushina as a shield. Since you only have this, then I will take this girl away. After all, Uchiha Madara is about to take Kushina away. And just at this critical moment, Hell-Dao felt a connection from Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming, who started 8 inner gates, tried to reconnect with Hell Road. And Hell Road was the first to acquire knowledge about 8 inner gates, and immediately got the way to open 8 inner gates. With his body of this strength, 8 inner gates, for him, as long as the master knows how to open it, it's simple. 8 inner gates 6th gate. Open. Advertisement. Green steam exploded directly on the Hell Road, and Uchiha Madara, who was about to leave, stayed in place. 8 inner gates. As the huge chakra of Hell Road erupted, the prayer beads that had been entwined around the wrist of Hell Road also reacted. A black light emerged and entered the meridians of the Hell Road. Suddenly the green steam on his body became stronger, and there was a black aura on the outermost periphery of the steam. This, interesting. Then let's dance. Uchiha Madara looked a little mad, a raging war spirit burned inside him, and the Hell Roads at this time finally made him interested. He felt a little familiar with this special steam, but the breath was a little different, and he was not sure about it. Although it looks exactly the same, at his level, appearance is not so important anymore. The important thing is breath. With transformation technique, the appearance is not important. 8 inner gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little stunned, this person actually knows 8 inner gates. What is his relationship with Might Dai? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. The entire Konoha of 8 inner gates only had might wear. Because 8 inner gates was not complete, he didn't care about might wear too much. Lightning-style armor. Hell Road Pen waved his arm and regained his strength again. The lightning-style armor made his physical strength strengthen again. At the same time he also started running Rinnegan, ready to use Rinnegan's abilities. The other half of the Fengma Yiming lies in Ninetales' comparison, one by one, taking advantage of this small body to fight back and forth with Ninetales. And for a moment, he actually felt that a decadent aura appeared again in Hell Road, and the aura of 8 inner gates, the two were actually fused together. Fengma Yiming frowned and looked in the direction of Hell Road. At the same time, he did not forget to avoid the attack of Ninetales. The lesson of Ninetales' tailed beast bomb last time was recorded in his mind. Fengma Yiming runs chakra, and a wooden hammer appears in his hand. A hammer hit Ninetales' abdomen. However, Ninetales just not a bit, and it didn't hurt at all. In addition to wood style, there is something that can cause damage to Ninetales, known as the strongest tail beast. However, at this time, although Fengma Yiming had huge chakra fluctuations outside his body, the amount of chakra inside his body could not support him to trap Ninetales with a large wood-style ninjutsu such as a wooden dragon. Fengma Yiming is also trying to establish a connection with the Hell Road. Although I don't know why this is the case, establishing a connection is the most important thing. As long as he knows the situation of Hell Road, Fengma Yiming can better deal with the situation at this time. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming appeared on top of Ninetales' head, lotus in the true place. Run the lotus in the real lotus, use leaf hurricane to kick directly on the head of Ninetales. Ninetales directly yelled out in pain. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Tiny bug. Ninetales is not listening to Mito's words. If he really doesn't listen, he has already started working with Konoha's other people and buildings. Ninetales only had a little temper at the beginning. I wanted to make a fuss and explain it, but Tsunade punched it out. Later, there was another Fengma Yiming, Ninetales. He was originally a violent tail beast. How could he not be angry? Now he is really angry. I was so angry that I could not tear Fengma Yiming to pieces directly. Fengma Yiming smiled. I'll talk if you catch it. The Hell Road on the other side also reversed, and his special 8 inner gate state allowed him to directly exceed Uchiha Madara in this state. At the same time, with Kushina, the cumbersome Uchiha Madara can show even less strength. After opening 8 inner gates, the aura on Hell Road became as cold as before, as if there was still no emotions, as if it was not him who was vicious before. At the same time, there was another kind of breath on the body of Hell Road. Fengma Yiming calls her the breath of corruption. Lay plow hot knife. Hell Road seized the opportunity and hit Uchiha Madara on the back with a sword. The body that Uchiha Madara was manipulating at this time unconsciously made Uchiha Madara yell out, spit out a mouthful of blood, and Kushina in her arms dropped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hell Road took time to connect to Kushina. Hell Road was significantly faster, borrowing Kushina directly, and disappearing in place. Sarutobi Hiruzen can only catch air. Watching Hell Road disappear with eager eyes. Looking at the direction he is leaving, I can only pray for which wood-style powerhouse he is looking for. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only take his gaze back and deal with the immobile Uchiha Madara on the ground after being hit by a thunder plow. Uchiha Madara faced the ground, her fists clenched and trembled a little. I didn't expect that I would be proud of my life and I would lose here. Chapter 97 Cohabitation. The Second Ninja World War. A few days have passed. Although the Ninetales chaos was caused by Fengma Yiming, it had a thrilling life. The only loss is the resident of the hapless Anbu Ninja and Senju clan. On the Anbu Ninja side, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly handled it, and Senju Station Tsunade had no idea of rebuilding. So this time there is not much loss, but this does not mean that the storm has passed. Following that, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village and Kurigakure, and at the same time, launched a battle book against Konoha, and the Second Ninja War began. It's also because Konoha's people were tossed over, and after tossing over, you will know the oppression of Ninetales that night, which deeply shocked the minds of Konoha Shinobi, so even if Konoha was prepared, he was still caught by the 3 ninjas. The village was caught off guard at the same time. It is different from the original work known to Fengma Yiming. Iwagakure had Kurigakure and Konoha fought the first wave of frontal battles in Hokage village. Kurigakure had been doing things on the side. Sunagakure stared at Konoha, feeling that he would bite off a piece of meat from Konoha at any time. Kushina just became Jinchuriki and Ninetales didn't communicate at all. In some ways, Konoha has lost the powerful weapon Ninetales Jinchuriki. But it does not mean that the overall strength of the property is weaker than other shadow villages. Although Konoha temporarily lost the combat power of Ninetales Jinchuriki, it also gained Fengma Yiming, a powerful wood-style ninja. Therefore, this time the Ninja War Konoha victory is inevitable. It's just that the current situation is still a bit troublesome. Ninetales has just been sealed, and the sealing warlock is very unstable. Ninetales has been making trouble in Kushina's mind. Therefore, Fuma Yiming cannot get out of Konoha for the time being, and needs to stay near Kushina all the time. Fengma Yiming sits in the courtyard. Even if the sun shines on him, he still feels that his surroundings make him very uncomfortable. Fengma Yiming doesn't need to perceive to know that as an Anbu ninja. Although it is not easy to show, I believe Fengma Yiming can suppress it, but I don't believe that Fengma Yiming must have no hostility towards Konoha and Ninetales. Although this probability may be small, Yuan Feiji is a longtime leader after all, and he needs to consider all uncertain factors. Therefore, people are now sent to secretly protect Fengma Yiming. Boring. He didn't want to stay here all the time. Now Konoha's ninjas had almost all entered the battlefield to fight. Like what Ino Shikacho, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and the ninjas of the Uchiha clan are even more dazzling presences on the battlefield. Advertisement. Hitaki Shumao remains undiminished, no weaker than the two big families. At this time, the rumor of Konoha's White Fang had spread in Konoha. This makes Fengma Yiming's heart very itchy. I can't wait to leave Konoha directly to the battlefield, fight hard, perform well, and get a good name. Since the 8 inner gates can be opened, he has become more and more eager to fight the strong. When fighting with 9 tails, in order to survive the arrival of Kushina, he even paid the price of a broken arm. Ma Yiming is really strong after opening 8 inner gates, but this does not mean that an 8-door Dunjia can make him bridge the gap between him and 9 tails. It's just that 9 tails is too inflexible, and Fengma Yiming is too small for 9 tails. Because of Uzumaki Mito's last words, 9 tails did not use the large-tailed beast bomb to force Fengma Yiming. Just like a headless fly, led by Fengma Yiming. However, Fengma Yiming is also a fighting freak, and even started to wave after hitting the back. So he accidentally grabbed his arm by 9 tails. Just because he was accidentally saying like that, his arm was broken. Even though he was as strong as a fairy, he still didn't reply now. Therefore, this is also the reason why Fengma did not forcefully go to the battlefield. The injury on his arm would make a large part of his strength unable to play out. After all, he is also a Yiming ninjutsu ninja. At the same time, his 18 palms of Zhonglong, you all have a great connection with your own arm. However, because the recent system disappeared for no reason, he did not dare to move, using systematic martial arts and true energy. Even Zanpakuto had no use for him. The mysterious disappearance of the system made him very puzzling. Yiming, what are you doing here? Kushina held the door out of her head, wondering, with a hint of emotion in her eyes. Fengma Yiming turned his head helplessly and looked into Kushina's eyes. Suddenly Kushina looked ruddy and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Fengma Yiming. Is this cohabitation? Advertisement. Kushina thought secretly in her heart that she didn't care about 9 tails, who was still making noise in the mental space, even though her body was a little bit painful occasionally. She is really focused on Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming sighed helplessly. He can stay here now, one is because of 9 tails, and the other is because of 9 tails. One is worried that 9 tails will break the seal. Although I am sure to seal 9 tails again, there is a risk in the end. Second, I want to divide 9 tails like Minato, and get half of it myself. He is full of covetousness for 9 tails. Fengma Yiming also knows Kushina's feelings about herself is nothing more than liking herself, but Kushina is confused, he is not confused, and she already has a girlfriend. Makoto is still at home waiting for him to go back, how can he be confused? Although I know that Kushina is very good, looks very beautiful, and grows up to be a good wife and mother, although he is very greedy, but he is still very principled. I can't live up to Makoto. Fengma Yiming secretly made up his mind. But he didn't know that in the near future, his idea would achieve the best of both worlds. However, this is all something to follow. At this time, Fengma Yiming could only sigh helplessly. On the one hand, I don't want to hurt Kushina's heart, on the other hand, I can't live up to Makoto. Makoto is a very possessive girl and will never allow herself to have close contact with Kushina. Kushina, I'll just sit here for a while, it's a little boring in the room. While talking, he looked into the distance and looked away from Kushina. Kushina raised her head when she felt Fengma Yiming's eyes leave, her face still ruddy. Oh. Kushina, who was going straight for a while, didn't know what to say, and could only hesitate. On the one hand, I am worried that Fengma Yiming hates such a girl with ink, and on the other hand, he is too shy. Secretly thanked 9 tails and 3rd generation, which gave her the opportunity to live together with Fengma Yiming. Otherwise, there may be no chance in a lifetime. She knew in her heart that Fengma Yiming really liked Uchiha Makoto, not herself. I was so disappointed, I could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 98 The End of Cohabitation and the Eve of the War. Happy time is always short. Kushina feels like this now. I thought that the life of Fengma Yiming would be very long this time, but I didn't expect it to pass in the blink of an eye. 9 tails in Kushina's spiritual space also stopped making trouble. After several times of sealing team reinforcement of the seal, Fengma Yiming secretly reinforced the seal. At this time, except for Kushina's sudden death, it is almost impossible to break the seal. This was a good thing at first, but Kushina himself was sad. Fengma Yiming looked at Kushina with a sad face and couldn't help it. He doesn't even dare to go up to comfort him now, for fear of Kushina, and his feelings for him are even deeper. My heart is very tangled. Kushina looked at Fengma Yiming standing next to her, preferring to continue to bear the end of the tumult and the pain from time to time in her body, and also wanted to stay with Fengma Yiming forever. I thought I could stay with Fengma Yiming for a while. I have even thought about how to get along these days, but it didn't take long to end this cohabitation life. How willing to let her? Kushina. Fengma Yiming opened his mouth and didn't know how to persuade him. Hearing Fengma Yiming calling her name, Kushina raised her head excitedly, wondering what Fengma Yiming would say to her next, and she was full of expectations, hoping Fengma Yiming could keep herself. However, this is impossible. Even if Fengma Yiming wants to keep Kushina, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will not agree. The first is because Kushina is Jinchuriki from Nine Tails, and the second is because Fengma Yiming is a wood-style powerhouse. Although Fengma Yiming has not a bad impression in the heart of the original man, after all, he has a very good relationship with Hitaki Shumao. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen also regarded Yiming as Konoha's rising star. I also wanted to train Fengma Yiming as the captain of Anbu, but the wood style he exposed at this moment dispelled this idea. The wooden shield is too strong. Even if there is no match against Fengma Yiming, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not underestimate the power of the wooden shield with this long-lost record. After all, first Hokage's ninjutsu is a wooden shield. The power of the wooden shield has been deeply engraved in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart since he was a child. Of course this is a digression. Fengma Yiming looked at Kushina's expectant gaze, opened his mouth and swallowed what he wanted to say, and finally sighed. No way, no results. In the end, Fengma Yiming could only turn his head. Advertisement. He may be able to kill gods on the battlefield, but he really doesn't have the slightest experience in this aspect. That's why Makoto has been chasing him so hard for so long. Seeing Fengma Yiming calling her name, Kushina finally got no more information. Watching Fengma Yiming tilted her head, she dropped her head in frustration. Seeing Kushina's lost expression, feeling unbearable, Fengma Yiming finally said, Kushina will get along with each other slowly if he has a chance in the future. Suddenly Kushina raised her head, and a small star appeared in her eyes when she looked at Fengma Yiming. But, Fengma Yiming's words changed. Kushina suddenly moved her throat nervously. Before you can continue to get along with you, try to become stronger. As long as you can catch up with me, you will definitely have a lot of time to get along with me. Fengma Yiming's words of encouragement passed into Kushina's ears. Yiming, I will definitely work hard. Kushina stood up excitedly, vowing to promise. Even if Fengma Yiming doesn't say that, she will try to become stronger. After a few days of getting along, she found that Fengma Yiming's strength is more powerful than what people say. Even third Hokage's eyes to Fengma Yiming when they come occasionally are not so simple. She definitely wants to catch up with Fengma Yiming's footsteps. Kushina was not reconciled to becoming a useless vase. She wants to catch up with Fengma Yiming's footsteps. Seeing Kushina in such a state, Fengma Yiming is also a little relieved. He doesn't want to influence the process of Kushina becoming stronger because of himself. Looking at my worries now, it is completely unnecessary. Then Kushina. Fengma Yiming continued to speak. Kushina suddenly straightened and listened carefully. Now is the Second Ninja World War. I have been here for a long time. I will be on the battlefield in a few days. I may not see you again in a short time. Then please take care of yourself by yourself. Quote. Originally, Yuanfei Hiruzen didn't want to use Fengma Yiming's card, and wanted to use it as Konoha's last killer. However, Karigakur's offensive was more violent than he thought, and most of the Konoha shinobi players were transferred to the frontal battlefield. Therefore, Konoha has fallen into a disadvantage on the front battlefield of Rain Shinobi Village, and I don't know how long it will last. Advertisement. Sunagakur also sent people to Konoha as an undercover agent to investigate Konoha's intelligence these days. Sunagakur's ninja didn't know that it was felt by Fengma Yiming and Sarutobi Hiruzen from the moment he entered Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique can sense every part of Konoha's chakra's reaction. The unfamiliar chakra reacted to Konoha, and he would be aware of it for the first time. He didn't tell anyone about this. As for Fengma Yiming, it was only because of the rain a few days ago. He suddenly thought of the ninjutsu that Uzumaki Nagato used to monitor Hokage village in later generations. Yuhu Zizai technique. It rained a few days ago, so I tried it. Unexpectedly, he sensed the spy who had just sneaked in Cheyenne village. Therefore, this spy is completely transparent among the last high level. But this spy is not the point. What is important is the meaning of this spy, which means that Sunagakur is about to attack Konoha. Sunagakur is the weakest but most ambitious village, and has been peeping at Konoha's land for a long time. So Sarutobi Hiruzen will send out Fengma Yiming's whole card at this time. Fengma Yiming was very excited when he learned that he was going to the battlefield, and finally he could show his talents in the war. I have disappeared for so long, but I am not afraid of this war. Someone in Konoha even released a rumor that he did not appear in the war because he was afraid of the war, which is ridiculous. Fengma Yiming didn't have to think about it. Uchiha Fugaku must have done it. That being the case, then I will slap you in the face. Let you know what the greatest hero is. Fengma Yiming has endured Uchiha Fugaku for a long time. It's nothing more than aiming at me everywhere, but I dare to harass Makoto from time to time. Had it not been for Uchiha Fugaku's special identity, he would have disappeared in Konoha village. This time there was even such a rumor. Then he will let Uchiha Fugaku know what Konoha's killer is and what a true genius is. What is a strong wooden shield that can suppress 9 tails? Chapter 99 Leaving the Village. Boy, I look forward to your performance on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the corner of his mouth and looked expectantly in his eyes, looking at Fengma Yiming who walked out of Konoha in the crystal ball. Fengma Yiming did not rest for a long time. After leaving Kushina's residence, he rushed to the battlefield non-stop. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted this kid to go to the side battlefield of Mist Shinobi, so that some of Konoha's ninjas could reinforce Rain Shinobi village. However, he didn't expect that this kid would not want to go to Karigakur, so he could only send him to Hokage village. Frontal battlefield. Fengma Yiming didn't want to go to the battlefield of Wying village, mainly because he was afraid of meeting Uchiha Madara again. Kurigakure is Uchiha Madara's home court, and he doesn't want to confront the live broadcast class anymore. He doesn't believe it. Uchiha Madara, who has been frustrated twice in his hands, will not defend him. Watching Fengma Yiming leave his focus, Yuan Fei Hiruzen retracted his gaze and adjusted the picture in the crystal ball to Kushina's residence. Seeing Kushina, who was working hard in the crystal ball, smiled with satisfaction. Although Konoha is in a one-to-many war, Sarutobi Hiruzen is full of hope. Fengma Yiming also walked out of Konoha at this moment. It has been a long time since he himself left Konoha last time. At that time, he still wanted to explore the land left by the Uzumaki clan. Facts have proved that his decision at that time was correct. At this moment, he is different from the last time he directly broke Konoha privately. This time he shoulders a stronger strength and a more important mission. His first task now is to transfer power to Hokage village and Orochimaru, who resides in Hokage village. This is the mission passed to him by Sarutobi, hoping to allow him to take Konoha to victory. However, Fengma Yiming is not interested in this kind of power at all. Even if it arrives, he will not transfer power from Orochimaru, as Yunfei naturally said. He is more likely to go to the front by himself. One of the people who did not go to the Kurigakure battlefield this time was because of Uchiha Madara, and the other was because he wanted to find Nagato, who owns Rinnegan like him. According to the timeline, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, and the patriarch Nagato should be the only member of the Uzumaki clan left outside. At this time, Uchiha Madara should soon open Rinnegan. It should not be long before Uchiha Madara will give her Rinnegan to Uzumaki Nagato. Advertisement. So now Fengma Yiming wants to quickly find Uzumaki Nagato and let Uchiha Madara's plan die in her mother's womb. At this time, the biggest black hand in the ninja world should also be observing Uchiha Madara and himself. His performance was too eye-catching, Rinnegan and wooden shield. Black Zetsu must have noticed himself. This secret black hand, even in the generation of Bo people, no one showed any of his abilities. Although it doesn't seem to be a threat, it has to be guarded against. Fengma Yiming hurried along while thinking. At this moment, he has to go to Yuying village as soon as possible. Even his best friend Hatake Tsukumo has already achieved the title of Konoha's White Fang, but he himself has just walked out of Konoha. And Sunagakure is already waiting for an opportunity, and I believe it will not be long before Konoha will be attacked. Fengma Yiming put away his distracting thoughts and concentrated on rushing. In Fengma Yiming's house at this moment, Uchiha Makoto sat in the living room alone. Fengma Yiming hurried to the battlefield without resting at home for long, which made him not worry about his future husband. She is also a little restless now, wishing that she also has a strong strength to protect each other on the battlefield with Fengma Yiming. However, he has been aiming at a good wife and mother, but he does not have too much strength. Damn it, I blame myself for being too weak. Makoto blamed himself unconsciously. Unable to help Fengma Yiming anywhere, she blamed herself very much. The eyes became blood red unconsciously. Sharingan opened quietly at this moment and spun quickly. Fengma Yiming, who had already left Konoha, didn't notice this at all. He put away all his thoughts and focused on the journey. After all, the distance between them is not too close. And this road is definitely crises. As far as Fengma Yiming knows, because of the Second Ninja World War, the entire ninja world is in panic. Rogues do not talk frequently, and there are many low-power ninjas who can't stand the tension and leave their village. Fengma Yiming's goal is not only to go to the main battlefield of Yuncheng, but also to clean up the thieves and wandering ninjas that interfere with the territory of the Land of Fire on the road. Although Fengma Yiming disagrees. Advertisement. At this moment, his strength is also considered strong, and he also has his own arrogance. No longer need to cringe like usual, dare nothing, now he dares to make a breakthrough no matter what, because he has such strength. Just like in the original book, Killer Bee left his town without permission. The Konoha frontline at this moment is not easy. White Fang. A ninja from Rain Shinobi village burst into tears with a blood stain on his neck. Hatake held a knife and looked at the ninja who fell on the ground. Experienced so many battles, big and small. I don't feel this anymore. Hatake is a ruthless killer at this time, Konoha's fangs. But for some reason there was still a hint of joy in his eyes. He received a letter saying that his good friend Fengma Yiming was already on his way. This is the biggest reason for his joy, he sees the hope of Konoha's turn around. Because Konoha village was crushed by the other three ninja villages in terms of numbers, the battle fell into a bitter battle. Gradually, one can play 3 to be chased by 3. The seemingly beautiful Konoha shinobi village is miserable. He and Orochimaru are the only people who remain on the frontal battlefield with one enemy 3. Relying on Orochimaru's ability to use poison and the ability to trap, barely stalemate with the 3 shinobu villages. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Sunagakure is already watching, and he feels that he is about to make a move at any time. When Sunagakure takes the shot, Orochimaru's poison won't have any effect at all. By then Konoha will be caught in another bitter battle. However, the news that Fengma Yiming is about to come is the key to turning the tide of the battle. Before Shayang village takes the shot, it creates a situation that must be won. In this way, even Konoha can play an advantage in one play for soon. As long as Konoha can completely gain the advantage during the Ninja War, then this second Ninja World War will stop. To put it bluntly, it means to beat a few villages in a persuasive manner. With this Fengma Yiming who is comparable to his own strength, he can definitely play an advantage before Sunagakure takes action. At this moment, Yiming didn't notice the thoughts of Hitaki Shumo on the front line. Chapter 100 The Change of Mindset and Orochimaru's Failure. At this moment, Yiming has just finished dealing with a bandit den. How many places is this? He has not yet reached the battlefield, and his hands have been stained with a lot of blood. He has forgotten that this is the first thief's den. The weaker bandit den does not even have a ninja, the stronger one has Jonin. Every time after eliminating the bandits, many slaves will be found. This made Fengma Yiming's heart also quite touched. Although he only walked half the distance along the way, he also saw many broken homes and deaths. All this is because of this sudden war. Perhaps Obito is right, the world is desperate. But is this world really not saved? Fengma Yiming is not clear. But he believes that if he works hard, he can create a world that Makoto is satisfied with. Makoto is such a kind girl, she must not want to see such a cruel scene. Thinking, Fengma Yiming wiped the blood on the sword. This sword looks sharp, but it's not really tough. This is when he rescued a person from a small village and gave him a sword in return. Even so, he still wiped the blood on the blade very carefully. The bandits here have all been wiped out. He doesn't need to stay here anymore. As for liberating those slaves or something, he didn't want to see that scene again. After all, Fengma Yiming inserted the sword into the scabbard and prepared to leave. The road is only halfway there, and there is the other half. Unlike before, he is now on the road, thinking about whether he can change this situation if he becomes Hokage. He didn't feel Hokage at all before, even a little disgusted with that position. But after so many homes destroyed, feel the depressed atmosphere of ninja world. If you become Hokage and suppress the ninja world with your absolute strength, will you be able to create a peaceful and prosperous world? Fengma Yiming is not clear, but his mentality has changed and he has a sense of mission. Advertisement. The other half of the journey is much easier than the first half. It seems that because they are getting closer and closer to the battlefield, there are far fewer bandits. In the past, you could not go far, and you would encounter a bandit in an oppressed village. However, at this moment he has been walking for a day, and he has not encountered a bandit. But the solemn atmosphere in the air is getting heavier and heavier. It seems that the battlefield is not far ahead. Fengma Yiming knew in his heart that there was only one day away from the battlefield. We will be at Rain Shinobi village soon. What will greet him? On this day, beacon smoke and gas, people are in panic. There was a battle between Konoha and Yankage village. However, because it was Orochimaru who led the team, he used his poison to lead Konoha to victory. However, just when Orochimaru was about to lead the team back, the Iwagakure ninja who was supposed to be poisoned and fell to the ground got up and hit Konoha by surprise. Even if Orochimaru made the most correct decision in a hurry, summoning the 10,000 snakes to be entangled with the people of Iwagakure, Konoha still suffered a lot. At this moment, Orochimaru was standing on top of Wanshi's head, looking at the ninja and the enemy ninja who were fighting underneath. His teeth hurt. He didn't expect that his poison would be cracked by Rock Shinobi's people so quickly. He didn't think that his poison would be easily cracked by Oyemu. Sunagakure must have helped Oyemu secretly. Damn it, no wonder, third cage, I didn't send anyone to join the battlefield. It turned out that I was planning a handful of shady leaves here. When did Iwagakure and Sand Shadow Village unite? Orochimaru was anxious, and the situation at this time was beyond his expectation. Not many people from Konoha have been killed. Even he himself might not be able to get out in a short time. Orochimaru, with a venomous look in his eyes, quickly realized that the strength of these rock shadow ninjas was not simple. At least it's Jonin's degree. Without the cooperation of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he and Wanshi would have been inseparable in a short time, and even if he wanted to leave, he would have to pay a price. And Onoki is definitely not that simple, and there will definitely be layouts in other places. At this moment Konoha is in a huge crisis because of his negligence. It didn't take long for Konoha's ninjas to be left, and only Orochimaru and Manto were left. Orochimaru, you never said that your opponent is so strong this time. After speaking silently, Wan Snake swallowed some corpses and returned to Raichi Cave as smoke. Only Orochimaru fell to the ground and looked at the Iwagakure ninja with a bewildered expression. Damn, it's 10,000 snakes. If I go out alive this time, I must educate you well. Advertisement. I didn't expect Wanshi to escape directly in this situation. Orochimaru, even your summoning beast escaped. I see how you go, this time you can't escape with your wings. After all, Iwakage's ninja attacked Orochimaru. Orochimaru could only resist with a knife. Ants often kill elephants. Orochimaru didn't last long before losing. And there are 5 elite Jonin left in the eyeshadow wheel. Orochimaru, I admit that your strength is not simple, even your leadership skills are already very outstanding, but you seriously underestimated our Iwagakure. And Orochimaru didn't seem to hear what they were saying, just standing alone holding his arm trembling. It is now a 5-0-1 situation, and my chakra is almost exhausted, I may really be planted here this time. The first time Orochimaru, how I hope someone can come to save myself no matter who it is. Orochimaru is now in a 5-1 situation, how do you want to win? Deducted a ninja and made a mockery. Because of Orochimaru's poison, I don't know how many companions died in the war. At this moment, the biggest murderer is here, and he is about to die under his own hands. Why are they unhappy? 5-1. I like 5-1. A voice that did not belong to Orochimaru sounded. Who? Iwagakure's ninja was suddenly alert. Soon the doubts in my heart have answers. 5 Fengma Yiming appeared in front of the 5 Iwagakers. Wood clone. Fengma Yiming's body lifted Orochimaru. Come on, 5 to 1. Fengma Yiming looked at Iwagaker's ninja mockingly. Iwagaker's people looked at the unrecognizable clone in front of them, once again lost in confusion. However, Fengma Yiming's clone is not lost, and soon preemptively fights with Iwagaker's people. Fengma Yiming looked sideways at Orochimaru, smiled and said, Snake sang, it's been a long time since I saw it. I didn't expect it would be like this when I saw it again. Orochimaru looked at Fengma Yiming's profile for a moment. He didn't expect him to be the one who came to save him. Blurted out. Long time no see, love. Chapter 101 Retreat to Defend. Inside the gloomy tent is a small meeting room with a heavy atmosphere. Orochimaru, Hitachi Shumo, and the new Fengma Yiming. Although there were only 3 people, no one underestimated the weight of these 3 people in Konoha. Konoha's White Fang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, Konoha Shinobi's wood-style powerhouse. 3 people can arrive in one country. Hitachi Sakumo's armor was stained with blood. It was obvious that he had just come off the battlefield. Orochimaru's arm was still wrapped in a bandage, and his eyes were tired. If there was no Fengma Yiming, he might have died at the hands of the Iwagaker ninja. Orochimaru said, Yiming, I'm really lucky if you come this time. The tone was exhausted and lucky. Fengma Yiming waved his hand. It's okay. They are all Konoha's classmates. Besides, you are the only commander of Konoha's front line. You can't have an accident. I can't control so many Konoha shinobi. All of Konoha's frontline ninjas are under the control of Orochimaru alone. Hitachi Sakumo has very little talent in this area. Thousands of ninjas need Orochimaru to control all their every move. The pressure on him can be imagined. Orochimaru lowered his head and squeezed his hand. It's really lucky, if there is no Yiming-kun. Secretly glad that I shouldn't be dead. Yiming, it's a coincidence this time. If you come a little later, this Konoha front line will really be messed up. That kind of situation really disappoints the expectations of the 3rd generation. Hitachi said with joy. Fengma Yiming waved his hand again. Okay, let's not talk about this. You must be careful when dealing with old foxes like Onoki. Now please ask Orochimaru-kun to tell me the situation on the front line. The main purpose of my visit this time is to suppress the front line. Other villages. Fengma Yiming cuts the mess with a quick knife and directly hits the subject. Yeah, Orochimaru nodded. Konoha's front line can be seen, and Konoha has an advantage. My poison should not be cracked before Sunagaker. This time Iwagaker should be the information provided by Sunagaker. At that time, Konoha will fall into a 1-to-4 situation. Sunagaker, Iwagaker, Rain Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village. Sunagaker has nothing outstanding except for poison and puppetry. Cloud Shinobi Village has a strong Hanzo and nothing else. Iwagaker and Cloud Shinobi Village are different. Advertisement. Iwagaker's strength and Cloud Shinobi's strength are almost the same as Konoha. That is, because Rain Shinobi Village is closer to Konoha and the situation is chaotic. I can lead Konoha to the advantage, but the situation will definitely come after Sunagaker joins. This is a crush on Konoha, and he will definitely attack Konoha together. Fengma Yiming took the stubborn words. In other words, before Sunagaker really joins the battle, we must defeat the offensive of a Shinobu village. This is the only solution in his mind. As long as the situation is more chaotic, Konoha can grow in the cracks. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. This is okay, but it's impossible. If the 3 of us unite, we can indeed fight Rain Shinobi Village out of the battlefield, regardless of everything, but whether it is a fierce battle on the front line or other villages. Whether it will take the opportunity to commit a crime is very risky. Fengma Yiming raised his eyebrows. Then what do you mean? Orochimaru continued. The second method is to unite with Sunagaker, who has not really expressed their attitude. Even if it is a false union, then other villages can be resisted to a certain extent, but whether it is Sunagaker will unite or some other factors, this may be possible. S**X is not great either. At this time, Hitachi Sakumo frowned and said, in other words, Konoha is now in the most difficult situation. Is there really no way to break the enemy? In fact, after hearing this, Fengma Yiming also understood what Orochimaru was thinking. The two shook their heads at the same time, and said in unison, no, yes. The two looked at each other, and then Fengma Yiming said, gather all the strengths of Konoha to defend, and take advantage of the distance to fight with the 4 ninja villages. Although the loss of the number of people will be greater, but it can keep Konoha in frontline status. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Fengma Yiming's talent in this aspect is really similar to that of him. Is this an almighty genius? Orochimaru looked at Fengma Yiming from the corner of his eye, and Fengma Yiming's impenetrable strength and inexplicable aura made him curious. Hitachi was lost in thought. Only Fengma Yiming knew that the situation at this time was more serious than the original, and there were conflicts among other villages at that time, but now it seems that because of him, all the villages are aiming at Konoha. At this time, the defensive approach seems to be the best answer. Only in this way can Konoha survive in the cracks. Then, if there is no objection, so be it. Orochimaru is also extremely reluctant to see such a situation. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming and Hitachi Shumao also nodded helplessly. This result is no different from the heaviest. On this day, the situation on the battlefield has undergone tremendous changes, and Konoha, who had been strong in the past, turned back to his garrison. At night, Fengma Yiming sat on a high place and looked at the Konoha shinobi who all returned to the station. Many ninjas had wounds on their bodies, and some looked at the corpses of their companions who fell on the ground with tears in their eyes. As this war, even if you don't see the frontline scene, the current scene can be mapped. Fengma Yiming feels very heavy. After pondering for a while, Fengma Yiming muttered to himself, when the situation stabilizes, let's go to the front line, and look for Nagato by the way. Since you want to change this result, you must understand the real situation. The front line is there, and you can go and see at any time, but the situation is still unstable at this time. Nagato. Who is Nagato? Yiming-kun, you really have a lot of secrets. Orochimaru did not know when to stand behind Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming was not surprised by this. In this station, anyone's every move could be in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes gleamed even at night, and this man who wanted to live forever also carried countless secrets in his heart. Yu Guang looked at Yiming sitting on the ground, as if he saw his own kind. Yiming said, has Orochimaru-kun some secrets? Orochimaru shrugged. Who can have some secrets? Yiming-kun, what is your dream? Fengma Yiming wondered why Orochimaru would ask so, and then replied in deep thought. If I can, I want to become Hokage, change the world, and give Makoto a stable home. Really, I didn't have much interest before, but now I want to become a competitor of Yiming-kun. Let's cheer together. After all, Orochimaru stretched out his hand. Chapter 102, Target in the Depths of the Country of Rain. Fengma Yiming took Orochimaru's hand and stood up, golden yellow in his eyes. The wisest Hokage and the strongest Hokage assistant in the future began to cooperate at this moment. Time flies quickly, but Rain Shinobi Village is still not calm. Even if Konoha turns offense to defense, other shinobi villages still hunt down Konoha reluctantly. Sunagaku directly expressed his attitude to use the puppet group. The indecisive third Kazekage finally made a decision at this moment. Led by Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, attacked Konoha in Rain Shinobi Village. Fire style extinguish the fire. Wind style wind tornado. Several powerful wind style ninjutsu and fire style ninjutsu were released from Fengma Yiming's wood clone. Suddenly the wind and fire ninjutsu blended together and became stronger with each other. Outside the defense, Iwagakure's ninja was killed. The Fengma Yiming on the wall relieved wood clone and heaved a sigh of relief. Because of Fengma Yiming, no matter which ninja village or how many ninjas, no one can break through the line of defense. Fengma Yiming now they can only hold on, until Sunagaku, who has the most troops, the most high-end combat power, and the weakest opponent, ends the battle and is sent to support the frontal battlefield. Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru jumped beside Fengma Yiming at the same time. Orochimaru looked sideways. Yiming-kun, really powerful, after so many waves of defense, no one should attack Konoha in a short time. Hatake nodded in agreement. Yes, Fengma Yiming's powerful combat power has made several villages scared. So far no ninja has been able to touch the gate of the line of defense. In Rain Shinobi Village and even the major shinobi villages, the name, Konoha's strongest shield, has been spread. Able to defend several other shinobu villages on its own, 90% of which are shinobu villages in the 5 major countries. Except for Onoki, 3rd Reikage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one else can do it. And just such a genius, who was originally defined as a growing genius by other shinobu villages, did it. Ha 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 ha, I didn't miss Fengma Yiming as expected, ha ha ha. Seeing the good news from the front line, 3rd Hokage who was far away in Konoha laughed out loud. Advertisement. Konoha's strong shield. Good, really good, haha. How upset 3rd Hokage is, another peerless genius after White Fang. Anbu Ninja was then ordered to continue to spread the title of Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming, who was standing on the city wall, sneezed. Doubtful, does Makoto miss himself again? Unconsciously stunned in my heart. However, if you know that it is Sarutobi Hiruzen who thinks about him, I don't know how to think about it. Yiming-kun, other people from Shinobu village should not be attacked for the time being. You can now do what you want. Orochimaru turned to look at Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming nodded. Well, it is indeed time. I will come back before the next time other ninja village comes to the enemy. Even if I can't come back, someone else will temporarily replace me. After all, Fengma Yiming left without waiting for the two of them to react. Orochimaru's eyes condensed, and he secretly asked, other people, who would it be? Hatake Shumao spared his head. Why did he not understand the conversation between these two people? What do you want to do? Isn't it the first thing to protect the Konoha line of defense? What happened to these two people? Hatake looked at Orochimaru and blinked. Orochimaru glanced at him, and finally turned and jumped off the wall. He admits that Hatake Tsukumo has a lot more strength than him, and even his fighting talent is stronger than him. But in this aspect of humanity and sophistication, he is several grades weaker than himself. Hatake Tsukumo is more straightforward, and his beliefs generally do not change, otherwise he would not commit suicide because of rumors in the original book. At this time, Fengma Yiming has moved away from Konoha's line of defense, and the line of defense behind him is no longer visible. His destination is the depths of Rain Shinobi Village. Konoha's line of defense is only at the extreme edge of Rain Shinobi Village. If you step back, you will leave Rain Shinobi Village, which means Konoha takes the initiative to surrender. Although Fengma Yiming doesn't know where Nagato is, he is already on the front line. After all, Jiraiya in the original book was discovered and followed by Nagato after the war. It is impossible to be too far away from the front line. Advertisement. Even if it is different from the original, the location of the battle should not change much. After all, not all places in the Kingdom of Rain are suitable for battle. So there should be no gap with the original. The country of rain has been raining heavily for years, and Fengma Yiming just released such an awakening combination of wind and fire ninjutsu, which has even affected the weather. Before I went too far, it started to rain heavily in the sky. The pouring rain fell on Fengma Yiming's body, and Fengma Yiming was taken aback. As soon as a dark cloud appeared in the sky these days, he would command the Konoha shinobi to crush it. For a while, he also forgot the heavy rains in the country of rain for years, and this sudden heavy rain really made him stunned. Then he sighed. It's really troublesome. I forgot about this situation. Let's find a place to avoid the rain. When the rain stops a little bit, we can find a small town to get equipment. Although Fengma Yiming is not afraid of rain, it will make him uncomfortable. He has plenty of time. The other ninja villages have just been beaten back, so his time is not tight. Fengma Yiming soon discovered a cave and entered the cave without hesitation. There are still 3 people in the cave. Fengma Yiming looked at the vigilance in the eyes of the 3 and raised his forehead silently. Oh, why don't you forget to see if anyone is there? Several of them did not carry forehead protector, either they were rebellious or deliberately hiding their identities. And Fengma Yiming often wears a Konoha forehead protector on his wrist. These people looked like enemy ninjas. Now Konoha has only rivals, no friends, and the entire ninja world can be said to be a warrior. Hello, I'll take shelter from the rain. It's Konoha's ninja. It shouldn't belong to the same village, but it's no problem. Send out. Fengma Yiming's attitude was a bit tough, and he spoke the most ruthless words in the most persevering tone. He finally found a place to stay, but he didn't want to just let it out. Several people looked at Fengma Yiming. Fengma Yiming's strength made them puzzled. As if it were the leader of the 3, he stood up first. You can stay here if you want, let's go. After all, leave the cave with the other 2. They don't want to live in the same room with the enemy ninja, they still can't see the strength of the enemy ninja. When Fengma Yiming saw this, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I am gone, otherwise I will have to do it myself. He didn't want to live in the same room with enemy ninjas, even if his strength could kill them in an instant. Fengma Yiming sat by the campfire they left behind, waiting for the rain to stop. Chapter 103, Traces of War. Fengma Yiming left the cave under the light rain. It is no longer a forest, but a dilapidated town. The house collapsed and was lifeless. Obviously after the bombardment of war. Fengma Yiming looked at this scene, his eyes a little complicated. The more you go to the depths of the rain country, the more you can see this dilapidated scene. This dilapidated scene is increasing. Although Fengma Yiming is used to seeing it, there is still complicated thinking in his eyes. This is war, right? So because I don't understand, why can I achieve what I want through peaceful means, but only through war, which is the most radical method? Unless they can play 4 countries like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, each country will have its own losses. Obviously no one said that he could not get any benefits, but he started a war for the immediate benefit. It's really disastrous. Fengma shook his head, then retracted his gaze, and walked away. This town has lost the slightest anger, and it is impossible for Uzumaki Nagato to stay here. According to Fengma Yiming's own memory, the place where Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan stay should be relative to a peaceful place. Even in the war years, you can see the bazaars in the streets of towns. The original book clearly shows a scene where 3 people steal fish. And this kind of dilapidated town, it is impossible to stay here, but also Uzumaki Nagato who lost his life. What he wants is the living Nagato. If you can bring back an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina should be happy. Appearing in Kushina's fate, but can't give her a good future, even if the relationship between the 2 is not so close, he is very guilty. If you can bring back the Vortex Nagato, it is indeed a way to get the best of both worlds. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming's eyes condensed, and he continued to walk on the road with light rain. However, even he didn't notice it, and there were 3 people behind him. If parents Yiming can see the appearance of these 3 people, they will definitely be able to recognize them. They are the trio who left first in the previous cave. For some reason they escaped Fengma Yiming's strong perception. Interesting is really interesting. What does Fengma Yiming want to do? Wouldn't it be the same as his own goal? Uchiha Madara in other countries saw the walking Fengma Yiming through the vision of the 3 people. Konoha has already retreated to defend, why does he still come out? This is what he was looking for. For some reason, he thought that Yiming was the same as the goal he was looking for. Although ridiculous, I don't know why Yiming, a young man who makes him invisible, has really caused him to behave in such a ridiculous manner. He clearly felt Rinnegan on Fengma Yiming. He also successfully opened his own Rinnegan a few days ago. I can finally implement my plan. Recently, I heard from my new recruits that the orphans of the Uzumaki clan were found in the rain. Suddenly there was an idea in my mind that God would help me too. However, Fengma Yiming, who appeared in the land of rain at this moment, gave him a sense of crisis. If the goal is really the same as my own, then this time I will never let you succeed again. Now it's not just you Fengma that Yiming owns Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara also owns Rinnegan. Moreover, Fengma Yiming's Rinnegan is in the light, and his Rinnegan is in the dark, so he can definitely be caught off guard. Even if it's not your own body. But he was known as the Ninja Rose, he would never give up easily. He doesn't believe it, can he be succeeded by a junior repeatedly? So what's the point of having lived so long? Just find a wall and hit it to death. At this time, Fengma Yiming still didn't notice the little tail behind him. He never thought that there would be people behind him, and he still couldn't perceive people. Except for some special hidden mysteries, only Rinnegan can escape his own perception. Advertisement. He did not know very clearly when Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan evolved. There is no mention of names in the original work, only that Uchiha Madara was already very old at that time. After the previous 2 encounters with Uchiha Madara, he felt that Uchiha Madara's strength is still very strong, and it should not be as old as in the original book. So he never thought that Rinnegan would be evolved by Uchiha Madara at this time. In fact, when he came to his country to search for Uzumaki Nagato this time, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this time, Uzumaki's long text should be young or not born. After all, the original book shows that Uzumaki Nagato was born with reincarnation, so Uchiha Madara it was the eyes that changed him before she could remember. But even if it's a needle in a haystack, he has to find it. After all, this is the best opportunity to stop Uchiha Madara's resurrection plan and kill his plan in the cradle. If this opportunity is missed, Uzumaki Nagato will be discovered by Uchiha Madara first. He is not sure if Uchiha Madara will leave Uzumaki Nagato next to the country of rain because of his own influence. So he is now comparing with Uchiha Madara and other villages. He wants to rush back to Konoha's defensive line before other shinobu villages attack Konoha again. Fengma Yiming quickly shuttled through the jungle. Behind the dilapidated town was a jungle that was out of sight. The light rain in the sky didn't mean to stop at all. This kind of weather is also suitable for releasing one's own fish and tiger-free technique. If you can turn the bones into your own territory, then you will be able to establish a completely transparent base that will not be attacked by anyone. In other places, heavy rains are not always there, and even some places have been drought year after year, and there are not many such as the land of rain that are suitable for releasing the freedom of the fish and tiger technique. Fengma Yiming has already set his sights on this land. If he becomes Hokage, he will find a way to get the land of rain in the first place. There are too many things he wants to do, and he has more secrets. He needs a place of complete privacy. Oh, this is the scene again. The scene in front of me was a dilapidated town again. I don't know what to do to buy one. It is already very close to Yuying village. It should be the most prosperous in the Kingdom of Rain. However, the signs of his war damage are even more obvious. There will never be such a sight in the country of fire. The ninja village in the fire country is the most powerful ninja village in the 5 major countries. Even in the war, the place close to Konoha is still peaceful, and there is no feeling of being in the war years. Since it is the top of the 5 countries, then you must have your own arrogance. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not allow his village to be bombarded by war. Chapter 104 The Rallying Enemy Country. No, why not? Not far away, I could faintly see the outline of Rain Shinobi Village. Fengma Yiming also killed many other ninjas from Shinobi Village along the way, but he just didn't find the trace of Uzumaki Nagato. Why not? I have rummaged over half of Rain Shinobi Village. Why can't I find Uzumaki Nagato? Was Uchiha Madara the first to board? Fengma Yiming's mind came up with this idea. After all, besides him, Uchiha Madara was looking for Uzumaki Nagato. And there should be more people under Uchiha Madara than himself, such as White Zetsu or Black Zetsu. If there is the help of these 2 things, then he will definitely find Uzumaki Nagato before himself. Damn it, I lost to him. He never thought that he would lose to Uchiha Madara. Then, the personal information about Uchiha Madara should be updated. At this time, Uchiha Madara has a high probability of getting Rinnegan, so the place that has nothing to do with it should be taken to the next level. Uchiha Madara with Rinnegan and people without reincarnation are very different. Rinnegan's gains to a person can be said to be very different, and Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan should be able to summon the Gedo statue. Somehow his Rinnegan can't summoning out the Gedo statue. In any case, he has never summoned the Gedo statue, not once. It seems that there is a gap between him and the demon Sasori playing, a gap from another world, a golem that cannot be summoned no matter how much chakra he inputs. He felt that his reincarnation did not belong to this world. The fish in my heart had disappeared for a long time, and the system became more and more confused. At this time, his drink is not completely useless, and he can only wait for the system to appear again and ask carefully. I don't know how many doubts in my mind, I want the system to answer. But these are all things to do. His main purpose at this time is to rush back to Konoha's defense line, because he expects Konoha's defense line will be attacked again soon. If he is not there, Yingyi's defense line is still being flanked by several other villages, then Konoha's defense line is difficult to defend, and even if he does, he will suffer heavy casualties. Putting away the thoughts in his heart, Fengma Yiming rushed towards Konoha's line of defense. At this time, Uchiha Madara was smiling. Advertisement. This time I see how you compare with me. Through the vision of the trio, he saw a red-haired baby lying under the ruins. This is the place leaked by Fengma Yiming, this dilapidated town. Fengma Yiming had also been here before, but because it was dilapidated in this way and did not feel the breath of life, he left. Unlike Fengma Yiming, Uchiha Madara conducted a carpet search, and finally found the red-haired baby under a ruin. His snort and slight breath proved that he was not dead. Finally this time I want to see you Fengma. How does Yiming compare to me? Uchihas in other countries laughed loudly. At this time, Fengma Yiming only knew that Uzumaki Nagato had been found by Uchiha Madara, but did not know that Vortex Nagato had leaked under his eyelids, and he didn't even notice it. If it is known that he missed it and didn't find it, he would definitely regret it. He had put away all his thoughts now, and rushed to Konoha's defensive line non-stop, where many people were eagerly awaiting his arrival. There are fewer and fewer ninjas in other villages wandering outside, which shows that the ninjas are already gathering and may launch a general attack on Konoha. If the front line of defense is broken, the entire Konoha and even the country of fire will be driven directly by other village chiefs. But he wasn't very anxious, because Hell Wei Pain was faster than himself, and he would definitely be able to rush from Konoha to Konoha's line of defense before he reached Konoha's line of defense. After all, Hell Road is first and foremost a strong physical ninja, or a physical ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village. The physical skills of the whole body are not strong, and Fengma Yiming can only match it after opening the 8 inner gates. If Fengma Yiming did not get the advantage from Rinnegan, it would be really difficult to make it a Hell Road. It is very likely to let him escape directly. He doesn't think he can't beat him, it's just hard to catch him. The Konoha defense line at this time was just as Fengma Yiming had imagined. The ninjas from other villages had already gathered in the distance outside the defense line. The physique group of Rain Shinobi Village, the ninjutsu group of Iwagakure, the puppet group of Sunagakure. At this moment Hitaki Sakumo and Orochimaru were standing on the wall, looking at the troops assembled in the distance. Unconsciously nervous in my heart. This is the most elite part of the 3 ninja villages on the battlefield, and Fengma Yiming is not here. It is difficult for him and Hitaki Sakumo to resist the attack of the 3 ninja villages. Advertisement. I can only pray that Fengma Yiming will come back quickly before the general attack, so Konoha will be saved. It is not that Konoha has not sent additional reinforcements, but that the additional reinforcements have not yet reached this front line. Even if it arrives, I am afraid it will be too late. After all, most of Konoha's ninjas were transferred to Kurigakure's battlefield. Kurigakure didn't know what happened. After a period of silence, when Konoha thought he had won, countless troops suddenly appeared. Konoha was overwhelmed and could only send reinforcements. So most of Konoha's ninjas are on the Kurigakure battlefield. Even if there is an increase in staff to Rain Shinobi Village, it will not be of great effect. Because Konoha really couldn't call out too many people. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo come to the front in person, it will be very hanging. But even if Danzo, who is now good at wind style, came to the front of the battlefield from Konoha, it was too late. The distance between Fengma Yiming has been close to 10 days. This spans several countries. It was almost impossible to come before the other 3 villages launched a general offensive. Now I can only pray for Fengma Yiming to come quickly. Only Fengma Yiming can turn the tide of the battle. Thinking about it, Orochimaru punched the wall and frightened Hitaki Shushish. Damn it, can only rely on Yiming-kun. Obviously I am the apprentice of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obviously to be Fengma Yiming's competitor, but I didn't expect that now I can only pray for him to come back sooner. The other ninjas in Konoha's defensive line are also on guard, and they know in their hearts that Fengma Yiming is not there. If they can't repel the incoming enemy, then they really have failed Master Hokage's expectations and the will of fire in their hearts. They are the ninjas of Konoha, the country of fire, the strongest of the 5 great nations. How could they be defeated first in the Ninja World War? This kind of situation, no matter it is, no one of them wants to see it. Chapter 105. The situation is urgent. Got Uchiha Madara from Rinnegan. Fengma Yiming knew that this time he had a bad move in the confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Year-round heavy rain in the country of rain. Nowadays, the smoke of war is filled, making the country of rain seem extremely bleak. It looks like it's going to speed up. Fortunately, Hell Road has arrived. Fengma Yiming frowned slightly, and the situation on the Hell Road was not good. Konoha, the situation is not optimistic. The only comfort is that the current location of Hell Road is not far from Konoha base camp. Sunagakure's ninja. At the edge of the battlefield, Hell Road hurriedly finally arrived. I noticed several sneaky Sunagakure ninjas. Fengma Yiming immediately understood Konoha's current situation with the help of the Hell Road. What is Sunagakure's ninja? This can be said to be the large rear of Konoha. These Sunagakure were not on the frontal battlefield, and they went around behind Konoha to do things. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. The 2 major characteristics of Sunagakure, one is the puppet. The second is the use of poison. Sunagakure is not only powerful in detoxification, but it is also absolutely inferior to the use of poison. Hell Road was wrapped in black robe. Like a ghost on the battlefield, Hell Road does not use lightning armor. Nor did he use any other ninjutsu to deal with the rats that slipped behind. Hell Road can be solved with the purest physical skills. Crack. Kacha. The 2 Sunagakure ninjas haven't realized what's going on. Just died. The 2 Sunagakure ninjas died silently. Perhaps until the last moment of their lives, the 2 Sunagakure ninjas didn't understand how they died. And these 2 Sunagakure ninjas are just the beginning. As time goes by, immediately after the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, Sunagakure's ninjas continued to fall. The way of hell is like Shinigami walking out of hell. On the battlefield, silently carrying lives. With the purest physical skills, all of them are one move to control the enemy, without the slightest drag. Sure enough, Sunagakure's ninja wants to play yin. After solving the last Sunagakure elite Chunin, white smoke appeared on the hands of Hell Dao, but soon the white smoke disappeared. Fengma Yiming knows. This poison may be nothing to Hell Road. But Konoha's ninja also has a few powerful physical skills such as Hell Wei. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming hasn't arrived yet. In a short time, he obviously couldn't make it. Hitachi Sumo and Orochimaru have unparalleled worry and solemnity in their eyes. In the current situation, Rain Shinobi Village, Kurigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Sunagakure gathered in the 4 major ninja villages. Konoha is absolutely hard to resist. Ninjutsu, 10 machine exercises. Kakakong, Dongdong. On the battlefield, the 10 fingers of the 1,000 generations were constantly beating and manipulating 10 white puppets to harvest the lives of Konoha shinobi. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Fengxian Hanabi Red. Fire style, Konoha shinobi quickly responded. The result is obvious. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Chiyo led the puppet army around and easily avoided the Konoha shinobi offensive. At the same time, Iwagakure's ninjas stepped forward and used Earth style. Blocked Konoha's remaining ninjutsu for San Shinobi's puppet army. Hinoba Ryu, Sanryu Cut. Seeing that the ninjas of Konoha Shinobi Village will not be able to resist this fierce combination of the 2 great shinobi villages. Hitachi Sumao finally made a move. The shadow of the famous Tree of Man. Konoha's White Fang. Chiyo turned his dignified gaze to Hitachi Sumo, who was holding a short sword. It's not just Chiyo. The entire Sunagakure ninja puppet army was blocked by Hitachi Sumo's swordsmanship. Just this moment, the collapse of the Konoha shinobi who was about to collapse was immediately restored. But Hitachi Sumo's complexion is still very solemn. This is a compelling shot. If it can, Hitachi Sumo doesn't want to shot so quickly. Water style, Water Flowing technique. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village Kurigakure soon launched a second wave of attacks at this time. I have to say that they are very accurate at this time. Konoha Shinobi Village is 1 enemy 4. Very difficult. The battle soon reached a deadlock. Physique, Super Expansion Jutsu. Several rough voices sounded, and the Akamaki clan quickly erected a human wall. The attack by Rain Shinobi Village Kurigakure was blocked. Advertisement. But even so, the formation of the ninjas in Konoha Shinobi Village is still broken up a lot. Thunder and Lightning Armor. Cloud Shinobi Village here is all Thunder attribute chakra covering the whole body. The lightning attributes quickly condensed all over the body, and the lightning armor formed by chakra made the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village soar. The target they chose to attack was the Akamaki clan. Super Expansion Jutsu has pros and cons. The drawbacks on this battlefield are self-evident. The huge size of the Akamaki family quickly became the target of the fire. Lei Li Hot Blade, bang. A figure in Cloud Shinobi Village entangled with a blue arc rushed out. Akamaki Dingza stepped back. It was too late for Hitachi Sakumo to support at this time. Not only did Akamaki Dingza not retreat, but instead rushed up against the hot blade of Lei Li. Another member of the Akamaki clan was protected from the ninjutsu attack of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja because of Akamaki Dingza's actions. It's just that Akamaki Dingza is not so lucky. Boom. Akamaki Dingza was hit hard by the hot blade of Lei Li, and the whole person flew upside down in an instant. In the process of flying upside down, the body is also like a ball that has been pierced. Shrinking quickly. Ninfa. Summoning. Seeing this golden vertical pupil, Orochimaru suddenly shrank. Immediately bit the tip of the tongue, ready to start using summoning. The most powerful 10,000 snakes were not summoned. Boom. This time, it was the green snake that was summoned. Although green snake's overall strength is not as strong as one snake. But the green snake is definitely the best summoning beast to control. Repulse the ninjas in other villages. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Rumble, rumble, green snake's entry directly and strongly dispelled the ninja junction in the remaining villages. Although this is only temporary. However, this also gave the Konoha shinobi valuable time to retreat. Hinoba Ryu, Sanryu Cut. Hitachi Sumo no longer loves the battle, and turned around holding Akamaki Dingza back to the position of Konoha shinobi. At the same time, the 4 ninja villages did not continue to pursue the victory. And the figure of Hell Road quietly appeared on the battlefield at this time. Are you late? Fengma Yiming also noticed the situation on the battlefield here with the help of the connection of the Hell Road. Chapter 106. Double Healing Jutsu. This is about to begin to assemble and attack again. Fortunately, it's not too late. Through the Hell Road far above the first-line battlefield, Fengma Yiming clearly saw that the 4 ninja villages were preparing for a new offensive. The Blue Thunder attribute chakra arc emerged on the body of the Hell Road. The lightning armor instantly covered the whole body. But soon, the figure of Hell Dao stopped. After taking a deep look in the direction of the 4 great ninja village, he turned to Hell Road and disappeared on the battlefield. Cloud Shinobi Village Station. The familiar thunder attribute chakra fluctuates. Did I perceive it wrong? The figure of third Raikage appeared at the resident of Cloud Shinobi Village and looked at the battlefield where Konoha and the 4 shinobi villages fought. At this time, the situation on Konoha Shinobi's side is not optimistic. Everyone was silent, and the morale of the ninjas was low. None of the ninjas of Konoha Village spoke. The fierceness of this battle made them physically and mentally exhausted. Fengma Yiming's turnaround advantage brought on the battlefield at the beginning can be said to be completely lost in this wave of confrontation. Akamaki Dingza. Hitachi opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He is very clear. The offensives of Cloud Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village and Iwagakure Sunagakure are not over yet. This is just the beginning. Unexpectedly, a new offensive is now in the making. Now is not the time to make myself sad, in the current situation of Konoha Shinobi. absolutely cannot withstand the next round of offensive. In this regard, Hotake Tsukumo is a headache. Hotake Tsukumo turned his gaze to Orochimaru. He wanted to see what a good way this third Hokage's most admired disciple could think of now. He was really powerless. In this aspect of fighting, Hotake Tsukumo feels that no one can beat him. But it really needs to be in terms of leadership. He is by no means comparable to Orochimaru, but this time in Orochimaru's eyes. Did not see hope. The Akamaiki clan, the main force, can be said to be all seriously injured at present. The strongest Akamaiki Dingza, at present, it is dying. Under such circumstances, how can Konoha's ninja have morale? Medical ninja. Yes, medical ninja. Hotake Tsukumo also understood at this time that to reverse the current situation, a medical ninja is necessary. The medical ninja is already treating. Advertisement. Orochimaru patted Hotake on the shoulder, and only apathy remained among the golden vertical pupils. Current medical ninja standards. I want to rescue Akamaiki Dingza who was caught on fire just now, and I hope it is close to zero. In fact, Orochimaru knows that Akamaiki Dingza must die. Most people in Konoha Shinobi also know this. Hotake Sumao and Orochimaru are not clear, at this time the place where the Konoha Shinobi's wounded were received. An uninvited guest arrived. Akamaiki Dingza-sama was seriously injured. This time it is very likely that he will not survive. The two medical ninjas looked worried. They really want to use their medical ninjutsu to save this Akamaiki dinosaur. It's just their medical level. It's not enough. And at this moment, the figure of Hell Road appeared in front of the two medical ninjas. Who are you? The two medical ninjas suddenly looked at the tall man wrapped in black robes with vigilance. Stayed on the battlefield for so long. These two medical ninjas are not bases either. Facing the strange ninja who suddenly appeared, the two medical ninjas immediately made arrangements. Chakra scalpel. Through the connection of the Hell Road, Fengma Yiming naturally saw clearly the ninjutsu used by the medical ninja in front of him, and he could say that he spent most of his energy here. Always pay attention to the situation on Konoha Shinobi's side. The number of wounded Konoha Shinobi has increased dramatically in this round of battle. The current Konoha Shinobi side, it can be said that morale is low. Fengma Yiming knew that even if he returned to the Konoha Shinobi residence, he might not be able to do better. Hell Road came to the place where the wounded of Konoha Shinobi were. Heal the wounded of Konoha Shinobi with the double healing jutsu of Hell Road. This is what he wants to do. Currently, the level of medical ninjutsu in Konoha Shinobi village is not high. At the Hokage meeting, Tsunade has not yet proposed to establish medical class members. The reform has not yet begun. Most of the medical classes in Konoha Shinobi village now only have some superficial medical ninjutsu. Healing jutsu needs precise control of chakra. Even in the entire Konoha Shinobi village, there are very few people who can use it. Advertisement. In later life, the number of medical personnel in the hands of Yakushi Kabuto can be said to have reached the peak level. Advance can attack, retreat can defend. Not only can it be used for medical emergency, but it can also cause powerful destructive power in combat. Hell Road under the control of Rinnegan. This can naturally use healing jutsu. If you use such a superficial control technique to fight, it's horrible. Don't force it if it doesn't work. Hell Road did not pay much attention to the medical ninja in front of him. The same goes for the medical ninja who left. He is not an enemy ninja. There is no need to worry about so much. Moreover, the situation is critical now, and the most important thing to solve is the current Konoha wounded. Akamaiki Dingza seems to be hurt the most. Entered the simple earthen house where the Konoha Shinobi's wounded stayed. Hell Road soon saw the dying Akamaiki Dingza and several Akamaiki clan members around Akamaiki Dingza, even though their injuries were better than Akamaiki Dingza. But it is also good and limited. No wonder Konoha Shinobi's morale is low on this side. It's very good to be able to maintain this in this situation. Fengma Yiming is very clear, under the next round of offensive assembled by the four ninja villages. Konoha Shinobi village will surely be defeated. Even if the Konoha Shinobi village is a handle-level existence among the 5 great shinobi villages. But this couldn't resist the concerted attack of the 4 ninja villages. You, who are you? The whispering sound passed into the ears of the Hell Road. Akamaiki Dingza's injury was very serious, but he noticed the coming of Hell Road for the first time. Akamaiki Dingza is worthy of being the head of one of the 3 Ino-Shika Cho families. Fengma Yiming couldn't help sighing. At the same time, as Akamaiki Dingza whispered, the surrounding Konoha Shinobi wounded all became alert. Of course they can't do much. The situation here in Konoha Shinobi village is very tragic. As long as those who can walk around have basically gone out, preparing for the next wave of offensive in the 4 major ninja villages, they are still at the location of the Konoha Shinobi wounded. This is seriously ill. Double healing jutsu. The figure of Hell Road kept walking straight to the side of Akamaiki Dingza who made the first sound to heal him. Chapter 107 Hope. Orochimaru-sama, there are enemies, suspected to be hostile. Out. Appeared to the wounded Konoha. Another medical ninja who left reported the situation. How smart Orochimaru is. The medical ninja just said something, and Orochimaru guessed what was going on. Go straight to the area where the wounded Konoha is. When I watched the medical ninja again, I couldn't see the Orochimaru-sama who was where I was just now. Hotake Tsukumo also got the news later. The situation is worrying. Hotake Tsukumo frowned, looking at the ninjas of the 4 ninja villages gathering in the distance. Even Hotake Tsukumo knew that the rear was on fire. But he knew that he could not leave. Someone must be here. Besides, Orochimaru has passed, and there will probably be no accidents. Konoha's situation is really embarrassing. Hatake Sakumo and many Konoha shinobi people still don't know that Sand Shinobi had already moved their hands and feet in the rear. If not, Hell Road arrived in time. The current situation on Konoha will be even more critical. Who are you? This is medical ninjutsu. With the Hell Road's double healing jutsu's healing effect gradually came into play. Akamaiki Dingza's mental head has also improved a lot. A-level ninjutsu healing jutsu, the healing effect is naturally not bad, the healing effect of double healing jutsu is several times stronger than healing jutsu, Akamaiki Dingza can recover. This was expected by Fengma Yiming. As this healing jutsu, Akamaiki Dingza is worthy of being a child of a big family like Ino Shikacho. Even if he has not yet become a patriarch, he still recognized the healing jutsu used by Hell Dao. It's just that he didn't know that Hell Dao uses double healing jutsu, which is more advanced than healing jutsu. In the Konoha shinobi village, it is estimated that only Tsunade can use healing jutsu. The rest of the medical class members of this level are not accessible at all. This is the same level of ninjutsu as Yin healing Mie. Hell Road did not answer Akamaiki Dingza's words, after he healed Akamaiki Dingza. The road to hell went straight to the other Konoha wounded. Fengma Yiming does not intend to expose the relationship between Hell Dao and himself. This can be said to be his own trump card. As for how to explain myself after a while, what is this identity? This is actually not difficult. Advertisement. Fengma Yiming had already greeted Orochimaru Hatake when he left for the country of rain. The appearance of the road of hell may seem abrupt, but after Konoha's wounded were treated, this so-called abruptness will also dissipate. Add to the current situation. Presumably, with Orochimaru's cleverness, he could guess that there is a connection between Hell Dao and Fengma Yiming. Double healing jutsu. Under the double healing jutsu used by Hell Road, Konoha's wounded quickly recovered. Double healing jutsu, this can be said to be comparable to S-level forbidden technique ninjutsu. Not to mention such a small injury, even if there is one last breath, it can be saved. As for the broken hands and feet, it is not difficult for Fengma Yiming to recover. This can be done with only a few other medical personnel, similar to the rejuvenation technique. This A-level ninjutsu can do it. A-level ninjutsu is already a super high level in the Hokage world. A-level ninjutsu is also called forbidden technique. As this the legendary healing jutsu. This is a technique that only Tsunade masters can use. Who is this person? Such a question arose in Konoha's heart. But Hell Road will not answer them. After healed Konoha's wounded, Orochimaru finally arrived. After Orochimaru rushed to the ward of the wounded Konoha, he immediately noticed the figure of Hell Road, although it was not clear what was going on. But Orochimaru is not a good crop. Shulking snake hand, hissing. Orochimaru's right hand violently turned into several snake heads, extending towards the Hell Road. The speed is extremely fast. But in the blink of an eye, he entangled the way of hell. Fengma Yiming was naturally aware of this situation at the other end of the contact. But he did not choose to shoot. Rescuing the wounded Konoha just now has almost restored them. As predicted, the next moment, Akamaiki's voice came. Master Orochimaru, this person just rescued us with healing jutsu. This person is not a ninja sent by the enemy. The rapid change in a short period of time made Akamaiki Dingza a little overwhelmed. But Akamaiki Dingza, this can be considered a seasoned one. I quickly understood what was going on. Advertisement. Judging from the current situation, this mysterious man should be Konoha's ally. As for who he is after all, he doesn't know. Healing jutsu. You are the helper, Fengma Yiming said. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupil flickered a few times, and immediately asked Hell. Although it is inquiring, but in Orochimaru's tone, there was more than the slightest doubt. It seems to be stating a fact. His shulker snake hand also took it back as he spoke. Hell Road responded in a low voice, and didn't communicate much with Orochimaru besides that. If it is Hatake Sakumo, Fengma Yiming is not so vigilant yet. But the one in front of him is Uncle Snake. One of the most difficult characters in the original, perhaps Uncle Snake is not the strongest. But it is definitely the most difficult to deal with. To defeat Orochimaru, this may not be particularly difficult. But want to kill Orochimaru. This is as difficult as reaching the sky. Fengma Yiming knows that Orochimaru will study the forbidden technique. Mostly related to this Second World War. Looking at the current situation in Konoha Shinobi Village, one can guess one or two more or less. Although because of their own intervention, some changes have taken place in the plot of the original. This makes Rain Shinobi Village, Sunagaker, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village cooperate more closely, and become angry with Konoha. Even if it is not, the situation in Konoha Shinobi Village will never be any better. As for Kurigakure is not directly involved due to its geographic location. To be precise, it should be overwhelming. Orochimaru took a deep look at Hell Road. Then he turned around and left. He didn't seem to have any doubts about the identity of Hell Dao. Fengma Yiming naturally expected this situation. If it were someone else, that might not be the case, but if Uncle Snake would react like this, then there is nothing to fuss about. What's happening here? There are so many Konoha shinobi in the Konoha wounded room. Akamaiki Dingza was the one who reacted most quickly, muttering to himself. Konoha's reinforcements are here. Chapter 108. Hell Road used double healing jutsu to rescue all Konoha wounded, which brought more than just an increase in combat power to the Konoha shinobi on the battlefield. This is even more a kind of hope. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Where there are leaves, the fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will illuminate the village, Konoha will take root again, and Konoha's wounded will recover. This brings hope to the ninjas of Konoha shinobi village. Hell Road followed Orochimaru to the front. How is Orochimaru? As soon as Hatake saw Orochimaru coming, Hatake asked worriedly. It's okay, Konoha's reinforcements are here. This is what Fengma Yiming said, the helper who will come later. Orochimaru introduced the Hell Road to Hatake Tsukumo. Hell Road was wrapped in black robe, and wearing a hat on his head looked very mysterious. Not waiting for Hatake Tsukumo to ask, Akamaiki's voice came over. Master Hatake, our injury has recovered, thanks to this. Akamaiki Dingza thought for a while and opened his mouth. In the end, he didn't think of how to call this, seemingly mysterious Konoha reinforcement army. Orochimaru, you command, including me, Hell Road said to Orochimaru in a relatively loud voice. Hehe, it's really interesting. A strange light shone in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. But he did not deny what Hell said. Hatake Tsukumo originally wanted to say something more. After all, this one doesn't look like a decent character, but that's the end of the matter. Hatake Tsukumo understood. Now that the situation is in crisis, it is useless to say more. Well, Akamaiki Dingza, Akamaiki Ding Meng, are your injuries okay? Hatake asked. At the same time, he turned his gaze to the side of Hell Road. Although Hatake's leadership ability is not as good as Orochimaru's, his intuitive keenness is beyond the ordinary, otherwise the swordsmanship would not be so exquisite. Healing Jutsu, it's healing Jutsu. Akamaiki Dingza is a little excited, but he has personally experienced the healing power of healing Jutsu. Injuries that he could not heal. Under the healing of the A-grade ninjutsu healing jutsu, he recovered easily, and the healing ability of this healing jutsu is better than that of the healing jutsu of Master Steel Hand. He felt that this adult would not be so simple. This is indeed the case. Hell Road uses double healing jutsu, second only to Uranus ninjutsu. Advertisement. It turned out to be healing jutsu. Hatake was shocked, but he felt hope more. Because he saw Konoha shinobi, his fighting spirit was high. Has come out of the previous haze. Before this battle, he was 30% sure about it. And now Hatake Tsukumo is at least 50% sure. On the battlefield, there is this powerful medical ninja. It will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Hatake Shumao, it is still unclear. Hell Road is more than just a simple and powerful medical ninja. But he will understand soon. At the same time, the resident of the 4 Ninja Village Alliance. Konoha's guys are really difficult to deal with. Our 4 ninja villages cannot defeat them in one fell swoop. It's really troublesome. In a humble meeting room, Chiyo of Sunagakur expressed his own opinions. Chiyo, are you Sunagakur scared by Konoha? A master of Rain Shinobi village sneered. But he didn't know how dangerous his current situation was. When I said this, the rest of the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas and the Hidden Village ninjas looked at him with a little pity. Little Ninja Village is Little Ninja Village. I don't know the sky is high and the earth is thick. Sunagakur's 1000-generation-old witches dare to provoke her. This guy may not know how the dead word is written. Scare. You are Chunin, an elite of Rain Shinobi village. Is there any place for you to speak here? Chiyo looked down at the ninja in Rain Shinobi village with cold eyes. Just a glance. This makes Chunin, the elite of Rain Shinobi village, a little bit offended. Why, are you dissatisfied? Don't dare. Seeing that San Shinobi village's actions towards Chiyo were just tacit acquiescence, the ninja of Rain Shinobi village shut up, but it could be seen that he was obviously unconvinced. San Shinobi village is not only a puppet technique, but also a world of forbearance. In terms of poison use, San Shinobi village, this is also a must. 1000 generations of old witches, not only excellent medical ninjutsu, its knowledge of poisoning is even more terrifying. The major ninja villages respect and courteously. Advertisement. This is not only because he has saved countless people, but the main reason is that these 1000 generations use poison, which is really terrifying and offends his people. It can be said that they are basically dead. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure looked at the Rain Shinobi ninja who had just collided with Chiyo with a little pity. This was really good for death. Foreseeable. The elite Chunin of Rain Shinobi village even if he did not die on the battlefield. He will also die in accidents. Chiyo, do you have any other findings? A senior Iwagakure Jonin asked Chiyo tentatively. How can Konoha's ninja be so easy to deal with? Chiyo snorted first, and then said to many ninjas. We Sunagakur sent someone to Konoha's back to move some hands and feet, but all the people we Sunagakur sent out did not return. If I remember correctly, when my Sunagakur ninja went to do it, it happened to be when our offensive was broken. Haha, if it weren't for your loss at that time. Speaking of Chiyo's words, this has not been said further. However, in the conference room, I couldn't help but think of the sound of air conditioning. Except for the ninjas of Rain Shinobi village. Both Cloud Shinobi village and Iwagakure ninja understand what Chiyo is talking about. What does it specifically refer to? In all likelihood, it is poison. The old witch Chiyo is really a ruthless character. At this terrible time, he even launched a surprise attack on Konoha. But soon Cloud Shinobi village ninja and Iwagakure ninja understood why Chiyo said this just now. This Konoha is really hard to deal with. In this embarrassing situation, Konoha shinobi were able to persevere. If they were changed to deal with this situation, Cloud Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja would understand. They definitely can't make it. And on the road from the Rain Country to the battlefield here. Fengma Yiming kept using body flicker technique and rushed towards this side. Hell Road may be able to resist and attack, but absolutely can't resist the second round, the third round. This is the second Ninja World War. The Ninja World War that broke out with Konoha at the core is in the original work. Although the four ninja villages have their own contradictions. But the main target is Konoha Shinobi Village. If you can't resist this offensive, you won't be called Orochimaru. Chapter 109. Uncle Snake's Talent. Fengma Yiming knows the talent of Uncle Snake. As one of the most controversial characters in Hokage's original work, Orochimaru. Fengma Yiming still knows it well. Uncle Snake also has another name, Trafficker Leader, Orphanage Director. In terms of seeing people, in terms of insight into people's hearts, Uncle Snake is definitely one of the best. Hell Road currently shows only healing methods. But Fengma Yiming believes. In Orochimaru's eyes, Hell Roads would not be seen through by him at present. This will definitely not only make Orochimaru feel that Hell Road is just an existence that knows healing jutsu, although healing jutsu is A-level ninjutsu. But in the war, if you want to turn the tide, you can't do it with just an A-level ninjutsu. Even if this is a rare medical ninjutsu. The generation of Naruto mentioned in the original book is quite fortunate. Fengma Yiming cannot deny this. The Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War were extremely cruel. Many ninja academies at that time graduated early and entered the battlefield. In addition, medical ninjas were not as developed as later generations. It was not as valued as later generations. The death rate at that time can be said to be the highest in the ninja world. While rushing on the road, Fengma Yiming has been watching closely the situation on the Hell Road. This is a matter of the crisis of Konoha Shinobi Village. Fengma Yiming, dare not treat it carelessly. The butterfly effect that I have brought has made the major shinobi villages tougher when dealing with Konoha Shinobi Village. If they don't make up for this loophole. It is estimated that this time Ninja World War, Konoha Shinobi Village is about to collapse. At that time, the changes brought about by the plot will be unparalleled. You know more than just medical ninjutsu. Can you tell me about your abilities? Orochimaru showed great interest in the Hell Road in front of him, with strange light shining in the golden vertical pupils. Even though it is thousands of miles away, Fengma Yiming, who was on the other side of the Hell Road, still felt a sense of being seen through in his heart, as if he was being stared at by Lion Majesty. As expected, it is Uncle Snake. Fengma Yiming is not afraid of Orochimaru. In the face of absolute strength, even Orochimaru, the most difficult person in the ninja world. He can also have the confidence to win the wrist. My strength is very strong. You can arrange me at the most difficult point in this battle. You can treat me as a sharp knife. Hell Road made a hoarse voice. Advertisement. He was completely wrapped in a black robe, and he looked like an outsider couldn't see it. Wearing a hat and gauze on the face. Enclosed and airtight. But a little bit of purple light can be seen faintly. This is the light that Rinnegan shed. Haha, you deserve to be the master invited by Yiming-kun. After Orochimaru sneered a few times, he stopped chattering. Since you have such a big tone, then I will put the victory and defeat of this battle on you. All you need to do is control the audience. Is that okay? Orochimaru said these words. It can be said that he hesitated continuously. The best offense is defense. If the person in front of you can really act as a sharp knife, then this sharp knife does not need to be commanded by himself at all, and this person will also use healing jutsu. A strange light flickered in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupil again. Others may not have seen healing jutsu. But as Tsunade's companion, the cold-faced Snake-kun Orochimaru, who is also one of Sannin, even now he knows Tsunade's medical ninjutsu level. Akamaki's injuries are very serious. Even if a master comes, he wants to heal Akamaki Ding's injuries. It is absolutely impossible to do it in such a short and half meeting. But the mysterious guy in front of him was able to do something that Tsunade couldn't do. One can imagine how big a secret this guy has. Orochimaru is a research freak. Although the current Orochimaru has not undergone great changes. However, he could not hesitate to join Akatsuki in order to study Rinnegan in later generations, and he even shot Orochimaru against Six Paths Pen regardless of his own life. Such a crazy guy. Is there anything else I dare not think about? If it weren't for Konoha's current situation is not good, it is estimated that Orochimaru will directly test the Hell Road. Hell Dao just hummed softly and didn't say anything more. Hatake Tsukumo originally wanted to say a few words. However, seeing Hell Road did not overreact. In addition, Orochimaru was the commander-in-chief of Konoha's resident. In the end, he chose to obey orders. Akamaki clan, can you still fight? No problem. Okay, if this is the case, you are responsible and prepare to support you next to the ninjutsu class. Orochimaru gave the order indifferently. Advertisement. In fact, Orochimaru itself does not have too many mood swings. It's just that Orochimaru has a cold, gloomy aura all over his body. So no matter what it is, they all look evil, and on the battlefield, this decisiveness is needed. The Konoha wounded are not just the Akamaki clan. If they were the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, they would be ruined sooner or later. Hatake Tsukumo, you lead the elite class to be in charge of being dispatched at any time. No problem. Hatake Tsukumo nodded, and then he turned his gaze to Hell Road. At the location of the original prison road, there is no half-person figure. Hokage saw that Orochimaru was still calm and composed, so he didn't say more. The disappearance of Hell Road is naturally not a runaway. As a cage-level powerhouse, Hell Road doesn't need any tactics at all. All he needs to do is to pierce the enemy's abdomen fiercely. And now, the Road of Hell has quietly rushed towards the ninja forces assembled in Rain Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Sunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. The persimmon is still soft. Rain Shinobi Village is undoubtedly the weakest of the 4 shinobi villages. Secondly, the other 3 ninja villages are not fuel-efficient lamps. But for Hell Road, Sunagakure is not much different from Rain Shinobi Village. Sunagakure's threat to Konoha is obviously greater than Rain Shinobi Village. But in the end, Fengma Yiming decided to let Hell Road go to sneak attack on Rain Shinobi Village. Since it was a sneak attack, naturally, this can only be done without a shot. If you shoot, you must get the result. Otherwise, the meaning of a sneak attack will be lost. If you can catch Rain Shinobi Village by surprise, Rain Shinobi Village will be out soon. On the other hand, Sand Shinobi, Sunagakure is weaker. Anyhow, it's Da Ninja Village. It is obviously impossible to defeat it by one's own power. Even if it can cause a riot, I am afraid that Sunagakure will be able to recover quickly. Rain Shinobi Village, I don't know if Hanzo of the Salamander, who is known as a demigod, will appear here. Fengma Yiming thought, the path of hell was an arc of thunder on his body. In an instant, the thunder attribute chakra filled the whole body. Lightning style armor, open. Chapter 110 You are surrounded by me. The rich thunder attribute chakra covers the Hell Road. Earth style, beheading technique in my heart. Not only that Hell Road, but then began to use Earth style ninjutsu. If it is 6 paths pen in the original book, naturally disdained to use this low-end ninjutsu, after all, facing this situation. Just rush straight up, just be hard on the front. On this battlefield, there is basically no strong person who can resist shadows. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, this being known as a demigod exists. Even if he appeared on this battlefield, Hell Road is not in the slightest. Of course, even if the plot has changed a lot because of Fengma Yiming's arrival, Fengma Yiming knows it. Hanzo of the Salamander will never be here at this time. Hanzo of the Salamander, this man known as a demigod. This is the country of Rain, the strongest man. It is still in the early stages of the Second Ninja World War. Hanzo of the Salamander, it is impossible to appear on the front line of battle at this time. Now your ninjas from the land will take the lead. Why do we, Iwagakure's ninjas, come first? Aren't you Earth-style ninjas best at these? You fart. Rain Shinobi Village Ninja, Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja, Iwagakure Ninja, and Sunagakure Ninja, the reason why the 4 major ninja villages have not launched the next round of surprise attacks on Konoha so quickly. Mainly because there are grievances between each other. Even if the 4 ninja villages have less intrigue than the original book, the determination to eradicate Konoha is even greater. But contradictions always exist. No one wants to take the lead. Because of the first battle, this means that the casualties of the ninja will increase a lot. Now Konoha Shinobi is indeed a common enemy. But after the Konoha Shinobi fell, I am afraid that the most difficult thing to deal with will be the ninja village where I have worked together. They are all old foxes. How could I not understand these truths, especially on Iwagakure's side? Precisely because of this gave Konoha Shinobi Village breathing time. Even if they knew that this would give Konoha's ninja a buffer of time. But the 4 ninja villages are not of one mind after all. No one wants to suffer this loss. Advertisement. Even Rain Shinobi Village in the Rain Country. The attitude in this regard is also extremely tough. It is impossible to make yourself cannon fodder. Cannon fodder. That's it. The strong dragon does not crush the ground snake. Anyhow, this is also the boundary of the land of rain. How can the ninja of Rain Shinobi Village be willing to be cannon fodder in the land of the Rain Country? To be cannon fodder, it is impossible to be cannon fodder in this life. So the 4 major ninja villages were in a stalemate. In this way, the tail snake is half pushed and half pushed. The 4 big villages finally made a concession. Well, in this case, our 4 ninja villages form a unified force. After the attack on Konoha, Rain Shinobi Village and several other senior officials of the village discussed. But things did not make them so smooth. The sound of fighting outside soon reached the ears of these seniors who were discussing. The Sunagakure ninja headed by Chiyo changed slightly. What's going on? Does it mean that Sand Shadow Ninja executed the plan ahead of time? The direction of the call to kill is the country of rain. Damn it, could it be that Konoha sent the attack team? The senior leaders of the 4 major ninja villages were confused by this sudden attack. And on the other side, Orochimaru had commanded Konoha's ninja troops to kill. Headed by Hitaki Tsukumo, the elite ninja team turned into a sharp knife and pierced into the ninja forces of the 4 major ninja alliances. Sand Shinobi Village was their first target. Sand Shinobi Village can be said to be the weakest. But at the same time, this is also the most troublesome one. There seems to be a riot in Rain Shinobi Village. It seems that he does have some strength. Hitaki and Orochimaru thought so in their hearts. The Rain Shinobi Village ninja of Rain Shinobi Village is indeed inferior to the ninjas of the other 5 ninja villages in terms of strength. But don't forget, where is this place? This is the boundary of the Rain Country, so if you fight with ninjutsu here, the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village can definitely occupy a big advantage. This is why, before fighting, the ninjas of Konoha Shinobi Village will take the lead to break up the clouds in the sky. Go lightning style. Soul sucks. The figure of Hell Road has already begun to kill in rain Shinobi Village's ninja troops. It is truly unstoppable. Who will come and die? Hell Road comparable to Cage level, facing these ninjas of rain Shinobi Village who are not strong enough. This is really like cutting melons and vegetables, body art mixed with lightning style. Advertisement. In accordance with the weather, it is simply anti-visitor. As for the so-called geographical advantage of the ninja of rain Shinobi Village. Even if there is a geographical advantage, it still has a chance to play out. Water style, water turbulence. Water style, great waterfall technique. After being caught off guard at the beginning, the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village quickly calmed down and began to deal with the Hell Roads that suddenly entered the enemy's formation in an orderly manner. The Rain Shinobi Village ninja only regards this as Konoha's surprise attack. Initially, Rain Shinobi Village thought it was a Konoha shinobi who was going to die. This scared them very much. But soon, the ninja of Rain Shinobi Village realized that the matter was not so serious. Physique is powerful, but ninjutsu can't. A Jonin from Rain Shinobi Village came to this conclusion. Immediately he said loudly, Konoha's ninja, you have been surrounded by us, you think you can break us with your own power. Boom. The explosion sounded suddenly. At this time, the voice of Jonin from Rain Shinobi Village suddenly became indistinct. Detonation talisman, this is really a good thing. Fengma Yiming, who is associated with the spirit of hell, naturally knows all this. Through Rinnegan's perspective, Fengma Yiming manipulated the Hell Dao to throw the kunai bound with the detonation charm from a Rain Shinobi Village ninja into the crowd. Don't tell me. This effect is unexpectedly good. Haha, you are surrounded by me. Hell Road constantly uses ninjutsu to kill on the battlefield. Water style, water turbulence. Water style, water turbulence. Under the leadership of Rain Shinobi Village Jonin, a class of Rain Shinobi Village ninjas started ninjutsu. In this rainy country full of rain, the power of water style is exceptionally powerful, even Hell Road is powerful. But in the face of such a ninjutsu attack, he still dare not care. Soul sucks. The road of hell does not show the slightest panic, does not retreat or advances, and stands in place. Haha, this guy is going to kill himself. It seems. This guy is very self-aware and knows he will definitely die, so. The ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village have not come and are too happy. Suddenly, I was shocked and speechless. Chapter 111 The beginning of World War II. Hell Road, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked over from the rain. Under the attack of the people in Rain Shinobi Village, he was like a reef in the waves. Stand still. The number of people released by these Rain Shinobi Village ninjas has been absorbed by the absorptive capacity of Hell Road, if only this level of ninjutsu attack. There is no harm done to Hell Road at all. In the original work, Hell Road can easily absorb most of the ninjutsu damage. Defensive power can definitely be said to be the number one presence among Six Paths Pain, plus the material made by Hell Road. This is the physique master of Cloud Shinobi Village. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is this possible? He is absorbing the ninjutsu chakra we released. The ninjas at Rain Shinobi Village looked terrified. They can't imagine. There is such an incredible existence in this world. That's it. You are surrounded by me. As long as all the ninjas in Rain Shinobi Village are contained, this round of attacks from the four major ninja villages can be completely resisted by the Konoha Shinobi. Fengma Yiming rushed here quickly. But at this time, his speed has slowed down a lot. Because he understands. Today, the offensive of the four ninja villages this time can be said to be a complete defeat. In a short time, these ninja villages will definitely not launch surprise attacks again so easily. Of course, if these four ninja villages can truly be united. At that time, Konoha will definitely not be spared. It seems we still can't slack off. Fengma Yiming looked at the gloomy sky, and the rain dripped on his body. He didn't like this feeling very much. It's raining. What Fengma Yiming dislikes the most is rainy days. After all, the current Fengma Yiming is just a child. Certainly, in this age of war, in this ninja world, there are no so-called children. As long as the age is over 15. As long as a ninja. There is no so-called age distinction. You die and die on the battlefield. A young man, dressed in a robe and a short sword, walked leisurely in the rain. The pace seemed unpleasant, but he blinked a few feet. Body flicker technique. Fengma Yiming won't sigh with emotion at this time. Fengma Yiming knows the most important thing now better than anyone. Konoha's situation is not optimistic. Advertisement. And there are Uchiha Madara and Danzo behind it. Lightning-style armor. Hell Road drove lightning-style armor to kill the ninja in Rain Shinobi Village. Snapped. A ninja wearing Rain Shinobi Village forehead protector was directly picked up by the Hell Road. Then, he squeezed his neck fiercely. Die. Immediately after that, 3 Kuwu shots came, and the figure of Hell Dao flashed sideways. Avoid it easily. He even reached out and grabbed one of them. Then, without waiting for the detonating talisman on it to burn, just throw it at will. Thrown into the crowd. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded, and the movement of ninjutsu was endless. Water style, water whip. Water style, water dragon bomb. Water style, big water burst. Hell Road easily escaped several current whips. But under the attack of numerous intensive ninjutsu. Still resisted a wave of water dragon bomb. Soul sucks. Hell Road once again used soul-sucking ninjutsu, absorbing the ninjutsu attack that followed immediately after the water dragon bomb. Don't wait for Hell Road to react more. Waves of water came surging. The surging waves directly submerged the figure of Hell Road. Have to admit, under such intensive attacks, under such wheel tactics, even Hell Road, this is going to roll over. Fisted the master to death. Fengma Yiming couldn't help feeling cold. No wonder, even if it is better than second Hokage. Second generation Senju Tobirama, known as the inventor of ninjutsu, will die in chaos. There seems to be a reason for this. Of course, there is absolutely no problem with this level of shadow running away. What's more, Senju Tobirama of Flying Thunder God technique is the master. Only, second Hokage Senju Tobirama has a reason not to be retired. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. The leaves fall, the leaves burn, and the fire light shines on the village. Where there are leaves, the shadow of fire will illuminate the village, and Konoha will take root and sprout. It's not just second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Advertisement. Third Reikage I, known as the strongest Reikage in history, known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield man, he also died in the chaos. Has it ended? The ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village couldn't help but feel a little frustrated when they saw this scene. Good guys. If this is not dead, Cage-level powerhouses are not so powerful, right? Hell Dao was lurking underwater at this time, and he didn't plan to show up easily now. For him, the most important thing is to contain. If you can delay for some time, you will delay for some time, as long as the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village do not participate in the siege of Konoha Shinobi Village by the other three villages. This is no problem. Damn it, Rain Shinobi Village is so unreliable. What the hell is going on? On the frontal battlefield, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure's Jonin began to scream at Rain Shinobi Village for being unreliable. It looks like it was attacked. I can't control so much, a bunch of trash. Let's evacuate first. But then, Rain Shinobi. Ninjutsu on the frontal battlefield is endless, and a wide range of ninjutsu continues. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, how long fire technique. Even here is the border of the country of rain with continuous rain all the year round. But Konoha Shinobi's fire style is not a silver gun wax head. Hatake Sakumo, Orochimaru, these are Konoha's main forces. It seems that Konoha will not be able to capture it until our support comes. Chiyo's complexion is extremely ugly. It's ugly as if eating shit. The cutting-edge troops led by Hatake Shumo mainly attacked the San Shinobi village. And, in the confrontation just now, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law have all been killed. Although it is stated in the ninja code that ninjas cannot be dominated by emotions. However, the pain of losing a child. The pain of bereavement. Does this mean that you cannot be dominated if you are not dominated? Ninjas are also human beings. Even for the 1,000 generations, this San Shinobi village Jonin, who saved countless lives and killed countless people, couldn't face all this calmly. Hatake Sakumo. Chiyo gritted his teeth bitterly, and took a deep look at Hatake Sakumo who was slaughtering on the battlefield. In the end, she had no choice but to give an order to retreat. Chiyo is not a ninja now, she is not just a ninja. She is still a poor man who has lost a child. At this moment, Chiyo seemed to be tens of years old in an instant. Black hair, white in time. There were tears in Chiyo's eyes. This is war. Chapter 112 Terumi Mei. Fengma Yiming's footsteps are very fast, and he will be on the main battlefield in a while. What he has to do now is actually to help them relieve the pressure. The ninjas' chakras are all limited. After resisting the first wave of attacks, unless they attack by force with a pill, it is impossible for them to take Konoha in one fell swoop. Water-style water burst. Walking on the road, a few scattered members of Shuiren village saw Fengma Yiming's figure and rushed up directly. The level of these people is quite high, and the ninjutsu they use is also B level. This is the ninjutsu that Jonin can use. Fengma Yiming remembers that Kisame would do this trick back then, and it hurt a lot. It seems that I want to kill with a single blow, so I can get rid of the single Fengma Yiming directly here. The body flicker technique suddenly unfolded, and Fengma Yiming rushed over, with a flame of extremely high temperature attached to the shinobi sword. This is the nemesis to deal with water style, and it is also a new method that Fengma Yiming has recently figured out. Similar to the activating method of lightning style Chidori, Fengma Yiming used the same method to transform the fire style onto the knife, and called this ninja method the Firebird. The instant the fiery flames wrapped the shinobi, a torrent of water hit. Water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn it. Normal water is harmless to people on weekdays, but when the speed of the water is increased to an extreme, it can cause huge harm. Fengma Yiming held a ninja sword and didn't evade. With a slash, the waterfall-like water was directly vaporized and split into two halves from the middle, before rushing past Fengma Yiming's body. The strong wind blew Fengma Yiming's hair, his eyes were like a bloodthirsty beast in the shadow, wherever he looked, the superior Shui Ren in front of him did not dare to look at him. And now, it's time for Fengma Yiming to attack. The fiery flames tumbled like a snake. As the ninja sword exudes an amazing brilliance in the night, the body flicker technique unfolds, and Fengma Yiming's figure suddenly appeared on the scene. In front of a water ninja. After one pass, several people all burned into coke. The long knife in Fengma Yiming's hand was overwhelmed at this time and turned into fly ash. Advertisement. This is the defect of the Firebird skill invented by Fengma Yiming. Although the Chidori was transformed into the fire style, it can bring a huge increase in damage to the shinobi, but the defect is also very big, which can directly make it hard to build. The ninja sword that came out became a disposable item. But it didn't matter. When he came out this time, he didn't think that this junior ninja sword could be used several times. After picking up the cutting tools behind several people on the ground and replenishing it, Fengme Yiming left here. The identity of his mysterious person cannot be revealed yet, he can only temporarily be stored in the shadows, but this does not mean that he can't do it. As long as people with short eyes come to him, Fengme Yiming will not show them good looks. Putting the long knife diagonally across his back, Fengme Yiming continued to hide in the night. This battle is a long-planned action by them. The number of people is much stronger than Konoha. If you simply fight hard, it is meaningless, and Fengme Yiming wants to save the country by curve. This is a good strategy. Ninjas have stronger abilities than normal people, but no matter how powerful they are, they can't do without their brains. Fengme Yiming, who walked around the main battlefield, stood on a high tower and carefully looked at the enemy's personnel deployment. The people in Mizunan village seem to have a great grudge with Konoha, and the most people come. Let's start with their old nest. After calculating their travel time and direction, Fengme Yiming is going to go to their rear and take away their base camp in one fell swoop. The sky began to rain lightly, and the footprints in the surrounding forests began to disappear, which made Fengme Yiming's investigation more difficult. The body flicker technique unfolded, and the figure of Fengme Yiming instantly appeared under the tower. A step of tens of meters, Fengme Yiming walked through the forest, exploring the direction of the water ninjas like a ghost, trying to find their stronghold. Such an operation is impossible for many people, but Fengme Yiming's current ability is different. With a special perspective opened, Fengme Yiming can directly see most of the surrounding situation. Fengme Yiming's figure was looming on the top of the big trees towering into the clouds, and finally found the traces of the people in Shuriken village. At the same time, a graceful figure also appeared in Fengme Yiming's eyes. Terumi Mei, the strongest young generation in Shishashwinin village. Although she is a woman, her methods are extremely powerful. This is the only person in the Hokage world who has two types of blood inheritance limits, lava style, and boil style. They can all display the forbearance of a grade or higher damage. After being combined, they can control ninjutsu above the A level. These methods are extremely daunting to anyone. Advertisement. After Fengme Yiming's figure appeared, the woman seemed to have a reaction, turning her head and looking at Fengme Yiming's position, and Fengme Yiming did not dodge, she stood directly on the top of the tree and separated from the woman. Look at each other. It seems that they are now in the retreat phase. Terumi Mei also returned to the camp, preparing for the next attack. Fengme Yiming just picked a suitable time, and now it is the weak moment when they came back just after fighting in front. Water style mist shinobi technique. After seeing Fengme Yiming's figure, Terumi Mei remembered that the mysterious people in the battlefield during this period of time did not dare to delay, and directly spread out the concealed number of people in their hands and enveloped the entire camp. Everyone is ready. Someone is coming. After spreading the news, Terumi Mei rushed to Fengme Yiming's position in the distance, and when she was flying, her hands quickly sealed her signature skills. Lava-style solving monster technique. This is an extremely powerful skill that Terumi Mei can use, and it is also a manifestation of her blood inheritance. This skill can make her squirt a very high-strength acid from her mouth. The strength of this acid can even melt Madara's Susanoo. Fengme Yiming didn't dare to shake it hard, a dashing body rushed from the ground, avoiding Terumi Mei's attack. Then a shuriken was suddenly thrown out of his hand after Fengme Yiming enchanted it with a firebird. The huge chakra fluctuations even distorted the surrounding space. Water-style water dragon bomb. Seeing the shuriken rushing over like a fireball at an extremely fast speed, Terumi Mei used ninjutsu to extinguish it in an instant, and then approached Fengme Yiming again. You are the mysterious person, what is your purpose? Fengme Yiming did not reply, but slowly drew out his shinobi, and then opened his eyes. At this moment, Fengme Yiming's eyes showed some different changes. If he had been calm and indifferent before, then his eyes would be full of fighting spirit. Chapter 113. Boil-style Chaowu. Both fire and water were combined by Terumi Mei, and they merged into a toxic acid mist with purple gas, which was overwhelmingly struck towards Fengme Yiming. Just standing tens of meters away, Fengme Yiming could smell the corrosive pungent smell in the acid. If this kind of thing sticks to the body, it will definitely become a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Shanshu wind-style spiral shuriken. Unexpectedly, Fengme Yiming did not panic. Instead, a spiral shuriken was condensed in his hand. A strong wind continued to blow around Fengme Yiming's body. The huge chakra energy made the surrounding space become distorted. Stand up. The intense pressure came from a distance. Terumi Mei looked at Fengme Yiming in front of him, and she felt a sense of fear in her heart. As a ninja, the young Terumi Mei had never been afraid. But in today's battle, this kind of person would be able to cause such psychological pressure on herself. Terumi Mei was a little bit disbelieved and rushed directly in front of Fengme Yiming. She was ready to give Fengme Yiming a grievance. Lava-style solving monster technique. The viscous solution instantly sprayed out of Terumi Mei's mouth again. This time Fengme Yiming is not afraid of Terumi Mei at all, because Fengme Yiming has figured out Terumi Mei's moves. After condensing a Rasengan in his hand, Fengme Yiming threw it at his fingertips and began to spin at high speed. With Fengme Yiming's grasp of this kind of ninjutsu and his own ability, only one finger is enough to control Rasengan's little ninjutsu. On Fengma Yiming's fingers, this Rasengan is getting bigger and bigger, slowly evolving from the size of a football to the size of a basketball, and finally it has even become a half-meter wide big ball Rasengan. The violent breath was not locked by Fengma Yiming in Rasengan, but drifted away. All the venom sprayed on Fengma Yiming was torn away by the powerful force. When the surrounding flowers and grasses touched these venoms, they all withered, and then quickly turned into dust. The power of this secret technique can be seen in Madara. If a normal person encounters this kind of person with a powerful blood inheritance boundary, it will definitely be a headache. Advertisement. But now standing in front of Fengma Yiming is only a girl aged Terumi Mei. The current Terumi Mei has not yet grown into the 5th generation Hokage, so her own abilities are relatively weak, and Fengma Yiming uses this hand to help Wind Styles control smoothly avoided her poison mist and venom. Just like walking in a leisurely courtyard, Fengma Yiming walked to Terumi Mei's face, and after the other's face appeared unbelievable, he stretched out his hand and punched her on the forehead, directly stunned her to the place. You are pretty good, I want to try it with you, okay. Just now when Fengma Yiming was about to go to their supply camp to burn everything down, a young voice suddenly appeared behind his Fengma Yiming. After hearing this voice, Fengma Yiming remembered who this guy was. This guy will be 4th Mizukage from now on, and now he is the top Jonin Yagura at a young age. Similar to Terumi Mei, the current Yagura's combat effectiveness is not so strong, but with some of his own talents, he also succeeded in controlling 3 tails later. Although he is very strong, he still does not have the upper body of the tail beast, so it is not a threat to Fengma Yiming. With a light move, Fengma Yiming flies directly to him directly with a kunai. You probably don't have any qualifications to fight me right now. In Fengma Yiming's memory, this guy became extremely powerful after he got 3 tails. After he got the tail beast, he was able to control himself to directly sustain himself, and he could also release tail beast bullets, which caused great damage. Amazing. Later, he seemed to have helped a celebrity once, in order to make Naruto's generation easier in the future, so Fengma Yiming didn't choose to kill Yagura, but prepared to treat him like Terumi Mei and let him lose his fighting power. Now he also has some strength. Seeing Fengma Yiming, he directly transformed himself into another exactly the same. Water-style water mirror. This skill is very powerful. It can be transformed into a person with the same fighting ability as his own. Although chakra consumes a lot of money, it can be used on him. After all, Yagura can be the Jinchuriki of the tail beast, and his own chakra must be huge. No more nonsense. Fengma Yiming's Rinnegan opened directly, and now Fengma Yiming's eyes are Rinnegan, and the other is the blood wheel eye. This is the secret method that Fengma Yiming can easily obtain after he has a completely different energy from chakra of ninjutsu, because Fengma Yiming discovered a problem very early. It turns out that this kind of blood inheritance is not exclusive to some people, and other people can't use it because those people have not found the tricks and methods. Advertisement. In fact, this kind of thing has nothing to do with blood, and it can be simulated. Fengma Yiming found that he could simulate such blood after studying. The reason why this kind of bloodline is very uncommon in the eyes of other people is mainly because some people with bloodline can follow this path from the beginning. And other people without this kind of blood are like a door separated. They can't find the existence of this door like a blind person touches the elephant, so it has been difficult to find this kind of thing. Later, some people think that this is caused by blood, and different people cannot get this skill. It is precisely because of this statement that many people have not studied this aspect of the problem. Fengma Yiming didn't play the cards according to common sense. After trying it out, he was able to simulate some things, such as this blood wheel eye, which can be simulated by this method. Both eyes locked on the target very quickly, and when Yagura's small body rushed over, Fengma Yiming kicked it over. It turns out that Fengma Yiming saw him through at the first glance. This kind of awkward ninjutsu is a trick when placed in front of the shopkeeper. Try this. Water-style water mirror change. After Fengma Yiming's voice fell, 6 mirror images appeared next to him, which turned out to be directly surrounding Yagura. At the beginning, Yagura thought that what Fengma Yiming summoned was an illusion, because it was impossible for one person to summon 6 mirror images, but after one hand in, he found that he was wrong, which was quite outrageous. These are actually mirror images, and each of them has the same strength as Fengma Yiming. No, there can be no such ninjutsu. After being frightened, Yagura sat weakly on the ground. At this time, Fengma Yiming was passing by his side, slowly leaving. He was right, there can be no such kind of ninjutsu, all he encountered was just the illusion caused by Fengma Yiming's pupil technique. Chapter 114 Auto-generated chapter title. 114. Crushing Onogi. Fire-style great fireball technique. Quickly squeezing a skill, Fengma Yiming directly burned Kuritaker's logistics center, and their supplies and medicines were all turned into fly ash in the blink of an eye. In the flames, Fengma Yiming's figure went further and further, as if all this had nothing to do with Fengma Yiming. Originally in a normal world, neither World War II nor World War III Kuritaker would participate, but because of variables like Fengma Yiming, many people came to target them. Because of the mysterious top-level existence of Fengma Yiming, many people are afraid that their family will dominate. Today, Fengma Yiming's actions are tantamount to planting a seed. When he becomes Mizukage in Yagura in the future, he will definitely not forget such a powerful man as Fengma Yiming. At that time, the Third World War, they will definitely participate. In the Second and Third World Wars in the original work, Kuritaker village did not participate because they did not communicate with the outside world and did not want to cause trouble. Most importantly, he was their controller 3rd generation 4th Mizukage, especially in the 4th generation. Under Yagura's men, the entire Kurigakure became a village of blood mist. Fengma Yiming's actions today helped them open up their horizons and let them know that there are people outside the world, and there is truth outside the sky. Although Fengma Yiming will be hated, there will be no such arbitrary people in their village. Fengma Yiming didn't know that he had changed the life of a violent coon who closed the village at every turn. After leaving here, Fengma Yiming knew that he should go to the next place, which was the site of Iwagakure. In the official Second World War, the two places Iwagakure and Sunagakure caused the greatest damage to Konoha, and the person that Fengma Yiming had to solve before was Onoki, who possessed the space system ninjutsu Dust Escape. This guy is at his peak now, and his age is not that old. If he is allowed to start, then even many experts in Konoha village will not be able to hold it. In order to avoid unbearable casualties, Fengma Yiming I'm going to solve this guy first. Advertisement. Back on the main battlefield, Fengma Yiming saw a dry figure fighting in front. Just like Fengma Yiming imagined, this guy didn't become a rickety old man until he was young. It's thin and small. His ability is ridiculously long, because he can have a blood succession boundary that combines the three elements, and because the ability is too strong, he no longer calls this kind of thing blood succession boundary. It's called blood succession elimination. The three elements of terroir and fire alternately merged in his hand, and finally formed a small milky white square with various tiny ions shining in it. Dust Escape primary realm peeling. As soon as he saw Fengma Yiming, he directly rushed out his strongest killer move, because he is a man with a lot of nerves. Just seeing Fengma Yiming at the first sight, he has already discovered Feng Ma Yiming is extraordinary, and he also felt a chilling sense of fear. Dust Escape, the original world is torn apart. Surprisingly, Fengma Yiming didn't even look at him. He actually condensed a dusty ninjutsu that was bigger than the white square in his hand. You must know that this is space ninjutsu. The more space you can control, the more damage you can cause to people. As for why Fengma Yiming can portray such a number of people, it still depends on the blood wheel eyes and its own super plastic energy. After imitating his blood and succeeding in elimination, Fengma Yiming can also integrate the three elements of climate, land, fire, and fire. No, it's impossible. All the people in the eyeshadow village present widened their eyes, and they couldn't believe that there could be another such existence in front of them. You know, blood succession boundary is already a very rare existence in the crowd, and blood succession elimination is even more powerful than nothing, but the man in front of him can easily use it with his own super. The masters have exactly the same blood following elimination skills. Why have they not even heard of such a strong man until now? Advertisement. In fact, it's no wonder they haven't heard of it. Fengma Yiming's ability is not like this. Today, he just used this skill casually after meeting Oyumu. Numerous cracks appeared in the surrounding space instantly, and it looked like a hole was torn in the sky. These holes got bigger and bigger, and then all were detonated. On the other hand, Onoki was in the center of these torn openings, that is, at the center of the explosion. The moment the two sides contacted, Onoki was directly defeated. Everyone's mouth grew in surprise for a while, and Onoki entered a state of serious injury. Fengma Yiming was not surprised after seeing it, because Fengma Yiming had an accurate judgment on the damage of the ninjutsu he used. Said that if he was seriously injured, he must be seriously injured. As for why he was left for the fourth ninja world, he was able to play a big role in the war. Although this person was not good, at least he helped many people in the later stage to get a chance to survive. After solving him, Fengma Yiming was ready to go back, because now it should be the time when Danzo fought against the three. In a battle, the main force against Konoha was originally Rain Shinobi Village, Kurigakure, and Sunagakure. The reason why I haven't done anything to Rain Shinobi Village is because Fengma Yiming wants to wait for Danzo. Rain Shinobi Village was founded by Banzo. In the later period, many people guessed that this village should be the cradle of Akatsuki. At the beginning, Fengma Yiming felt the same way. In order to prove his guess, Fengma Yiming specially set aside some time for them to see their combat effectiveness. It should have already progressed to the time when Hanzo and Sanin were fighting. The Sancho fish was half free from the ninja world, but the man who stood at the top of the ninja world. He who founded Rain Shinobi Village is tantamount to a top legendary figure. After fighting with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, he bestowed the title of Sanin on them. And the three people who fought with him never said that they could truly defeat Banzo with the strength of the three of them, which also proved Banzo's strength from the side. When the Fengma Yiming rushed over, there were only some extremely powerful people left in the main battlefield to support him. Chapter 115, Sasori's Parents of Red Sand. Konoha's people have also begun to fight back, and at this time the advantage of the battle has been captured by them. But before meeting Banzo, Fengma Yiming first saw a person. This person is Hitaki Tsukumo, who has the title of Konoha's White Fang. This is a character that everyone can hear, and he confronts him. The ninja is a couple. Sunagakure, Sasori's parents. Sasori of the Red Sand is a Super S-rank ninja. For such a character, most of his abilities are derived from the teachings of his mother-in-law. At the age of 20, such a genius has reached this level. To the point, there is a lot of credit in it that comes from the inheritance of his parents and mother-in-law. Today, the parents of this legendary figure appeared on the battlefield. Fengma Yiming recalled the story of this era, and suddenly remembered one thing, that Sasori's parents seemed to have been killed by Konoha's White Fang. Red Secret Skill 10 Machine Exercises. As a family of puppet masters, their family's fighting power is completely dependent on the puppets, and the ninjutsu that can be used is not very much. There are only some basic earth styles, so that means they can have a strong fighting power, because their puppet fighting ability is extremely powerful. The skill used by Sasori's parents is called Red Secret Skill 10 Machine Exercise, which can control dozens of puppets to fight with others. Basically, two people can handle the battle of dozens of people in one or two teams. Because the puppet's combat ability is sometimes stronger than that of a human, a puppet that is not afraid of death plus some subtle operations by the puppet master can play a great role. You know, their son Sasori of the Red Sand can use the Scroll, Red Secret Skill, 100 Machine Performance. This skill can directly launch a small war. If you are lucky, you can also directly destroy some small countries. Lose. With such a powerful destructive power, Konoha's White Fang couldn't help but slap his tongue. You are very strong. Bai Guang Chakra Ninja sword held in his hand backhand, White Fang looked at the two people in front of him and smiled faintly before commenting. It seems that all of this is the same as there is no trace of pressure for him, and it is completely irrelevant. Advertisement. I have to say that his state has greatly affected some of his son's thinking and character later, and Kakashi is actually very similar to his father's character. If it weren't for this battle, I would love to further discuss the application of these puppet techniques with you, because I also like this kind of thing. But we are still in a war. Hearing what Hokage said, the red-haired man standing in front of him also gave a wry smile. In the war, no one has the right to choose their own camp, all they can do is to work hard to survive, and let their village have the right to survive in the war. Several dolls were summoned from the war, and the two of them manipulated dozens of dolls and attacked Hitachi Tsukumo again. A cold light flashed across Fengma Yiming, and when he saw Shuo Mao, there seemed to be a cold light on his hand. This cold light was his clarion call for the counterattack of the two. Facing the mechanical puppets that were rushing, he cut the connection between the puppets and the two in front of him with a single knife, and then instantly pinched out a ninjutsu in his hand. Shu Mao's chakra volume is not very large, but he has a wealth of combat experience and combat capabilities, so he can easily obtain high damage during the battle. Fengma Yiming knew that if he was given a chance, he could even fight Sanin, but later because of the rescue incident, his living space in the village became smaller and smaller, and it was not understood by others, otherwise he might even become Hokage. Among the scattered figures, Konoha's White Fang's figure is getting faster and faster. For some ordinary ninjas, these puppets are indeed very powerful, but for people of Shuamao's level, the strength of the puppet master is far from enough. Because the strength of the puppet is also affected by the manipulator, if there is no strong control ability and chakra, then everything is just useless. The current level of the Chisha couple has not reached the level of Shumao at all, and the puppets they control are naturally unable to cause damage to Hitachi Shumao. Advertisement. With a slash, Shumao resolved the lives of the two of them. Fengma Yiming saw that a very painful expression flashed across his face, but he was quickly suppressed. He is still a soft-hearted person. Whether in a war or when facing an enemy, he will pay more attention to the value of life than the completion of the mission. Such a ninja is a person of flesh and blood. Maybe in the ninja world, this kind of problem shouldn't exist, but for any person, this kind of warmth must exist. Fengma Yiming walked over from behind, looked at Hitachi Shumao who was silent in front of the dead couple, patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's the war's fault, not yours. This is how the hatred between ninjas arises. Sometimes because of the war, many people will kill many people on the battlefield who have no grudges against them, but such things are inevitable, so the hatred continues. Only after the next generation will their children appear, that is, the existence of Sasori of the Red Sand. But for Fengma Yiming, it is too early to talk about them, because the Second World War has not yet passed, so even if Konoha's White Fang kills them, it will not have a big impact." To comfort Hitachi Shumao, who was slumped in the battlefield, after witnessing the battle, Fengma Yiming left here. On the other side, Fengma Yiming was seriously injured by another person in the process of rushing back. This person is extremely important to Tsunade. His name is Nwoki, Tsunade's younger brother. When Fengma Yiming arrived here, he died, and he sighed. Fengma Yiming could only leave from here. In fact, after arriving in this world, Fengma Yiming discovered a problem, that is, he seems to be unable to do so sometimes. Forcibly affecting the course of history, this is also a very helpless thing. Later, Fengma Yiming also wanted to understand that if one person blocks the course of history, it is only a man's arm. Sometimes the people in contact may indeed promote the course of history, but they cannot change the overall historical trend. Just like now facing Naoki's death, Fengma Yiming is difficult to stop. Chapter 116 Half of Sanjiao Fish. Seeing that the time is almost up, it is estimated that Hanzo has already started the fight, and Fengma Yiming began to look for their position. After a while, Fengma Yiming saw the half-Zo wearing a gas mask on his mouth, standing aside and preparing to take a look at the situation first. If you want them to get the title of Sanin, you must first give them some opportunities. Fengma Yiming can only help them by his side, but can't show up on his own. And Fengma Yiming, who knows their strength, also understands that if such a few people really do it, unless they are half-hearted, they will release all the poisonous gas in their own body, and they will really beat the three of them to death. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill the three of them. The final decisive battle of the Second Ninja War took place in Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village is located in Kawano Kuni and belongs to a very small country. However, the extremely powerful Rain Shinobi Village can be born from such a country. In addition, the Akatsuki organization that later affected the entire world was born. I have to say that they are really very capable. During the war, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had gathered together, and in front of them stood a man wearing a mask. He was a half-zoo Sancho fish. The breathing valve on his face looked very weird, but no one dared to laugh at him, because everyone knew that if he didn't pay attention to this breathing valve, he would definitely suffer. Are the three of you the top ninja in Konoha? Well, it looks pretty good. It was like looking at the back garden of his own home. After seeing the three of them, Hanzo made a comment on them and affirmed their abilities. Half, don't talk nonsense, prepare to die. Tsunade, who had a very violent temper, refused to give him a chance to speak as soon as they met, and then rushed forward. In this battle, Tsunade's most beloved person, her brother Nwoki, has died in the battle. In this era, because the level of medical ninjas is very limited and the number of people is not enough, there are not enough medical ninjas after entering the battle to provide comprehensive treatment to the injured. It is precisely because of this that Tsunade's younger brother died because of the time wasted and the rescue was ineffective. This also led to when he became Hokage later, she specially equipped each combat team with a medical ninja, for it is to ensure their safety, and also allow their lives to be treated in time. You must know that every ninja is a very important existence. The village has invested huge resources in them. It would be a shame if they were killed so easily in the battlefield. Advertisement. Summoning. The toad that Jiraiya first summoned, to be precise, it should be a toad. These summons stuck out their tongues and entangled the Sancho fish in the distance with their tongues, but the entangled half quickly turned into a pool of water. Water-style moisture body. This is a classic water trick, and I don't know when it was actually used by him in the battlefield. Summoning art Sancho fish. It has been 5 minutes since their encounter just now, and it takes 5 minutes for the toxin of the Sancho fish to be released. After waiting for his summoning beast to accumulate the toxin, Banzo released it. A burst of purple smoke floated over instantly, and at this time Orochimaru, who was also manipulating the poison, stood up. Summoning technique Baki technique. The 8-banner serpent with 8 heads was summoned by Orochimaru, opened its mouth wide, sucked all the poison into its stomach, and then turned into its own venom, spraying it out at the distant Banzo. Interesting. Sanjiao smiled half-heartedly and then couldn't avoid it. The summoning beast Sanjiao next to him used his body to help him block all this, and he didn't suffer any damage, because the toxin is nothing to them two guys. At this time, the ground shook abruptly. It turned out that the steel hand stepped on the ground and stomped a few cracks in the ground, trying to make Banzao fall. This is a physical exercise Tiansho foot. Just stepping on the ground can shake everything around it. Chakra scalpel is like a blue dragon, extending from the arm of the steel hand, cutting straight to the staggered half of the body. Advertisement. Are you going to succeed? The hearts of the three of them were hanging up, because as long as the steel burned can cut this knife, with the sharpness of chakra scalpel, it can definitely be divided into two. But it's a pity that Banzo had extremely rich combat experience. He lay straight on the ground and escaped a fatal blow from a master. Then the venom fell from the sky like raindrops. The three people who were impacted by the venom touched their skin, and after reaching the toxic venom, they immediately began to fester. Summoning technique Katsuyu split. Summoned his own summoning beast Katsuyu, split it and then covered it on Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The three rushed towards Hanzo together, aiming to solve it in one fell swoop. You must die here today, half Zhang. The roaring Jiraiya had already condensed a Rasengan in his hand, and the airflow around him began to turbulence. Don't you understand? This can only be reborn and prosperous in the constant fighting. The Sancho Yumi roared, and with the sickle in his hand, like a Shinigami, he began to wield his weapon continuously. With one enemy 3, it didn't even let the wind fall at all. You don't have to think about the next thing anymore, except death with peace of mind. Only after you die, Rain Shinobi can truly prosper. Now he has founded Rain Shinobi Village, which is different from the policy Kurigakure has always held. The purpose of Banzo established Rain Shinobi Village is to make the entire ninja world set off a bloody storm. Because he believes that in the current era, only people can kill each other to maintain peace in the ninja world, and only continuous killing can maintain eternal stability. This is the reason why he started the Second Ninja War, but although he thinks so, most people don't think so, so he can only instigate these people to participate in the war with him from behind, and finally successfully pulled people from several other villages. Seeing that the three of them did not seem to be able to successfully defeat Banzo, Fengma Yiming thought about it, and felt that it was time for him to take action. It took a long time and put a lot of burden on the bodies of the three of them. After such a long battle. Chapter 117 Pursuit. The entire battlefield was filled with poisonous fog, and for normal ninjas, this poisonous gas was extremely deadly. As long as the slightest touch is touched, the skin will definitely fester and die. Konoha Sanin, who was standing in front of him, stood back to back at this moment, his brain rushing to think about the solution. I used wind style to disperse these poisonous mists, and then you directly attacked Banzo. Jiraiya's voice fell, and Kijin displayed a wind style with both hands. Wind style dragon roll technique. A gust of wind roared out, taking Konoha Sanin as the radius, and directly blowing away the poisonous gas in front of him. Good idea, but unfortunately still too young. The half-figure of the Sancho fish appeared from the strong wind. Konoha Sanin, who thought he was relieved, found that the detonation charms were all around him. Numerous detonating talisman on the ground entangled all around, and Sanin's image was in the mouth of a beast. After half a wave of his hand, it was about to be blown to pieces. Hell Road. Fengma Yiming directly called out the Hell Dao at this time. The Hell Dao displayed his abilities, and the big mouth of the Hades enveloped Sanin. At the last moment of the explosion, Kankan guarded them. Fengma Yiming's figure also jumped up from a distance. Wood-style Sun Luo Vientian. More than a dozen mustards rose from the ground, entwining the half-body of the Sanshou fish. However, although the Sanjiao Yu Banzo was captured, it did not last long. As a top figure in the ninja world, he also has a special way to deal with wood style. Some venom suddenly appeared on his body, making his body slippery. As soon as he leaned forward, Sanjiao fish escaped from the restraint. As Konoha's wood-style descendant, I underestimate you. Seeing that it was wrong, he turned around and prepared to escape from the battlefield, but Fengma Yiming was not ready to let him leave here so easily. Advertisement. You rest here first, and I will chase him. Konoha Sanin has been dazzled in the battle, and now his combat effectiveness has been depleted. Fengma Yiming is going to chase Banzo first. After catching this guy, it might be possible to further dissolve Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. There are two promoters in this ninja war. The promoter on the bright side is Sanshou Fish from Rain Shinobi Village, but the actual promoter is Uchiha Madara, who has never let go of his possessiveness for Nine Tails. Paired with the war madman Sanjiao Yubanzo to promote the Ninja World War, the two really can be said to be like-minded. The body flicker technique unfolded, Fengma Yiming moved extremely fast, and within a short while, he saw the half-figure of the Sanjiao fish. He actually stood in the forest waiting for Fengma Yiming. The battle with Konoha Sanin made him consume a lot of chakra. Fengma Yiming knew he was the top figure in the ninja world, but just after a big battle, how much energy do he still have to fight him? You are very good, but want to fight with me, still tender. The Sanjiao fish had a steady aura, and within a while, it had already recovered from his injuries 7 or 88. Try it, and then you'll know. Wood-style King Kong recruits wood. A few wooden thorns suddenly lifted from the ground, like dozens of spears, they pierced towards the Sanshou fish. The responsibility of the battlefield Sanshou fish was extremely amazing. It had already jumped over at the moment Fengma Yiming attacked. His powerful physical skills fight Fengma Yiming. You are waiting for you. Fengma Yiming was not afraid of using physical skills, and the 8 inner gates drove to the 6th gate. To the peacock. The series of quick punches attacked like a raptor, and the Sanjiao Yu could not help but look sideways. Within a few seconds, Fengma Yiming, who was surrounded by a violent red aura, punched hundreds of punches. The shock wave of the flame escapes like a peacock opening a screen. This is the origin of the name towards the peacock. The fierce friction between the fist and the air made even the top figure in the ninja world Sanjiao Yu Banzo retreat. When he retreated, he took out the sickle from his body, and locked the sickle with 2 strikes. The ninja covered with Sanshou fish toxin was directly taken out by him to attack Fengma Yiming. Not to mention the speed, it also blocked Fengma Yiming's evasion direction. Advertisement. This trick is extremely vicious, no matter how you evade, unless you don't touch his Sanshou toxin, you will definitely get hurt as long as you touch the chain. Sanshou fish toxin is very harmful to the human body. As long as it can be stained, Fengma Yiming will become the fish on the cutting board of the Sanshou fish and let him kill it. But how could Fengma Yiming give him a chance? Wood-style wooden dragon threw it out directly, a wooden dragon did not evade, and rushed straight towards the attacking sickle, entwining the half-knock of Sanjiao Yu tool. A huge suction suddenly came, and Sanjiao Yu Banzo realized that the chakra from his body was constantly being sucked away by the huge suction. This is the role of the wooden dragon. After entangled with others, it can draw away the opponent's chakra through its own characteristics. The reason why wood style can suppress Nine Tails is because wood style has a lot of ninjutsu that can extract the enemy's chakra for its own use. Nine Tails chakra is indeed very strong, but those who have wood style can use Nine Tails chakra to fight him. Therefore, there is a descendant of wood style. For Konoha to control Nine Tails, it is the most important thing. Fengma Yiming is the descendant of this generation of wood style. When I saw Fengma Yiming, Sanjiao Yuban had a retreat. Emotion, because he didn't know what Fengma Yiming's strength had reached. But now it's different. After the fight, the current Sanjiao Yu Banzao has grasped Fengma Yiming's power, and even a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you only have this degree, you probably won't be able to keep me. Fengma Yiming, who was absorbing him chakra, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard these words. He forgot the most important point. Sanjiao Fish's half-body is all poisonous. Chakra, which was originally absorbed like gurgling water, surged over like a river at this moment. Fengma Yiming's hand immediately changed its color, becoming black and purple, and the touch and pain on his hand disappeared. Hidden. Seeing the success of his strategy, Sanjiao Yu walked over with a laugh. Do you think I don't know the power of wood style? I have been waiting for you to release wood style so that I can pass the poisonous chakra on my hand. Now you are helpless, how can you deal with me? Kill this generation of Konoha's wood style heirs, then your Jinchuriki's situation is probably going to be very sad, maybe you will continue to run rampant at that time. A gloomy laughter came from Sanjiao Yu's half-mouthed mouth. Fengma Yiming secretly used the energy in the body to dissolve the toxins in the body, but its effect was very limited. Prepare to die, I will be here to observe your dying expression. I didn't expect that today's offense could kill a descendant of wood style. It's really a lot of money. The half-hearted laughter of Sanjiao Fish kept echoing in Fengma Yiming's ears, but at this time, Fengma Yiming suddenly heard a cold voice. Chapter 118 The system reappears, beats half-heartedly. A fatal threat is detected on the host, and the upgraded version of the system is turned on. After hearing that Fengma Yiming was overjoyed, after the previous system fell asleep, Fengme Yiming's Zhonglong 18 palms and other things were difficult to use. But now the system has not only returned, but also been upgraded. There is no reason for entanglement. Fengme Yiming jumped directly from the ground, surrounded by golden light. Is there a backhand? Sanjiao Yuhan Zhou has absolute confidence in his toxin. Now that Fengme Yiming is infected with his toxin, he can't get rid of it. There are no medical ninjas here, and no antidote of their own, but how could this guy stand up? At this time, Sanjiao Yuban Zhou thought Fengme Yiming was going to die with himself with the last bit of strength. How is this possible? With a scornful smile, Sanjiao Yu was ready to see how Fengme Yiming was going to struggle in front of her. But the smile at the corner of his mouth quickly solidified, and then it turned into a hell look. I saw Fengme Yiming flying around her body like a golden dragon, and when she kept wandering around her body, Fengme Yiming's dark purple color gradually receded. Huh, your toxin is indeed very strong, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me. Fengme Yiming's power is fundamentally different from them. They use chakra, and Fengme Yiming uses internal force, or the energy of cultivating immortals. This kind of energy is several levels higher than them in terms of quality and level. Now that the system returns, Fengme Yiming's 18 palms of Zhonglong can also be taken out. Using the mental method of 18 palms of Zhonglong to force out his own toxins, Fengme Yiming's combat effectiveness has returned to its peak. Try again now. The body flicker technique suddenly unfolded, Fengme Yiming's figure appeared beside Sanjiao Yubanzao, and the two fought fiercely. The Sancho fish is half-baked now, and there is no advantage at all. If Fengme Yiming had also thrown rodents on his poison before, Fengme Yiming, who now has the system, would like him to use more poison skills. He is completely immune and does not suffer any harm. Advertisement. This is the power of high-level energy. The previously sealed 18 palms of the dragon descending skill moves Fengme Yiming's internal force according to a specific trajectory. Listening carefully to the whole person, there is actually a feint of roaring dragon chanting. The violent internal force came like a surging river, which put a huge pressure on the Sancho fish Banzo during the battle. This is not a simple physical attack, but a collision of energy. How can people in the ninja world understand the use of such advanced energy? After fighting with Fengme Yiming a few times, Sanjiao Yu was horrified and discovered that Fengme Yiming's strength is more than one. When each palm hits it, it is like a sea wave, slapped with heavy force after another. The first wave of power could be blocked, but the subsequent power was able to continuously surge his internal organs. One palm, two palms, the last palm was like the last straw that crushed the camel. After receiving it, the throat of the Sancho fish was sweet, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Next, he stretched out his hand to block a palm, and sprayed blood on his mouth, looking extremely miserable. What kind of ninjutsu are you? Konoha can't have this kind of ninjutsu. Konoha does not have this kind of ninjutsu, but when did I say that I only know wood style? After Fengme Yiming smiled, he slapped it directly with the last palm, and then his figure hung directly on the tree like a kite with a broken line. I take back what I said before, you are very strong, but you still can't catch me. The Sancho fish, who kept coughing up blood, sat up from the branch and said to Fengme Yiming calmly. I look forward to seeing you next time. Hearing his words, Fengme Yiming immediately felt something was wrong. 8 inner gates opened the 6th gate, and a real lotus kicked on the tree trunk. With a bang, the huge sound reverberated continuously in the woods, the smoke and dust dispersed, and there were no figures on the trees. #+#equals. Let him escape. Seeing this situation, Fengme Yiming also sighed, but there is nothing to regret. After today's battle, it is estimated that Rain Shinobi Village, a top player in the recent period, will no longer appear in the battlefield. Fengme Yiming's previous moves were all killers. Even if he could escape, with his badly injured body, he would have to recuperate for a long time. Advertisement. Wiping the bloodline on his body, Fengme Yiming limped back into Konoha village. The current battlefield situation is fairly stable. Although the general direction of these villages is to attack Konoha, they are also engaged in many battles themselves. In the recent period, many ninjas have gone out to participate in the battle, and the village now seems to have no longer the bustling of the past, everything is deserted. After finding Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fengme Yiming reported the previous situation, because he felt that this Sanjiao half-Zu attack was likely to be premeditated. After all, I directly found the location of Konoha Sanin and fought them for so long. It seemed that all this happened by coincidence. Fortunately, you went instead of the 3 of them. Just now I received the news that the people from Cloud Shinobi Village have committed the crime, and Third Raikage took the people directly to break through our defenses and want us to hand over Nine Tails. These people's excuses for initiating war are also very lame, saying that Nine Tails is harmful to the peace of the entire ninja world, and Third Raikage is someone who claims to be able to fight tail beasts, so it is better to give Nine Tails to Cloud Shinobi Village. If you want Nine Tails, you need Nine Tails, but they have no bottom line. They not only invaded the land of the Fire Country, but also caused serious damage to many places in the Fire Country along the way. Among these few countries that attacked Konoha, Thunder Country is the most powerful, so when dealing with them, it needs to invest huge combat power. Now the Sancho fish has dragged Konoha Sanin all by himself in the battlefield of Rain Shinobi Village, and the Battle of Cloud Shinobi Village cannot be taken care of. This is a typical trick to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. After thinking of this, Fengme Yiming also frowned and asked, whose squad is currently on the Cloud Shinobi Village battlefield? After looking at the list, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, only Kakashi Sakumo's team and Hyuga clan, even Sakumo was dispatched by me earlier. I also asked Orochimaru to rush over. I don't know if I can catch up. Quote. Having said this, Fengma Yiming also understands that the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi Village has indeed fallen into a moment of crisis. Then I will rush over now. Fengma Yiming hates this kind of guy who takes advantage of the fire the most. Since Cloud Shinobi Village dared to do so, it must pay the price. Then please. Depressed Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Fengma Yiming's willingness to go to the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi Village where the battle was most intense, and he was also relieved for a long time. If it were him, it might really be able to stop this inexplicable war. Chapter 119 Can PR Street Ute for free after upgrade. Fengma Yiming, who received the task, quickly left here. Before leaving this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically confessed to him that if there is a conflict with Cloud Shinobi Village, he can be cruel. The meaning of this sentence is already very clear. It seems that third generation has also been pressed this time. If they hadn't had anything to look for at the beginning, they might not have evolved into what they are now. Fengma Yiming is also a little unhappy with the attitude of Cloud Shinobi Village. These people are the kind of typical pseudo-kunzi, who pretend to be straightforward on the surface, but most of the time, they are very pedantic and just take care of their own interests. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has given Fengma Yiming such a sentence as third Hokage, Fengma Yiming is not prepared to hesitate. Hearing that Orochimaru will also rush to the scene, Fengma Yiming is also relieved. After all, Orochimaru, as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, has several summoning techniques in his hands. Going to the battlefield should be able to play a role in containing the third Hokage. Although his combat power may not be enough to defeat the opponent, it is enough to buy some time. Under the sun, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield seemed completely out of harmony with this warm brilliance. Walking through the forest, Fengma Yiming calculated what might happen in today's battle, because the name of third Hokage is very loud, and every generation of Hokage has the ability to face the tail beast, so it must not be underestimated. Even if Fengma Yiming can compete with 9 tails, it is obvious that Fengma Yiming is still insufficient in terms of sustained combat capability and explosive power. So at this time, it's better to be more stable and act on the right hand. Hatake Shumo is still on the battlefield. He is well known and powerful. He should be able to lead his small team to resist the attack of Cloud Shinobi Village. Now Fengma Yiming is puzzled by one point, that is, third Hokage won't come to them. If he came in person, even Fengma Yiming would not dare to pack a vote and say that he could defeat the opponent, and could only fight with Orochimaru and Hatake Shumo. Thinking of this, Fengma Yiming also has some situations. Orochimaru rushed over at this time, hoping to bring some help to himself. Since things can't be settled, Fengma Yiming no longer thinks about these things anymore. It just so happens that today's system is back in front of Fengma Yiming. According to the system, it should be a breakthrough now. Advertisement. While rushing, Fengma Yiming on the other side was going to take a look at what happened after the system broke through. System, let me see your new changes. Fengma Yiming didn't know how to inquire about the changes in the system, so he could only say silently in his heart, and then various functions of the system emerged. The first thing that emerged is Fengma Yiming's strength assessment. Current strength. Normal cage level. In this way, Fengma Yiming's strength has not improved much. Fengma Yiming had already been at the peak of Jonin and had the ability to fight against ordinary cage level players. After this period of tempering, he only achieved cage level with his fixed attributes, which was far from Fengma Yiming's expectations. I think it should be that this period of time is just a break through the body, internal force and various other attributes, because there is no system, so there is no significant improvement. In fact, this is the case in the world of ninjas. Most of the time, a person's talent determines how far a person can go. Of course, there is another kind of hardworking genius, but they also need to meet a good teacher. Someone can teach top skills to become a strong, just like the current Might Dai is like this. Just like Fengma Yiming, after the internal strength has not increased, even if he has used some special methods to improve his other abilities in the recent period, the evaluation is still cage level, which is also very helpless. Of course, Rinnegan also has other ninjas, such as Zanpakuto, which have not been taken out by Fengma Yiming, nor can they be calculated in the system. So from this point of view, the actual system judgment is only a comprehensive prediction of the strength of Fengma Yiming's class, but the combat effectiveness that can be demonstrated is definitely better than the system's prediction. After thinking about it this way, Fengma Yiming felt a little better in his heart. Otherwise, if his strength only increased so little in such a long period of time, he would definitely not be able to accept it. Fengma Yiming also wants to understand. Now that he wants to become stronger, the first thing is to drink soda and continue to get rewards from the system, so that he can strengthen his comprehensive ability. Advertisement. After thinking of this, Fengma Yiming also continued to observe the changes in this system. Secondary mall. When Fengma Yiming observed this system in his own mind, he unexpectedly discovered that there was something called a secondary mall in it, which seemed to be able to buy some more advanced items. Fengma Yiming looked at the things in the system mall and found that after the second level mall here was opened, the items inside were really rich. This upgrade is obviously more powerful than Fengma Yiming imagined. Previously, the things in this one were not so useful and costly, so Fengma Yiming has never looked at it carefully, but now it is in the second level mall. Things are different. Chakra pill. Function. Instantaneously restore all the chakra consumed by itself. Selling price. 500 purchase points. Detoxification agent. Function. to relieve more than 80% of the toxin attack effect, increase the probability of survival of the poisoned person. Price: 200 purchase points. These drugs alone are already very useful and can provide a lot of help to Fengma Yiming in the battle. As long as one is taken out, it can instantly reverse the situation, just like this chakra pill. In addition, there are a lot of weapons and equipment, but the price is very expensive, starting with tens of thousands of purchase points, but the attribute blessings are also very high. Buying equipment now is no longer possible, you can only wait for it to be saved later. Only these purchase points can be bought. Speaking of points of purchase, what are points of purchase? Fengma Yiming was a little confused after seeing the price marked by the system. The introduction of the system begins. After the secondary mall is opened, the beverage points of the host can be calculated and reflected in the purchase points. You can get 100 purchase points for every 10 drinks. There is also this kind of good thing. Fengma Yiming smiled like this after listening to it, because before drinking beverages only gave some things with the same attributes and skills, but now drinking beverages can also add up some points that can be purchased. In this way, Fengma Yiming will be able to bring a lot of rewarding items, which is considered to be a PR street ute. Chapter 120. After thinking about this, Fengma Yiming couldn't help but want to drink a few cans of drinks, but unfortunately now he has a task. He can only let this matter go back to the village and talk about it later. This time the system upgrade only breaks through the mall, and there are not so many other changes. So after a little observation, Fengma Yiming continued to observe the situation on the road. Because of the body flicker technique, Fengma Yiming travels very fast. During the walk, Fengma Yiming saw many villages. Many of the old and weak women and children in there were prepared to leave their hometowns because they wanted to avoid the war. Because Konoha's ninjas have been resisting at the forefront, no enemy has entered the land of fire. However, under this situation, they still want to move out because of fear. At this time, some bandits in the land of fire are somewhat uncomfortable. Can't stand it anymore. Many bandits began to raid their things after the villagers in these villages had left. Some people grabbed their eyes, and even these exiled villagers didn't let it go. Just like now, Fengma Yiming has encountered a group of bandits. Their leader is a ninja, who seems to have some strength. They are all the people of the country of fire, and Fengma Yiming will naturally not let it go after seeing it. After turning around, Fengma Yiming, who was walking in the forest, hurried in their direction. Fengma Yiming is located on a high slope, where trees are overgrown. When I came from above, I could just see all kinds of things happening in this forest trail. Hey, you guys, hand over all the things before you, this uncle can spare you not to die. Many middle-aged men in the crowd were embarrassed, and a few even rushed forward. For their own belongings, they wanted to fight the bandit leader desperately. But the gap between ninjas and ordinary people is very different, just like at this time, dozens of strong men surrounded them, but they were overturned by water dragon bomb. Seeing the strong men who fell on the ground and kept moaning, the bandit leader waved his hand to let his subordinates grab them all and pull them back to the cottage's strong men. Hand over all the things you had before, I don't want to say it a second time. The fierce man looked at these villagers with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He had already decided in his heart that even after handing over the things, he would not leave these people's lives. Advertisement. After confiscating all his belongings, he waved his hand and said to these people fiercely, "Bring all the women back to our cottage, and kill all the other old men and women." After the sound of his words fell, Fengma Yiming also arrived here and jumped from the tree. No wonder such a bloodthirsty person would become a betrayer and shrink in the corner of the country of fire. Is it cool to bully the weak? What are you? Oh, Konoha's little boy, I advise you to keep your business alone, it seems that you are alone. I will give you a chance. Get out of here now. After seeing Fengma Yiming, he has actually discovered that Fengma Yiming is from Konoha. As a ninja, the older one must have the advantage over the younger. Fengma Yiming seems to be only a teenager now, and the bandit leader is already in his 30s. Obviously, he is much better than Fengma Yiming in terms of combat experience and ability. The reason why Fengma Yiming is allowed to leave here quickly is because he doesn't want to have a dispute with Konoha. After all, he is still a wanted traitor. If he gets caught, the wine and beauties in his stockade are just fine. It's all in vain. That's why he arrogantly scolded Fengma Yiming and hurried away. He saw Fengma Yiming's forehead protector. In fact, he was a little drummer in his heart, but he was not afraid. He persistently believes that according to normal circumstances, people of Fengma Yiming's age are definitely not as good as their own, and there is no need to be afraid. However, he overlooked one point, that is, these are speculations based on normal conditions. What if it is abnormal? Obviously Fengma Yiming is not that kind of normal existence, otherwise he would not stand in front of him directly. What if I don't leave? Fengma Yiming looked into his eyes and responded faintly. Seeing that Fengma Yiming's head was so hard, the bandit boss felt that his face had been damaged. After checking Fengma Yiming's age and checking again and again, he directly acted on Fengma Yiming. Then be ready to die. Fire-style great fireball technique. Looking at this extremely simple and basic ninjutsu, Fengma Yiming almost laughed, because Fengma Yiming can release this kind of thing with his hands, even without the need for not printing. Advertisement. You have only this level of rebellion. After taunting him, Fengma Yiming dodges his attack sideways. This attack seems to be thunder and rain, making Fengma Yiming fearless. The bandit leader, who was already very angry, immediately became angry when he heard Fengma Yiming despise him like this, pointing at Fengma Yiming's nose and shouting. You little b asterisk 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 d, today I want to let you know what pain is, and in a moment I will capture you alive, break your hands and feet, and tear your mouth. It depends on whether you have this ability. After thinking about it, Fengma Yiming added, forget it, I'm in a hurry, let me teach you how to use fire style. Fire style Great Flame Bomb. This ninjutsu was performed in an instant, and Fengma Yiming even omitted the process of connecting the seal. I saw several fireballs spouted from Fengma Yiming's mouth, which looked a bit like fire style Phoenix Fire, but people who know how to do it here can see that there is an essential difference between the two. The reason for saying this is that the fireballs sprayed by Fengma Yiming are extremely hot, more than twice the temperature of the great fireball technique used by the bandit leader before, and the speed is several times faster. Look carefully, this is the trick that can be applied in battle. The galloping fireball looked like a golden crow chased by descendants, carrying a monstrous flame wave, and galloping against the ground towards the bandits. The leader of the bandit was unwilling to catch it with his hands, and started Jayin again to release water style to resist Fengma Yiming's attack. It is a pity that the speed of his knot printing is not as good as 1% of Fengma Yiming's. Before it is released, the fiery fireball has already hit him. The huge impact and the burning touch made him suddenly realize that this is definitely an advanced ninjutsu, at least above the B level. However, can a teenager release such advanced ninjutsu? How many enchanting? Chapter 121 Third Reikage. This was his last thought before being defeated. The moment the flame touched him, his death knell had already sounded. After seeing Fengma Yiming so powerful, many bandits all chose to retreat. They dare not contact Fengma Yiming at all. After all, most of them are ordinary people. Without their boss, these people can only go home to farm. After solving the only ninja, Fengma Yiming released the strong man who had been kidnapped by the bandits in the escaped village, and then he was about to leave and rush to the battlefield, but at this time Fengma Yiming found a few children. It seems familiar. These are 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. One boy has long hair covering his eyes, and the other is a girl about their age, who is very beautiful. In the end this is a young boy who looks very lively. Surprised, Fengma Yiming stared at them. Is it the Nagato trio? Why did they get here? In this war, the 3 people from Rain Shinobi village lost their relatives, so they wandered together. Later, they met Konoha Sanin. Originally Orochimaru wanted to kill the people from Rain Shinobi village like Nagato, but Jiraiya stopped him and chose to adopt the 3. After seeing them, Fengma Yiming also understood that the plot seemed to be unfolding, so he stopped the 3 people. Come here. After hearing Fengma Yiming's shout, the expressions of these 3 people suddenly became alert, because they had seen Fengma Yiming's power before and also knew that Fengma Yiming was Konoha's ninja. They hate ninjas very much, because their parents are ninjas who died in the Second Ninja World War. These people are now orphans, largely thanks to the war. You are from Rain Shinobi village, right? Fengma Yiming's first words just made the 3 of Nagato almost escape. They wandered for a long time, and finally got into a fleeing team, and mixed up with food. If they let others know the identity of their Rain Shinobi village orphans, then the trouble will be big. Not only will he be rejected by them, but it will also make his situation very embarrassing, and he may even be sent to Konoha to be treated as a prisoner of war. Advertisement. No. We are not. Although they were merely covering up, Fengma Yiming had already seen the panic in their eyes. Don't be afraid. I didn't harm you. You can go down this road to Konoha village. Then you will find someone named Jiraiya, and I will let you go. After leaving this sentence, Fengma Yiming did not continue to stay. Here he has already said what he wants to say. According to the trend and law of the plot, they will meet Jiraiya later, and Fengma Yiming just takes this process accelerated a bit. Of course, after meeting Nagato and talking to him, Fengma Yiming also wanted to answer his doubts, because Fengma Yiming had always thought that he did not have Rinnegan at the beginning. However, during the conversation with this boy just now, Fengma Yiming vaguely felt a wave like his own. Obviously, he already had Rinnegan at this age. Is this also a pawn of Uchiha Madara? In this way, it is not that Nagato has Rinnegan's talent, but as part of Uchiha Madara project Tasuki no Mi. While thinking, Fengma Yiming galloped through the forest. When returning to the village later, Fengma Yiming will focus on these children. If they can be in the hands of Fengma Yiming, then Fengma Yiming can at least have some initiative when facing Uchiha Madara. Face this, it's very important for the opponent to have the right to choose to advance or retreat. On the other side, on the battlefield between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi village, a man is carrying a knife and fighting hard. He is Hatake Tsukumo and Konoha's strongest blade. After experiencing a fierce battle just before, he eliminated the puppet masters of the Kingdom of Sand. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also recognized his strength and felt that he was a person who could defeat 100 in battle, so he put him on the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi village where the pressure is the most stressful. It's really impossible to mobilize too many manpower now, because most of the people have gone out to fight, and only some of the manpower that can be mobilized will come back to repair the entire team after the battle is over. If he is here, the current situation is still not optimistic, because at this time the large forces of Cloud Shinobi village have arrived, and both lightning style and fire style are extremely powerful. Advertisement. On the battlefield, the fire is blazing, and there are also thunders everywhere. Just standing here to fight with them, you need to always beware of all kinds of dangers around you, so even Hatake Tsukumo feels very stressed. Captain, Orochimaru is here. Just when he was having a very headache, his subordinates reported good news to him. It turned out that Orochimaru was here, so their pressure could be relieved. Hatake Sakumo frowned, his expression finally eased a little after hearing the news. Seeing the noise of the sky, Hatake Sakumo was actually struggling very much at this time. The war was a heavy burden for him. The three-headed serpent rose up in the battlefield, flying the Cloud Shinobi village personnel in the entire war into the sky. After Orochimaru arrived, the whole war situation began to tilt towards the Konoha camp. Master Orochimaru is amazing. With Sakumo and Orochimaru, we will definitely be able to win this war. We must defeat them. The morale on Konoha's side began to improve slowly because of Orochimaru's joining. As the war situation slowly improved, a figure surrounded by lightning fell from the sky like a god of war. Hell stab. One hand pierced the summoning beast of Orochimaru directly from top to bottom. After seeing this tragic situation, everyone understood who came. The man who can gather the thunder attribute chakra on his fingers and carry out stab attacks, known as the sharpest spear in Cloud Shinobi Village, who can rely on his physical fitness and the toughness of the tail beast. Thunder Country, Cloud Shinobi Village, 3rd Raikage. At the same time, Fengma Yiming, who was about to rush to the battlefield, also heard a loud noise. In an instant, Fengma Yiming guessed who caused the huge noise. It is surprising that 3rd Raikage turned out to be direct. Come to this battlefield. It seems that this battle is about to hurt both.